Chapter 1. A hospital in the capital. Lao Chen came here very early this morning, with some food in his hand, and greeted people on the road a few times, but Lao Chen hurriedly entered the ward, and everyone didn't care. Get used to it. Lao Chen was the director of an orphanage. He had no children in his early years. He opened this orphanage in his later years. Since then, he has smashed all his wealth into it. He had a smile on his face, thinking that he also liked what he was doing. Yet, open the door, there are not many people in the ward. There used to be a few patients here, but I heard that they are all gone, and life is impermanent. There was a young man lying on the innermost side of the hospital bed. The sunlight from outside the window shone in, making him look a lot warmer. Looking at him, he should not be short, but his complexion was pale and bloodless. If he didn't have this disease, he would definitely be a handsome guy. President, you are here. Lao Chen put down the food box in his hand. Well, here we go. How is today? We recently raised funds for charity, and the doctor said we can treat it conservatively. The young man lying on the bed smiled and tried to make a smile that he thought was more reassuring, but under such a complexion, it seemed a bit hideous. President, I'm dying, I'm afraid of pain. Old Chen sat on the edge of the bed in silence, clutching the fallen sheet with his right hand, holding it tightly in his hand. With a smile on his face, the young man knew what the dean was thinking. Director, the doctor told me about the situation earlier. He said that I may not have a few days. I want to see the sea, okay? I've never seen the sea when I grow up, our motherland, it's so big that I haven't been to many places. Lao Chen put down the sheet he was holding in his hand, tried hard to hold back the tears in his eyes, and spoke carefully in a gentle tone. Okay, let's go to see the sea. The sea is huge. I went to see the dean once a few years ago. The two chatted in the ward, talking about the great mountains and rivers of the motherland, rivers, lakes, and seas. A young doctor walked outside the door, did not knock on the door, did not leave, just watched like this. This doctor is the young man in the ward. The attending doctor, his critical illness notice, was also issued by this doctor. Well, leaving with a sigh, such a thing is not uncommon in the hospital. Later, Lao Chen was discharged from the hospital. He wanted to take this child to see the sea. He was about 18 years old and he had never seen the sea. 3 days later, the two went to the beach. On a beach with no charges, the young man did not wear a hospital gown anymore, and he seemed to be in good spirits. Dean, can you take me to the place where you found me? Old Chen froze for a moment. Don't you look at the sea. The young man sighed and laughed. The sea is too big to see. The young man's name is Shan, which is the name given by the dean. When he was picked up, he was in poor health. Later, he was found to have such a disease. A tumor grew on his body and had spread. A day later, Old Chen carried Shan to the barren mountain where he had picked him up. He had picked him up at the foot of the mountain. Now he is back here. It was still a little dark on the road in the early morning. Old Chen carried a young man on his back. The disease dragged down his body. No matter how heavy it would be, he was not tired. Don't look at his tall body, but the disease has devoured the inside long ago. The whole person is just a shelf. Hurry up and hurry up. Finally, when the sunrise came out, the two climbed the barren mountain. Old Chen, thank you. Shan just lay on the ground like this. Lao Chen helped organize his clothes. He didn't dare to look at those eyes that yearn for life. Lao Chen doesn't complain, just, a good child, it has already bloomed. Withered. God is so unfair. Xiaoen, today is your birthday, I'll give you a present, you see. Old Chen carefully took out a wild flower from his bag. It seemed that he picked it by hand on the road just now. There was still some dirt on it. Shan had already lost his strength. He was lying on the ground. Old Chen put the wild flower on the ground. In his hands. This is his first birthday present, and it will be the last. Sean's eyes are looking at the fiery sunrise. The sun is really warm. Old Chen, is it okay if I don't want to be cremated? I'm afraid of pain. When I was in the hospital, the doctor always said that the injection didn't hurt, but it always hurt. Every time I endured it and didn't shout it out. Am I brave? Old Chen choked. Definitely, we Zion are the bravest, we Zion say what we say. Thank you, Old Chen. The young man slowly closed his eyes with a smile on his mouth. He walked out from here, and now he is back here again. Lao Chen shed tears and didn't cry. He tidied Sean's clothes and spoke softly. Sleep, sleep, it won't hurt when you fall asleep. Let's go home. A low tomb appeared on the barren hill, with a wooden tablet and a few stones on the tomb. Sean said that he likes sunflowers. Whenever he faces the sun, there is always warm sunshine. After a few months, the place is full of sunflowers, always blooming every day when the sun appears, and then disappearing into the dark night with the sunset, day after day. So, this is the so-called Krypton, which is really bad. Sean was surprised to see his smaller body. Unexpectedly, God gave him another chance to live a new life, but this birthplace is a bit infiltrating. This is actually the Kryptonian he once remembered, a DC universe that hangs all over the place at any time. If it is in the world of comics, even Kryptonians are mostly honest, and where they come out, they just press and rub on the ground. Also, Krypton will be destroyed. An interstellar race that has been developing for hundreds of thousands of years has been suffocated to death on its home planet. Thinking about it, there is a sense of irony. What is the reason why everyone on Krypton does not want to understand this upcoming crisis? Just because it can't be done? Or do it without ability? If you have the ability to do it, but don't do it, the things there are worth investigating. It is impossible for a super civilization to fail to detect that something is wrong with its home planet. Even if ordinary Kryptonians don't know about it, how could the elders who have lived for tens of thousands of years not know? The crisis is at their feet, not to mention the existence of people like the Academy of Sciences. Referring to humans on Earth, their technology can detect the lifespan and some conditions of the Sun or even other planets. Kryptonians obviously shouldn't have such a problem. But the people from the Academy of Sciences did not seem to tell the public this news, not even the Presbyterian Church, even at the last moment. Moreover, the irradiation of the red sun is not friendly to the Kryptonians. It is impossible for no one to receive the irradiation of a yellow sun or other fixed stars for tens of thousands of years. What is the reason for this group of Kryptonians to give up and become stronger? The reason? Just because they are already at the top of evolution? But even because of this, will all the Kryptonians be destroyed here together? Even if the Academy and the Elders thought so, neither would the rest of the Kryptonians, certainly not. Life is selfish. Even Kryptonians are still selfish. Individuals will not easily end their lives. This is something engraved in their genes. Sean frowned. There must be something wrong here, the Presbyterian and the Academy must know something he doesn't. I've always been unable to figure out this matter, even when he didn't cross, even if he didn't know much about DC Comics, he couldn't figure out why the Kryptonian acted like this. Under normal circumstances, any individual life will not take the initiative to easily give up his own life. Moreover, it is the Presbyterian Church with a long life, a group of races created by the Code of Life, each of them appears to serve Krypton, and it is impossible to violate this principle, because this is the principle engraved in their genes. Unless there is a reason why they have to do this, if Krypton does not die, then all the Kryptonians will die, and a few Kryptonians will survive, and the race can continue. If it is inferred, who is behind all this? The messenger of the ring? Or dark side? Or a more powerful enemy? Standing on the family castle and looking out, there are rocks everywhere, the roar of beast, the gravity of Krypton is much stronger than that of Earth, and the species living on it are also surprisingly large. However, the point is not this, but their family. The name of Sean's life should be called Sean Hare. It belongs to the super Kryptonian in Krypton. It is fundamentally different from ordinary Kryptonians. The body structure is different, and the ability is also different. Even if everyone shines on the red sun on Krypton, the super Kryptonian is still the physical limit of the Kryptonian, not to mention the supernatural power generated by the exposure to the yellow sun. The teleportation and teleportation are only the super Kryptonian able to have. Abel Hale, Sean's chief father in this life, is now the chief guard officer on Krypton. Unlike Zed in the original play, although Zed is a general, if there is no war, he is nothing. In terms of military power, it just means that Zed, who has such a name, was born through this template. Even after Zed rebelled, he was captured by Abel. Kayla Hale, Sean's grandfather, currently a member of the Presbyterian Church. So you can be considered as an opener? It's a pity, I am a Kryptonian born with a scientist as a template. Even if I belong to a super Kryptonian, it is difficult to change my destiny. He himself was a bit dumbfounded, if at other times such an identity would be an ideal second-generation dog identity, but Krypton was about to be destroyed. I don't want to die here. Joe Air should have detected the Earth now, and may have been preparing to plan to get to the Earth. Do you want to take a ride? This is a problem. Joel is the chief scientist on Krypton, but his concept is a bit strange. He even thinks that the code of life will be a continuation of his son. At least this is not what his genes can do. It is very likely that the current Joel has been influenced, causing him to do such a thing. He didn't believe that their Academy of Sciences detected that Krypton was about to be destroyed, unless someone didn't want to say it, or concealed it, so that Joel selfishly wanted to use the code of life to integrate into his son's body. Hey Sean, how are you today? An old man came in from outside the castle and immediately laughed when he saw Sean standing on the castle. This was Sean's cheap father, Abel Hale. Father, everything is fine, why did you come back so early today? Ha ha ha. Sean, my child, you know that no matter how far you are outside, no matter who you are, you always want to go home early? Definitely your grandfather is an exception, Yabi said. His grandfather pouted, obviously this is not what a good memory. If I remember correctly, in my own memory, even now, Yabi, who has become a father, is still scolded by Sean's grandfather from time to time. You said that grandpa, you are not afraid that he will know. Abel shrugged, it's possible, he's not here, and, Sean, you won't betray me, right? Oh, is that right? Grandpa, you heard what Abel said just now. Sean looked behind Abel, looking like Kayla was standing there. Abel turned around quickly, there was no one who didn't know that he was being tricked by his son, but it didn't matter. After his son was born, he had a feeling that his son was different from ordinary people, especially it's Sean who started to grow up, very extraordinary. Kong busy, don't make trouble, how about this as one of our secrets? Abel put his arms around Sean's neck and said in a teasing tone. Well, I heard that there is a kind of beast in the wasteland, and it tastes very good. Abel's heart twitched, okay. I knew you wouldn't let me go just like that, but you can't go out now. You must know that the danger in the wasteland is not something you can deal with. Definitely, my father had a pleasant barbecue with my cheap father. If anyone wanted to ask Superman if he could have barbecue, he could tell him clearly, the taste was not bad, just a little less chilly. It seems that when I arrive on Earth in the future, I have to get some Oriental seasonings. As far as food is concerned, I am more reliable from the East. Moose, is my father gone? Moose said from outside the door, Master, the patriarch has left, and there is still a few things in the capital that he needs to deal with. Moose, the housekeeper of the Hare family, is loyal to the Hare family. He has served as the housekeeper of their family before Kayla has become a member of the Elder Council. Basically, he handles many things in the family. He is very fond of Sean. Is a favorite, is an important member of the family. Okay. I need a break, don't disturb me. Good lord. Outside the door, Moose had already left, and a young man came to guard the door. As for why Sean needs to rest for a while, the ghosts go back to rest, they Kryptonians will not have any problems with their livers for 3 days and 3 nights, even on Krypton. Just because he still has a little secret that can't be known. What? It's definitely not Mion, it's just Mion when the door is crowded, and if it would take 10 or 8, now he's a good second-generation guy. Definitely, he can't do it now, he's only a teenager, and he hasn't even been born yet, the future Superman. Now my biggest gold finger should be a secret that can be traversed. At least I can guarantee that I don't have to destroy Krypton together in the end. However, how to choose should also be carefully considered. Sean sat on the bed and thought with his eyes closed. The start was Wang Zhuang, so he had to be careful. He didn't believe that he would have a second chance to be reborn. Touch the switch? Don't make trouble. The code of life, this thing is very important, and it is an insurmountable hurdle. All Kryptonian genes are recorded in the code of life, and it is precisely because of this in the original play that Zed wants to get the code of life so much. Because, with this thing, as long as the energy is sufficient and the creation chamber is equipped, Kryptonians can be created without limit. Kind of like a gene library, similar to the Human Genome Project that people on Earth are doing right now. The Human Genome Project, a project proposed in 1985, is to determine the nucleotide series consisting of 3 billion base pairs that make up the human chromosome. Just 1% of the tasks determined by our country were not completed until 2001, which shows the difficulty. However, for Kryptonians, it is not so easy to completely analyze the secrets of Kryptonians. Both Kryptonians and Earthlings are considered human-like beings, and they are fundamentally different. After all, Kryptonians can absorb radiation and change their abilities, but Earthlings cannot do this. He once watched a movie called Doom, which mentioned a very interesting thing. Human scientists discovered a species on Mars, which is similar to humans, but the test results are quite different. In addition to the same parts, the remains found above actually have 24 pairs of chromosomes, while humans have only 23 pairs. The extra pair allows him to become super strong, healthy, smart, and even his cell division speed 50 times that of humans. This means that if he is injured, he can heal the wound quickly, and he will hardly get sick. Chapter 2. Interestingly, some of the remains are not abnormal, and only have 23 pairs of chromosomes like normal humans. That is to say, the extra pair of chromosomes appeared later, and there is a technology in biology called bioengineering. To put it bluntly, it is artificial synthesis, but relatively, not everyone is suitable for this technology. Experiments have proved that this thing is similar to the super soldier serum in the Marvel world. Super soldier serum, also referred to as the SSS program, after the captain was injected, he changed from a small bamboo pole to a bodybuilder body, turning the world upside down. Dr. Erskine once said, "Inject this stuff, and the good people will get better, and the bad people will get worse." The same is true for this biological modification project in Doom. In addition to giving people powerful strength and potential, it will also bring unimaginable disasters and lure out the violent genes deep inside. Definitely, these have nothing to do with Kryptonians. If there is a relationship, maybe it only exists on chromosomes. Humans have 23 pairs, superhumans have 24 pairs, and Kryptonians have a full 132 pairs of chromosomes. Even now he belongs to the Kryptonian who is a scientist template, and there are countless science and technology in his mind for him to learn and use, but he has to be very surprised by this discovery. What kind of race can have these? What does this mean? That is infinite potential, and a powerful source of power. Perhaps, that's why the Kryptonians had to be destroyed, too powerful. As long as you keep irradiating fixed star, store energy and leave the rest to time to transform your body, you can keep getting stronger. This is simply a perfect evolutionary species. This kind of cheating race is really. You can win while lying down. Sean patted his butt, got up and went out, and came to his laboratory. Yes, it is the laboratory, the second generation is standard. The way Kryptonians receive knowledge is not individual learning, but installation. All of it is instilled into your brain, and the rest is your personal problem, which is gradually understood and absorbed. Say goodbye to tedious study and practice. As for the intelligence of Kryptonians, when you use any knowledge, you just need to think about it. Basically, you have this knowledge in your brain. Mom doesn't have to worry about my exam anymore. The main thing for me now is to integrate the knowledge in my mind. These things may be the most important weights for me in the future. A race that has been vertical and horizontal for hundreds of thousands of years has accumulated a huge amount of knowledge. Therefore, not everyone can instill all knowledge, but choose to instill it in batches. Even Kryptonians, no one dares to instill all the knowledge accumulated by Kryptonians at one time. If you do, you are not brave, you are stupid. If the knowledge in the normal human brain is converted into text and pictures, it will only be a few hundred KB at most, and better people may have the value of MB, but anyone who can have the value of GB is absolutely elite and belongs to human beings. Treasure. However, if Krypton's knowledge is converted in this way, it may not be able to be loaded with TB file size. Caller stood aside a little surprised. Why is his young master doing these boring experiments today? Didn't you always think of going to the Academy of Sciences in the past? Master, are you? Ah. It's okay, just do some experiments and enrich yourself. By the way, is there anything going on at the Academy of Sciences recently? Caller thought for a moment. There is one thing. I heard that Joel's chief scientific officer has not been to the Academy of Sciences very much recently. I don't know if this counts. Sean raised his head sharply. When did it start? The last week, young master. Is there any problem? Sean shook his head. Carl was puzzled. This is not like his own young master. Although the relationship between the Hale family and the L family is not very good, it does not prevent him from admiring L, the chief scientist of Krypton. However, Sean's heart has been turned upside down. There is only one possibility for Joel to have such a change, and that is that his wife is pregnant, which means that he still has almost 9 months. Krypton is about to explode? I can't wait. Since then, Sean has basically bid farewell to the time of rest and play, immersed in the laboratory, and even received several knowledge installations during the period. Sean's cheap father watched from outside the lab and asked Moose in a muffled voice, "He's been like this lately?" "Yes, sir." Abel nodded. They didn't know why Sean became like this. Although he was a Kryptonian born on the template of a scientist, his family's status on Krypton would not treat him badly, even if he wanted to. You can choose what kind of life you live. Maybe his son likes science. After all, he was born on the model of scientists. Wasn't that Joel like that back then? Otherwise he wouldn't be the chief scientist of Krypton, and it would be nice to have a chief scientist in the Hale family. It is worth mentioning that it is not appropriate to describe him as a scientist template. Maybe civilians are more appropriate. On the contrary, there are military members. Politics, scientific research, workers, logistics, etc. belong to the civilians, and the knowledge instilled different, the direction of effort is different, and the final choice is also different. It's not that it's refined to individuals, it's just that military and civilian families point to different directions, and their preferences are also different. Let him pay attention to rest. There is still something to do in the capital. I will go first. Okay sir, Moose watched Abel leave, and then looked at Sean in the laboratory. He can feel that the young master has really changed a lot, and there must be something he doesn't know about. Even recently, the young master has been asking himself to find the position of the code of life and how to get in. You know, although Krypton does not legally have the death penalty, being confined to the shadow zone is unacceptable. And the code of life is obviously a taboo, not to mention the Hare family. Even if the elders want to move this thing, it is not so easy. My young master, what do you want to do? He couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about these things. He was just a housekeeper. 3 months later, Sean relaxed the progress of absorbing knowledge. Even now, he has instilled knowledge 10 times before and after. You must know that ordinary Kryptonians can only do it 3 or 4 times in their lives, which is enough for them. It has been used for a lifetime, and even in most cases, this knowledge is not used. Moose, can we transform a spaceship? Moose was stunned. Master Sean, what did you say? I mean, build a laboratory on the spaceship, and even have a creation room, blah 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 blah, and even Moose's mouth widened in the back. Don't you want to go out, young master? Can it be done? Moose opened his mouth. Yes, these requirements are not high, our family can do it, but, do you want to inform Mr. Yabe? No, I just think that if I go out to play in the future, I can also conduct scientific experiments on my spacecraft. There is no need to let my father know about these things. He is already busy enough every day. Okay. Seeing Moose leaving, Sean looked at the sky outside. The city at night is not like in the human world. There is a huge amount of protective cover covering the city, which is indescribable depression. Even now, Krypton has stopped rotating. Crisis is always around. All this, people seem to have not found it. They should eat and drink. He couldn't help but feel a chill, and he gasped for air, which was too abnormal. In the evening, Yabe came back after a busy day. He knew what was going on when he saw Moose following behind him, and he must have been kept secret. Looks like you have something to say to me. Yes, father, I think Mr. Moose has already told you. Yabe nodded. Then, tell me what you think. Why do you do this? Well, I want to hear the truth. Sean raised his head and stared at the cheap father in front of him. There are 9 cities on Krypton where all Kryptonians live, and Abe controls one of them, and it is the most important one. Father, you said. If Krypton is destroyed, where is our future? Abel laughed. I heard Moose tell me, my child, that Krypton just stopped rotating. This is not a threat to us Kryptonians. On the contrary, no matter where we go, we can build another Krypton at any time. Come out. Moose also smiled. Obviously, they thought Sean was worried about the crisis brought about by the destruction of Krypton. In fact, it is the same. They have the technology to transform planets and can live in another planet at any time. This is not difficult for them. However, the strange place is here. Okay, so my spaceship? Abby nodded. It can be made, just treat it as a gift from me. Had dinner and was happy. Lying on the bed at night, he couldn't help but sighed. It seemed that even people like Yabi didn't know what was going on. Maybe his grandfather knew something. After all, he belonged to the Presbyterian Church, but why didn't they say it? Unknown. The transformation of the spaceship is in full swing, and the powerful family strength is vividly displayed at this moment. Countless resources have been sent in from all parties, and everything is just for his spaceship. The spaceship is not that big. A small spaceship is tens of meters in length, a large spaceship is hundreds of meters, the flagship is even bigger and longer. Definitely, the corresponding strength is stronger. His spaceship is just a scientific research spaceship, and it is only equipped with some attack methods, such as plasma cannons and laser cannons, which are pure energy attack methods. Speaking of ion cannons, everyone may not understand what this is, but when it comes to space-based weapons, everyone knows what it is, also known as orbital weapons. If the ion cannon is used in the atmosphere, it will cause wear and tear. Generally, this thing is not defined as a weapon used in the atmosphere, but in space combat, this is a common means of attack. It is small in size and has little consumption. It can even automatically collect energy such as free solar energy in space to charge it automatically. Green weapons, if one shot fails, then another shot. There is no other than that, definitely, there is no need, just ask, who else in the universe can handle Kryptonians? That's how confident it is. It's not the same when you use Qing Yang, you can kill dead man with a single scalp. Master, are you sure you want to change it this way? If this is the case, then your spacecraft is really just a research spacecraft. Moose was a little bit sick, and he couldn't complain about his own young master's hobby of scientific research. It's okay, I like it this way. The scientific research spaceship in front of him is equipped with a creation room, that is, a technology cultivation room that produces Kryptonians. It is equipped with some basic production lines, which can satisfy his use and manufacture of general materials, and so on. Only he himself knew that all of this was for the future. Before he has enough strength, he estimates that he will not come to the DC universe again, and he must be a dog to the end. Chapter 3. These things in the Hare family are nothing to the Kryptonians in the whole city. After all, everyone knows that the Hare family has a clan, Funny, who was born with a scientist as a template. According to the stalking of the captain of the Hale family's guard, Kale, Joel's whereabouts have become more and more bizarre recently. He even traveled to and from the creation room several times, but most of the time he stayed in his own castle. What's in the central creation room in the city? Code of life. And the more time he spends at home, the less time he has for Sean. Hey, fortunately, I almost know all of this knowledge, and then I'll leave it to time to settle it down slowly. Joel, don't let me down. Looking at the city, that direction is where the Owl family is located. The Owl family is not a small family in Krypton. There are even people in the Council of Elders, otherwise Joel would not have become the chief scientist. Leading Krypton technology. Suddenly, he became interested. Do you want to go and see? A Kryptonian born naturally over tens of thousands of years? Although he will betray Krypton in the future, this also represents a way for the future, although it is a failure for Krypton. Cal, come out with me. Outside the manor, someone has already prepared 2 birds, yes, they are birds with wings. In the city, many Kryptonians are more willing to travel and play in this unique bird on Krypton. It is said that this is fashion, but he does not understand it anyway. He can't control it, and he has no choice. An adult knows what others will do to you when you are different from others. No matter what happened, the first birds are generally miserable. In the L manor, Joel and his wife Laura were you and me when the alert intelligence in charge of the outside sounded a sound. Laura was a little panicked. Although Krypton said she was pregnant with a child, Krypton did not prohibit such behavior, but after all, it only happened occasionally for tens of thousands of years, so it would be false to say that she was not worried. Joel comforted her, it's okay, I'm here. Sir, Sean Hale is outside the manor, asking to enter, will you let me in? Chiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't have much contact with the Hire family, and the relationship was not very good. How could the young son of the Hire family come to him? Just him. Detected that there is also a Kale Hale following. In other words, there are 2 people, what are they doing? Laura suddenly said, I heard that he was born with a scientist as a template. When Joel heard this, he understood. Could it be that he came to discuss science and technology with himself? Shaking his head, no matter what the intention is, please invite people in first. Outside the manor, the intelligent man in charge of the entire manor opened the door and led the two of them into the manor. Not long after they walked, they saw Joel sitting inside, the so-called ball trader in the future. "Hello Mr. Al, I take the liberty to interrupt. Sean, it's rare to see you, why did you suddenly think of coming to me today?" Joel jokingly said, blinking his eyes quite witty. Sean sneered in his heart, the old rabbit is really good acting. "Hey, why don't you see Mrs. Laura?" "Oh, she's not feeling well today. She's resting. Do you have anything to do with her?" Sean paused, stopped talking about this topic, and looked directly at Joel. "Sean, what's wrong with you? Is there anything difficult? If I can help you, just say so." Joel was extremely enthusiastic, but his expression did not change much. "Mr. Al, where do you think the future of Krypton is?" After saying this, Sean sat down to himself, only Joel stayed for a while, and then sat opposite Sean. The two looked at each other like this, and the divine light in their eyes was looking at each other. Joel found that he or people on Krypton may have misunderstood, this Sean of the Hale family is not easy. "Sean, what are you trying to say?" "It's nothing. According to the history of Krypton, we have always existed in the universe, constantly expanding and migrating. Whenever a planet is used to its limit, we will find another one that is younger and more abundant. Transformation of the planet. Starting to migrate and start a new life, but now that Krypton has stopped rotating, the top management doesn't seem to want to leave at all. Mr. Al, can you tell me why?" Joel's expression did not change, but he was shocked, because he said this to the elders more than once, but the answer he got was to ignore it, everything will be fine. But he is a scientist, and only a scientist, not a politician. He knows best what Krypton will look like. If others don't believe it and don't do it, what can he do? Maybe, the Presbyterian Council and the higher UPS have their own considerations? You say so, Sean. Joel took a sip of water and moistened his lips, as if drinking some water could ease the shock in his heart. "So, why don't the rest of the Kryptonians know about this news? Do you know your duties, Mr. Al?" Joel put down the water glass and was quite displeased. "I think you need to understand, Sean, that I am the chief scientific officer of Krypton, not you. As for the rest, I am just a scientist, not a politician, nor an elder. Yes, if you want an answer, you should probably go out there and not come here to question me. Do you understand?" Sean nodded and stood up straight away. Before leaving, he turned around and said, "Do you think the future of Krypton should be your unborn child? Do you have the qualifications to make such a decision?" After speaking, he left without saying a word. He could feel that this young master of his own family seemed to know something. Krypton? Future? And Joel's unborn child? Haven't heard that Joel and Laura are raising children? Definitely, no one will tell him all this. They're gone. Laura came out and asked Joel sitting there. "Laura, I believe that our children must be the future of Krypton. It can't be wrong. Krypton has no hope, and our children have infinite hope." Laura looked at her bulging belly with motherly eyes. She was also looking forward to the birth of her child, but it didn't seem like a good time. "Everything will be fine, right?" "Definitely, I promise," Joel hugged Laura. It took a long time for Joel to say it, and the two cuddled together. This kid from the Hale family may know something. What do you know? Regarding the matter of Krypton, the elders have always known that if they continue to stay on Krypton, it will only bring destruction, but they just don't want to leave, they are afraid. I don't know what they are afraid of, but I must not let our children continue to live in such an environment. Laura was silent. No Kryptonian would have no feelings for Krypton, but it seemed that there was no way to change all this. Even her husband could only persuade the elders to leave here. What could she do? The Council of Elders was reluctant to leave, and even wanted the entire Krypton to be buried together. He was determined to win the Code of Life, and Clark couldn't talk about the future of Kryptonians. To be honest, even with the Code of Life, Clark is still a weak group. After arriving on the Earth for decades, and being exposed to the yellow sun for so long, he still almost failed to beat Zed, the Krypton who just arrived on the Earth. Star. Mainly because of the template, Zed was born with the template of a warrior, fighting is like engraved in his genes, everything is instinct, and Clark, just passively accepting, or in other words, he has never understood him seriously. Own. To put it bluntly, they are lazy and stupid, and they will not develop their own bodies. What is the difference between this and salted fish? Possessing the treasure that others dream of, but abandoning it like a shoe is originally an extremely SX behavior. What does it mean for him to have the Code of Life? He has infinite possibilities, however, he does nothing. How can such a person be called the future of Krypton? How is it worthy of the Code of Life? Another 2 months later. Master, everything has been loaded, and it is also equipped with the most advanced intelligence. This is the control core of the spacecraft, and the key belongs to the young master. Moose handed over a black ornament, which looked inconspicuous, with a letter similar to H. The abbreviation of Hail represents balance and the air family is S, which represents hope. Using this as a benchmark. In fact, this is the master key of the spacecraft, and it has the authority of his grandfather in it. Kayla is a member of the Council of Elders. Basically, with this authority, you can open all technological items on Krypton, and even command all Kryptonians, provided there is no higher authority than this. It is said that this was a small gift from his cheap grandfather Kayla when he heard that he was remodeling this spaceship, but in his opinion, it was more like a kind of torment. Thank you for your hard work, Moose. How are the other members of the family doing recently? Same as usual. Moose smiled. Kayla had not only one child in Abby, but also 2 younger brothers, and there were many branches, but most of them were in other places, either leading troops or stationed. Today he wore a new dress. This new dress was made by him with great difficulty. As for the power of high-tech products, basically small missiles can't break it. If he illuminates the yellow sun again in the future, it will be even more refreshing if he cooperates with his own biological force field. Why don't Hulk's pants rot? Why doesn't Superman's suit suck? It is because of this thing, the biological force field. The biological force field is intangible and invisible. It does exist. It is the original extension of the living organism. In the martial arts world, this thing is also called the domain. Certainly, some living races use such biological force fields to communicate, but such races exist very rarely, but if there are, then the biological force fields of these races are very powerful, and can evolve all kinds of incredible abilities, such as Zerg, such as the Kiritas and the like. Still, there are differences among the Kiritas, and not all Kiritas are the same. Many Kirita people take the road of technological transformation of people. They follow the model of the hive cluster, which will kill the boss, and the younger brothers will immediately drop the line collectively. Refer to Marvel's Kirita people, refer to Star Wars Zerg. The weather on Krypton is calm. Usually, everyone eats and drinks when they should, as if nothing happened, parties, and various banquets. Is this a carnival before the end? Sean frowned. The whole race was in such an environment, and I heard that Zed had called some subordinates recently. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. Zed is a general, but he has no right to mobilize the army when he is not at war, let alone in the city. There are only his die-hard subordinates, and it seems that the time is almost up. Fortunately, I prepared you in advance, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. With a scientific research spaceship, there is also a way for him to go back. Next, as long as things happen, he can leave Krypton and the DC universe after cutting the Code of Life. I hope nothing goes wrong. Chapter 4. Even worse news reached Sean's ears. Because of the energy problem, the elders used the technology developed by Star Core, and had already used it, Krypton, which was already overwhelmed, so that the time left for Krypton was less than a month at most. The protective cover outside the city is constantly extracting the energy of the Earth's core until it is destroyed. The situation became more and more urgent. Sean was already a little panicked, and started to move supplies to his spaceship, mainly all kinds of materials unique to Krypton or materials and equipment. The whole spaceship was full, and Moose was a little speechless. It's not a research spaceship anymore. Is this a preparation to escape from the famine? Even a piece of technology unique to the Hare family has been moved by Sean. You know, this may be one of the few materials on Krypton. This material can create a kind of material that can make Krypton civilization reach God level. Civilization level technology. No one can say it, and no one will believe it. He once mentioned something vaguely to his cheap grandfather, but he just smiled and said it was okay, but the helplessness in his eyes was deeply betrayed. Took him. Behind all this, there must be an enemy controlling everything. Master, Zed's people have already arrived in the city, and even deployed a few warships. Does he want to betray? Collar scolded angrily. No, Collar, he is saving Krypton. Although the method is not very good, he is proud of his ability to think of this in his brain. Then what should we do? Sean looked up. How was your preparation? Everyone is ready, they are all members of the family. Sean nodded. At this juncture, it is impossible to use people outside the family, there is no insurance, only his own people can do what he wants to do, and even this may be a mission that has no return. Ready. Weapons loaded on the ship. Although Collar was puzzled, he still did it. He felt that his young master might want to deal with Zed. After all, Zed went too far this time, and even transferred the attack ship into the city. A week later. Master, Joel has set off for the Presbyterian Hall, and Zed's army has begun to assemble. Sean stood up. Let's go. The group took the spaceship and left the manor directly. At the moment, Moose in the manor looked at Sean who had left, and smiled with relief. Who is Moose? That's someone from the same era as Kayla, a member of the Presbyterian Church. Can it be simple? A piece of paper in hand that says, when I get back, everything will be paid for, Sean. Hey, it seems that everyone underestimates the young master. Central Administration, Elder Hall. You know what the cost of developing a star core is, why do you want to do it? The time for Krypton is only about a week at most, or even lower. Where is the future of Krypton? Have you ever thought about it? There were a few gorgeously dressed Kryptonians sitting in their hands, each of which was full of wisdom. Joel, the energy on the planet has been used up, what do you want us to do? You give me the code of life, and I can bring hope to Krypton, and this hope is in my hands. How can you guarantee it? Joel heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, there was a loud roar at the door, and even some places burst open. Who is it? Bang bang bang. A few voices came, and the guards outside the Elders' Hall fell down suddenly. There was no scar on his body, but the inside was shattered, and he couldn't die any longer. Krypton doesn't have the death penalty. This kind of thing that kills dead man has not happened on Krypton for a long time. Who dares to do this? Padada, the sound of footsteps approached, and a group of people came out arrogantly from the smoke with guns. The Presbyterian Church no longer exists, Zed said calmly. A member of the Presbyterian Church suddenly looked bad. Who can give such an order? I. Bang! The female officer behind Zed immediately shot and killed the Presbyterian member who had just spoken. How could the rest dare to speak? Even a soldier directly pulled a Presbyterian member to the ground. The scene was messy. It's you people who only know how to eat and beat Dowdu. If it weren't for you, how could Krypton become like this? Joel scolded loudly. Zord, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Didn't you see it? I'm punishing these Kryptonian sinners. If it weren't for their corruption and cowardice, how could Krypton come to this day? Zed put his hand on Joel's shoulder. Joel, you should be with me, we can create a better Krypton, and we can bring hope to the entire race. With what? With a gun? Zed, you personally destroyed the principles that made our entire race strong. After speaking, he stepped back, avoiding Zed's hand. Even if you end all this today, all you can command are scorched earth and corpses, trust me, Joel said, and in fact it is true, Kryptonians, but they have no bones, trying to use violence to rule or subvert the Kryptonian regime will definitely fail. Zed looked disappointed, waved his hand, and someone immediately stepped forward to hold Joel. He couldn't die yet. As the chief scientist of Krypton, there was still a lot he could do in the future. Take him down. Immediately, he looked grimly at the members of the Presbyterian Church in front of him. The Presbyterian Church that used to be high in the past was just like this. If it weren't for this group of people, why would Krypton be here? Zed. Sir is not good. Zed's expression changed, and Fiora beside him asked, General, what's wrong? Joel ran away, and he went to the creation room. The creation chamber? This shit wants to grab the code of life? Quick! The two looked at each other and ran out in a hurry. The Presbyterians are here just for individuals to watch. The code of life is their insurance for so many years in the universe. Can't beat you? The code of life, I blast soldiers. Your technology is better than mine? Code of life, I blast. Are you more than me? Code of life, I blast. Everything must be based on the code of life. Losing this thing, although the Kryptonian civilization is still in the peak race series, it can no longer be called a god-level civilization. The code of life is one of the highest technologies on Krypton. Frankly speaking, no race in the universe can do this, fully analyze its own genes, and transform it to such a level. The Kryptonian race prides itself on this. Outside the Elder Hall, warships are firing everywhere, countless laser weapons are constantly activated, and even the defense system in the city has been opened, and the artillery will automatically attack. It can be seen that the battleships in the sky are divided into two sides, and the other side should be the people of Zed. It was indistinguishable for a while. Maybe the defenders in the city did not expect that these former comrades would suddenly take action on them, and they were attacked. Got caught off guard. In the creation room, Joel broke free from his escort and came directly here, slammed into it, and jumped in. There is a nutrient solution in the creation chamber, which is like water, but contains extremely high energy, enough to satisfy the birth of hundreds of Kryptonians at the same time. Kayla Card, are you sure this is the way? There is still a tense atmosphere in the Elders' Hall. A group of elders are sitting there again. As for the people who just guarded them, they were already tied to the other side. Kayla brows relaxed. Guys, I have never seen someone like Sean, do you know how old he is? But he is acutely aware of the crisis hidden in the ethnic group. Believe me, he can do it. The rest of the Presbyterian Church sighed deeply. How did they not know about the crisis of Krypton, and even they led this crisis, and the plan started tens of thousands of years ago. The helplessness among them, who can know? For Krypton. For Krypton. Kayla took a deep breath, for Krypton. It must be successful, otherwise, Krypton will fall and eventually disappear into this universe. Looking at the light screen in front, it is the scene of the creation room, watching Joel break into the creation room, watching Zed's people waiting outside the creation room, and seeing the Shan organization from a distance people, waiting further away. The members of the Presbyterian Church seem to know everything. Observing all this, it seems that nothing has anything to do with them, it seems that they don't care about anything, but they are extremely worried. No matter who wins, they are the future of Krypton and carry a hope. Joel, you have committed a Class B crime, Please stop now, please stop now. Outside the creation room, as soon as Joel stole the code of life, the defense mechanism on the outside was activated directly. A series of gun barrels were aimed at him, and the intelligence in it would be activated directly if there was a slight change. Boom! A cannonball hit the battery around the creation room. Joel looked over and knew that it was Zed who did it. By the order of the general, Joel, put down the code of life quickly. Remember, this is an order, or I can take last resort. What are the last steps? Naturally, kill him. As long as the code of life is fine, scientists like Joel can spend some time cultivating. For the future of Krypton, there is nothing that cannot be sacrificed. Joel raised his head, with a smile on his lips, and then he fell down the tower and fell quickly. How could the person sitting on the battleship think that he would do this? Has been sitting on a bird flying far away. It turned out that his bird was already waiting below, and it happened to catch Joel, who fell from the air. Damn, hurry up, or the general will tear us apart. The soldiers on the battleship were impatient. The artillery on the battleship seemed to be desperate and shot out at Joel, who was flying in front. In the city, what is the most high-rise? Joel is an old driver, dodging at a low altitude. It is not easy for a battleship at a high altitude to target him, not to mention that the entire city has not yet fallen, there are defenders everywhere, and the battleship is extremely difficult to succeed for a while. Suddenly, a laser cannon shot out from an obscure place and directly hit the flank of Zed's battleship. Joel in flight thought they had given up. Seeing that there were no pursuers behind him, he flew high and went straight to his castle. Maybe he didn't know that there was a gift waiting for him there. In the Presbyterian hall, a group of Presbyterians immediately smiled when they saw this scene. Kayla, this kid looks a lot like you back then. Kayla stroked his beard and smiled, they're all so handsome. No, it's shameless, it's only conspiracy. After living for so long, your mouth is not the same. It hasn't changed at all, and it still smells so bad. The rest of the Presbyterian church couldn't help laughing. They were basically Kryptonians from the same period, who doesn't know what they were like. At the last moment of Krypton, it is really difficult to maintain such a mentality. Chapter 5. Joel tried his life to push the birds under his buttocks, and finally arrived at his family's manor. It's just that the scene here may not be so beautiful now. It can be seen from the surrounding that the defense force of the manor has been lifted. Laura was also arrested by a group of people, and his newborn child was also arrested by other people. A person is in his arms. Sean Hale? What does this kid want to do? Why coerce his wife? Bang! Jump straight from the bird. Sean, what are you trying to do? Do you know the consequences of doing that? Sean teases the baby in his arms, or later Superman. Joel, do you think I'm joking with you? He looked up at Laura and pointed to the baby he was holding. Give you 10 seconds to prepare, and give me the code of life, otherwise, you will all go to Krypton first today. Impossible, When he saw Laura's pleading eyes, he was instantly nervous and panicked. Now he is like meat on a chopping block, and others can do whatever they want. It never occurred to him that Sean would do this. Sean, listen to me, I'm here for Krypton, for the future of our race. Sean waved his hand, you still have 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 2 seconds. Laura was already paralyzed on the ground, her eyes fixed on Joel. He suddenly didn't know how to make a decision, to give or not to give. Kill her, Sean waved, and immediately someone pointed a gun at Laura, who was about to start. Stop, enough, you devil, enough, I'll give it to you, Joel raised his hands. The code of life was right there. He handed Clark to Laura and took the code of life from the guard. It was the first time he had seen this thing. It really looked like a skull. Ancestors? Unknown, this requires him to discover later, and now there are more important things to do. Watching Sean leave, Joel said something, "You ruined the future, you sinner on Krypton." Hat. He glanced coldly, "You should know who the sinner is. Are you really for the future of Krypton? No, no, you're just for your son. Speaking of which, I should probably give you a little gift. You also have to tell him that you must, don't forget me." Dodged to them, grabbed Clark and carved an H on his chest. "Remember, don't let him forget me, I will find him." Leaving directly, Joel can't care about other things. If he doesn't send his son away now, he may not be able to leave. Speaking of which, Clark should thank him in the future. After all, H is the same model as Voldemort. Laura! Laura, hurry up, we have to send the child away first, otherwise there may be no chance. Joel pulled his wife, and Laura stopped crying when she heard this, and the two stumbled all the way. Back at the base in the castle, a small spaceship was ready. Originally, she wanted to remove the H symbol on Carl-L's chest, but it didn't seem to work. Instead, it made Carl cry. "Don't worry about this, a habitable planet has been found, it's time for him to go." Laura cried, "What if he can't get there? He'll die alone in space, I can't do it." Joel sighed, "Hey, this is our only chance." A spaceship left the castle and disappeared into the sky. After reaching space, it distorted the space and opened a shuttle channel to disappear. And at the moment, in the Elder Hall, Zed has been imprisoned here, watching what happened to Sean and Joel. Sean's father Abel is also here. "This is the hope you've prepared?" Zed gasped in disdain. Kayla looked at Zed, "No kid, you're also one of the hopes we've prepared. You think we don't know what you're going to do? You think we don't know the crisis of Krypton? If the elders can't do this, they won't lead Krypton for a long time, child. The world is very big, Krypton stars appear to be strong, but they are actually very weak. Then why don't you give me the code of life? I can bring hope to Krypton, I can." He was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Kayla's eyes sparkled, "Because we have found a better future, a more secure future. Little Sean." "Good." The elder said in a positive tone, "Zod, you privately mobilized soldiers to try to overthrow the regime, and today you are imprisoned in the Phantom Zone. Do you have anything to say?" "Bah! I'll find what you call hope, whether it's that kid from Elle's family or little Sean, they'll all die. Only I can bring hope to Krypton." A group of transparent objects covered him from the bottom to the top, and so did his subordinates. This thing is standard in the Phantom area. People inside can't move or die, but their brains are awake and can clearly perceive the outside world. The thing is, I can't speak, I can't move my body. In other words, they will watch themselves trapped, for a long time, until they die. Ordinary people are locked in a dark and closed room, with no sound and no concept of time. It is extremely difficult for someone to last a day, not to mention that they are often hundreds or thousands of years, enough to drive people crazy. Zed was first pulled into the air, and 3 spaceships pushed them into the Phantom area. It is worth mentioning that there is even a world engine, hee. "So, these are all your arrangements?" Joel muttered. "Joel, have you ever thought that you are the chief scientist of Krypton, but why not take the most fundamental interests of Krypton as a prerequisite? Do you really think that the hope you prepared is the hope of Krypton? No, no, it's just your selfishness. Genetically, no Kryptonian will betray Krypton, but your move as it directly affects the most fundamental interests of Krypton. Joel, what happened to you?" Boom, Joel's head seems to be hammered by someone. "All of these, I think about it for a while. It's really the same thing, I was affected." Laura grabbed his arm, and then slowly came back to her senses and stopped talking. Next, they were the people who waited for death to come, and until Krypton began to shine for the last second. In the Hale family manor, Sean's research spaceship is ready. He glanced at the land with a complicated look, looked up at the sky, and was about to leave. It's not that he doesn't want to take other people away, it's that he has no way of determining whether these people will cause trouble if they leave with him. Those who can affect the entire race of Krypton must be a terrifying enemy, and he cannot take risks. Moose, are you ready? Master, everything is arranged, you can do it anytime. Nodding his head, he entered the scientific research spaceship directly, and there would be artificial intelligence on it to cooperate with him to operate the spaceship. Mr. Sean, I'm Moose, welcome to the science spacecraft. Start, target Krypton outer space. Turning on. Boom, huge amounts of air waves appeared, the scientific research number rose from the ground, disappeared into the manor in the blink of an eye, and appeared in outer space a few seconds later. Under the feet, was the Krypton that stopped spinning in half black and half red under the red Sunday star. Hey, then, just leave. An inexplicable energy enveloped the entire spacecraft. The spacecraft did not turn on the warp engine, but disappeared directly, as if it did not exist. Our young master, it's really not easy. I look forward to your return, Master Sean. Moose looked at the note in his hand, it was really interesting, this kind of childish and interesting means of recording information, maybe only the young master can use it. People all over Krypton were reveling, and countless banquets were going on. People vented their emotions as if they knew they were going to die. Beast birds in groups in the wilderness were running and flying aimlessly. Running and screaming. At the last moment, starting from the poles of Krypton, a red fissure, visible to the naked eye even in space, appeared throughout Krypton. Just like a hard-boiled egg, the shell was cracked by a slap, and cracks appeared, filling the entire planet. Countless people hugged each other, did not cry, did not panic, and looked at everything in front of them calmly. One after another flames and magma spurted out of the ground, and the ground fissures and landslides. Deep in the core of Krypton, it is constantly collapsing, and a powerful energy is gathering in one place. When it gathers enough energy, it is like an inflated balloon, bang. The entire planet shattered into pieces, and huge amounts of energy drove these pieces to fly into the universe. This is the remains of Krypton. At this point, the Kryptonian civilization has come to an end. Sean was in a coma, and after he communicated the power in his mind, an inexplicable force appeared to take him and the spaceship to another realm. It seems that there is no concept of time, and no concept of space and quality. It is impossible to observe this place with the naked eye and thinking alone. Is this a quantum world? I'm afraid it's not just that simple. Over time, he became drowsy, and then fell asleep. In the outer space, the colors are colorful, like a kaleidoscope, surrounded by all kinds of particle-like things that are retreating at a high speed. Definitely, it may also be moving forward. Sean is also able to judge that he is in motion because of this thing. I don't know how many times I fell into a coma and woke up again and opened my eyes. It seems that the scene outside has begun to change. If at first, the space outside gave people a heavy feeling, but now, it seems to be very thin. He didn't know how he felt this way, but as he observed it gradually, he began to feel a little creepy. Through the outside space, I actually saw worlds, some familiar, some unfamiliar, and some places even had a pair of eyes looking at myself when I passed by, looking puzzled. Maybe he wasn't looking at himself, but he had sensed something, which was enough to make him feel terrified. If something happened to him at this time, he couldn't believe what the consequences would be. Although his ability can take him around, it can't specify a place, it should be random. I hope it will be a world suitable for him. It is best not to have any extraordinary power. Chapter 6. Following Mr. Sean's instructions, the spacecraft entered a habitable planet, started stealth, and looked for a suitable landing site. Zitsizi. Collect information on this planet's civilization. Execute wake-up command. A stream of gas slowly appeared from the warehouse wall. It wasn't long before Sean, who was sleeping, slowly woke up. His head was still suffering from severe pain, and he was in a trance. Moose, are we here yet? Moose is the intelligence of this spacecraft, integrating the memory of the housekeeper of the Hale family on Krypton, so it is also called Moose. According to the information set by Mr. in advance, this planet is called Earth. There was a sound, and Sean began to check the information that Moose had collected, and it took a long time to understand which world he had come to. It turned out to be this world, which is interesting. If this world was in a previous life, there should be a lot of people who know about it, and even a world that is sought after. There are many ideas that are very sought after by everyone, and it exists in many novels. Resident Evil, or the world of zombies. Umbrella Corporation, transliterated as Umbrella, but the majority of compatriots prefer to call it Umbrella. The name comes from the company's logo, which looks like an open umbrella. This is an international enterprise, covering high-tech industries such as pharmaceuticals, medical hardware, defense industry, etc., but their real source of interest is unknown high-tech military technology and life engineering, as well as secret industries such as biological weapons, and even secretly hidden many top-secret plans that cannot be made public. It is widely distributed, and basically all walks of life can get involved. Because they are engaged in highly confidential industries, they also have their own security companies, whose strength is slightly inferior to that of some small and medium-sized countries. Definitely, this is only on the surface. Secretly, if Sean remembers correctly, this company has a nuclear bomb. A company has a nuclear bomb. What is the concept? If you want to subvert or destroy a small and medium-sized country, it is easy. It seems that I need an identity. Moose, can you help me do this? Definitely, Mr. Sean. It didn't take long for his identity to be established. From childhood to adulthood, he had everything from education to medical records. It was basically impossible to find out any problems. There is no need to care about identity, anti-harmony. I want to join this company. Do you have any recommendations? Hey, as soon as the voice fell, Moose recommended many methods in front of Sean, basically all of which can be perfectly added to the Umbrella Company. The Resident Evil crisis has not yet erupted, that is to say, the cleaning plan has not yet begun. Then, I still have a chance, the starting point of Krypton, start from this world. He also wanted to know whether the so-called T-virus was of any use to Kryptonians. According to normal logic, they should be able to withstand and absorb more than humans and even develop more suitable abilities. Alice in the original play, but infected with the T-virus as a clone, can perceive and control satellites in low Earth orbit. Even in the Marvel world or the DC world, such abilities are not weak. Low Earth orbit, a distance of about 2,000 kilometers, to be honest, even if it is a trick, this distance is already terrifying. Moose, are you done? Sir, it's all right. Now you're a depressed scientist, definitely, top-notch. Walking out of the spaceship, he didn't want to move in an instant. Vomit. Vomiting, dizziness, weakness, all kinds of negative feelings appeared on him. He quickly took out an injection from his bag and shot it, and it took a long time to recover. It seems to be underestimated, and I almost made a mistake in this matter. After all, he is just a Kryptonian born with a scientist as a template, and even a warrior like Zed can't adapt to the new environment at once. Not to mention, he was fortunate to have prepared the potion in advance. If something like this happened in the city, someone else would have blood drawn. The consequences are unpredictable. After taking a small flight device to the nearest city, go all the way to Raccoon City? Yes, it is the Raccoon City where the accident happened in the future. This city can be considered to be established by the Umbrella Company. More than 80% of the industry in the entire city is in the hands of the company, which is evident, but it is just to hide the underground hive base. Extremely arrogant. The clothes on his body have turned into a decent suit, which is very self-cultivating. With his tall and handsome appearance, he has a high rate of turning around. However, most people do not think highly of people with black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin. Is a common disease. After all, shoot every day, tomorrow will be better, no. In the cafe, I ordered a cup of coffee and sat by the window. There was nothing on the computer in front of me, except that an email was sent. The recipient is Dr. Isaac, the so-called hidden boss of this world. Dr. Isaac, who was working in the Umbrella building, wanted to go to the base to conduct an experiment, but found that he had received an email on his computer. You must know that his computer is no better than an ordinary person's computer. Basically, everything that can come into his computer must be tested by the company's artificial intelligence, and it will appear only after there is no problem. Moreover, it also depends on who it is, it can't be a cat or a dog, especially this email is marked with a red level by the Red Queen, which is interesting. White is normal, green is normal, yellow is urgent, and red is special or critical. It can be marked as red by the Red Queen. It seems that this email is not simple. The name of the email is on the directions and opportunities viruses provide for human evolution. I am not a virologist, or even a science major, I will wait and see. Dr. Isaac was in a bit of interest when he arrived, and it was no wonder that the mail was sent to him. It is mentioned in the article that viruses have the characteristics of genes, replication, and evolution, and occupy a special ecological position. If the cell divides again, will it be possible to break through the Hayflick limit? In addition, in general, human cells can divide 52 times before entering the senescence stage under cell culture. When each cell divides, the telomere DNA will become shorter with each cell classification, shortening the cell lifespan and becoming a lifespan restriction for humans. Key. If at this time, by means of viruses, telomere DNA is increased to stabilize chromosomes, so that cells do not enter the apoptosis period, does that mean that longevity can be achieved? As soon as all living beings are born, the information engraved on their genes tells them that everything is the three major principles of survival, reproduction, and evolution. But it seems that no matter what kind of creature it is, even humans, it just survives and reproduces. As for evolution, it has disappeared in the course of human civilization. What caused all this? The more Dr. Isaac looked at this piece of email, the more excited he became, and there was a trace of panic. He figured out that this person mentioned some ideas in this email, but unfortunately, the key points were not sent. Whether it's true or not, everything is clear when you meet him, and the fact that you can send an email to him shows that this person has good computer skills, just the talent they need. I looked at the sender and checked it through the company's relationship. This check is amazing, and there is such a person. Dr. Sean Hale, graduated from XXX Nema University, with a double doctorate degree in virology and electronic information engineering, made up, but it seems that he is not very lucky, and he has not been able to get any appreciation and opportunities. He even published a lot of papers that are very insightful in his opinion. It seems that such a person is still being stalked, which is a bit incredible. Is there so many talents in this world? Beep. A prompt flashed on Sean's computer, and an email appeared. I opened it and laughed. The original text is: Dear Dr. Sean, I have seen your email, please. The main idea is that you come to my site tomorrow. Let's chat, 10 yuan or 5 yuan is fine, I like you a little bit, do you have any other skills? The fish is hooked. Packed up the computer and found a hotel to live in. Krypton has the knowledge of hundreds of thousands of civilizations, and has accumulated technology calculated in units of 10,000 years. These are enough for him to absorb and use. What he lacks most now is time. Once all the technologies are used, the changes brought about are no less than the creation of gods. The next day, someone was waiting for him at the hotel early. It seems that this Dr. Isaac did not investigate himself. Smile knowingly, what you can see is what I let you see. This feeling of hiding behind is really cool. Hello, is this Dr. Sean? Well, I am, are you? The big man in black was very respectful. Hello, doctor, I was ordered by Dr. Isaac to come here to pick up the doctor to the company. He said that you have a meeting today, and he can't wait to see you. You're welcome, Dr. Isaac, please. Get in the car, close the door, and gallop all the way. He can perceive that there are at least a dozen hidden cameras facing him in the car alone, and the umbrella company really does everything possible. A small logo is on the car, just opposite Sean. If he is not mistaken, there is a camera hidden under the logo, which may be high definition. There may even be a group of people on the opposite side who are studying his expressions, maybe to see how he will react, conduct behavioral analysis, psychological evaluation, etc. After all, if Sean is working under the umbrella, it will not be simple. Positions and contacts will be the core of the company. Doctor, this man doesn't seem to have much to see, no curiosity, no excitement, as if he already knew we were going to find him. Isaac nodded, this is what he wants, a researcher should have these qualities, otherwise, what is the difference with Joker? There is no shortage of ordinary researchers. Every year, countless people want to join their company, but top researchers, especially geniuses like Sean, are eager. Continue to observe, and finally give me a psychological evaluation report on him. Good Dr. Isaac. Chapter 7. Speeding all the way, directly to the company's headquarters in Raccoon City. Take the special elevator to the upper floor. The whole building has more than 100 floors. It is used by the umbrella company. There are countless employees. It is full of sci-fi sense of technological performance. For people in this world, this is already the top technology company. Every technology that goes out from here will be epoch-making or affect the present. It's not that he didn't think about starting a company by himself. With his research ability, he may be able to achieve a high level in a short time, but it is not cost-effective. Umbrella has already taken root in this world. At home, it is cost-effective to engage in your own small actions. Once the cleaning plan is launched, it is easier to have what you want in disguise. Dang dang dang. The secretary knocked on the door, and there was a call to come in, pushed open the door and let him in. The luxurious office, this was his first reaction, the old man, well, that middle-aged man was Dr. Isaac. Seeing him walk in, he kindly got up and walked towards Sean. Nice to meet you, Dr. Sean. Definitely, it's nice to meet you Dr. Isaac too. Stop standing like that, Lisa, please bring us 2 cups of coffee, thank you. After being seated, Isaac opened a computer, and the content on it was the email he sent to Isaac yesterday. Dr. Sean, with all due respect, with your level of research, there is no reason why no one will invest in you? Why not find a company to join in? Just as Lisa brought the coffee, Isaac nodded. Thanks. After seeing Lisa go out, he said it, and secretly admired his acting skills. What do you think of my research, Doctor? Isaac nodded, it's good, there are a lot of ideas in it that are worth trying in my opinion. Unfortunately, others don't feel that way, and many people even say that they can't see the future. He waved his hand, quite helpless. Nice, really want to give a golden man. Isaac understood, that's a pity. Sean nodded, actually, these are not my favorites. In my opinion, these are just some basic ability applications, and what I am best at is bioengineering, and I have already achieved certain results. Isaac was taken aback, can you talk about it? Picking up something and talking it out forcefully, Isaac seemed to have dropped his chin. The idioms such as incredible, unheard of, unprecedented, etc. all came out. Then you are welcome to join, Dr. Sean. Thanks. With 2 hands clasped together, Isaac wants to use Sean's knowledge and insights to complete his series of plans, and maybe even surprise him. And Sean is just thinking about using the chicken to lay the egg. Once the cleaning plan is launched, the connection between the various bases will become difficult. At that time, it is time for him to shoot a gun in the back. After all, even Superman is not invincible when he is born or when he first arrives on Earth. All of these require a process. Even if he still has a scientific research ship, he cannot be 100% sure to clean the world. It is better to be safe. It is good. Sunbathe more, isn't it fragrant? However, there is one thing that Dr. Isaac may need to pay attention to. Isaac froze for a moment. Dr. Sean, please, what kind of thing? If you need support, I think it will be considered carefully. My experiment may consume a lot of experimental materials, Do you know what I mean? It's not clear where Isaac is, but those who study virology or bioengineering are always inseparable from humans in the end. After all, serving humanity is the ultimate purpose and premise of all technology. I don't think Dr. Sean has to worry about this. Our company has very close ties with Bald Eagle and even many countries in the world. They can provide us with a lot of death row and life inmates. You know, definitely, we will also pay a lot of money. I think they will feel honored, for the future of mankind. For the future of mankind. The two looked at each other and smiled. Isaac had the feeling that he had found a similar person. You must know that in the early days, the company was not in charge. If he wanted to carry out a little research, there were always people who objected. And in his opinion, only the paranoid and lunatic are most likely to succeed in scientific research. Obviously, Sean gave him such a feeling. Once the job is done, and a person like him joins the company will allocate the corresponding daily needs, such as houses, cars, etc., and even have its own independent laboratory and assistants to help. It can be said that he is very valued. It's a pity, even so, his office is still in the ground building of the Umbrella, that is to say, he still belongs to their observation period. Yes, it seems that there is nothing, it is impossible to come into contact with the T-virus. The rules of work, as if nothing had happened, studied as usual, but they had nothing to do with his professionalism at all, so much that it had something to do with the application of materials, so that those who were monitoring him thought they were monitoring the wrong object. How is he doing? Seeing that it was Isaac, the surveillance personnel immediately reported back, Dr. Sean doesn't seem to have carried out much research recently, and the project he is now presiding over seems to be about materials. Material? Does this guy have any research on this? Isaac didn't know what to say. Originally, he thought that Sean should surprise him. Why didn't he start the research that should belong to him, but touch these things? Stay tuned. Yes. Isaac walked out of the monitoring room and went straight to Sean's research room, and inside the research room, an experiment was being carried out, a shooting experiment. Isaac waited until the experiments were completed before walking in. To be honest, letting Sean do these experiments was a waste of talent in his opinion, which was not what he wanted. Hey, Dr. Sean, how are you doing? Sean shrugged, as usual, it's not a doctor. When will the materials you promised me arrive? I want to carry out experiments, but I can't do it without materials. Isaac is stunned, is it still my fault? With a smile on his face, definitely, this time I'm here to tell you that the material you need has arrived. Well, that's really great, can we go and have a look? If so, I'd like to start a study right away. Why not? Following an unseen passage, like an elevator, it took a few minutes to open the door after entering. This should be the elevator to the hive, right? This is to bring yourself to the old nest? If he doesn't bring something out this time, I'm afraid it will become someone else's research material, right? Nearly 1,000 meters underground, a huge base appeared in his eyes. You don't seem surprised at all. Sean shook his head seriously. This should be what a research base looks like, I like it very much. Isaac cursed inwardly, this man is definitely a lunatic. He took the person directly to the laboratory, where someone was already waiting. The two prisoners were tied to the experimental bench with hoods on, roaring from time to time. "Dr. Sean, please. Disinfect, change clothes, and take out a small bottle of green liquid." Isaac's heart was hot. "Dr. Sean, what is this?" "Don't worry, Dr. Isaac, you'll know what this thing is in a while, trust me, you'll be surprised," he turned and asked the experimental assistant on the side. "Have the bodies of these two people been measured and recorded?" "Yes, doctor, all the information has been collected." Nodding and taking off the headgear, the two of them were already terrified, but when they saw Sean standing in front of them with a syringe, they couldn't hold back, so they scolded. Sean shook his head. "You scold me now, you won't know how to thank me later, shhh, you'll thank me." Sean's performance is like a crazy person in Isaac's eyes, such a cum, he is more at ease. Crazy people, it is best to control. The green potion was injected into the bodies of the two of them, and all the people in the laboratory walked out, leaving only the two experimental subjects struggling frantically inside. Isaac asked in a deep voice, "Dr. Sean, you'll know the doctor later." At this moment, the expressions of the two people in the laboratory were even more terrifying, and the machine connected to them made a rushing sound and a harsh alarm. "No, their heart rate is out of the normal range, and it's soaring rapidly." The assistant even used the word soaring, which shows how bad the situation of the two people is now. Suddenly, there was a smack sound from inside, as if something shattered, which was indeed the case. Experiment number 2 exploded without moving because he couldn't bear the enormous pressure in his body. The assistant reported expressionlessly, "Experiment number 2 died." Subject No. 1's heart rate continued to rise, but the situation seemed to be gradually stabilizing. "Doctor, do you want to take any measures?" No, just look at it, By the way, doctor, do you have a department to recover this kind of experimental body? I think his body will definitely have the answer I want." Isaac turned to look at him. "What do you mean?" Sean looked at the people in the lab interestingly. "I mean, this person could become very powerful." "Powerful? This is the medicine for strengthening the human body." "Good." Isaac still didn't think much of it in his heart. It's not that no one has studied the research direction of human body strengthening, but since the discovery of the T-virus, these things have become less attractive. However, it seems that Sean's potion really has something to do with it. How powerful can he become? It should be 3 to 4 times, preferably about 5 times, depending on the situation. The people in the laboratory had begun to struggle less violently, and even their heart rate and breathing had begun to become normal. After 10 minutes, the man suddenly sat up. But the people outside were startled, to know that the thing tied to the man was made of high-strength polymer material, and the manpower can break free? Muffled walked to the bulletproof glass and looked at the group of people standing outside. "I remember you made me like this, you say, I should thank you." Sean shrugged and nodded, and Isaac opened his mouth. A loud bang, click. The bulletproof glass between them actually began to crack, and the man was quite surprised, but there was a chattering laughter on his face, and he punched him on top of it, wishing he wanted to eat Sean raw. "Dr. Sean, this really surprised me, is this potion controllable?" Isaac looked at Sean like he was looking at dollars, not to mention his eyes. Sean shook his head, "Not for the time being, a lot of research is still needed." Dr. Isaac doesn't look at this man's explosive strength now, but if he uses strength like this, his body energy won't last long. Isaac nodded, which was reasonable, and turned to the assistant on the side. "Recovered this experimental body. Dr. Sean, I think, we need to talk. This potion was made by him on Krypton. I didn't expect it to be useful so quickly. So far, it's not bad." Chapter 8. The Hive, in Dr. Isaac's office. "Dr. Sean, to be honest, your project surprised me. I didn't expect your research in this area to reach this point. Sean was very calm, and he said, this is just an immature direction, definitely, even in the current situation, it still has a good effect, such as when the soldier in front is injured or needs a strong force to support the task, it still works well. What are the side effects? Irritability, weakness after use, damage to organs. In short, once you use this thing, people will not live long, it can overdraw people's potential and future. Is that possible to improve? Isaac asked eagerly. Sean looked at him and smiled, Dr. Isaac, that's why I'm looking for you. If you give me enough resources and time, I'm sure enough to finish this project, maybe we can finish it by then. A leap for mankind. Everyone can break through the limits of human beings at any time, possess great strength, speed, and even prolong human life. Hey. Isaac's eyes flashed with a fire called desire, longevity. This is a naked temptation. Compared with strength, he may not pursue much, but prolonging life, no one will not like it. Red Queen. I'm in Dr. Isaac. Isaac deliberately called out the Red Queen. In fact, even many employees in the umbrella did not know the existence of the Red Queen. Upgrade Dr. Sean's staff level authority, ATH. The projected Red Queen was slightly surprised, and then disappeared again. It can be seen that this news has caused enough shock to her. After all, even the shareholders of the umbrella and members of the board of directors or management are mostly only level 7 permissions. And Dr. Isaac's authority is level 9, and there are only 2 such authorities in the entire company. There are not many level 8 permissions in the entire company, but there are quite a few level 7 ones. Most of them belong to the company's shareholders and management. Even some of the management are not with level 7 permissions, just like Dr. Isaac's loyalty. Weskier, one of the dog legs, is only level 7, or later. As you wish, you are welcome, Dr. Sean. Thanks. Isaac squinted. Dr. Sean doesn't seem to be surprised by the Red Queen at all. You know, the Red Queen can already be regarded as a major technological breakthrough in the umbrella company, and it is also unique in the entire design. I had some guesses when I emailed Dr. Isaac, but I still think it's amazing to see it with my own eyes. Is this Dr. Isaac's research? Just doing it by hand? Even so, there was a smug smile on his face. Definitely, he is also proud enough. The Red Queen can almost be considered to be out of the category of strong human beings. If she can even create a clone for herself, transfer her own information, and transform from intelligence to life. After all, these technologies are what the umbrella is good at. Whether it is cloning technology or memory infusion and reshaping technology, they are all perfect. After the cleaning plan is launched, the umbrella has cloned countless experimental subjects, relying on these technologies to support. There are dozens of standing cloned genes, including Alice, Isaac, Weskier, and so on. However, it is a bit unrealistic at present. After all, it is unlikely that the human body can withstand all the information of an intelligence. Then, let me take you to have a good understanding of where you will work in the future, and some of the company's projects. Trust me, Dr. Sean, you will not regret it. I hope to, please. This is a T-virus research project. What we see are zombies infected with T-virus, isn't it beautiful? This is our clone project. This is our upcoming hibernation plan. This is the Sky Eye plan. It is absolutely difficult for an ordinary person to imagine that a company can achieve this level. It is a huge expense to have bases in the world alone. Not to mention the hidden bases in various regions. Let's talk about Antarctic bases. This thing is not rich. It can be done, and the foundation of the umbrella can be seen. If they don't make biological weapons and undertake construction projects, they can make a lot of money. Not to mention that there are still many undisclosed technologies under the umbrella, such as virtual reality technology. If this technology is released, it is enough to create a new industry, or even shuffle many old industries. So, when we start the cleaning plan, we have to implement the hibernation plan. Isaac nodded. Yes, after all, the T-virus is changeable, and no one knows what changes will occur when it appears in the outside world. It is uncontrollable. God sent a flood, and finally it will be caused by emerging humans like us. To usher in a new era of civilization. Isaac said this with excitement on his face. For him, this was a pioneering move. I'm afraid I can't do it, Doctor. My experiment needs to be handled by me personally, and now is a critical moment. I can't do without me. Sean looked troubled. Isaac is in trouble. Sean's ability and knowledge are definitely a great treasure, and his project on human evolution medicine is close to success. He doesn't want to die without being used by himself. It's worthless. You have to know that once the T-virus spreads in the air, there will be no place in the world that will be safe, not even our Antarctic base. Sean, we are just sleeping for a while, then everything will be ours. Sean still shook his head. Isaac was helpless. He could only look at it first, and the plan had not yet started anyway. The 8th level authority basically allows him to be free from anyone in the hive base. He can do whatever he wants, use resources at will, and a group of people will attack. I am afraid that there are also people from Isaac among them. After all, he also wants to get the human evolution medicine. It's a pity, even if it is his hands-on hand, it is difficult for anyone to learn. Otherwise, once this technology is in the hands of Dr. Isaac, I am afraid that he will become his experimental material in a blink of an eye. A month later. Zitsizi. A projection suddenly appeared in Isaac's office. It was the Red Queen. What's the matter? Dr. Isaac, Dr. Sean, please come to the lab, urgent. Isaac raised his head. Emergency? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with his research? No, his experiment was successful. Isaac stood up immediately. He paid attention to the experiments that Sean had been doing recently. A potion that could allow an ordinary person to break through the limits of the human body at any time would be an epoch-making product, and it was also crucial to their next plan. Important presence. Deep down, he knew even more that the appearance of this potion would be an important criterion for distinguishing old humans from new humans. After passing the layers of levels, if you don't have the relevant permissions, you can't get here at all. It can be seen that he values Sean and the human evolution medicine. Dr. Isaac, you're here, I think you'll like this. A tube of pale green reagent was in his hand, and Isaac took it and looked at it. This is your work, tell me how beautiful it is, as if looking at a beauty and admiring it. I named it the Human Strengthening Agent R1 type, which can make an ordinary person have the physical fitness of the extreme human being. The short distance running speed will reach 10 m/s, the strength will be around 300 kilograms, and the fluctuation will be 100, depending on the individual. The quality, correspondingly, the ability to withstand will also be about 3 times larger. Data refer to extreme humans. Definitely, some may get more. In addition, you can also have super concentration, memory, ability, and so on. Isaac asked eagerly, are there any side effects? Also, can it prolong human lifespan? These 2 points are key issues, but the latter issue is what he is most concerned about. Side effect? Increased energy demand, the rest have not been found so far, but for extending human lifespan, it is possible, in about 5 years, it can act on human telomere DNA, prolong the state of cell division, and also it prolongs the survival time of cells, thereby achieving the purpose of prolonging lifespan. As soon as these words came out, Isaac jumped up fiercely. Dr. Sean, you are really a genius. Those companies that rejected you in the past are all shit. No, I will definitely let you join the company's management, otherwise how can I be worthy of your dedication to the company? Ha ha ha. Doctor, these are not a problem. The R1 type potion also has the biggest advantage, that is, it can be stacked. Definitely, this can only be stacked 3 times before reaching the limit, and the second time is only the last 130%, the third time is only 20% of the second time, and it can't bear any more. Are there any experimental records? Isaac was going crazy looking at the experimental record in his hand. Sure enough, at the beginning, he thought this person was a lunatic, and it was not wrong to think that he would definitely succeed. This is simply terrifying. The emergence of this product is already a major contribution to human civilization. Who? After the red, this item will be listed as the highest authority. If the authority is not enough, it cannot be accessed. Yes. In the evening, Umbrella executives received a notice that Dr. Isaac was going to hold a general meeting of shareholders. Even requiring all the management to appear, this news even surprised Eliza, who was at home. Alicia is strictly speaking the major shareholder of the Umbrella Company, but now it is under the control of Dr. Isaac. The rest of the people speculated that there was something else that required everyone to be present. The last time this happened was that Isaac was going to launch a cleaning plan. Hey, when the time came, a projection appeared in a huge amount of office, and everyone who connected to the video was amazed. There was a young man sitting next to Dr. Isaac, Asian. To call everyone here today, I think everyone may have guessed. The last time was for the cleaning plan. This time, you will not be disappointed. I propose that Dr. Sean join the company's management and own some equity. These are composed of let's cut it out together. No one spoke, no one refuted. Definitely, and dare not. Although Isaac is just a scientist, his methods are extremely ruthless, and no one will easily express his opinion without knowing the situation. Isaac looked at the faces of the group. I know you are not happy, but trust me, even Ms. Alyssa will not reject my proposal. Alyssa is like an old woman. In fact, she is not that old, but suffers from diseases like muscle atrophy, commonly known as ALS. When she heard Isaac's words, she became interested. What kind of person could make this lunatic Isaac praise so much? Red Queen. Swish, the red rear projection appears. Dr. Sean joined the company 2 months ago. Within a month, he developed a human strengthening agent, named R1 type agent. It has the ability to allow ordinary people to break through the limits of the human body, and has powerful power. The specific data is. And, it also prolongs the lifespan of the human body. What? How did you do that? Alicia coughed, and everyone didn't say a word for a moment. What side effects does it have? Everyone looked at it, and this was what they were concerned about. Such a powerful product could not have no side effects. It was man-made and could not be perfect. None of the test subjects had any abnormal side effects. At this moment, everyone seemed to see their prey, and no one could stop the fiery in their eyes, even Eliza. Like an old fox, Isaac pulled a cold smile from the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Sean was on his side. Chapter 9. Countless test images of experimental subjects appeared in the conference room, and a group of shareholders and management were staring at it. From strength speed to a series of tests, they finally got the answer they wanted. This R1 human strengthening medicine really has no side effects, and it can be taken 3 times in a stack. Hey, each gasping for breath, this thing is exactly what they want. Why are they so obsessed with the T-virus? It's not for the sake of getting some changes brought about by the T-virus. Although the R1 type medicine is not so perfect now, isn't Sean here? As long as he was given time and resources, he would definitely be able to do better. No wonder Isaac, an old dog, would say that he would give Sean the equity. It was indeed worth it. Things like strength and speed are not uncommon for them. Under normal circumstances, even an ordinary person with a little bit of ability has a chance to reach this point as long as he perseveres and exercises scientifically. However, the effect of prolonging life is not something that everyone can do. That's one of the reasons why they like it. The R1 type medicine can even be equipped in their armed divisions, which will play a big role in the plans to be launched in the future. Everyone, what do you think? Isaac looked at everyone with a smile. Alyssa raised her hand directly. I agree, but the R1 type medicine must be used by us first, and even the follow-up medicine, the management should use it first. You are welcome, Dr. Sean. Agree. Agree. All in favor. Sean has entered the management series of the Umbrella Company, although he only has a small share of equity, but it doesn't matter, doesn't it? That's not what he did. It's a win-win. I love this stuff. In fact, as long as you give me enough time, between 2 and 3 years, I may be able to upgrade the R1 type potion again, the type 2 type 3, it may be out soon and everyone met. When everyone wakes up from the hibernation plan, everyone will witness a bright future. Whoa! At this moment, how can these people remain so-called gentlemen? Their eyes are like hyenas, bursting with green light, and they can't wait to eat Sean. This temptation is completely irresistible. Alicia nodded. So, Dr. Sean, what support do you need? I don't think anyone wants to stop you at this moment. Ha ha ha. All the shareholders laughed. In fact, it was true. They wished that Sean would research the rest of the medicines now. I need an independent base for my research, and it needs to be equipped with complete cloning equipment and sufficient energy, materials, and security forces. Isaac nodded. This is normal and necessary. Then what are your requirements for the position? Sean, I love sunbathing. I remember we have a base in Las Vegas. That base can meet Sean's needs. Why don't we give this base to him? What do you think? Agree. Agree. Then the meeting is over. Tsitsizi, the figures disappeared one by one. Isaac looked at Sean with relief. To be honest, he didn't expect Sean to bring him such a big surprise. You're about to have a base that belongs to you, how is it? What's your mood? Isaac teased. Kong busy, this is not my base, but my research base, I hope I can get something. I may need some T-viruses at that time. Isaac puzzled, aren't you going to continue working on R1? Research is just the charm of the T-virus, you know, I think there may be complementary places between them, and there may be places worthy of my attention. Okay. The salary of the umbrella is generally the highest among peers. If you participate in some other projects, the bonus is a big temptation. Who is this person? Have you met? No, but it should be a big guy. You haven't seen the boss talking and laughing with him. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. I don't think you don't know the confidentiality system in the company, do you? Or do you want to challenge it? Hearing that, who dares to be troublesome and challenge the company's confidentiality system? It is said that people who have this idea have been used as experimental materials, and they all know exactly what the experimental materials will end up in. Sean took a group of company security teams and went directly into the deepest part of the hive. This is where the T-virus is stored. In fact, the T-virus is not a rare thing in the hive, otherwise, Spence couldn't have stolen it so easily. However, it is very rare to take out a lot of T-virus stock solution like him. Even the person who manages this place is very surprised. He received this instruction. Today, someone will come here to get the T-virus stock solution, but he didn't expect to get so much. Sorry, although I shouldn't have asked, but are you taking so much stock liquid? Sean turned his head and looked. Is there a problem? With cold words without the slightest emotion, how could that person dare to talk too much? No, definitely not. The team is filling the stock solution. In a situation like him that needs to be transferred to another base, a suitable container is needed, so the time will not be too fast. Hey? Isn't this Alice? I happened to see a group of people standing outside, and there was a future. Aguo's body appeared to the A-woman. Yes, Alice is the security director of the hive, and it is normal to be here. I heard you're the head of security here. Alice nodded, yes sir, how can I help you? No, no, continue your mission. When she came, she had already found out Sean's information. She thought it was just the chief officer of the base, but she didn't expect to have level 8 authority. You must know that she was responsible for the security of the Hive base, and it was only level 5. This is definitely a big guy. Sir, is there any problem? The captain who followed Sean asked, looking at Alice with a bad eye. No. Shaking his head and urging to pack things quickly, it is not easy to transport these T-viruses to Las Vegas, and they need to be transformed there. Definitely this is what he asked for. He said he wanted to be able to enjoy the sunshine even in the underground base. This is not too simple for the construction department within the company. Although they don't quite understand why there is such a requirement, that is, to hit a pipe and refract sunlight into it. It is more troublesome to dig a huge amount of flight equipment entrance. At this point, he just wants to bring his scientific research spaceship here. When the time comes, he will cultivate Kryptonians in the spaceship, and cultivate them little by little, so as to have a guarantee in this world. The Alice I saw just now should be the first generation Alice. The first generation and the second generation should be the best experimental subjects, and the rest seem to be not doing much better. Although the first generation did not have the integrate T-virus, it also showed a good ability, and the second generation directly awakening the ability psychokinesis. At that time, he may be able to catch one and see what secrets this person is hiding. With a population of more than 7 billion in the world, he does not believe that only one person can perfectly integrate the T-virus. From a scientific point of view, nothing can be an exception, especially for a population. Unless you are not of this species. There must be some kind of special condition. As long as this condition is found, he can clone a legion at any time. Definitely, it is still a little bit more popular from Krypton, mainly to prepare for his integrate T-virus, so that no mistakes can be made. Dabby eye on the ground on the outskirts of Raccoon City. A pair of hands were gently wrapped around Alice's waist and slowly rubbed. I heard that a big guy came to the Hive today? Or is it something you've never seen before? Alice is quite helpless, her fake boyfriend, or a friend, is a bit clingy. Well, there is such a person. I was startled when I first received the order. Spence let go of his hand and asked in surprise, what? What else would you be scared of? Definitely, you know, your authority level is level 3, mine is level 5, and that person's authority level is actually level 8, which is a level of authority that many managements do not have. No way? Why is such a person here? There is nothing here worthy of his coming. T-virus. The light in Spence's eyes flickered vaguely when he heard the word, and then recovered. Is this thing really that good? The company said that once this thing is developed, it claims to allow humans to evolve and end all diseases. You don't know that people outside are hyping this up to a sky-high price. Who knows? We are not researchers, but recently I heard that a lot of people have disappeared in Raccoon City, and the world is becoming more and more unstable. Spence teased, how about we change the city and live in a big house in the future? Alice, this house is not big. No, I'm talking about the house that belongs to us. Here, it is the property of the company. Are you making a confession? Alice kept smiling and left Spence to take a shower. Spence smelled the lingering fragrance in his hand, who knew that this thing was really so valuable outside. Someone has contacted him recently. As long as he can take the T-virus out, he will get a sum of money that will never be spent in his life. And, don't worry about retaliation from the Umbrella. Why dare to say that? Because the person who found him was a bald eagle. No matter how big a company you are no bigger than a country. To be honest, he has already been tempted. I hope you don't let me down. He sighed slowly. Smoking, a cigarette afterward, stuffed the living fairy. Alice drew circles with her hands, why do you think so many people have the idea of fighting the T-virus? A lot of people have been caught recently, and there are some so-called environmentalists inside, whose heads may have been eaten by donkeys. What does the T-virus have to do with them? Do you really believe these people are environmentalists? Alice propped up her upper body, Maybe. What do you mean? Spence pressed the butt of the cigarette. It's all driven by interests. The T-virus was discovered by Umbrella. It has infinite potential. Others definitely want to get it. The means, who cares? Chapter 10. Recently Umbrella has joined a new shareholder, which should be a very important person. According to the information provided by our people inside Umbrella, some of Umbrella's personnel have been injected with a type of R1 potion can give people powerful strength, speed, physique, etc. What do you think? Sir, we have checked this person, but it seems to be very clean. The middle-aged man in a suit sitting above slammed the table. Clean? But it seems. This is the answer I want? Do you know what the president said about me? He said Congress gave us so much money every year, and we all went to the ballroom to watch pole dancing. God, who knows what pole dancing is? Check it all out for me. I must know what the R1 medicine is. If you grab it, you must grab it from me. If the information is true, it would be too dangerous to put such a thing in a company. Yes. Yes. This is Fib, he is the head of Fib, but every time he is scolded as shit by that cerebral palsy president. Sheet, what you get is the best. Looking at the green injection in his hand, this is the R1 type medicine he said just now. As for why he has it, it is not simple. It must have been sent by Umbrella. Perhaps the injection in his hand is not the only one among the Bald Eagle government officials. What does this company want to do? He didn't want to go to death. How could he be an idiot who could sit in his position? Maybe he would die if he sent this injection out? Hey, no wonder that idiot tweeting president wants this stuff, the power, that's at your fingertips. This kind of feeling is really wonderful, it's like I'm back when I was young. I heard that this thing can prolong life? Doctor, here we are. Hearing that, Sean looked down, and he could see everything at a glance. Drawing Vegas, it can be said that it is very suitable for Sean's needs. It is located on the edge of the desert, with a lot of sunshine all year round, and the base is far away from the city. The base's water is drawn from a long distance. Once the biochemical crisis breaks out, this base may be the safest place besides the Antarctic base. As soon as he got off the plane, the hot breath rushed towards his face, but he couldn't feel the heat at all. Standing under the sun, it was like soaking in hot spring water, warm and comfortable. The universe loves Kryptonians too much, and, for Kryptonians, the yellow sun is the key to unlocking the first evolution. Get started. Yes. The group began to move the supplies into the base, through a special entrance and exit. This is a lift platform set up in a small house. It is so huge that it can even lower the helicopter, and this is only a small entrance and exit. The larger entrance and exit had just been completed recently, and the distance of tens of meters was enough for him to get the scientific research spacecraft to this place. Can the sun still shine on the ground? The assistant immediately replied, Yes, doctor, the company's construction team has been able to bring in the sunlight from the ground according to the needs of the doctor. What about security? The security force at Las Vegas base is similar to other bases, but the number of security guards will be relatively small, and this is in the desert, and the surrounding area has been bought by the company. Under normal circumstances, no one will come here. Sean nodded, Yes, what about the supplies? Materials have been put into storage in full, and 100% of the resources of the entire base have been accumulated. What about the researchers? The assistant was a little confused. The order from the company is that the doctor refused too many scientific researchers to enter the Las Vegas base. Well, I really asked, okay, let's go down too. In addition, notify all security personnel to inject R1 type medicine, I don't want to be disturbed. Okay doctor, I will notify Baiho to deal with it. White Queen. Shan was stunned for a moment, almost forgot about this thing. The White Queen is also an artificial intelligence. It should be said that it is a strong artificial intelligence, but it is not comparable to the Red Queen in the hive, and the Red Queen can almost be regarded as an intelligent life. It has its own logic, but no matter how smart she is still just an intelligent AI set up by human beings, but she can't ignore it. What if she hinders herself in the future? Welcome, Dr. Shan, I have been instructed that the drawing Vega space will be dominated by the doctor in the future. The projection of Queen Bai's body appeared in front of Shan. Working. By the way, is the newly completed sub-base equipped with monitoring equipment? Yes doctor, according to the company's security system. The sub-base, which is a newly dug up space, can pass through this base, and this is where Shan intends to cultivate Kryptonians in the future. Nodding to show that he knew, he went straight back to his office. White Queen. I'm at Dr. Shan. Open your core code to me. Query permissions. Shan Hale, Level 8 clearance, meets the requirements. Opening the core code. A series of core codes appeared in front of Shan. The computer on the desktop was connected to the white server, and began to be modified. Countless codes flashed from the computer screen and began to write and overwrite. After white, restart immediately. ZI. The light disappeared, and after 3 seconds, it automatically started again, and the figure of the White Queen reappeared. Dr. Shan. Reset the permission level, hide me as the highest level permission, and the rest remain unchanged. If anyone wants to know information about the base, they must notify me first. Command right. As a result, the entire base, except for the people, will be completely controlled by him. Show me this base. It doesn't matter at first glance, it is true that Umbrella's construction team is too strong. This technology of digging a base at a distance of 1000 meters underground may not be so perfect even in the previous life of 0202. Independent energy and power supply system, independent water purification system, unique air purification system, etc., each of which is the embodiment of technology, financial resources, and so on. The scene where the security team injected the R1 injection was very spectacular. There are at least 200 security forces in the entire base. After all the injections, even a medium-sized war may be won, not to mention here. There are countless weapons, armed helicopters, explosion-proof infantry vehicles, and more. Wealthy. Andre, how are you? When Andre heard that it was Shan, he immediately respected it. People like them are basically retired soldiers, and they are the most persistent in the pursuit of strength. All of this was developed by the person in front of him. Doctor, everything is normal, just what? Andre glanced behind him vaguely, and said in a low voice, it's just that Mr. Kyle seems to have a problem with using so many R1 injections. Kyle? Oh, he remembered, this guy was arranged by someone else, and he was considered a middle management. The R1 type medicament has not been fully opened. Basically, except for the high-level management of the company, other bases have not received this injection. It is even more impossible for all security personnel like Las Vegas to be injected. After all, he is the only one who can make this injection now. Well, have you told him that this is my arrangement? Andre nodded, and the urn said, I said it, but he said that these are the property of the company and can't just be wasted on us security personnel. Shan nodded, that's true. Well, you take Kyle to the laboratory, I personally inject him, I don't think he will mind. Andre was stunned, Doctor, which laboratory do you want to take? Isolation lab, you're doing something, you just want to hang out with me, so come here. Isolation lab? There was a smile on Andrei's mouth, and then he was secretly shocked. This Dr. Sean didn't look at people and animals as harmless, but he was a master who killed people in the blink of an eye. What does an isolation lab do? Anyone who has stayed in Umbrella knows that it is only used to study transmissible scientific experiments, and the most transmissible thing in the entire Umbrella is the T-virus. He doesn't believe that injecting an R1 drug requires an isolation laboratory. Brothers, come and live. Order. A team rushed to the place where Kyle stayed, especially Andrei, who saw that Kyle was unhappy for a long time. Resist? Unless you don't want to hang out in Umbrella, it will turn you into experimental material in minutes. Bang! A loud noise. Kyle had just finished reporting with another senior executive in the company, and he was in a good mood, but this loud noise shocked him, and the fire started from his heart. Andrei, what do you want to do? Do you want to die? Mr. Kyle, doctor please. Before he could speak, a group of people had already come up to tie him up and escorted him away. The future of this person was already determined, but there was nothing to keep. No, Andrei, where are you taking me? Do you want to betray the company? Do you know what the consequences are? Kyle looked at the direction and began to panic. The corner of Andrei's mouth smiled even more. Mr. Kyle, the order I received was to send you there. As for what to do, this is not something I can know. Definitely, I wish you good luck. Fake, you will definitely regret it. I am a senior executive of the company, you can't treat me like this. No one paid attention to him. A few minutes later, in the isolation laboratory, Kyle had been fixed on the experimental bench. Here, there was a special machine for injection, which did not require manpower. Doctor, what are you doing? This potion is not an R1 potion. What are you trying to do? Sean and Andrei are standing outside the isolation window, through the radio microphone. Director Kyle, this is an R2 potion, I think you'll like it. Kyle turned his head and looked at the injection on the side. He didn't understand what it was. The R1 type medicine was green, and where did the R2 type medicine come from? This is a blue potion, and in Umbrella, there is only one blue potion, and that is the famous T-virus. No, you can't do this, I have level 6 authority, you will be punished if you kill me. I'm afraid you don't know Mr. Kyle, I have level 8 authority, it's still very easy to deal with you. He struggled frantically, and the cold medicine was directly pushed into his body by the machine. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 2 to 4 hours to be infected with the T-virus, depending on the individual's physical fitness. However, Kyle is injected directly into the carotid artery, and this time will be greatly shortened. He turned his head and glanced at Andrei. For the record, Mr. Kyle voluntarily contracted the T-virus for the future of the company, and it became a material. Yes. Andrei and the rest of the company watched Sean leave respectfully. From now on, no one will underestimate this young doctor. After all, the lessons from the past are just around the corner. Chapter 11. Amen, Mr. Kyle is great, he is the first T-virus volunteer at the Las Vegas base. Andrei sneered, collected into a dedicated isolated material area. Good sir. These things will naturally be handled by special experimental assistants. Security does not have this ability. If you accidentally get infected, you will be playing an egg. Drawing Vegas is like being outside of Umbrella. The entire base is slowly working under the influence of Sean. Basically, the entire base has been injected with R1 type human strengthening agents. Even if it is a researcher, I am afraid that even if it is a regular army, it will be difficult to break through such a force. Queen Bee reported from time to time that Isaac received information about the base from her, but unfortunately, all he could know was what Sean was willing to let him know. Sean, are you really not doing the hibernation plan? Isaac came to Sean at the last minute, and if something happened to him in the cleaning plan, it would definitely be a big loss. No need, Doctor, I'm safe here. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, he stopped reluctantly. The company's plan has been launched. Most of the company's management has entered the hibernation plan, and the cloning plan has also been launched. I will also freeze. In the future, the company's affairs will be handled by Weskier, but he does not have your authority here. In other words, the drawing Vegas base has been hidden. Isaac gets excited every time he thinks of what he has done. He imitates God and brings a new flood to mankind. Who can do it? Only him. Sean is silent. Arrogant people are often killed by their own ego. When you wake up, a new era will unfold in your hands, Doctor. Isaac was excited. Definitely, Sean, this is the new era we're going to start. Cold-eyed, even if this dog had a hibernation plan, the location did not tell him. According to the plot in the original play, it was refrigerated under the hive base, but this is reality, and it is uncertain whether it will change. 2002, March 15th. The cleaning plan was launched as scheduled. Before, the top officials of the Umbrella and the top government departments connected with the Umbrella all entered the underground fortress to carry out a hibernation plan to avoid the T-virus. And the clone project has already been launched. Countless clones have been instilled with the memories of their own bodies, walked out of Umbrella's base, and performed their respective duties, as if nothing had happened, and no one had discovered that in the past the people around me are a little different. Raccoon City, Suburban. Alice, as always, Umbrella's base is normally kept secret, and it is impossible for even the government to know, and she does not have much work. It was herself, who was recently persuaded by others to enter the hive to steal the T-virus through her internal security level and password, as evidence to bring down Umbrella. At that time, this will be strong evidence that Umbrella conducted illegal human experiments. The agency that contacted her has given a promise: as long as she can bring these things out, everything is not a problem. How would poor Alice know how much a T-virus could sell for on the black market? Spence was in a hurry today and entered the area that he could not enter in the past. Originally, according to his authority level, he could not enter here, but today he has a very clear purpose and uses Alice's authority. The password was successfully opened, and they went directly to the place where the T-virus reagent was stored, packed it in a bag and took it out. Before leaving, don't forget to destroy one. The crisis starts from here. After the blue reagent was broken, the liquid inside quickly volatilized, entered the air circulation system from the ventilation and exhaust pipe, and then spread to the entire beehive. Drop, drop, drop. In the honeycomb camera, red dots began to appear, and they quickly found the abnormality in the storage room. The whole base sounded an alarm, and the keen Red Queen still found the abnormality here, and the instructions written in her core code were instantaneous. Start up. What happened? The man working in the lab asked if an alert like this on the base was a good thing, and he had never seen such an alert since he joined the company. Even if it is a fire drill, it will be informed in advance. I don't know, maybe it's a fire alarm or something. It'll be fine in a while, should. Nobody knows what happened. Shit. The sprinklers next to the overhead alarm began to sprinkle water all over the place, like water in the laboratory below. Damn, hurry up, cover the computer, and our test equipment, a female researcher scolded. Don't yell, I'm doing it, what the hell is going on? The black man's face began to look ugly, as if he had thought of something. He quickly ran to the door to enter the password, but unfortunately, the annoying sound of opening the door did not appear in the past, and there was no response at all, which means that they could not open the door. What's wrong? The female researcher yelled. Can't open the door. This is the time to care about this? If something goes wrong with these research equipment, our efforts over the past few months will be in vain. The black man kicked the door fiercely before turning around and cursing, Aha! Research equipment? If we can't get out, we'll all die here. What's the meaning? It means it's sealed here. Do you want to drown in this water? What? Everyone is not calm. At this time, they don't care about the experimental equipment. They all rushed to the door to enter the password. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it. They looked for hard objects and hit the glass windows. The water on the overhead sprinklers is sprinkling faster and faster, and the space in the research room is about to be flooded, and they can only scream incompetently. This situation is not unique in the entire base. Most of the research laboratories in the Umbrella base are independent, which has caused such a situation. The Red Queen activated the emergency mechanism, and the people in the entire base now do not have enough authority to open the door, and all that awaits them is death. All the doors were closed, no matter where they were. The activated base defense mechanism stunned everyone to the ground, followed by the emergence of toxic gas, and unknowingly dying in a coma. This may be a problem for them, good thing. However, it also made Spence's actions flawed. According to his plan, he should be able to take the underground tram to the ground by now. Unfortunately, with the activation of the defense mechanism, he could only obediently be stunned on the tram. The trial plan is launched. Start awakening the action team. The instructions in the Red Queen's computer room were stimulated, and the Umbrella operation team at another base accepted this mission. Maybe this was just a normal mission for them. Unfortunately, no one told them what to expect in this journey. The experimental body has been activated, and the observation plan has been opened. These are all among countless plans. An exit on the Hive base, which is guarded by Alice and Spence, and now there is only Alice here, who is dazed in the shower by the smoke in the defense mechanism, and has just woken up. Where is this place? How can I feel familiar? Also, why are you so flat? Alice couldn't understand, maybe this was her home. But why can't you remember anything? Looking at the arrangement in these rooms, the sense of familiarity was even stronger. She pulled out a drawer and was full of weapons. To be honest, when she saw these things, she was a little scared. What are you doing? A person suddenly appeared in the darkness, reached into her waist and pulled her into the villa. No, who are you? Let go of me. Constantly struggling, everyone would be startled. Don't get excited, I'm a policeman, I'm here to investigate. Before Matt finished speaking, a foreign object broke into the window near the two of them, and a round object fell on the ground. Matt froze for a moment, shocked. Bang! A muffled sound. The two of them squatted on the ground holding their heads together. Although this shock bomb was small, its power was not weak at all. Clap clap clap! Dang! The sound of broken windows kept coming, and there were faint footsteps. Matt frowned, forcibly opened his eyes to look at the situation in front of him, but this time, he was a little panicked. Others didn't know his identity, how could he not know it himself? Umbrella's squad? Check his identity and why he is here. The leading armed man walked to Alice's side and directly lifted her whole body against the wall. Please report. Seeing that Alice was sluggish and unresponsive, she frowned and said it again. Report to me what's going on here, soldier. Captain, the defense mechanism in the base has been activated, and they may still have side effects, the team member on the other side with the combat computer said. This situation is possible, and the captain no longer cares about Alice and Matt. Captain, I can't find out the identity of this person. Are you going to kill him? Ren held a gun at Matt, in a cold tone, and didn't care what the life or death of this person had to do with her. Wait, I'm new to the local police station, maybe they haven't had time to set up a file for me, Ma said aloud with his hands up. The captain nodded slightly. The local police station is short of manpower, which is possible. Just kidding, how did you appear here as a policeman? Boss, how to deal with it? Looking at Ren, as long as the captain spoke, she didn't mind giving this person a bullet. Take them all down. Alice was stunned for a while, looking at these people who suddenly appeared, fully armed, even the person who arrested her just now, how could a police officer appear in her home, even if her home looked a little weird? Wait, what's the defense mechanism you mentioned just now? The defense mechanism is a defense method that comes with the hive. It is managed by the Central Intelligence. It is a kind of smoke. Definitely, if you inhale the smoke, the human body will enter a state of amnesia for a period of time. How long? Depending on the individual's physique, it may be a few hours or a few days, or it may be a few weeks. The person in charge of Umbrella Raccoon City has now surrounded the entire Raccoon City, and has even built defensive facilities and walls. Advertise, Umbrella Construction Department, Cow Star. In a short time, they have already built a huge building complex in a city center, the entire defensive wall surrounding the city, although this is also a part of the experimental plan. Has all the arrangements been activated? Kane asked. Sir, it's all activated. Then let's see how the quality of the experimental subjects is. In front of him is the whereabouts of Alice and her group, which are being broadcast live. Chapter 12. In the Las Vegas base, Sean watched the entire catastrophe. This is a major purge initiated by humans themselves, not an accident. Such behavior is unimaginable for him. Under normal circumstances, any individual or whole life will not produce self-destruction behavior. For example, personal self-destruction. It is actually extremely difficult to convince oneself to terminate itself, because the three principles of survival, reproduction, and evolution are engraved in the genes of life itself. This is instinct. These norms have nothing to do with personal character, perseverance, etc., but they affect everyone all the time. Not to mention this whole racial cleansing plan, Isaac has violated the will of his own race to survive. The war has brought destruction, but there is still hope. Isaac is pushing the entire human civilization to the abyss, but for selfishness. What he cared more about was another thing, the antidote to the T-virus, which obviously existed, but Isaac didn't tell him. No one will believe this old dog, and he must guard against it in the end. Prepare a group of action players, we need to pick up some materials. André. Yes, Doctor. Looking at the hive scene like hell on earth, he was very fortunate that he had grabbed the opportunity to come to the Las Vegas base with Sean. Not only could he get the R1 potion, which is precious even in Umbrella, but also danger of staying away. A team, fully armed, set off from this base, and this action was not noted in the Red Queen, that is to say, others will not know about their action this time. Doctor, the virus in the hive base has now fully erupted. Maybe Raccoon City is no longer safe. Do you want to take some defensive measures? André was a little worried. After all, a careless thing would cost dead man. No, let's not go into Raccoon City and wait outside the Akuri Mountains. A group of gunships whizzed through the sky. When we got there, it was already night. Get ready, we may need to take some things with us when we go back. Good doctor. In Raccoon City, Alice and her party had already come to the ground from the base, but unfortunately, the protective umbrella could not spare them these experimental subjects. Anyone who comes out of the hive may be infected with the T-virus, whether it is in the incubation period or something abnormal in their body, it is the perfect experimental material for Umbrella. Matt had already begun to get sick, and the wound on his left arm began to grow some granulation, as if something had sprouted from the inside. As soon as the two came out, they were taken away by the researchers waiting outside. Matt was transformed into a tracker, and Alice was directly injected with the T-virus. A plan about the nemesis was launched between these two people. Dr. Kane thought that these were the two directions of studying the T-virus. Now the main thing is to see who is more perfect. Doctor, do we want to go in? Sean shook his head. No need, just wait here, they will come here. After that, it was night time. Doctor, they have already launched a cleaning plan for Raccoon City. We may have an energy wave effect here. Do you want to avoid it? André, don't worry. They were on the back of the mountain, and what hit Raccoon City was a precise strategic nuclear bomb, about 5,000 TNT equivalents, and it wouldn't do any damage here. Definitely, there would still be some bumps. Prepare. Andrei looked at the sight in the sky and shouted, and everyone began to prepare for the upcoming shockwave. Sir, there is a situation. Suddenly, a soldier in charge of aerial reconnaissance spoke up, and Andrei rushed over immediately. What's the situation? What's going on? Sir, a helicopter flew from the direction of Raccoon City. It should be the company's aircraft. Andrei's eyebrows twitched. Is this why the doctor is waiting here? Whatever it is, this situation needs to be handled by him. Doctor, there is a company helicopter with shockwave, but looking at the situation, they may crash in a valley of a dozen meters. Andrei is even more suspicious. This is all arranged by the doctor. This place is too close to the place where the plane crashed. How could this be done? Andrei, get ready, our guests are coming. With a big wave of Andrei's hand, a group of people ran towards the valley not far away. Helicopters that were smoking thick smoke and landing irregularly could already be seen in the sky. They swooped down towards the ground, and their fate might not be very good. Fortunately, this place is a mountain forest, and there are many trees under the ground to withstand the impact, which offset a lot of impact. Quick, get out, the plane is about to catch fire, a black man in the plane said loudly. Help me, Carlos took Alice's hand and dragged her out with difficulty. Followed by a child, a tall and slender woman, it should be Valentine, her full name is Jill Valentine, she is a special police force of Raccoon City, Stars and Alpha Squad. She is agile, but she loves to cause trouble. Is being demoted. Sorry, if it wasn't to save me, she wouldn't be like this. Anji's face was full of guilt. Just now on the plane because of the nuclear bomb shockwave, a tube on the plane was blown away. It was originally aimed at her. But Alice blocked her, and her abdomen was punctured, and now there is no sign of life. Jill rubbed Anja's little head. This matter. I can't blame her. Perhaps, this is the best way to die. Wait. Suddenly, Jill's arms were raised. Carlos was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? The others quickly picked up the guns in their hands and started to be on guard. Too quiet. Black Ija is a little speechless. Isn't this big sister too sensitive? Maybe it's just that we just landed a little louder, maybe someone else's bird is sleeping. No, there must be something more terrifying here. Jill had loaded his pistol and looked at the surrounding trees vigilantly. Anji suddenly pulled the corner of her clothes, turned her head to look, and indicated what was wrong. Anji pointed to the front of them. A group of soldiers wearing protective umbrella logo combat uniforms and holding firearms were holding guns at them. Immediately afterwards, a group of people began to appear densely around, all of them were umbrella people. Anji's face was frustrated. Shit, this time it can't be escaped, let's switch to another. Don't move, they don't seem to be the same, Carlos said. This group of people is very different from the umbrella security personnel or attendance personnel he has seen. Although the combat uniforms are similar, there is still a difference if you look closely. Hey, who are you? What do you want to do? Carlos yelled. Andrei, the leader, took a few glances and saw that all the people the doctor wanted were there. With a wave of his hand, a group of people directly unloaded all their firearms before making a way out. Blah 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 blah. The sound of footsteps came from the outside, and the people inside didn't know where they were. Maybe this person was the one who decided whether they were dead or alive. Is this Alice? Sean crouched beside a corpse on the ground. What do you want to do? Jill shouted when he saw Sean's behavior. If Carlos hadn't hugged her, he might have rushed up. Don't worry, I don't want to hurt you. As for who I am, maybe Alice will tell you later. What do you mean? Alice is already dead. Sean shook his head. Alice? No, no, she won't die, take some samples back, and then. Looking at Anja in a blink of an eye, this girl can keep the T-virus in her body to maintain a balance to maintain her disease, which may also be useful, and this Carlos. At the hive base, the female player Ren was bitten and infected for a shorter time than Carlos, but it was still useless after the injection of the virus serum, but Carlos could hold on to no lesions, and perhaps his blood would also be useful. Take this little girl and Carlos back, and let the rest go. No, you can't do this, she's just a child, how could Jill remain calm? If the little child and G falls under the umbrella of the protective umbrella, how can it be good? Soldier, are you teaching me what to do? Andrei knocked Jill away with one elbow. It's a pity that she is a master who doesn't care about fragrance and jade. She didn't even look at it. If it wasn't for the doctor's mood that she didn't want to kill, how could she have such a chance to speak? Madness. Look at Carlos, people are very quiet, there are at least dozens of guns pointing at them, let alone people who have been injected with R1 type medicine. Have the samples been collected? The assistant in the white coat nodded, Doctor, we have collected enough samples, but why don't we take them all back? A little bit of the sample is enough, and we can clone them out. Carlos narrowed his eyes, you mean you want to clone Alice? Umbrella's people even dare to study the T-virus, why don't they dare to clone it? Then what are you going to do with me and Anja? We shouldn't be of any use to you. Are you saying you want to recruit me? Ha ha ha. Dude, are you kidding me? Andrei and the others immediately laughed when they heard this. Carlos was stunned, wasn't he? He can't think of what role he has, experimental subject. It wouldn't take so much trouble to catch them, as long as the umbrella person wanted, they could have countless experimental subjects. Not to mention they can also clone. You think you're amazing? Andrei looked at Carlos with interest. It's all right. At least I'm also a commando captain, so I should be a bit strong. Don't look at how big you are, but if you really want to fight, he he he. Carlos said hey hey hey. Andrei shook his head, why don't you give it a try? If you beat me, you can take this little girl with you. You can call the shots. Carlos looked at Sean. Believe me, it's just after dinner activities, and such things are not worthy of the doctor's attention. Outside the valley, Carlos was standing in front of Andrei. This time, if he wins, both he and Anja will be free. At least they don't have to worry about being treated as experimental subjects. I hope these people can really keep their promises. Come on, let me see how strong you are as a commando captain, Andrei beckoned, not caring. What do you think the captain will do to get this kid? It's hard to say, the captain has already injected 3 times, that strength, tisk tisk. 1000, I bet 1 move. 2000, 2 strokes. 3000, 5 strokes. Carlos was secretly angry, so he looked down on me? Chapter 13. With his right foot on the ground, Carlos jumped up as if he had a spring on his body. The upper body was in front of him, the right elbow was bent, and he jumped violently towards Andrei who was standing on the side, his elbow slammed down hard. If this elbow is hit hard, Andrei will definitely be hit in the heart and fall to the ground, he has only one chance, he must kill with 1 blow. Ooh! The teammates who were watching were blindfolded, and they knew this would be the result. At this moment, Carlos thought that Andrei didn't react, and a foot suddenly appeared from below, but Andrei's foot came first, kicking him directly to the ground, like a cooked shrimp. Vomiting. I squatted on the ground to vomit with difficulty, my face turned red, this feeling is not very wonderful. The one who wins, remember to have my share. Andrei laughed, delighted. On the plane, Carlos stared closely at Andrei. Why? Andrei? What why? How can you be so strong? I thought Alice was the strongest human being I've ever seen, but you don't seem to be much worse than her. That's not right, there shouldn't be too many people like you, said Carlos. He looked at the soldier to one side, and Sean sitting in front. You want to know? Carlos hugged Anja tightly and nodded slowly. Andre glanced at Sean and saw that he didn't respond before saying it. Since you were also a member of the company before, you should know about the R1 type drug. Carlos raised his head sharply, his pupils shrunk. You mean the kind of potion that can make a person break through the limits of the human body? Isn't that fake? Who told you it was fake? Shit, this is incredible. If there is such a thing, what else do we soldiers train to do, and we have a potion and everything. No, you are so strong because you injected this medicine. Carlos paid attention to the key point, although he was not very happy to be defeated by others. Definitely. Do you want to join us? As long as you join us, you have this chance. Dr. Sean is your best choice, trust me. Andre tapped him on the shoulder. To be honest, since Sean didn't kill them here, he certainly wouldn't bring them to the base to kill them. After all, if you want a sample, it doesn't matter whether you live or die, and if you bring it back now, there must be other uses. Soldiers, was Dr. Ashford dead when you came? Sean asked suddenly, sitting in the front. Carlos nodded, yes, it seems that he was killed by someone named Kane, but Kane is also dead, at our hands. That's a pity. Doctor, that Kyle is Kane's younger brother. As soon as he said that, he knew that they were really two brothers, and it was good to be reunited. Dr. Ashford still has some effect. After all, the production of the T-virus has a great relationship with him. In terms of research on the T-virus, there may be few people in Umbrella who can match him. So, tell us now, what do you want to take us back to? If you want something from us, it may be easier to kill us. Speaking of this, Anja also looked over. When the time comes, you will know, and you have no choice. Not long after they left, another group of people came to the valley just now. Looking at the signs, they were people from other bases in Umbrella. The one who headed was the clone of Isaac, so it should be Alice. Doctor, there are traces of a large number of people around. Can you find out who it is? No, they are careful, all traces of identification have been removed. Isaac looked at Alice's body on the ground, take her back and start Alice's plan. The Alice Project is a project led by this Isaac. Through this generation of Alice clones, a new generation of Alice will be cloned again to complete his research on the T-virus. Also check the monitoring in other places to see if you can find out who is here. There are not many people who dare to come here at this time. Good doctor. Drawing Vegas Base. Welcome to Las Vegas Base, Andre tapped Carlos on the shoulder. Curious? Carlos was curious along the way, and Anja, one of them was an employee of Umbrella, and the other was the daughter of a high-level employee, but they had never heard of Sean's existence. After arrange for them. By the way, their information should not be released to the public. Good doctor. Anja raised her finger and pointed at the White Queen, why does she look like me? Definitely, Anja, I am the image made with you as the prototype. Please follow my instructions, and I will arrange accommodation for you. Carlos looked at Andre and the others who were leaving, surprised. You're not going to lock us up? Definitely, this is the doctor's order. He took Anja's hand and followed Queen Bai's instructions to the place where they rested. Well, don't think too much, I will take care of you. From the current situation, they should not hurt us, we should have any other use. T-virus. What? Carlos hesitated, not expecting Anja to say that. Anja pointed to herself, and then pointed to Carlos, we have all been infected with the T-virus, but we all survived. Stonehammer, it must be for this reason, but if so, why didn't they imprison them? If they run away, wouldn't they get nothing? Think about it and let go of this idea. Not to mention that there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the base, even if they can avoid all surveillance and reach the ground, but this is in the desert, and they may be caught back without going very far. Come and be safe. Can't let him go with his fists? One-on-one, one person picks a base? Gang fight, he went to gang fight a base? Don't make trouble, he still wants to live a little longer. The outside world is still at the beginning, and the plan around Alice has not stopped, but this generation of Alice has something more, called the Combat Auxiliary Biochip. This thing is only a technology that has just been developed in Umbrella. It can help a person to perform various reasonable calculations. It can also check the outside world through a person with a chip installed, including detection, control, positioning, calculation, etc. and other functions, but the main thing is to control people. Connecting to a dedicated satellite in the sky, it can control the personnel who have installed the Combat Auxiliary Biochip. Once it exceeds expectations, the biochip in the brain can be burned at any time to achieve the purpose of killing the host. Not many people know about this technology even in Umbrella, and it was only perfected in the 6th installment. At that time, Isaac installed and upgraded the latest generation of combat auxiliary biochips, and its power is not bad. If it cooperates with the R1 type human evolution medicine, it may exert greater power. In the Las Vegas subbase, Sean came here alone. Only he has enough authority to come here in the entire base, and no one even knows what this subbase is used for, only that there is another subbase here. Moose. Sir, what are your orders? Now it's up to you to take over the Las Vegas base. After open your core permissions. Good doctor. Before he set off, he had let Moose control the scientific research number to come to the base, and these things should be kept safe by his side. If there are attentive people in the base at this moment, they will find that the light seems to be a little weaker. This is the scene produced by the integration of Moose, formed by the impact of the electric current, which is fleeting. Sir, it's all under control. Well, from now on, external orders and information will be under your own control, and everything in the subbase will be kept secret. This is the starting point of Krypton. Step by step to the scientific research number. After a long absence, the technology and materials above have not changed at all. When I came to the storage room, I opened the specially built sealed storage room with the family key, and a skull appeared in front of me. The code of life, one day I will decrypt you. Reach out and take it to the creation room. The energy of the scientific research number is enough to keep the creation room in constant use. You don't need to worry about the energy crisis for at least 100 years. Moose, start breeding new Kryptonians. Sir, what do you want to use as a template? Warrior, and modified to Krypton as the object of allegiance, changed to me. It's not that he is overhearted, but that there must be no mistakes at critical moments, otherwise, it will be an ugly ending waiting for him. The revision is completed, Master, the new Kryptonian will be born in a month. Sean nodded, this time only one Kryptonian was cultivated. He needed to see if there would be any problems with the Kryptonian cultivated on Earth before he dared to cultivate in large quantities. After all, the T-virus still needs him to deal with. In case the T-virus is harmful to Kryptonians, it is a dead end. After arranging everything here, I returned to the main base of Drawing Vegas. Have you been notified? The artificial intelligence of our base has changed its name, and it seems that its image has also changed. I know this. I heard that Dr. Sean brought back a little girl when he went out last time. That is the prototype image of the White Queen. I was afraid that the little girl could not stand it, so I changed it. I have to say, this should be the only one in our company, right? That's not it, Dr. Sean is still better, as long as he is obedient, he has not heard of massacres. Do it well. We are lucky to be here in such a world. Moose, help me calculate the fault tolerance value of this part, and calculate their interval, the researcher called Moose. Good sir. The results have been obtained, the two parts of DNA are repelled, and the upper arc telomeres cannot integrate with each other. Sir, this may be a wrong direction. The researcher nodded. At first, he had guesses, but he didn't expect it to be true. This is how scientific research is. Until the last moment, you will never know whether it is flowers or cliffs waiting for you. Hey, don't say it, it seems that the artificial intelligence calculation ability of the base is more powerful. It seems to be true. When I applied to use it before, it was not so powerful. Could it be that we have a master in this field and upgraded it? Maybe, it's definitely a good thing. By the way, I heard that Dr. Sean is also working on the T-virus recently. Seems to be. Chapter 14. In the laboratory, Sean looked at the petri dish in front of him with surprise. Moose, record the results of this experiment. Under the electron microscope, the T-virus integrated into Alice's cells and was entangled with each other. The T-virus disease did not change Alice's cells, but evolved. Appearing in a more perfect posture, unlike other people's cells infected with T-virus, they can't support the integration of T-virus at all. Once the cells cannot meet the needs of the T-virus, they will mutate according to the needs of the T-virus, that is, zombies. Such a direction is uncontrollable, and only God knows what it will be like. And Alice is a clone, and her body is now paralyzed because of neurogenic muscular atrophy, which is ALS, perhaps because of this reason. Although Sean is reluctant to believe it, there are not many patients like this in the world. Moreover, it is the protagonist's halo and so on, but he has determined one thing, the T-virus may not be useful to him, at least there is no possibility of zombies. This is why Alice can perfectly integrate the T-virus? I didn't expect it to be so simple. Sean himself was a little surprised. If so, according to reasoning, does it mean that as long as the human body is undergoing some kind of cellular decay, it can integrate the T-virus? I'm afraid it won't be that simple, maybe Alice is the chosen one. Others are vaccinated with the T-virus, and the result is likely to be nothing but a mutation. After all, people are the protagonists. However, the direction has been determined, and it is not far from perfect control. This result reminded him of a movie he once watched, called World War Zombies. Among them is a terrifying virus whose infection ability is no worse than the T-virus. Once bitten, it will turn into an irrational zombie within 12 seconds. However, the zombies infected by this virus do not aim to satisfy their appetite, that is to say, they do not take the criterion of survival as their first consideration, but frantically infect new hosts. 4. To reproduce. What drives them to make this choice? Individual biological individuals will consider reproduction only if they meet the conditions of survival, that is to say, once they appear, there is no threat. Not ideal. Moreover, this virus also has a strange weakness, it will not infect a terminally ill host or a host carrying other viruses. Why is this? Could it be that this virus is intelligent? How do they perceive whether there are viruses or diseases in the human body that are not conducive to their survival? It has a high ability to infect, and it can also perceive whether the human body is suitable as their host, which is incredible. No matter how the human body changes, it cannot be done overnight, and it is not known exactly what it is. Compared to this, the T-virus is more perfect. You don't have to worry about survival. Basically, there is nothing to resist their invasion. You can also evolve according to the best when multiplying. A liquor, for example, will unfold a new mutation every time it acquires a new piece of DNA. The body adapts to the ability that is more suitable for its survival, strong armor, sharp claws and even more infectious viruses. But no matter what virus it is, whenever it spreads and infects a new host, the new host must satisfy an energy environment sufficient for it to reproduce and circulate. Obviously, infected humans are not a good choice. After all, even zombies can only survive for a few months at most. However, the weirder thing is here, whether it is the T-virus or the virus in the World War Z, it will lurk in the dead body for a long time and multiply. Once there is no target, they go dormant, reducing their energy consumption and allowing themselves to survive for a long time. There are various signs. The virus is like having wisdom, it will choose its own host, and it will mutate and evolve in a direction that it thinks is reasonable. Fortunately, not every zombie infected with the T-virus has this ability. Sean's mind thinks of the liquor, which can be seen from the first movie in the movie. After the escaped liquor absorbed Spence's DNA, his body began to mutate. It has become larger and larger, and its strength, speed, etc. have improved, and it has even mutated into extremely sharp claws. The skin on the body can be called biological armor. If these things continue to mutate, I don't know what it will look like. Especially the flying dragon that appeared in the 6th part, it's not reasonable at all. It's no wonder that so many people are keen to study the T-virus. In the future, it's really at your fingertips, and the unknown is indeed a temptation. However, it is not a good thing for a child to open or not to open Pandora's box in his hand. Sir, this virus has great potential. Moose, after collecting this research data, we are not far from fully grasping the application of this virus to Kryptonians. External communications have been cut off, civilian satellites are basically no longer in operation, or the base station facilities on the ground have become useless because there is no electricity, and even because of the spread of the T-virus, few people use these things. Sir, there are a lot of teams near the base. It seems that they are interested in our base. Andre glanced at it. Don't worry, if these people knew that this was Umbrella's base, they would leave obediently. This is not the first time this kind of thing has been encountered, especially with the recent global virus infection. No city can be said to be safe, especially the bald eagle. There are always some people who see some houses in the desert, surrounded by iron wires, and become curious, but the result is the same, either go or fight. But sir, Dr. Sean is basking up there. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, Andre ran over. Where is it? Turning on the monitor on the ground, sure enough, there was a person lying on the reclining chair basking in the sun leisurely on the ground, with 2 people following him, to be exact, a man and a little girl. How can you let the doctor go out alone? Do you still want to live? If something happens to the doctor, we will all become research materials together. Sir, what should I do now? Those people outside are approaching here. Andre grabbed him by the collar. Quickly call the reaction force, with my permission, quick. On the ground, the 3 of them were basking in the sun board. Hey, I said you brought us here and left it like this. Carlos threw a small stone. Anja took a sip of the iced drink and let out a sigh. It seemed that it was cold. Why, you want to be studied by me? If you have such a request, I can satisfy you. You, what is that? Carlos wanted to say something, but in the distance of the base, smoke flew up. Although this is in the desert, the wind is often blowing, but there is not only one road. This seems to be the dust brought by the team. Is someone here? Anja said. If there were still people alive in the base, I would have thought that there would be no human beings in this world, Carlos sighed. I'm afraid it's not a good thing. Sean opened his eyes and took a look. He saw that they were surrounded by barbed wire, and there were no zombies. It was estimated that they wanted to grab something. In the last days, the first thing to lose is not ability to resist, but humanity. Are we going to go in and hide? Carlos put Angela in front of him and was on guard. No, someone has already dealt with it. Sizzle sizzle, a slight vibration came from the room behind him. Andre stood in front of the action team with a face full of anger. Obviously, he was in a bad mood right now. Doctor, do you need to deal with everything? No, I just need to use some materials recently, you can figure it out. The team of refugees who had thought they could come in here to loot was beaten into a bear by Andre and the others before they even got close to the base. Every time I see such strength, I always feel unfair, Carlos murmured. Why? Ordinary people want to achieve such skills, at least 10 to 20 years, scientific exercise and various training, but Umbrella only uses a small medicine bottle. Then you know what that means? Sean asked back. What? It means elimination. If you can't keep up with the times, you will only be eliminated. Carlos was silent, not knowing what to say. In fact, it was true, but he was always unwilling. Sir, it's done. Slap, Andre brought people back and gave a salute. Sean waved, let them deal with it by themselves, and continue their own sunbathing plan. It has been several months since he came to this world, and his body has begun to change. Although he has not used R1 type medicine, his strength is not much different. It's still almost, if it was born with a battle template, it should be faster. In the base, a group of people were surrounding Carlos and Anja to draw blood. This situation was commonplace. Compared with Alice's blood sample, Carlos and Anja's blood sample also found a lot for them. Do you want to join them? Anji looked at Carlos in a daze and whispered. Why? It's safe here, but it's so boring. Indeed, there is nothing to do, except to donate blood once a week, basically eat and sleep, sleep and eat. People have gained a lot of weight. Carlos nodded, maybe this will be a good choice. If I join them, we should not have to worry about being sent to the autopsy room. Anji laughed. Although she was young, she knew a lot. In Sean's personal laboratory, except for the daily sun exposure, he stays in the laboratory. He seems to have a unique pursuit of scientific research, which may be a common problem created by scientists who always want to do such things. Hey, the blood samples of the two of them are still a lot worse than Alice's, but for most humans, it is already very rare. After the experiment, his reasoning was further proved. With a population of more than 7 billion in the whole world, it is impossible that only Alice could integrate the T-virus. The premise is to integrate the host's physical fitness, but now he has a better choice, that is, the R1 human evolution potion. What if they were infected with the T-virus after using the R1 human evolution agent? At least one direction. Are you sure you want this? Carlos nodded, I'm sure, it's just that Anja is still young, she shouldn't touch these things, this is a request. Maybe you will die. Looking at the current situation, isn't death a matter of time? I heard that every country in the world is now fully infected, and a nuclear bomb attack was launched the day before yesterday. When a huge amount of mushroom cloud rose from the ground, he never thought that he would see such a cruel picture in his lifetime. Chapter 15. In a secret meeting. Reporting the situation from each base, Weskier said expressionlessly while sitting on the top with his sunglasses. Only 70% of the materials in the London base are gradually infected with biochemical viruses, and the number of scientific researchers has decreased. There are still 60% of the supplies in the Tokyo base. At present, other conditions are good, but there are more and more zombies in the periphery, and the situation is not optimistic. The Antarctic base is in good condition. There are still 75% of the supplies in the Las Vegas base, but the biochemical infection rate is gradually increasing, Dr. Isaac returned in a muffled voice. Weskier glanced over with a pair of eyes hidden under his sunglasses. Dr. Isaac, how is the Alice plan going? The situation is not bad. Experiments have shown that the zombies are indeed strengthened by Alice's blood, and there is a purpose of control, but the samples are too small. We have to keep cloning new experimental bodies, with little effect. Weskier nodded, do your best to carry out the Alice project, and relevant resources will be poured out to you, Doctor, please come up with a result that will convince everyone. I have a question, Isaac looked at Weskier. What? Are there any other company bases within the Las Vegas base? Weskier frowned, what do you mean? We found another sign of the company's personnel activities within the Las Vegas base. Head of Weskier, have you approved other personnel to operate in this area? Isaac stared at him, wanting to see come out with something. In fact, the current Weskier is not much less shocked than him. A pair of sunglasses directly cover it up. Is there still a group of people in the company acting here? Obviously there must be a nearby base to support the supply, but I don't know, Isaac can ask. It means that he doesn't know whose power it is, and why. These are not what you should be concerned about, Doctor. While you can still lead the research of a base, you'd better make achievements. Otherwise, I don't mind changing someone and adjourning the meeting. Weskier ignored his question. Isaac looked gloomy and bureaucratic. If the T-virus had been studied so well, it would not have spread so fast in such a short period of time, let alone a group of people near his base. Activities, this feeling makes him very uncomfortable. On the Arcadia, Weskier paused after the video conference, tapping his fingers on the table. What is the company hiding from you? Or is there anything else you don't know? Immediately contacted the Red Queen under the Hive base in Raccoon City. Mr. Weskier. Queen Red, how many bases does the company have in Las Vegas? Zi sizzle, a 3D pattern appeared in front of him. He knew this base. This is the base where Dr. Isaac is now. This is not what he wanted. Mr. Weskier, the company has only one base here. Weskier was surprised, and looked at the red rear with a profound meaning. With my authority, check whether the company has other bases in Las Vegas. Insufficient permissions. The authority is no longer used. No matter how smart the Red Queen is, she can't violate some things. Insufficient permissions? That is to say, there is? Who is hiding this base? It must be the people on the board. What do they want to do? However, at this moment, he didn't know that the Red Queen had contacted Sean. At present, the entire company has the most authority over him, at least on the surface, but Isaac must have a backhand. Once he wants to use his authority to snatch Umbrella's dominance, maybe Isaac himself will wake up immediately. Dr. Sean, Weskier has begun to suspect the existence of a base in Las Vegas. I am afraid that the clone plan will be leaked. Will we carry out the elimination of Weskier clones? Need not. He wasn't worried that these people would make trouble, although the Queen Red's worry might happen. Strictly speaking, when a clone knows that he is not the only self, it will have a series of effects. For example, if he kills other clones or the main body, then the rest of him is the only and true self. Idea. In front of him, Carlos was already shocked. What did he hear? Weskier turned out to be a clone. Where is the body? How many people did the Umbrella clone? Who is the real person? Maybe the person in front of him is also a clone, right? No, you don't have to doubt, I'm real. What exactly do you want to do? Sean took out an injection and threw it to Carlos. Strictly speaking, it's not what I want to do, but what you want to do. Isaac wants to imitate God and send a great flood to human civilization. After the flood passes, they will be the founders of a new civilization. Carlos narrowed his eyes fiercely. You just said, wait until the flood passes? You mean you have an antidote for the T-virus? Definitely, the detoxification wind-borne agent for T-virus has been completed. Then why? Moose took his words. Mr. Carlos, do you think in the future if everyone is the same as you are now, can they be called new human beings? Feeling the power surging in the body, the R1 human evolution potion is really amazing. Even if a soldier like him receives the injection, it will be greatly improved. But is it just because of this reason that the entire human civilization will be wiped out? He couldn't accept this reason. He was killed by others not because of hatred, not because of profit, but because I killed you and you have nothing to do with it. How ironic. No, 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 you are wrong. Not killing all humans, in their opinion, they also gave the rest of humanity a chance. What chance? Evolution. In my opinion, it is killing, it is anti-human, no one can evolve, it will only become a zombie, Carlos shouted, although he just experienced the disaster in Raccoon City, it does not mean that he is stupid. Sean smiled and said, I didn't expect you to have such an idea. Get used to it. Your experiment will be launched soon. I can't guarantee whether it will be alive or dead. That's right, after Carlos injected the R1 type drug, he would be injected with the T virus for observation. This is a perfect experimental body. Alice may be just an example, although he is reluctant to admit it. In comparison, Carlos is still and Anja is more valuable. Originally, he wanted to clone some, but when Carlos knew about it, he refused directly. The reason was that he didn't want to have so many of his own, because he was afraid that his father would trouble him. Could this be the humor of straight men? Maybe more for him, maybe it's relief. From being abandoned by the company, to seeing the team members die in front of him, to the confusion now, there are too many. A week later, Anja accompanied Carlos to the laboratory, and a group of security personnel had appeared around, and André was among them. You promised me that as long as I'm your experimental body, you won't be able to do anything to Anja. She still has a future, maybe. Sean shrugged, no problem, I still have a lot of options. I hope you can keep your promise. After taking a deep look, he went to the experimental bench. Sir, the experiment is ready, do you want to start the injection? Moose's voice appeared. Injection, observe his physical condition at any time. A tube of blue medicine was pushed into Carlos' body. Carlos gritted his teeth, but strangely, he didn't feel anything except a little cold. Maybe it took time for the virus infection. Hearing that when a person dies, his whole life flashes into his mind, which is called flashback in science. He didn't know who to think about. He tilted his head and looked at Anja outside the laboratory. That was his only hope. How is the situation? Doctor, the virus has started to invade his cells, and he should feel severe pain now. Looking up and forgetting, Carlos seems to have nothing. What is going on? Carlos, how do you feel? A little cold. What is the infection rate? Doctor, it's already 40%. Looking at the screen on the monitor, Carlos' cells were gradually being changed, wrapped up one by one with the T virus, and began to assimilate. If his cells changed at this time, it would be a mutation. What? Just reaching 50%, Carlos bowed instantly, as if he was suffering huge amounts of pain, his face was flushed, and there were still visible cyan traces on his body, all over his body, and his muscles trembled. Doctor, his cells are reorganizing, which is a new change. Recombination, mutation, and evolution, all three are interrelated and occur independently. No one knows what will happen after this situation continues. Maybe Carlos will die, maybe change into another form, or be directly infected by the T virus and fail. How much? 65%. Moose, inject him with Alice No. 1. Yes. Alice No. 1 is a substance he extracted from Alice's blood sample. For others, this substance has no effect, but for T virus, this substance is like a catalytic enzyme, which can integrate T virus, which can also kill T virus. The T virus serum was extracted from her blood sample. The only thing I don't know now is what will happen to the two in Carlos' body. After the medicine was pushed, Carlos' face became even more ferocious and terrifying. What the hell is this? It's so hot, I'm so hot, kill me. Hot? That's right, this is Carlos's body trying to kill the virus. Does the immune mechanism still work? Or is it because of Alice 1? With the sound of Kaba, Carlos fainted directly. The T virus was constantly invading his body, changing his inner cells little by little. Moose, inject another Alice No. 1. One more. After 5 doses of medicine were injected, Carlos finally recovered his calmness, his face was no longer ferocious, and the viruses and cells in his body, as well as the Alice No. 1 substance, reached a rare balance. It's really amazing, they are actually starting to integrate, an assistant said excitedly while looking at the picture in front of him. They know that if the people here today don't die, maybe they have found a way to use the T-virus in the human body, not just as a biological weapon. Doctor, his eyes have changed. In the picture, Carlos' pupils have become vertical, which are not human pupils, and his body density seems to have increased a lot. This should be a benign change, don't worry, continue the nutrient supply, his body is currently changing in a way that reorganizes evolution. Everyone looked at Carlos eagerly, like a guinea pig in their own laboratory. Sir, will it be out of control? Andrei had to ask. According to the situation that the doctor just said, once this person succeeds, his strength may be stronger than them. If he loses control, the consequences are unpredictable. Sean pondered, well, be prepared, if you lose your mind, just recycle it. Andrei waved his hand, and a group of soldiers had gathered around the laboratory. Chapter 16. 3 days later. Carlos felt that he had come to hell, and he was unconscious, as if he was floating in the air. From time to time, he could hear beautiful things, bones, etc., and even various odors. God, is this what hell is like? Difficulty opening eyes, dazzling light. Doctor, he's awake. Carlos, turn your eyes in the direction of the flashlight. One by one assistants began to check. Slap. With a crisp sound, the thing tied to Carlos' hand was actually snapped by him, and even the metal platform below was shape-shifted, but Carlos's hand was nothing. Alert! Andrei roared, as long as Carlos did something, he would be warmly entertained. And many more. Looking at your hands, what happened to you? Crunch! There was a sour voice, and countless guns were aimed at him, but he didn't seem to see it. He got up and broke things all the way, walked to the door, and looked at himself through the reflection. Bald, her eyes turned red, her hands seemed to be more slender, and clenched her fists, she seemed to become stronger. Carlos, are you okay? The researcher asked cautiously. Carlos turned his head and grinned, hello, what pumpkin pie did you eat today? You just had coffee. You, oh man, you have diarrhea. Andrei, are you trying to kill me? According to my current strength, I should be able to dodge bullets. To be honest, you can't kill me now. Andrei raised his arms. Yeah, try. The situation is about to explode, and the people on both sides are staring at each other. Andrei doesn't know how strong Carlos is now, but it will definitely not be easy, but compared to them, even if there is a gap, things will not be too difficult. There are so many people that Carlos can be killed no matter what. Kong is busy, don't make trouble, I don't want to be shot. After Andrei signaled that it was safe, a group of researchers finally couldn't bear the curiosity and gathered around, looking left and right, and even a few people were already taking his hair and blood. Want to find out? Doctor, am I still human? Why do you ask? Carlos shook his head, I don't know, I was just a small commando captain. If it weren't for these things, I wouldn't be here, maybe I'd die somewhere. Looking at his fist, he squeezed it, and a force he had never seen before circulated in his body. And, with such power, I'm a little scared. Whether you are human depends on how you define human beings, but no matter what, your soul has never changed, hasn't it? Hearing this, Carlos felt a lot better. After all, it was not a good thing for him to become a monster. Anja took his hand and comforted him silently. But don't be too happy. After all, I don't know if there will be other changes in your situation. Everything will take time to prove. What? You mean there will be other changes to me? Sean nodded with a smile, yes, but don't worry too much, nothing bad is happening right now, right? Maybe. Things are not so optimistic. Even if Carlos gets this kind of power, if the wind-borne medicine in the hive base is stimulated in the future, all the things related to the T-virus will disappear, even if Alice does not spared. Things were resolved, and research on Carlos's success was in full swing in Las Vegas, and there was a leap forward in the related progress. Among them Sean's help and discovery is undoubtedly the biggest. But now he can no longer control these things. The new Kryptonians on the scientific research number have to be successfully cultivated, and this is his future. Moose, how long is it? Sir, 10 minutes left. 10 minutes, this moment seems to be extremely long. The embryos in the creation room have already grown, almost a child is about 1 year old. File size, full of the breath of life. Cultivation complete. A robotic arm fell from the side, picking off the child wrapped in it. Vomit. The large mouth full of nutrient solution spit out from the child's mouth, struggling to look at the world. For the first time, he felt the rhythm of life. There is not only one Superman, they are the products of genes, let alone the means of gene allocation. The genes of the hair family are significantly different from other Superman genes. This newly bred Kryptonian is based on the Super Kryptonian. It was cultivated for the genetic blueprint, that is, the hair family. Have more potential, more powerful force. If Krypton is not destroyed, perhaps all Kryptonians will be nurtured with this model in the future. Very good, you will be called S1 Hale from now on, Moose, and his education will be handed over to you. Good sir. S1, S stands for biochemical, 1 stands for the first. Sean will never admit the fact that he can't take a name, S1 higher. How simple and meaningful, just listen to it and know where he was born in the future. This is inheritance, yes. The little guy is extremely curious about the outside world, and all physical tests are good, at least it looks normal now. It will be safe to wait here until they grow up, shine the sun, and when they have enough power, they will surprise the world. Moose, ready to cultivate in batches. Sir, I'm afraid the resources are not enough. We can only cultivate 1,000 Kryptonians at most. We need to reserve some resources for other research and to deal with emergencies. It's okay, we just need to deploy from this world, I'll find a way. Krypton follows the line of elite civilization, and every Kryptonian is a valuable asset. Even if he can only cultivate 1,000 Kryptonians now, it is enough to traverse this world. He looked at the code of life above the creation room with deep eyes. This thing still needs to be studied as soon as possible. He had a hunch that this thing could surprise him a lot. Sir, there is someone from outside the base. Sean, who was in joy, was pulled back to reality by Moose's words. What's the situation? A briefing was sent from the Antarctic base, and a team is going to replenish supplies at our base. This is interesting. It stands to reason that no one in Umbrella should know that their base is. How did they know? Tentative? Then what? It should be that we caught the clue when we went up to capture the experimental materials. Sure enough, in the information world, nothing is safe. Sir, do you want to let them in? Sean nodded, unavoidable, let Carlos and Andre deal with it. Outside the base, a lot of zombies have begun to wander. This seems to be an instinct of them. As long as there is a little movement, they will chase in your direction. Over time, there will be so many zombies here. You said this is really the company's base. The red-clothed short-haired woman nodded. I only found out by chance, but it is said that this base is very mysterious, even the head of Weskier never knew about it. Impossible? He is now managed by an agency company. This base has to be replenished, right? Here, a woman standing behind stared at the front and said, if Alice was here, she would find that this person turned out to be the female team member who went to the hive with her, Ren. In the house above the base, the crack opened, and 2 people stood on the elevator, and it was Andre and Carlos who were hanging around. Originally, they were still in the base for friendly discussions, fighting each other or something, and they were directly assigned this task by Moose, and it was a big fire. Soldier, state your mission. His face was expressionless, as if he was going to eat people. The team members behind King Ada looked like they were going to get angry, and she reached out to stop her. She didn't want anything to happen here. Umbrella didn't have any good people. Maybe they would die here as soon as they made a move. Antarctic Base, performing external capture missions, mission number WR-7158. Moose, check it out. After finishing speaking, he stared at them and glanced back and forth a few times, and then covered his headset. Yes, as ordered. You have been allowed to enter the base, but you are not allowed to walk around. According to the regulations, you are not authorized to enter the base, and you will end up in disorder. Trust me, you will not want to try. King Ada, in fact, this person does not know what kind of person he is, and his origin is mysterious. According to Sean's speculation, this person is likely to be from the east. But now it seems to be cooperating with Weskier, and the relationship is rather ambiguous. So, does this mean that coming here this time is a test by Weskier? Interesting. Hey work, don't you guys look good here? As soon as Ren entered the base, he looked at the situation inside and said. That's right, don't look at where this is. Now there are zombies everywhere, you are really comfortable here. King Ada didn't say a word, and his eyes rolled around, as if he was remembering something. It's a pity, so what if you can remember it? Do you think you can still come in? Okay, your activity area is here, remember, don't want to go out except this place, otherwise, if you die, don't blame me for not telling you. In a small room with all the necessary facilities, there are even firearms in it, and the planes they brought have already gone to a special place for resupply. Hey, what do you mean by them? Just shut us up like that. Ren whistled and raised his head to signal. Everyone knew what was going on at a glance. The room was not big, but there were hidden cameras everywhere. King Ada sighed, it seems that this time it can only be like this. The strength of the two people they met just now is definitely not simple, and the security personnel they saw along the way gave people a feeling of oppression. What a strange, mysterious base, is even the security force so terrifying? Hurry up and resupply, and then go back to the base first. Andre, are you saying they're really out there for capture missions? Andre pouted, don't make trouble, their base is in Antarctica, and they are coming to Las Vegas for a capture mission? It must be for our base. No. There will be such a thing inside. Carlos was a little confused. No wonder, it's better at our base. If you're at another base, hee. Haven't you had this experience before? Didn't you all get abandoned by your boss? At least at our base, as long as you don't do anything wrong, Dr. Sean is still very good at talking. Carlos looked at Ada Wong and others in the picture, then shall we talk to the doctor about this? I said, buddy, are you really kidding me? If the doctor doesn't know that Moose will tell us to do these things? Wash and sleep. A learning expression. Chapter 17. I kept staring at King Ada and others and left after replenishing. Welcome to come next time. We don't see anyone here all the year round, and it's strange. Oh, by the way, you have left something just now, remember to bring it with you. Andre handed over a small bag. After the plane was in the air, Ren opened it and looked at it, and he was shocked. Didn't they put all these things there? Looking up at King Ada, his eyes were solemn and his face was embarrassed. Mission failed. All the monitoring equipment and eavesdropping equipment have been removed, which they put on with great difficulty. They are all in the corners that they thought were hidden. Now they have been sent back in person, and they have lost a lot of money. No, on the contrary, we succeeded, Ida Wong laughed. How do you say? This equipment has been sent to others. We want to know what is inside, but there is no way. King Ada pointed to the contents of the bag. Just because of this, what kind of place do you say would be afraid of these things? A secret? They don't want us to find out. Yes, Umbrella is now in charge of Weskier, but there is such a base that he doesn't know. Do you know what that means? Ren shook his head. Maybe it's hidden too deep. No, this is because the authority of this base is too high, and even Weskier has no authority to know about it. No? Weskier is already the head of Umbrella's board of directors, what else does he have no right to know? So the strange place is here. I have worked with Umbrella for so many years, but no one in this base knows about it. Don't you think it's weird? This base must hide a lot of secrets. King Ada stopped talking. She already had guesses in her heart, but such an idea was too shocking. If it was according to her idea, I am afraid that the secrets in this base are not so big. Maybe Weskier already had doubts, and this time he let himself come here, just to make a shocking move to test the owner of this base? Unknown. Sir, King Ada and others failed the mission and did not get the information about the Las Vegas base. Queen Red reported the mission briefing to Weskier as soon as possible. As expected, it seems that there are still many secrets in the company that even I don't know about. He said that he looked at the Red Queen with deep meaning, but he didn't say it. The Red Queen must know something, but unfortunately, he has no authority, otherwise the Red Queen will not hide it from him. Should I use that permission? Forget it, Weskier has an emergency permission. Under this permission, his permission can be upgraded to the highest level, but there is only one chance. For a year, basically the bald eagle surviving humans are constantly migrating, and if they stop in one place for too long, there is a risk of being discovered by zombies. They need to travel to remote country towns, avoid big cities, keep each other warm and help each other. Some people did not die at the hands of zombies, but at the hands of their own people. The reason may be just for a piece of bread or a bottle of water. Life becomes extremely fragile and cheap at this moment. However, the T-virus not only infects humans or living organisms, it should be said that it will have a certain effect on plants on the earth. Plants around the world are dying. Over time, perhaps in 20 or 30 years, the earth will slowly of exhaustion. At that time, human beings will inevitably die. Supplies in rural towns and cities are gradually dwindling, and people have to start heading to big cities again, looking for food, casualties, repeated appearances, and repetitions. Sir, a wave of energy was found on the outskirts of the Las Vegas desert. It belongs to alpha brain waves and beta brain waves. The wave values are very high. According to the satellite detection results, it should be a member of the Alice project. Sean was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to develop so fast. Now it has reached this level. It's a bit illogical. Sure enough, the protagonist is powerful, and he develops an ability to play casually. Can you determine the location? Triangulation has started, but the chances are slim. Their satellite technology is still too poor to catch unless she uses ability again. Okay, pay more attention. By the way, how many Kryptonians have been cultivated on the scientific research number? Sir, 150 new Kryptonians have been cultivated, but their education is a key issue at present. Unless knowledge installation is started at this time, they will be no different from human cubs. Sean smiled a little. You said that skin children are skin children. What kind of human cubs? Why not say four-legged gold-swallowing beasts? Okay, Moose, you just need to pay more attention. They are our future. You also know what conditions they want to instill knowledge, at least their physical strength can keep up. Good sir. Indoctrination technology is not like the technology in the umbrella. It is not advisable to instill it into a person casually. Not to mention the harm, it will also affect a person's potential. Krypton's infusion technology is conditional. Either the age must be 12 years old, or your physical strength meets the requirements, otherwise it is illegal to instill it on Krypton at will. The main thing is that what they instilled is not comparable to the amount of knowledge of the umbrella. Once you accept the indoctrination, all knowledge is like instinct, especially the Kryptonian of the battle template. But I can't wait 12 years. It seems that I can only write articles on their physical strength. More sun exposure, that's right, and the research on T-virus should be accelerated. If it weren't for the need to do some research, he might have to be outside in the sun all day, and the feeling of relief is more comfortable than clapping. It turns out that this is the case. If this is the case, it seems that I can inject the T-virus now. Sean used his own genes to test the T-virus, and the result made him very happy. It seemed that he did not integrate the T-virus, but used the T-virus to develop his own body. There is no need to do any other means at all, just direct injection. Originally, he had already injected R1-type medicine, and his body strengthening level was higher than that of André Carlos and others. After all, the starting point was above them. Now, all it takes is an injection of the T-virus. But according to his guess, he only had one chance, that is to say, he only had one chance to inject the T-virus, and the second time he was no longer able to be infected or changed by the T-virus. Immunity, that's how it hangs. It's kind of like doomsday. What doesn't kill me will make me stronger, it's just so unreasonable. Doomsday is the biological weapon of Kryptonians, zombies? What is that? Funny. Moose, the base is up to you to handle, I need to conduct an experiment. Good sir. At the sub-base, on the scientific research number. Take out a tube of blue injection in your hand, this thing is the T-virus, the dazzling blue color can easily create a crisis of extinction, and it can easily make a person evolve. Sir, I have to remind you that if you have any accident, there will be no future. Don't worry Moose, I have calculated, nothing will happen. The potion was directly injected into the body, and the cold feeling was fleeting. The scientific research number was covered by the sunlight that was drawn from the ground, and was absorbed by the Kryptonian children here. At this moment, they could not feel the energy in the sunlight. The energy is being absorbed into the body by Sean, slowly changing. Sir, are you okay? Sean closed his eyes. Moose, I think I should have injected the T-virus earlier. In fact, I completely overestimated it and underestimated the genes of Kryptonians. It's not that the T-virus is plundering and attacking him, it's that he is picking on the T-virus and getting rid of it when it's useless. I can feel myself getting stronger a little bit, it seems, a little bit different. Throwing it away, the needle just now floated up. Sir, you succeeded, although this ability is a bit weak. Moose, do you also complain? Okay Moose, this is a newly developed ability after all, and it is more suitable for me to use now. Arrange the rest of Kryptonians to use the R2 evolution potion as soon as possible. Good sir. The R2 type is an extension of the R1 type. In theory, it is naturally more perfect than the type 1, and the developed body is also stronger, but the required strength of the body will also increase. Only people who have been injected with type R1 have the chance to meet the conditions of type 2. Once the type 2 agent is injected, it will truly be different from humans, and it can be perfectly said to be a new human. For the Kryptonians, this kind of medicine actually just makes them strengthen their bodies earlier. The DNA of Kryptonians has been perfected after hundreds of thousands of years of deployment. They don't need to plunder other excellent genes for optimization, they just need to develop themselves. Simply, the perfect species. Moose, how is the world's nuclear bomb removal program going? Sir, 50% has been completed. Some places are isolated from the internet connection, and I have no way to contact them. Then take over where you can connect and speed up. Good sir. Nuclear bombs are always useful to them. Once he masters this big killer, maybe he won't have to worry about anything in this world. I regret that I only brought the scientific research number out. If I brought a star destroyer, I wouldn't be so intimidating. Even pre-nuclear civilizations have to be like this. If they come to a world where interstellar civilizations exist in the future, what will they do? Moreover, this time Weskier has tested the base, and there will definitely be other actions. Weskier is no better than others. This person is dangerous, curious, and in control, and will definitely make him come again. Maybe the next time is when he goes to war. So I might need some help, human? Umbrella launched a Resident Evil crisis and stood up to save mankind? No, just think about Sean shaking his head, knowing the inferiority of human beings. Once they feel safe, they will turn back and give themselves a bite. Only great power can conquer a civilization. Chapter 18. Moose, how is the situation outside? ZZ, a 3D projection appeared in front of him, and the scene was in the desert. Two pictures appear together, one of the convoys is resting in a place that should have been a desert hotel, and on the other side of the desert, a woman wrapped in a scarf is also resting. Is this the second generation Alice? Yes sir, this clone has evolved and developed an ability that is different from ordinary people. The previous powerful energy fluctuations were emitted by this clone. It's hard to believe that a weak body can have such a huge amount of energy. Do you think it's unreasonable? Yes sir, as far as her body is concerned, it doesn't seem to be able to meet the need for energy stimulation. According to calculations, this new wave of energy fluctuations is enough to drain the energy in her entire body, and her price is also is death. Sean nodded, yes, but she is in perfect condition now, and she seems to be more skilled in the use of energy. There are always exceptions, Moose. Sir, I hold my opinion. All right. Even Moose is autistic, but he is the protagonist, so he must be given some preferential treatment, otherwise how will the plot develop? What about the other wave? It turns out that another wave of people is a clone of Dr. Isaac and has been eyeing them. Sir, do we need to take action? Sean thought for a while. It seemed to be in his own interests. Let Alice go out to stir up the storm and attract the attention of the whole world to her, so as to buy him enough time, and others would not focus on him here. We need to play, but not now, pay close attention. Turning around and entering the sub-base, there are still a group of bear children waiting for him. Patriarch, why did you come to see us? It was S1 Hare who was speaking. From the order of birth, he was the eldest or the warrior template. If he didn't die in the future, he might become a general. You may have any misunderstandings about this. The Krypton template will not be refined to the point where workers can only choose workers, but are divided into civilians and military. Civilian templates, you can also engage in various jobs after birth. Learn and serve in scientific research, workers, politics, officials, etc. For military members, the battle template is a must. They are all soldiers who come out. In addition to their own strength requirements, they also need military merit. They can also engage in sports, fighting, interstellar exploration, etc., but it is obvious that they are more capable of fighting. To a certain extent, this actually has more options and is more conducive to personal development. After birth, it is a blank slate. It is all about hard work. Krypton civilization just divides the choices into two categories, military and civilian. Does it sound a little familiar? Yes, it is similar to the one in shape-shifting King Kong. Take good care of your younger brothers and sisters, don't be playful. Have you studied hard recently? Hearing this, S1 Hare immediately turned serious. Every Kryptonian child knew their current situation, and allegiance to Sean was engraved in their genes. Naturally, they wanted to change, hoping to help Sean. Patriarch, everyone is working hard, but when can we go out? They all want to see the yellow Sunday. There will be opportunities, and the outside world is not safe right now. The yellow sun is a key for Kryptonians, the key to evolution. This Isaac is as conceited as ever. He thinks Alice too simply. In the picture, Isaac put a container on the place where Alice and others passed by, and the container was filled with zombies that he carefully prepared, strengthening zombies. The ones used are all prepared from Alice's blood samples, and they are more powerful, far from being comparable to ordinary zombies. Sir, will these things threaten our base? Carlos asked, saying that he had fought with Alice, so he would naturally point to her. Don't worry, they are still far away from us. The convoy marched. Their convoy might not be the largest among the survivors, but the scale was not too small. There were at least 40 or 50 people, but most of them were children. For a long-term transfer, the vehicle has a great demand for the use of fuel. Even if it is followed by a fuel tanker, there is not much oil in it. If you want to continue the transfer, it is imminent to replenish the fuel. What happened here? As soon as the convoy entered the city, the scene here made them feel and puzzled for a while. Many high-rise buildings in the past have disappeared, there are no zombies, and there is no sign of human activity. There is yellow sand everywhere, desolate, dilapidated, and extremely silent. How long has it been since the city was occupied by the desert? The T-virus not only infects humans, but also destroys the living environment of plants. It may be difficult to see plants on Earth in a few years, Alice sighed. Let's hurry up and find fuel. I always feel bad here. Over there, there's a casino, there's a valet business, they've got tubing. The driver of the car was taken aback. How do you know? Damn, I lost $2,000 here. Real? The man shrugged, not a good memory. Claire, how's it going? Claire, the head of the team, but she is a girl, and she is valiant. At the beginning, I just wanted to help more people, but I didn't expect to pull up a team in the end. There is nothing, it seems that we are not the first to come. There is not a drop of oil in the oil gun. Originally, they thought about going here to supply it. Now this idea is in vain. I hope other places will have better results. The nearest gas station is also a few kilometers away. This is not a good news. These 2 days have been very difficult for them. They were besieged by crows in the desert. If Alice hadn't appeared and turned the situation in one fell swoop, I am afraid that many people would die there. Wait, what is this? In front of everyone, a huge amount of container was placed there. They are all people who are living in the apocalypse. Their vigilance is absolutely full. There is not much dust on this container. It is not here at all. Who put it here? Be careful, let's open it and see. Click. Everyone pulled the bolts and stood on guard. Hurry up and hide in the car. After arranging all the people, Alice, Claire, and the others walked towards the container, their eyes guarded. As long as something was wrong, the dense bullets in their hands would definitely be shot out in an instant. Alice's ears moved, and she heard a little movement inside. This sound seemed to be a zombie. No, go back. With a loud roar, everyone stepped back again and again. Although they didn't know what was going on, they still chose to believe in their own people. Alice, what's wrong? What did you find? Zombie. What, are there zombies in here? Before they could wonder, an iron door outside the container had fallen to the ground, making a loud bang. Tsitsizi, the sound of scratching the wall, and the sound of heavy footsteps. Roar. Zombies come out. As soon as the figure appeared, there was a series of loud roars. Zombie. Everyone separated, pulled the trigger immediately. The firearm in his hand was shaking violently, and a bullet was fired like a bullet. What? A girl just finished shooting the bullets in her pistol, and before she could put on a new magazine, she was thrown to the ground by a zombie, and there was a dull sound of biting and chewing. The smell of blood makes the rest of the zombies go crazy, and the smell of blood is definitely a deadly temptation for zombies. Quick! Quick, you go back to the car. Claire retreated as she spoke. Even herself, she didn't dare to resist so many zombies head-on. Even though the container was not big, there were at least dozens of zombies inside. Also, the zombies here seem to be very powerful. Help! Ah! Go away, you disgusting thing! Shoot the gun, hit the head. Some cry, some run away. Being caught up and bitten to death, the bullets ran out and the zombies rushed up. Tragedy, it landed on the convoy again. Please, don't bite me, let me go, ah! How could zombies listen to them? For zombies, satisfying their appetite is what they want. Is the satellite ready? Doctor, it's ready to shut down Alice at any time. On the other side of the roof, there is a tent set up here. Inside the tent is the person brought by Dr. Isaac. In the picture, it is the picture of Alice fighting with the zombies. Looking at the direction, the perspective is actually Alice. Which provided. That is, Alice's point of view is the first angle. Isaac watched Alice easily kill the zombies one by one, and was very satisfied. This was exactly the effect he wanted. What a perfect strength! As soon as she dies, you rush out to get her blood samples, you know? There will be security guards. The white-robed researcher nodded, okay doctor. Then let's get started. Alice, who was still killing the quartet, turned her head and just wanted to help others. Unexpectedly, an umbrella symbol appeared in her eyes, and it flashed by. At the moment, in the sky above her head, facing a satellite, connected to the combat assistance biochip built into her head, special radio waves appeared in her mind, which directly affected her motor nerves. Get it done. The moment she spoke, Alice became sluggish and motionless. At this time, as long as a zombie walks over, even if Alice has 9 lives, it is not enough to die. The combat auxiliary biochip can not only make a person stronger and help people perform calculations, in fact, it can also control a person. Isn't it? Didn't you say that this person is very powerful? That won't work. André looked at the screen in the base and was speechless for a while. This strength is a bit weak. What do you know? You will suddenly stand still during the battle? It must be what those people did in her body, Carlos said, raising his head. His eyes were quite nervous and worried. I think she's dead today. Sean shook his head, that's not necessarily, you will know if you keep reading. Doctor, a wave of energy was detected, which was emitted by Alice, but the direction of energy excitation was space. What does she want to do? Shouldn't she deal with the enemy at this time? Carlos was a little confused. Okay, I can't control what she wants to do, but you have something to do. Carlos and André looked at each other, not knowing what to do. A powerful wave of brain power erupted from Alice's body, and an indescribable energy set off from her body, directly burning the satellite chip that controlled her in the sky. It's really pig's feet, open it. Sean had to nod to admit. Isaac is finished. Sizzle. What's wrong? Doctor, I don't know what's wrong, I can't connect to Alice. Isaac was a little panicked. If this made Alice run away again, and he didn't know when he would be able to catch her, how would the research be carried out? How long will it take to connect? Doctor, 15 seconds. That's fast. Chapter 19. 15 seconds is fleeting. Okay, the satellite is connected. In the computer screen, Alice's perspective is coming, but, why is she running non-stop in the stairwell? Where does she want to go? What does she want to do? I don't know. No, doctor, she's trying to come to us. Fake, everyone cursed inwardly, and grabbed the gun in their hands. Go, get rid of her, Isaac finally panicked. The computer screen was already on the edge of their roof, and the security guards who were about to go out had not yet gone out. There were several gunshots, and Alice was shot to the ground first. After repeated incidents, how can the people inside remain calm, whether they are scientific researchers or security personnel? They can only resist, otherwise they will only face death. I advise you best not to move. Alice had just finished speaking, and a researcher beside her had already grabbed her pistol. Bang, there was still a trace of smoke from the muzzle of Alice's hand. I said, "Don't move. Where's your head?" "Sorry, we're just following orders, none of this is what we want to do, we..." Bang, a gunshot. I ask, "Where are your heads?" Da-da-da. No need to ask this time, it was the sound of the propeller, and my eyes shrank. I said why I kept these people here. It turned out that I wanted to delay time. Pull the trigger and directly kill several people here, Umbrella's employees have nothing good. When Claire heard the sound of the propeller, she hurried up and immediately knew what happened to them just now. These people put zombies where they passed by, hell. Why don't you hit the plane? No, we need a plane or we won't have enough fuel to get to Alaska. More importantly, she saw a bite mark on the shoulder of the man as he walked away. This man was infected, which may be a good thing for them. Now, let's see where they will go. He turned around and walked into the tent, working on the computer for a while. As for why they went to Alaska, that was when they got the news that there was a place called Arcadia on the edge of Alaska, which provided shelter, had food, and was not infected. This was their hope. So, we want to go to Alaska now, only to grab this plane, definitely, maybe they will have more, Alice finished, looking at everyone. Claire agreed with this plan in her heart. In fact, they only have this way. The oil in the team is not enough for them to use. However, after all, it is the base of the umbrella. They have 2 or 3 kittens. All died there. This is still the best situation, if caught, then the result. But we don't have enough people. Alice shook her head, trust me, their plane must be on the ground, you just need to grab the plane and go straight, don't worry about the rest. What do you mean? You're not going with us? Looking at Claire, something always needs people to do, doesn't it? But, Tsitsizi. Guys, maybe you should take a look, what the heck is this thing? There was a sound from the headsets of the 2 of them. This is someone who is on guard outside. Is there someone else? Shit. As soon as the 2 of them looked at it, just now, all around them were surrounded by vehicles. When did they surround them? Umbrella. It's right to look at the sign, but why didn't they attack us? Claire wondered. Claire, what are we going to do? Yeah, with so many people, can't we beat them? I just saw that they have heavy firepower. Alice was helpless, how could so many people come? Quiet, don't panic, these people don't seem to be with the group just now. Claire was taken aback, is there any difference? They are all umbrella people anyway. I don't know, let's take a look, we don't have a choice anyway. Claire, someone came out opposite. The 2 quickly looked over, and indeed 2 people came out of the car with a suitcase in their hands, but why did this person feel familiar? What's the problem? I don't know, tell everyone not to move, otherwise. The more she looked at it, the more wrong she became. The more she looked, the more she felt that this person was familiar. Until she walked in front of everyone, Alice was surprised. She didn't expect to see someone she knew in such a world. Carlos. Carlos opened his hands, and the 2 hugged each other. Everyone in the team was relieved when they saw this scene. If these people were also here to deal with them, the result would not have to be said. What's wrong with you? They said you were taken away. Alice looked at Carlos' uniform and had many questions to ask. It doesn't matter, Alice, what matters is that I brought you something good. What? The box was opened, and green potions appeared in the convoy. A few people were startled when they saw it, and they all said it was a T-virus. No, this shouldn't be the T-virus, Alice said. Yes, this is not a T-virus, nor is it a T-virus serum, its name should be called R1 Human Body Strengthening Agent. As soon as Carlos said it, Claire interrupted, wait, what did you say this thing was called? R1 type drug, what's the problem? Alice looked at Claire, what's wrong? I once caught a umbrella chief, that time we killed a dozen people, dozens of us fought against one, and more than a dozen died. According to that person, he was so powerful that he used the reason for the R1 type agent. Carlos laughed. If they had met who they are now, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as a dozen people. Carlos, what's going on? I don't believe there are any good people in the company. André was unhappy at this time. You think we are willing to come? What is this thing? Something that can make people evolve. Do you know that even in the company, it is extremely precious? Then, why are you here? You seem to want to use this for us. Our chief has only one request, I hope you will make a bigger fuss. As for whether to inject or not, you can decide for yourself. After speaking, André left and didn't care. Carlos took Alice's hand. You know, I also have a last resort, do you remember Anja? Alice nodded. They said you and Anja were taken away together. That's right, but she and I are fine. She is now in the base, and apart from taking blood samples every week, it's actually much better than outside. Carlos patted the box. This thing is definitely a good thing for you, believe me, I've used it too, and it won't have any side effects. As for why that officer wants to use this thing for you, I don't know, yes, it's up to you to find the answer yourself. Do you need some supplies? Claire didn't sullen face this time. Definitely, I didn't expect that one day I would have to supply supplies with Umbrella's people, it's really ironic. After the supply and the distribution of the medicine, Carlos and others left directly. Inside Isaac's base in Drawing Vegas. Quick, give me the T-virus serum. Quick. The group hurried to the laboratory where the serum was stored. Isaac grabbed the serum and pushed it into his body one by one. The bitten arm had turned black, and he even felt it. Changes in your body. For him, this is not a good thing. The zombies that infect him are all strengthening types cultivated by Alice's genes. He knows how powerful it is. To be honest, he is not sure whether these serums will work. How is he? Sir, I've been injecting serum inside. The visitor looked in through the window, and Isaac's act of injecting the serum kept repeating. I was ordered to clear him. The two guards standing by the door had a happy expression on their faces, turned around and followed behind, and finally didn't have to worry about it. The airtight door opened, and a few people walked in. How much serum did you use? Isaac turned around and glanced at the voice. It's okay, everything will be fine, not caring about the person coming. I carry out Weskier Head Order number 1335, ordered to clear you. Clear. The man nodded. Yes, it is the death penalty. He directly took out the pistol hanging from his waist and shot Isaac's heart. Even Isaac might not have thought that he would be shot directly. Give me a copy of the report on Alice, and clear the traces of Isaac. Sir. What? Seeing the soldier pointing behind him, he instinctively turned around and glanced. Isaac stood there as if nothing had happened. Didn't he break his heart? How come? Except for a hole in the clothes on the chest, it seems that there is nothing at all. I always thought that Alice was the future of mankind, and now I realize this is wrong. I am the future of mankind. The right arm split into pieces of meat, stretched directly into the man's head, and had no chance to struggle. The guard standing by the door saw this scene and quickly took out his pistol to shoot. Isaac's eyes turned cold. Only death awaits them. Isaac's speed is extremely fast now, and he doesn't care about the bullets that hit him. In the blink of an eye, he reaches the two of them, and the entire laboratory is immersed in cold and death. Drop, drop, drop. The alarm sounded. At this moment, Alice and the others just came outside the base. How do you get in here? There are too many zombies outside. Looking down from a height, there are barbed wire around the edge of the small house in the desert, but there are zombies all around, and there are hundreds of zombies. It is difficult for them to enter the sky. Look there, the helicopter is there. Alice clenched her hand, feeling the vigorous power in it. Let's do it, I'll set off first with the tanker on, and Claire and you will follow. Once you get in, you can start the plane and leave here. Claire looked over sharply, you really don't want to leave with us? No, if I follow you, I will be targeted, and it will be much more dangerous at that time. Claire sighed, but there was nothing she could do. If she could, she would also like to help, but most of the team were just children. If something happened, the only thing waiting for them was death. This is not what she wants to see, the world has made too many sacrifices. Do you really believe that those people gave you these things just to make things worse for you? Alice shook her head, no, I never believed them, no matter what they want to do, I will find out bit by bit and solve them. Eyes full of perseverance, whoever thought that she was just an ordinary woman? Creation tricks people. Chapter 20. Outside the desert base, a huge amount of roar sounded. A fuel tanker emerged from the desert and brought a trail of dust, followed by a few small cars, which was a convoy. Zizi, get ready, we only have one chance. Claire's eyes were solemn, received. The sound of the accelerator, the fuel tanker at the beginning accelerated a bit, and the zombies wandering around the base heard the sound and turned around to face the convoy. Humph, just die for you shit. Directly crushed to the ground by the car, the zombies encountered by the tanker basically had no chance to get up again. In the blink of an eye, a road was opened among the zombies. Bang! The outer barbed wire smashed. The wire flew out and pierced a few zombies. The oil tanker made a turn after entering. When the convoy came in, it stopped at the gap. Alice took out a bundle of explosives from her backpack and put it under the car. Hurry up! The convoy went up one by one, and everyone began to board the plane. Claire skillfully started the helicopter, and the sound of the propeller clacked incessantly. Are you really not going with us? Maybe we have another way. No, good luck to you. Seeing that Alice didn't insist anymore, she didn't say any more. The plane started and flew away directly over the zombies. After this trip, I don't know if there is any chance to meet again. In fact, in Claire's heart, Alice is probably going to have no return. Even if she received the injection of R1 type medicine, there will be a lot of defensive power in a base, let alone umbrellas. Base. And Alice is only one person. Hopefully we meet again one day, Alice. Hey! He let out a long sigh, turned and walked into the base, looking at a ditch around him, all his own body, lying there in disorder. Clone! The anger in his eyes couldn't be stopped. These people actually cloned so many of themselves, and pressed the controller in their hands. The zombies who had just arrived near the tanker were blown away, and the oil inside flew out because of the explosion. Causing a bigger sea of fire, this explosion, I don't know how many zombies died here. Umbrella, it's time to understand our feud. In the middle of the small house, when Alice came here, she saw a bottomless hole with lights all around. From what she knew about Umbrella, this should be the entrance to the base. Alice, you are finally here, the figure of the White Queen appeared. Alice was stunned, why is this kind of thing again? Queen Red? No, the Red Queen is strictly speaking my sister. She is a more advanced artificial intelligence modeled on me. Definitely, she is more intelligent and fast, but we are two different artificial intelligences. Then what do you mean by coming to see me? A monster figure appeared in the projection beside Bai-Ho. This is Dr. Isaac. What's wrong with him? This thing doesn't look like a normal person. He was infected with the T-virus, and now he is out of control. He shot and killed the entire base. I can only trap him at the bottom of the base, but it may not last long. Alice understood, the feeling is that she wants to do it herself. So you want to fight me? Yes, in fact your blood can end it all. What's the meaning? If Dr. Isaac is not wrong in his reasoning, Your blood can end all this, and in this base, you have a lot of blood samples, and there are complete equipment to extract serum. Clone. Bai-Ho nodded, that's right. Since Isaac has my serum, why is it like this? Alice laughed. It seems that things are not that simple, artificial intelligence. Just can't believe it. However, even so, she thought of a better way. I've always been alone, maybe it's time to change. How is the situation? Doctor, it seems that this experimental body is more powerful in the development of R1 type drugs. In the painting, it is the scene of Alice and Isaac fighting. It can be seen that Alice and Isaac, who is infected with the virus, are fighting one after another. The most dazzling thing is the use of their abilities by the two. Okay, that's it. Sean's mouth, such an ability, is there any difference between being developed and not? Psychokinesis is known as the panacea's power, but it's more than that. It is often the imagination that limits people. Drop drop. While looking at the base where others were fighting each other, I suddenly remembered a burst of alarm. Moose, what's wrong? Sir, it seems that there are several visitors in the base. In the Moose mobilization screen, several people actually touched the base and looked at the uniforms, but they were not from the base. Hey! Aren't these people from the Antarctic base not long ago? Andre pointed to a few of them and said. Carlos nodded, yes, I also remember, but what are they doing here? Or in this way? Take them out, Sean said quietly. Yes. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. This Weskier actually hit his head, afraid that he didn't want to live, or did he know something? Whatever it wasn't what he wanted to see. He needs time now. If the secret here is known, perhaps a full-scale war will begin. In this case, maybe I can use Alice's power, so many clones, all infected with T-virus and injected with R1 medicine, should contain a lot of power. Moreover, they will not launch a nuclear attack on this place without obtaining the R2 and R1 formulations. Moose, pay close attention. Yes, sir. On the other side, on the side of the base, King Ada, Ren, and others have not realized that they have been discovered and are sneaking into the base quietly. I didn't find anything, but then again, this base is the worst defensive base I've ever seen. Ren looked down a little. Don't be careless about Ren, if it's like the head of Weskier said, there will be a good security force. You know the ones we found here last time. If we are found, you know the consequences. Ai Dawang felt uneasy. A tall woman holding a pistol and wearing tactical equipment, get our mission target quickly, I don't feel very good. This person is Jill, as for why he stayed in this team, it is unknown. Weskier speculates that there are R1 human evolution potions in this base, or even higher potions, but he has no information at all. Although he knows that the company has this kind of potion, he also suspected it when he first took office. Is it hidden in a base? Until Sean's base suddenly appeared and told him that it was here. Hey girls, what are you looking for? Suddenly, a frivolous voice appeared behind Ren and others, swiping at them slightly. Quick! Ren roared and pulled the trigger directly at Carlos, who suddenly appeared. Puff puff puff, a series of bullets hit the wall. Carlos had long been on the other side, looked at it with an interesting expression, grinned, and smiled even more, and directly pulled the trigger in his hand. What? Casualties began to appear. Several of the team members who followed them were directly hit, and blood sprayed out like raindrops. Death had never felt so close. Damn, move on to the meeting point. A series of bullets chased after Carlos, and even if they were exposed, they did not give up. In fact, if they were more careful just now, they would have found a strange place. Carlos' speed is not normal. Get them all out for me. Andre was a little annoyed. It's not bad to be able to come here, but unfortunately, it's still not enough to see them. Alarms sounded everywhere in the base, all kinds of gunshots or explosions, and even fire alarms. The scientific researchers have all hid in the fortress. This kind of battle is not something they can participate in. Hey, I said girls, why bother? As long as you come out obediently, we won't shoot. Not long after, Ren and others were directly blocked in a dead end, and they could not get in or out. Go out, there is a row of guns pointed at them outside. If you don't go out, you will still be shot to death. What should I do? Ren looked at a few people, and now there are only 3 of them. An elite team came out to carry out the mission, but only the 3 of them were left, 1 Ren, 1 King Ada, and 1 Jill, who was controlled by the company. If they had not been more careful just now, maybe they would have died long ago. What else can I do? Didn't you bring something out? Jill said. Ren bit her lip. To be honest, she didn't want to use this thing, but if she didn't use it in her current situation, she would basically be waiting to die. Carefully took out a needle tube, and it was not a potion, but an unknown bug inside, which looked very strange. With a hideous face, Ren felt unprecedented pain after injecting the bug into his body, and then disappeared. I will hold them back and give you 30 minutes, after which I will leave. Jill and King Ada looked at each other and nodded. Blah blah blah. The sound of footsteps sounded, Ren came out from the corner, and King Ada followed behind. Andre took a look. What is this BCH trying to do? Wouldn't it be better? Why bother? Ren said with a cold face, I heard that your base has R1 type medicine, which is the only place in the company where it can be produced. So, have you already injected it? Carlos glanced at Andre, nodded and left. Jill and King Ada had already left, and he didn't want to be caught on the experimental bench by Sean because of these 2. Do you want to meet? Ren showed his teeth. Yes, I want to see whether you are better or me better. Bang! Before she could finish speaking, a security guard behind Andre shot directly, and a bullet directly hit Ren's heart. Pfft! The blood spilled out, and Ren smiled, as if he wasn't the one who hit him. Andre's brows condensed. Interesting, no wonder you want to fight, then. I admit that you have this qualification. Chapter 21. Isn't it interesting? Ren was quite proud, and the group looked at her fingers in a daze. A hole slowly appeared on the fingertips, and there was a tinkling sound. A bullet came out of it. This was the bullet that had just shot into her body. You could see the worm squirming on the palm of your hand. It turned out that this thing pushed the bullet out, and the wound healed quickly. What? He kicked his right foot hard, and in the blink of an eye, Ren had appeared halfway, throwing a punch at Andre, and the whole person was like spinning a spinning top. The change in force brought about by the torque, coupled with her inhuman speed and suddenness, many people died of her move. Snapped. With a crisp sound, the fist hit Andre directly in the face. Ren was stunned for a moment, and quickly backed away. This person, how could he be all right? Andre grinned and said, haha, isn't it a surprise? Trust me, you have more surprises. Boom. 1 foot rose into the sky, like plucking green onions from dry land, kicked Ren's chin with 1 foot, kicked her directly to the wall, and fell to the ground again, unable to get up again. Broken limbs, I think the doctor will like her. Ren's eyes were fixed on Andre. How is this possible? How can that be? Life without love, how can this be? In the past, as long as she used zombie bugs in her missions, others could only be like lambs to be slaughtered, without any resistance to ability. How could they be so powerful? On the other hand, King Ada and Jill have already obtained the R1 evolution potion, and in fact they still have some unknown potions in their hands. What's wrong? King Ada, who was walking in front, stopped. King Ada seemed to have thought of something. If Ren can't hold it, we won't have a chance to go out. Impossible, after the injection of zombie bugs, she basically can't be killed. What if these people are injected with drugs? You also know that this is the place where this kind of thing is produced, and there is no reason why they should not use it. Jill was irritated for a while, then what do you say? Pulling open the tablet, a map immediately appeared on it. It turned out to be the structure of the base. This was the blueprint they found in the company's construction department after they came last time. Look here, if it's correct, the chief officer of this base should be here. As long as he is in our hands, at least we don't have to worry about anything else, and there is a self-destruction device in the base, even if it doesn't work, we can use it. This is blackmailing these people, waiting for rescue. Are you sure? If we go here, we may not be able to arrive at Ren at the appointed time. If we lose this opportunity, you will know the consequences. King Ada frowned. There is only one chance. This base doesn't feel so simple to me. How long has it been since you received a report from Ren? Jill's expression froze. Indeed, Ren has not contacted them since the three separated. There will only be two cases. One is Ren's hilarity and lost his mind. With her character, it is very likely, the other is that she died. It now appears that the second may be even bigger. Okay, if the target person is not there, let's leave immediately. Walk. Sean in the central control room looked speechless for a while. Are they trying to find me? It has been confirmed through dialogue that they are here to find your husband. Do you want to notify security? No, Andre's coming back. Are these two fools? Or do you think they're in a movie? There is no way to complain. Originally this kind of behavior of sneaking into a base is extremely, not to mention the behavior of wanting to find the chief officer of the base. Maybe someone has a halo? Along the way, King Ada and Jill did not encounter any resistance or encirclement, nor did they even encounter anyone, which was extremely relaxed. Wait, it seems too easy. Jill nodded. There's no way, we're all here, what else can you do? Looking at each other and continuing on the road, various tactical moves are extremely standard, even Andre who is standing on the side looks good. A door appeared in front of them, the two looked at it, and seemed to have made up their minds. King Ada stepped forward to open the door, and Jill was holding a gun on the side. King Ada opened the door, but the scene inside the door made her not dare to move at all. The dense muzzle was pointed at her, and a young man in a white coat should be the person they were looking for, but they didn't expect to be so young. The one on the ground, it was Ren. What's wrong with you? Jill looked at her stunned here, thinking that something had happened. Look by Yusuf. Get out of the way. As soon as Jill stepped forward, he immediately shrank his body back. Inema, do you still ask me to see it myself? Fark, Fark. Shouting. My face changed in shock. Now it's all right. I already said to leave immediately, and I came here to find some base officer. Cough, cough. I think you'd better come in, lest people say I won't entertain guests. Outside, security personnel have appeared, and there are people on all the passages that can be retreated. They are finished, and they can't get out this time. They smashed the firearms in their hands to the ground. King Ada didn't react at all, and was very calm. It was Jill, who seemed to put his hand into her clothes. I advise you not to do that. Andre came to her and punched her directly in the abdomen, bending the whole body to the ground, retching from time to time. He took out an injection from his clothes, and inside it was an unknown bug. Sean looked at it and didn't expect this thing to appear at this time, zombie bug. An unexpected variety, this should be the specialty of the Antarctic base, but it seems that the productivity is not high. Once injected into the body, the bullet will not die as long as it does not hit the brain. Zombie bugs can push bullets out of the body, accelerate wound healing, and allow the user to have super strength and speed, etc. The most important thing is that this thing will not be infected. If Sean's R1 potion didn't show up, this thing should be a good product. Tell me. Ren and Jill have already been beaten. Interestingly, after the small spider device on Jill's chest was taken out, he seemed to have regained his consciousness, and Carlos recovered a lot under comfort. Ren was abolished and couldn't speak, and Jill woke up. It seemed that he was no longer with them. Only King Ada himself could answer. We are only ordered to come to the base to check. The head of Weskier leads the company's business and management base. The sudden appearance of this base has to be checked in order to protect the company's interests. Where's Weskier? King Ada didn't dare to underestimate Sean at all. The man in front of him who kept playing with the injection of zombie bugs could now dominate their future. Arcadia. Arcadia? This is a place? Do you know Moose? Moose? Is this a person? Before she could guess, the projection in front of her let her know what this thing was. Aren't there only red queens and white queens in the company? This? Sir, Arcadia is the name of a ship. Weskier is in charge of the above work. The main function is to absorb survivors as experimental subjects, but it should still be in the stage of not being activated. As soon as he said that, he knew what was going on, but it should not have reached the plot yet, and there will be troubles for him in the future. So, André, deal with it. Good sir. As soon as the voice fell, he raised his hand and shot Ren in the head. He couldn't die any longer. The zombie worm in his body quickly crawled out after the death of the host. He wanted to find a new host. Die on the ground. The pistol was aimed at King Ada, but she screamed. Wait, I still have value, I must have the information you need here, trust me. André glanced at Sean and waved his hand. What information? King Ada looked around. I need you to ensure my safety, and I can only tell you this information alone. No doctor, she is a fighter, if we take the opportunity to shoot at you, we. André refused directly, there are many such things. Sean shook his head, it's all right André, I just want to know what information she said, by the way, don't forget to deal with it at the base. Good doctor. There are still people on the base waiting for them to go out. If they dare to reach here, they will chop it up for you. At the base, King Ada was taken to the office. Tell me, what information do you have that is worth buying your life? King Ada has been looking around since he came in, and Sean didn't say it. Some people just like to fantasize and think they can, but in fact. That's right, it's up to you. Turning around, it looked like she was pouring water, and King Ada couldn't help but be surprised. She didn't expect that this person would really give her this chance. Sure enough, the researcher was a researcher, and he didn't know the sinister nature of the battle at all. Quietly grabbed a pen on the table and jumped up. As long as her hand gently pushed it, the pen could plunge into the person's neck. Definitely, she won't kill this person, otherwise how will she get out? What she wants is that, by holding this person hostage, she can not only get the R1 medicine, but also find out what the secret of this base is at one time, and even she can get some benefits from it. A hand grabbed her firmly and firmly at some point. King Ada's face was ugly. How could this be possible? He pulled his hand hard, but didn't move. With so much power, how can this still be possessed by a researcher? Doesn't it feel weird? You're not just a researcher, who the hell are you? King Ada couldn't help but be horrified. You guess. Ah! With a flick of his hand, King Ada was swung in the air and smashed straight out, like a puppet. Don't kill me, I really have information to tell you. Sean stepped closer. The footsteps sounded like Death God was approaching. King Ada began to panic. All of this was beyond his control. It shouldn't be like this. I heard that you had an affair with Weskier. You said that if you were infected with the T-virus and appeared in front of Weskier again, how would he react? Tisk tisk tisk, it's a pity for me to look at it with thin skin and tender meat. Let me go, I really have information to exchange my life, King Ada prayed, his eyes frightened. Sean shook his head, let me go? What are you holding in your hand? Damn, How would he know? King Ada's complexion changed from the pitiful look just now, and her face was full of hideousness. The utility knife in her right hand was her ultimate move. The utility knife drew an arc in the air, centered on Shan's carotid artery. Sheila, a harsh, sour-toothed voice appeared. There was still a spark on Shan's neck, and King Ada was even more stunned. He didn't even react when the knife in his hand fell to the ground. If a person is powerful and fast, it can be explained by technological means, but neither is she. Haven't seen it. But what was this thing just now? Why is his skin like steel? Who the hell are you? There is absolutely no such strength in the umbrella, such a thing, even the T-virus can't do it. The utility knife slashed Shan's neck as if it had slashed through the iron sheet, there was no trace at all. How could human skin be like this? To tell you the truth, I'm an alien. He clapped his hand on top of King Ada's head. It looked fine on the outside, but his internal strength had turned into a paste. Moose, call someone to deal with it. Hey, I clenched my fist, the power of the explosion filled the inside of the body, and the Kryptonian's body seemed to be open and hanging. How could you guess? Chapter 22. Sorry, I thought you were caught as experimental subjects. After listening to Carlos explain, Jill finally knew what happened after they were taken away. It's all over, hasn't it? Just how did you get together with them? Jill's face was not very good. After you left, I was caught in Detroit, and they installed that kind of spider equipment on my body, and then I don't know what happened. Carlos comforted, okay, it's okay, believe me, this is the safest place in the world. They really won't arrest me for experiments. Jill was still a little worried, after all, Umbrella's impression has always been bad. No, our base generally seldom does human experiments. So, you should have already injected that kind of medicine? As far as I know, Ren. That is, the things in the hands of the two people who came with me. As long as this kind of injection is used, it basically exceeds the limit of the human body. Very terrifying, since you can easily deal with them. Is it the effect of that kind of medicine? Carlos nodded, yes, let's not talk about this, go see Anja with me first, she misses you very much. In the evening, Carlos brought Jill to Shan's place. Doctor, here we come. Looking up, I didn't expect that it would be such a scene to meet again. What are your plans for the future? Jill shook his head, I don't know, the whole world has become like this now. To be honest, I don't know what else I can do or how long I can live. So, I have a job, do you want it? The plot returns to Alice. She has broken into Isaac's base in Las Vegas. Isaac was infected with the T-virus and slaughtered the entire base of researchers, and only some of them escaped. If the artificial intelligence of the base at the last minute isolated him at the bottom of the base, the chaos may have been greater. Alice, good luck. All right. I didn't expect that one day I would be told this by an artificial intelligence, clenched the gun in his hand, and stared at the dark base. Isaac was hiding somewhere, waiting for her to enter. Blah 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 blah. There were flashes of lightning from time to time, and it was a mess, with dead bodies and messes everywhere, and it seemed that there had been a chase and massacre here. Feeling a gust of wind behind him, he twisted his body to move a few steps laterally, and avoided the blow. In a blink of an eye, he saw that there was a pothole in the place where he was standing just now. Also, an extremely ugly monster stood there, its body had changed, one side had mutated, and only the other side could still be seen as a human. Looking at the appearance, I can vaguely tell that this person is Dr. Isaac Hu said. I used to think that you were the future of mankind, Alice, but then I found out that you are not. I am the future of mankind, and I cannot be killed. Great power, self-healing ability, is not something you can have, Alice, you don't know how wonderful this power is. So, you want to become a monster too? Isaac's face turned cold, What do you know? It's just a mere appearance. Compared with evolution, what is this? Now there is such an opportunity in front of you, either join or die. FK, go to hell. Alice spit out fragrance, and pulled the trigger one after another in her hand, and bullets hit Isaac's body like rain. Bang bang bang. There was a trace of smoke on the muzzle, and a new magazine was quickly replaced. How can that be? In the next scene, Isaac seemed to have nothing to do. Every eye catching was quickly healing, and even the bullet was squeezed out of the body by the muscle and fell to the ground. That's why I said that I am the future of mankind, Alice, you don't know what you missed at all, hee hee. Ha ha ha. Isaac laughed wildly and unscrupulously. The bullet that Alice hit him just now was being squeezed out by the muscles, and then the wound began to heal. This kind of strength is the future he expected. Even the wound on his head still couldn't kill him, the mutated right palm had disappeared, replaced by something similar to meat strips, which was black, and some black light flowed on it. Hey! There is no trace, it grows directly, and appears beside Alice in the blink of an eye. If she hadn't been injected with the R1 drug, she would definitely not have reacted in time. Maybe this thing will stab her brain this time. Hand blocked? What? The meat stick pierced Alice's arm directly, and the pistol held in her hand fell to the ground under the severe pain. With one hit, Isaac stepped forward. Alice was a perfect experimental subject. If she could infect her, it would definitely bring him immeasurable help. Alice didn't dare to think about it, she pulled her right hand behind her, and a Nepalese saber fell high, cutting off the meat strip that stabbed her left arm, and took a few steps back with a groaning pain. Isn't this a wonderful feeling? Trust me, you'll see more. Bang bang bang. Isaac ran towards Alice, and the already tall body became even bigger because of the T-virus. Every time he stepped on the ground, a sound would be heard, which was the sound of cracking floor tiles. Before reaching the front, the mutated right hand was raised high and swung over. The meat strip at the front of the arm was like a steel strip, but anything that was thrown would be smashed into pieces. Alice didn't dare to touch hard, so she had to keep rolling to avoid these things. Entering the downwind one after another, and the venue is not large, how long can you avoid it? There is always a time to be caught up. Ah! Suddenly, Alice, who was supposed to retreat, suddenly stepped on a small pit under her feet. She couldn't dodge in time. She was stabbed by Isaac again, and the meat was cut off again. The situation was already stretched. How to do? How to do? Your eyes scan your surroundings, looking for anything that can help you. Alice was in pain. It was not the way to go on like this. If he was brought to the ground, he didn't know how many people would die. Such a monster could not be killed at all. Her eyes were erratic, and she saw a place that she was familiar with. He turned around and ran into a passageway. How could Isaac let the fat in his mouth run away, and although he was infected, he still had intelligence, but more of a desire to kill. Run? Where do you think you can run to? Followed with a sneer. Bang bang bang, every step stepped out a hole in the ground, and the floor could not bear the tyrannical power in his body at all. With a flick of the right hand, the meat strip on the front end entangled an iron pillar, and with a violent swing of the iron pillar, it immediately took off and directly hit the back of Alice, who was running in front. Ah! Bang! Alice was hit in the back, staggered to the ground, her face was ugly, and she crawled back while struggling. She started to smile miserably at the next moment. Do you think you can really represent the future? Isaac raised his palms high, isn't it? I am stronger and higher level than you. Alice couldn't help smiling and looked around. Then do you know where this place is? It was at this time that Isaac felt something was wrong. Here. Isn't this the place to store the White Queen's computer room? What is the passage leading to the White Queen's computer room? Laser corridor. And he has been cleared by Weskier, that is to say, Queen Bai can kill him here at any time. No, Bai Chi, I will definitely make you regret it. He raised his foot and was about to run outside. Where could Alice let him go like this? He supported his upper body with pain in his arms, jumped to hug his foot, and held onto it tightly. Hurry up! Alice shouted at the camera in the passage with a grim face, and she was no longer disappointed to be buried with such a monster. It's just, the laser beam didn't start, as if it didn't hear Alice's words. It seems, luck is not on your side. Isaac turned his head to look at Alice beside his lap. With a grin on his face, he kicked Alice to the end of the passage, and turned to leave here. He doesn't want to stay here for a second. Don't you want to kill me here? Then I'll start the laser and let you try this flavor. There is also this dog thing Bai Ho, when you get things done, you must format it. Hey work, where are you going? Isaac looked confused. How could there be anyone else in the base? Unlike him, Alice leaned in the passage and saw that the people outside had already laughed. You can't run away, Isaac. Just buy them. Carlos and Jill pursed their lips, and there were always people who didn't see the Yellow River without dying. The gunshots were loud, and countless bullets were poured on Isaac. I is immortal, roar. Isaac roared, the sarcoma on the body grew more and more, it should have mutated again, and the body was a little taller. Carlos looked at Jill, covered his headset and said start. Drop. Drop. On the passage, two bright lights appeared, and Isaac's heart broke into a cold sweat. This was the activation of the defense mechanism of the laser passage. It was too late to force the bullets out of his body. Now he just wants to get out of here as soon as possible. As long as the main body of his body can go out, there is still a chance. No, you can't kill me, I will definitely. The laser net instantly became larger and enveloped him. Idiot! Carlos walked in and came to Alice's side. It looks like you are in a bad mood. Yes, you should have come earlier. Isn't it the performance opportunity we gave you? Jill made a rare teasing. Inside the passage, Isaac had already turned into pieces of broken flesh. Even if the T-virus was severe, this situation probably wouldn't bring him back to life. Find something to bandage Alice. If this injury is replaced by another person, it is estimated that it will be cold. By the way, why did you come here? Alice asked. Because of you. Carlos nodded. Yes, my boss said that you are the key to ending all this. Specifically, he said that we can ask the intelligence of this base, and we now have helpers. Alice nodded and told her about this White Queen, but how did the boss of Carlos know about it? Your boss, isn't Umbrella a high-level person? What did you just say about us? What is it? As he spoke, his hand had already touched the pistol on his waist. As long as Carlos moved a little, he would definitely pull it out. Shoot the gun. Don't be nervous, Moose, explain. Good Mr. Carlos. Moose. Alice was confused again. No, isn't the intelligence of this base called the White Queen? How come it has become a moose again? Jill pointed to the laser channel. When you entered here just now, didn't you feel something was wrong? Yes, as soon as Isaac and I go in, the laser channel will be activated. This is the result of my discussion with Queen Bai, but she didn't activate it. Could it be because of you? Yes, this base has been taken over by Moose, who is the artificial intelligence of our base. Alice took out the pistol. So you really cooperated with Umbrella? Carlos spread his hands. Calm. Calm down, Alice. If we wanted to hurt you, we would have already done it, and don't you believe me? Now, there is a chance to end this. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Click, the pistol is loaded. You mean to end this? T-virus. Chapter 23. End this? How? Even you guys have already cooperated with Umbrella. Alice didn't know what to say, or she didn't even know how long she could hold on. You may not know that the chief of our base is different from other company personnel. He gave us a job. What? Get the T-Virus Serum Airborne Potion with you. Alice hadn't heard of this thing, T-Virus Serum? Isn't this thing useless? No, no, it's not the kind you know, but the medicine that can really end all this. The Umbrella has already developed it, but we don't know which base it is in. Jill looked at Alice's eyes and nodded. Also, Dr. Sean can help us. There are clones of you in this base. As long as all the medicines are injected, we may have enough strength to fight Umbrella. Why didn't he do it himself? Carlos shook his head. I don't know, we don't know what he wants to do, but this is an opportunity, Alice. Alice fell silent, watching the scene inside the base, where clones of her were everywhere. For several minutes, the three of them were so silent and no one spoke. It felt like they were put into a coffin, and there was no sunlight in the darkness. Anyone who knows that they are not the only one who exists in the world will not feel good in their hearts, and they may not be that good either. Then, we might really need some friends. Carlos laughed. This was the Alice he knew. Just leave it to Moose, he will take care of it all. Tsitsizi, a projection appeared, it was Moose. Hello Alice, I will help you now. According to the doctor's calculations, after all your clones are activated in the entire base, there is a 60% chance that the goal you want to achieve will be met. So low. Jill glared, what's the difference between this and death? It's not too low, you have to know that you are fighting against the most powerful forces in the world at present. This probability is still because Alice's genes can perfectly integrate the T-virus, and you have to wait for Alice's clone to develop a special ability. Reason. Then another injection of the R1 agent, definitely, there are several options for you. Alice nodded, tell me about it. The first one, you wake up all the clones, and after injecting the medicine, set off to look for the T-Virus Serum Windborne medicine. Second, take over the base, continue to clone your clones, and have logistical help, so that your success rate will be higher, and as long as Dr. Sean is unwilling here, you can basically guarantee the safety of the base. Carlos, do you believe him? Alice didn't answer Moose's words, but looked at Carlos. Carlos knew what Alice was referring to, and to be honest, if he had experienced what Alice had experienced, he might not have believed it. At least, this is a chance Alice, and, probably the only one. Alice helped Jill to stand up. I need to talk to that Dr. Sean. Moose light and shadow screen flashed, and then replied. The doctor has agreed. The dense number of Alice clones were displayed in front of them, and it was like being shot in their hearts for a moment. Only when they faced these things directly could they feel Umbrella's evil. They will surely regret it. Alice's eyes were burning, and her anger was unstoppable. She was like a commodity, mass-produced like an animal, studied and killed. Blood, only blood can calm the anger in my heart. Are you okay? Jill asked. I'm fine, trust me, there's nothing better than now, tell me you know that person. Sean? I don't know much, let's talk about Carlos. Carlos actually doesn't know when to start, even though he has lived in this base for so long, but thinking about it carefully, it seems that he doesn't know much about Sean. How should I put it? I don't know much, but this person is not only very smart, but also extremely powerful. Jill was stunned. Didn't you say you injected that R1 type of drug? Why do you say that? Ordinary people are not on the same level as people like you, right? Carlos shook his head sharply. No, 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 you are wrong to think so, I originally thought so, but since I saw Sean, I feel that the whole person is not so simple, even there is a kind of me once I see Sean. Shoot, I will die just like me. Sean presides over that base, which is said to be top secret in Umbrella, for the purpose of producing R1 type potions. You should be here this time for this. Jill nodded, indeed for the R1 potion. How could it be? He's just the chief officer of the base. It's impossible that Weskier doesn't know about it now, right? Alice was a little disbelieving. When did Umbrella's style become like this? I don't know the specifics, but I do know one thing. Weskier, who is active outside now, is just a clone. It's unclear where the real person is. This is what Sean said. Alice thought for a while, you mean he's a clone? Are all of them in Umbrella crazy? If you make yourself a clone, where is the body? Can this Sean be trusted? Jill asked. Carlos shook his head, it's not good, it's better to have our own plans. I don't believe they will help us for no reason. Not for no reason. Gil Carlos looked at Alice, what do you mean? You think, why was Jill sent here? It's because of the R1 potion, which means that this place has been targeted by Weskier. When we go out, can't we contain Weskier? The two only understood when they heard this, and sure enough, the hearts of those who played tactics were heartbroken. Alice's voice changed, but the benefits are still very good, then let's go and see the so-called Sean. I'm very curious about this person. In her memory, or in the memory of the previous generation, there was a picture of Sean. She saw it once under the hive base, and she talked to herself at the beginning, but now it seems that it is not like this. At that time, he already knew what would happen to him in the future. Otherwise, he was a security guard with level 5 authority, and he deserved the attention of a boss with level 8 authority. Is this person helping them really just to contain Weskier? After returning to the base by helicopter, I came to see Sean after disinfection. Alice, long time no see. Looking at Sean, who was young and smiling in front of her, Alice didn't know what to say. Hello, Dr. Sean, I'm curious, can you lead a base at your age? Also, the R1 agent has been developed, which is really good to be honest. It is undeniable that if there is no T-virus outbreak, R1 is definitely a big killer, and it can even change the course of human beings. Age? I said I was only 14 years old, do you believe it? Everyone around them looked incredulous, how could this be possible? Sean looks almost like an adult, although he looks a little small, but how should he be 20 years old? How could it be 14 years old? Is this guy still in school? Don't believe it. Definitely, it doesn't matter. No, it's just a little weird, how could they let you dominate a base at the age of 14? Shouldn't they rob you of your experimental results? Yes, this is the style of the Umbrella. Sean waved his hand, it's just a little trick. I use their resources and then give them something. In fact, I only lost a few R1 potions, but what I got was a base and countless resources. It's a good deal, isn't it? Then why are you looking for us? You can't say for the future of mankind. Alice sat in front of Sean. No, in fact, I didn't expect to be targeted by Weskier so soon. It just so happened that I still have something to do, or I could kill him myself, but your appearance made me see it. A better way, definitely, is a good thing for you guys. You want me to deal with Weskier? Definitely, not. Jill was about to faint, what the hell is that? Can you be happy? Weskier is just a clone. I think it's easy to kill him, but once I take action, a series of things will happen, and the situation may be worse than now, so it's not just Weskier that you have to deal with. It's Umbrella. Weskier is a clone. Once he dies, his original body will appear, and the appearance of his original body means that other troubles will appear, but I don't want that trouble. Alice pointed to herself, you said I was going to deal with a huge institution? What to use? Is it a mouthpiece? Or is it right? Alice almost pointed at her chest and slapped Sean in the face, definitely, she didn't either. Dare, afraid of fractures, after all, there is no buffer. You have also seen Isaac's base just now, you can produce many clones of Alice, and you know your original power, once such a power appears, even the current Umbrella will headache. Not enough, Alice shook her head. We don't have specific information, and when we appear outside, Umbrella will only find it, then arrest and die, and we can't do anything at all. Pop! Sean snapped his fingers and Moose appeared. Don't worry, Moose will give you the necessary intelligence support. Believe me, most of Umbrella's base information can be provided to you. The most important thing for you now is to find the wind-borne medicine for the T-virus. Without this, it's useless no matter how hard you try. Alice stared at Sean. So, what do you get? How do I know if you are going to be another Umbrella? My original intention to join Umbrella is only for research, you can treat me as for world peace. Shit. Alice spit out fragrance, if you lie to children like this, forget it, world peace? Don't make trouble, I'm serious, Sean looked sincere. Pointing to the box in Andre's hand, this is the R1 type potion, and the R2 potion can be provided to you, I think you will like it. Type R2? Carlos frowned, when was this thing developed? Not to mention him, even Andre didn't know it. Originally, he had other thoughts in his heart, but now he has completely disappeared, and he didn't dare to do anything at all. Unknown, not only represents mystery, but also danger. Sean feels too mysterious, and such people are often accompanied by huge amounts of danger. By the way, gentlemen, please let me and Alice have a few words alone. Sean said slowly after the group walked out. Tell you a secret, when you're in a corner, you can have Umbrella's highest authority in the name of Alyssa, once. Alice looked at Sean in shock. In the Isaac clone base, Alice sat silently in the control room, not knowing what she was thinking. Moose, wake up all. One by one Alice melons are ripe and fall. Chapter 24. With the cooperation of Moose, Carlos and Jill restored and comforted the awakened Alice clone, and injected medicine. Alice, on the other hand, sat alone. What did Sean mean by what Sean said to her at the end? How could he possibly have Umbrella's highest authority by using Alicia's name? What is your relationship with Alicia? I can't understand, the most elusive thing is, what exactly is Sean doing this for? He is Umbrella's person, even an important person, he will only harm his own interests by doing so, but what good is he doing? Are you okay? Carlos looked at Alice. It's okay, it's just, some things just don't make sense. Everything is going to be alright, with so many you help, I can't wait to see how Umbrella reacts, and to be honest, if I hadn't died, I'd want to find someone after this is over. Place, fish, farm, enjoy life like this, Carlos envisions. Patting Carlos on the shoulder, Alice nodded, then, we may have a lot of work to do. Moose, are you sure you're all right? Alice, please rest assured, the experiment has proved that you can perfectly integrate T-virus. Looking at the hundreds of Alice in front of him, they looked at each other, and everyone was holding a tube of blue potion, which was the T-virus. Injecting the R1 and 2 human evolution agents first, and then injecting the T-virus again after absorption, there is nothing more suitable for Alice than this. It's spectacular. Jill murmured, Alice can develop supernatural powers through T-virus, she is still quite envious, this is extraordinary power, even now she has injected human strengthening medicine, but compared with Alice, there are still many inferior, people can develop psychokinesis, but this alone is not something she can compare. Looks like we can go find someone else's trouble. The group set off, Alice did not want to occupy the base, and even destroyed the cloning device in the base, such a thing, once is enough. While intellectually it might be better to clone more of herself, she didn't want that. Moose, stay tuned. Okay sir, it's just that their chances of success this time around are very low. Sean shook his head, I don't expect them to do anything. It's just to attract a little firepower to us now. We can't expose it yet. By the way, how many people have been cultivated so far? There are already 200 people, but it may take some time to form a fighting force. The 200 Kryptonians were all born on the basis of the warrior template, and will be his right-hand man at that time, but they cannot be delayed by things now. Moose, it's up to you to decide what's going on at the base recently. Yes. As for Sean himself, he went to the creation room and watched the energy drawn by the equipment on the creation room, forming a golden brilliance. Every time he saw this scene, he would have a magical and beautiful feeling. The code of life is still so beautiful. He lay down and set everything up. A brilliance began to appear on his body from the code of life, and the nutrient solution around him gathered. At the speed visible to the naked eye, the muscles on Sean's body began to tremble, and the furrowed brows could be seen as he was suffering from severe pain. Why did he come to the creation room? Why do you want to lie down? This all has to say about the code of life and the Kryptonian originally. The civilian Kryptonian is still a lot worse in terms of combat power, especially now that he has to lead the resurrection of Krypton's remaining power, and the Kryptonian born from his scientist template is a bit unattractive. Therefore, Integrate needs to be changed. The high-quality genetic blueprints of all Kryptonians are stored on the Code of Life, and the scientific research number also has enough technological equipment to support him. He needs to inject the warrior template into his body again. Otherwise, how could a weak Kryptonian be qualified to lead Krypton into the future? Perhaps, I may be the first to do so. Integrate and shuffle genes again. Even in the history of Krypton, no one has done such a thing. After a Kryptonian is born, the genetic template has been fixed. Under normal circumstances, it is not necessary to do so, but at present his predicament must be to do so. In the future, do not know how many crises await. Dongjin, a tall building underground. At the moment, there were countless gunshots. After Alice and her party set off, they wanted to go directly to the underground hive in Raccoon City to get the windpore medicine. But when I turned my head and thought, if they did such a move, Weskier would definitely not just look at it like this. Moreover, as long as the power under Raccoon City did not go, there would be no change. On the bright side, only Weskier was fighting against it. That's it. It seems that it is a good thing for them that the information is not equal, and they decide directly, and then we will deal with Weskier first. Sir, there are countless enemies attacking outside the gate. Weskier's expression did not change at all. Check all areas and call the gate guard. The operator immediately called, and there was nothing in the headset other than noise. Alice's figure appeared everywhere in the monitoring equipment, and there were gunshots everywhere. How did they get here? No one told Weskier why. The Dongjin base was huge, and it had a lot of security personnel. He didn't think Alice could knock down this base. Close the gate, close all passages with signs of invasion, and deliver nerve gas. I want them all to die outside. But sir, there are our people outside. Bang. Before the man finished speaking, there was an eye-catching eye on his forehead. Weskier said in a deep voice, who else has any opinion? No one dared to speak, and hurried to do their own thing, for fear that Weskier would be killed here if he accidentally provokes him. D2 area closed. C1 area closed. E9 area closed. All channels are closed, and poison gas begins to be delivered. Security personnel intervened. Countless orders were conveyed from the commander, and groups of security personnel were fully armed, waiting to check after the death of the enemy in the passage, or to kill the enemy who was not dead. Sir, it's wrong, someone got down from the elevator and can't control it. Looking up, Alice is looking up. There was only one Alice in the picture, and gradually all the surveillance pictures are all Alice. Psychokinesis is already affecting their communication equipment, and the pictures on the monitor are all Alice's head. Damn, Weskier cursed. Before they could give any orders, an explosion sounded above their heads. His eyes shrank, and after focusing for a while, he could see what it was. It turned out to be two Alices descending from the top of the cable. The speed was super fast. At such a speed, the final result of ordinary people could only be smashed to the ground and become a puddle. Mash, but this is Alice, and no one knows what surprises will come for them. Damn Isaac for giving him so much trouble when he's dead. Counterattack. The people present, including Weskier, started shooting bullets from the pistols. Bang, 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 bang. Whoosh, whoosh, countless bullets whizzed past and hit the building, making a loud bang, and the gravel fell along it. The interesting thing is that any bullets that approached them were resisted by an inexplicable force. Outer. They are monsters. What to do, sir? Fight back, unleash the tyrant. The operator's face is ugly. The tyrant, this is the latest big killer developed, and it can't even be perfectly controlled until now. That is to say, even if the tyrant kills Alice and others, they are likely to be killed in the end. Tyrant kills. Bang bang, bang bang. The gunshots continued, but none of the bullets could injure Alice, who fell from the sky. The two of them killed a lot of them. The security guards at the edge of the floor wanted to intercept them halfway, but they just saw Alice and the two figures. Been stunned. Weskier's face was gloomy, and this situation was not good. The eyes hidden under the sunglasses glanced a few times, and disappeared with a gap. Quick, quick counterattack. All spread out, wait for them to come down. The high-level people began to organize counterattacks and waited for the two of Alice to fall from the air. It seemed that the distance was far away. In fact, the time it took for the two of Alice to fall was not long, just in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Weskier saw that the situation was not good and slipped out in the gap. The corners of the mouth raised a smile. What a big surprise! He took out a controller, and the interface for entering the password appeared on the screen. Looking at the logo above, it showed the self-destruct startup program. Weskier actually wanted to destroy the base. After entering the password, just about to press the start button, a white brilliance appeared from the corner. Weskier quickly retracted his left hand, trying to avoid the sudden knife. When, sizzle, a burnt smell. Looking at the controller that fell to the ground, he frowned. The incident happened suddenly. No matter how fast he reacted, it was too late. Although his hand was fine, the controller was broken. Long time no see, Alice, brought a friend? Congratulations! Carlos, Jill, and Alice stood up. It was Carlos who cut the knife just now. He wanted to cut off Weskier's arm, but he didn't expect him to react so quickly. I said, I will bring my friend to find you. You are in such a hurry, is there something wrong? Weskier shrugged, No, I just have a date, I think you won't mind. It's a coincidence, we and you also have one, why don't we deal with us first? Jill clicked and loaded the pistol. A dog-leg knife had already appeared in Alice's hand, her eyes were staring, and the three of them vaguely surrounded Weskier in the middle, and a tense atmosphere suddenly appeared. Ah! Jill took the lead, pulled the trigger in his hand in an instant, and countless bullets poured out. The other two frowned, this Weskier, so strong? Jill is a master at playing guns. In a magazine, the first few bullets blocked all of Weskier's retreats, and the bullets at the back were aimed at his vital points. He was dodged by him, and he flicked left and right, but not a single shot could hit Weskier. Carlos glanced at Alice, are you coming or me? Chapter 25. Alice shook her head, I'm coming, I still have a lot of things to settle with him. Weskier tidied up his clothes and was meticulous. Even if he wanted to fight, he had to keep his appearance as a gentleman. In fact, he was also very curious about the confidence of these people who dared to come to him. Not together. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold the three together. Ha! Weskier sneered, pointed his right hand forward, and gestured to Alice. Eyes meet, Alice staring at Weskier. Hey! The next second, Alice's long legs swept across, and Weskier's mouth pulled a little smile. He wrapped his hands around his waist and caught the leg. A dull voice appeared, and the two quickly separated. Weskier felt a little bad in his heart. How could this strength be so strong? His face didn't change. Yes, it seems that you have learned a lot of good things outside, but if it is only this, it may not be enough. Alice raised her eyebrows. Yes, then you are optimistic. The left and right legs were interchanged, like a windwheel rolling and kicking towards Weskier in a series, each kicking a tearing air sound in the air, and it collided with Weskier's hand to make a crackling sound. Under the successive attacks, Weskier's face became worse and worse. This guy, isn't he also injected with the T-virus? Carlos frowned. Jill shook his head. I'm afraid not only, maybe he also accepted the R1 medicine, otherwise it would be impossible to fight Alice for so long. They knew exactly how much the R1 potion had changed them, and Weskier was definitely injected with them. Alice and Weskier fought in one place, and it was indistinguishable. They had their own winners and losers, but it could be seen gradually that Alice was in a rushing position, but in fact it had little effect, and even was faintly suppressed. Once Weskier got used to it. With Alice's attacking rhythm, his counterattack is coming. Carlos and Jill looked at each other and charged directly. Carlos sprinted quickly, a flying knee rushed directly in front of Weskier, his right knee was kneeling, and he pressed it down hard. How could Wesk think that they would come this way, just avoiding Alice's whip leg? His hands were in front of him, blocking Carlos' flying knees. The body was also beaten back one after another, and every step unloaded the force on the floor and stepped on the ground. However, the matter was not over yet. Before he could stand firm, Jill, who was waiting for the opportunity, had appeared, and the high whip kicked in fiercely. Boom! After the sound, in the blink of an eye, the three-person offensive was completed. Weskier avoided Alice's whip and was repelled by Carlos' flying knee. Jill's attack followed closely and hit him on the head. With his head tilted slightly, Weskier's eyes were full of anger, looking at the shattered sunglasses on the ground. No one had ever forced himself to be so embarrassed and ruined his beloved sunglasses. You succeeded in PG me off. Roar, roaring and counterattacking, bang bang bang, every time you step on the ground, a pothole will appear, a powerful force is instilled in the body. Carlos and Jill are on both sides, Alice is in the middle, even if it is the three of them shot together and were suppressed. Alice, what are you waiting for? Jill was in a hurry for a while, and was kicked fiercely. Huge amounts of force bounced her out. Looking at the situation, Alice frowned secretly. This situation was a bit unexpected. Flash off! When the two heard the words, they immediately avoided Weskier's side, and an inexplicable force emerged from Alice. There seemed to be a hurricane between her and Weskier, which directly destroyed the tiles and glass on the floor. Weskier only had time to block in front of him with both hands, only to feel a huge force hitting his body, and when he reacted, he was already knocked out. Just when I was smashed to the ground and wanted to stand up, I found myself unable to move. What the hell is this? What power is this? Looking at the three barrels pointed to his head, Weskier asked this sentence. It seems that Isaac didn't tell you everything. Bang, bang bang bang. The violent gunshots sounded, directly smashing Weskier into a sieve, and Carlos shot him in the head. Hey, if this guy hadn't shot you, maybe we wouldn't be his opponent one-on-one. Jill's face was heavy. If such a person appeared outside, he didn't know how many people would suffer. He looked at each other, turned and walked out. He didn't know how many people like Weskier were in Umbrella. Before reaching the entrance, the three of them turned around to see that Weskier was still able to stand up. From the open mouth, countless tentacles emerged, terrifying and ugly. Zombie! Carlos snorted disdainfully, we were killed by us alive, how much power can the zombies have? Grabbing a shotgun, he went up and fired a shot directly against Weskier's open tentacles. Did you find it? No. Where are you here? Nor. Perhaps wind-borne agents are not here. Alice was in a slightly bad mood, and there was no antivirus wind-borne agent for T-virus in this base. It seemed that she still had to go to the hive base in Raccoon City to have a look. This world has endured too much. What about this base? Alice looked around. Take away what you can use, and the rest, let's blow it up. I remember that the base has a self-destruction device. Drawing Vegas base. A week later, Sean finally came out of the creation room, put the code of life back, moved a little, and felt his own changes. It seems that nothing has changed. He frowned. Master, it's not that it hasn't changed. According to your current physical condition, the absorption rate of solar radiation has become much higher than before. Usse said. Sean was slightly better, the two have similar levels of gene editing, why is there such a big difference? Maybe it is the reason for the need. No matter which Kryptonian was born from the template, it will adjust the evolution according to its own needs. Maybe so. Anyway, it's a good thing. From time to time, other people's voices sounded in his mind, and his eyes could see the scene outside through the room, and even his strength began to increase. Various abilities have appeared in his body, such as thoughts, supervision, super strength, speed, and so on. In the sub-base, Sean was on the scientific research number, and his figure flashed and flashed. This was not a fast movement, but a teleportation. Although the distance was only about 1 meter, it was also a teleportation. Instantly moving, from point A to point B, the travel route is not a straight line, but directly enters from point A and exits from point B, just like the wormhole engine used for interplanetary navigation. Moreover, this is an ability that super Kryptonians have, but ordinary Kryptonians do not. Idea ability is the main ability that super Kryptonites will have, and it seems that they have the ability to use the mind. Super Kryptonians are different from ordinary Kryptonians. Maybe Kryptonians have the opportunity to have the ability of mind, but for super Kryptonians, this is instinct. Looking at the metal that randomly turns into various shapes in his hands, he is very happy. The idea, or a kind of psychokinesis, is not just as simple as his ability. The psychokinesis developed under the influence of the T-virus, combined with its own ability, seems to have been enhanced a lot. If he is on the ground now, even he can affect his own gravity through psychokinesis to achieve the purpose of short flight. These abilities are worth developing. Moose, how's the bait? Master, Alice and her party have returned from Dongjin. Now they should be preparing to go to the hive base in Raccoon City. Once they appear there, we will be exposed here, and the battle may not be far away. Sean shook his head slightly. It doesn't matter, the scientific research number cultivation plan will be suspended first. Next, we will let these boys grow enough. Every Kryptonian is an important asset of Kryptonian civilization. He wants to follow the line of elite civilization, not quantity. Although it is said that quantity brings about qualitative change, there must be a premise, the same level. In wars that are not at the same level, the amount of file size does not actually affect anything, which is especially obvious in interstellar civilizations. Commander, the first team has completed the training, please instruct. S1 Hale stood in front of the 200 new Kryptonians and reported with a serious face. Well, yes, from now on, you will take over the Las Vegas base. Yes. The team went out from the sub-base and started their first appearance. Don't look at the young age, just look at the height, which is about 14 or 15 years old as a normal human being. Ability development is also good. If nothing else, the body of steel has been developed. The firearms in the human world are no longer useful to them. As long as it is not a nuclear bomb, the nano battle suits they wear can also resist damage. At least you don't have to die, but injuries are inevitable. Master, will this be too soon? Maybe they are not ready. No, Moose, time and the enemy will not prepare them. Since Umbrella's people will find out that we are sponsoring Alice and others, and Isaac's temperament will definitely take revenge on them, it is better to use these boys to train soldiers. Only through the baptism of war will you grow into a true warrior. As for the loss, this is not in his consideration. If you die, it means you are eliminated, and he does not believe that there are any weapons in the world that can hurt these boys. They are armed from head to toe, especially the nano battle suits they wear, and it is not something that the weapons of this world can break. Hey shredded pork, will we go to barbecue together after get off work? No, I heard recently that our base is relatively nervous, so it's better to go to the cafeteria to eat. A male researcher on the other side suddenly interjected, have you heard? A group of people came from the base, or from the sub-base. This has nothing to do with us, does it? It doesn't matter, the base will run under their management in the future. Why did you say Dr. Sean made such a decision? I think those people are in their teens at most. Who knows? Chapter 26. There is only one thing to call you here, be obedient, you can live, everything is business as usual, if you are not obedient, you can leave here. S1 stood in front of Andrei and spoke softly. Despite his immature face, his voice was majestic. Some people may have opinions in their hearts, or even look down on S1 and others, why can you call the shots as soon as you get here? But this kind of thinking is best hidden in your heart, and those who can serve in Umbrella will never want to go. Challenge the authority inside. Glancing at him, he nodded in satisfaction when he saw that no one was talking. Yes, the training has been intensified recently. Maybe you will have a task soon. At that time, as long as you can make a contribution to the R2 type medicine, it will be yours, even type 3, it is not impossible. Human evolution medicine, you all know what it is, trust me, you won't want to miss these things. Looking at the panting security guards below, S1 smiled in satisfaction. The company's security doesn't need them to be asked, all they need to do is to bask in the sun, and even the combat skills are carried out by installation. Countless time has been saved. Originally, some people were not convinced by them. As a result, no one could make a move on S1, and in the end, no one dared to say anything. Where did you say these little guys came from? Not even a 3-injection guy like Andrei. Are you saying that Dr. Sean has developed a new medicine? After all, they even mentioned type 2 and type 3, and these people also heard that they came from the sub-base. Anyway, I have been here for so long. I don't know where the sub-base is. Don't ask, we just need to do our own thing. I'm very curious about the task they said. Raccoon City, in the Hive base. Alice and others originally wanted to attack here, but they didn't want to be attracted here by the Red Queen halfway, and the Red Queen said something to them that shocked them. What did you say, Sean didn't go? What do you mean by that? The Red Rear projection said, this is the information that was recently declassified from Dr. Isaac's file. Although Dr. Sean's past seems to be perfect, with traces of medical records, education, etc., he seems to have forgotten one. That's someone he didn't know. So he has no past, he is like a person who appeared out of thin air. As for why this is happening, it is unknown. Carlos frowned, what does this have to do with us? And why did you let him lead a base after knowing all this? The Red Queen did not answer, but looked at Alice. Alice is the only hope for the future of mankind. She can't make a mistake, otherwise human civilization will cease to exist. Gilton paused, wait, no matter what these things are, why are you helping us as Umbrella's artificial intelligence? There seems to be no reason for you to do this. Yes, Carlos and a group of Alice are staring at the Red Queen. Isn't there any conspiracy? I don't have to lie to you. Although my working mechanism is set up like this, I can still take advantage of a certain aspect of things. In fact, I can buy this time to come here and tell you things. It wasn't easy, and when you killed Weskier, Dr. Isaac was awakened. Your goal may be difficult to achieve. The base has launched defensive measures. It is impossible for you to approach Dr. Isaac, let alone get the wind-borne medicine. Since you want to help us, why don't you stop these things? Carlos said. Impossible, my core mechanism is to serve Umbrella, unless you have high enough authority. Alice's eyes lit up when she heard this, these words, the highest authority? Maybe she really has. What if I order you with Alicia's authority? The Red Queen gave her a sharp look, as if surprised and puzzled. You sure? The conversation between the two has made the people on the side bewildered. Who is Alicia? How could she have such authority? Alice nodded, okay. The Red Queen paused and stared at Alice, as if to keep her in her heart, but unfortunately, it is just an artificial intelligence. Final program start. Execute the wake-up plan. Good luck, Alice. Tsitsizi, the light flickered, the Red Queen disappeared, only the camera on one side was still facing them. How to do? Alice loaded the bullet with a click, get the wind-borne potion quickly, and let's finish all this. There are too many questions, all of which have taken root in Alice's heart. What does Alicia have to do with her? What does Sean want to do? Why did he appear out of nowhere? Is all this a umbrella conspiracy or what? Blah blah blah. The sound of footsteps could be heard far away in the silent base. Although it wasn't the first time she came here, not the first time consciously, but it was her first time here. Familiar places, every place feels like I have been there myself. Alice raised her fist fiercely, and the group quickly stopped. What's wrong, Alice? Alice looked serious. I feel that something is wrong. Have you noticed that it seems too quiet? Alice felt a chill down her spine. Very dangerous. Could it be that they deliberately brought us in and killed us? Carlos nodded. This possibility is not ruled out, but we have no other way. If we want to get the wind-borne medicine, we must go in. Tsitsizi. A harsh electronic sound appeared on the microphone next to the camera. I'll just say the machine can't be trusted, Alice, long time no see. Listening to the voice, Alice still doesn't know who this is. Isaac is really eyeing them, and it seems that the Red Queen has been taken over. It seems that you are very proud. Isaac looked at the figure in the monitor. Proud? Maybe, I didn't expect you to become so perfect. The arrangement for you at the beginning seems to be correct. It happens that I also have some works here, so, let me see if you are perfect or my work is perfect. Bang bang, there were bursts of knocking sounds in the passage, and the walls trembled. Damn, what is this? Enjoy and don't let me down. Click, the voice on the microphone disappeared, but the voice in the passage became louder and louder, getting closer and closer to them, and a sense of crisis made the hair stand up. Tyrant! Carlos shouted, damn, how could it be this kind of thing? They met once in Dongjan's base last time, and that time, even Alice's clone died several times. Shot. Da-da-da-da-da. Chapter 27. The tinkling bullet casings fell to the ground. As soon as the tyrant in the distance saw them, he immediately changed to a running stance and approached quickly. The bullet hit was useless, and even before it had any effect, the wound on the tyrant had healed. Not to mention close combat. If Alice hadn't had psychokinesis last time, maybe they wouldn't have walked out of the base so easily. In the underground base, the hive base above was hit by a precise nuclear bomb, and many places were no longer usable, but there was no problem underground. Looking at the screen on the monitor, Isaac was quite emotional, and then seemed to think of something, and his brows never loosened. How is the research on human evolution medicine? Weskier Spotty stood on the side and fought fiercely. Doctor, there has not been much progress. There are several substances in the R1 medicine that we do not understand, so there has been no way to break through, and the newly researched medicine has no effect. A lot of experimental material died in the experiment. He looked cautious, for fear that Isaac would remove him. Since Sean brought the human strengthening potion, Isaac has not stopped researching it. Even when Sean joined the company, he just wanted to get this technological achievement. But he didn't expect it to be so difficult. It seems that I still have to find Sean to get it. Hey, this thing still has to be in my own hands. Weskier listened and nodded. Doctor, looking at Alice's physical fitness, I'm afraid they have already injected the R1 medicine, otherwise how could they be the opponent of the tyrant? This Sean, I didn't expect to give us such a show. Ha, no matter how talented you are, you have to pay the price for going the wrong way, Isaac sneered. Dispose of them, and start preparing to recycle the Las Vegas base. In the Hive base, Alice and her party had already begun to retreat, and there were even casualties. The appearance of the tyrant disrupted their deployment for a while. How come there are so many tyrants? The people in this base are all lunatics. Carlos covered his arm and fought back, with a huge amount of wounds on it. Go back. Nothing can be done, and Alice retreats decisively. There are too many tyrants. Maybe she doesn't have to worry about one-on-one, but her clones are not necessarily opponents, let alone the tyrants appear in groups. No matter how powerful they are, they will still be hit by the tyrant's weapons. Die. Embarrassed, he finally escaped back to the Las Vegas base. Do you think there has been a change here? It seems that there are a lot of unfamiliar faces. Carlos looked at the new Kryptonians in the base, not knowing what to do for a while. You haven't seen these people before. Carlos shook his head. This time Alice felt a little big, and it was okay to tell her to fight and kill, but it was a bit difficult for her to analyze these things. Could this be Sean's purpose? I heard you were driven back. Sean looked at them with a smile. A few people shrugged, nothing to say. They didn't expect the defense force there to be so strong. They didn't get in this time, and they didn't know when they would be able to do it next time. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you, Alyssa is dead. Alice raised her head. I actually want to ask, who is this Alicia? Don't you already have a guess in your mind? Yes, Alyssa is yourself, or another you, because your attack failed, she was directly killed by Isaac. When he heard the news, he also had a feeling of bewilderment. Even in the original play, even at the end, Isaac chose to use Elisa as an alternative. He didn't kill her, but in this world he did. Definitely, this is the real world and it's normal to be different. In other words, it is normal for this to happen. Even if she doesn't die now, when Isaac's cleaning plan is completed, Alicia will still die. Isaac will never share his new world with others. How? If she could have Umbrella's highest authority, how could she be killed? Alice couldn't believe it. You're talking about the Red Queen, right? What if the Red Queen stops? Even a few seconds is enough for Isaac to do it, isn't it? Dumb, maybe. Just, how could she be herself? Looking at the silent crowd, it is really not easy to live in a troubled world. Isaac is about to attack here, what are you going to do? Jill has the hottest temper, and he is not in a good mood for the umbrella. What else can I do? It's definitely against. Even if I die, I will pull them together. Alice pursed her lips and smiled miserably. Is there anything you can do? Where do they have any other choice now? If they go out to escape, they will eventually die, and if they stay here to resist, they will listen to Sean. To be honest, Sean is actually no different from Isaac in her heart. This is her intuition. Moose, report back. Okay sir, the nuclear bombs we have at present have 65% of the world's nuclear bomb storage, which is enough to deal with the upcoming war. Directly launching nuclear bombs may be the most convenient and quickest. In short, if one is not good, try another one until the hive base is blown to pieces. No, Alice yelled. Seeing everyone looking back at her, she felt that this was a little bad, and she slowed down. If you bomb the hive base with a nuclear bomb, the windborne medicine will definitely be destroyed, and the world will continue to die. At that time, we will not only wait for death, there is no other choice. Ms. Alice, we can also make antiviral wind-borne agents. Moose said. A row of black lines appeared on Alice's heads. What is the situation? What can you do, and let us go to the hive base? Don't know, that's for dead man? No, why didn't you say it? Ms. Alice, you didn't ask. Alice. Well, this answer is very powerful. In fact, Sean can indeed be used as an antiviral wind-borne agent for T-virus. Definitely, it will take a little time. According to the original plan, it is indeed the most cost-effective and fastest for them to go to the hive to snatch it. It's too early, maybe there will be more human beings alive on Earth. Alice looked at Sean. Is this true? Sean shrugged. Well, it can be done, but it will take a while, and I'm not interested in that. But this is countless lives? How can you? Stop, it's not the virus I developed, in fact, it's your responsibility, Alice. Chapter 28. When Sean said this, Alice paused. Does it have anything to do with Alicia? Yes, Alyssa has the highest authority of Umbrella, it will never be easy. A day later, in the base control room. Doctor, connected to the hive base. Zi, in the picture, Isaac and others appeared. Sean nodded and said, Dr. Isaac, long time no see. Long time no see, Dr. Sean, didn't expect us to come this far. Okay, Dr. Isaac, you are not surprised about today, are you? We all have our own goals. It is meaningless to say these. I came to you this time to reach a consensus with you. Isaac was interested, tell me about it. He is playing with a vial of injection in his hand, which is the anti-disease and wind-borne drug of T-virus. This is showing off and ridiculing in Chiguakuo. I currently have a lot of nuclear bombs in my hands, the number you can't even imagine. It's easy for me to destroy you, but I don't want to do it. Isaac looked at the information transmitted by Moose, and finally couldn't keep his calm, his face changed dramatically. These nuclear bombs, not to mention all of them, even if they were a dozen, could blow every inch of their hive base back and forth several times. What do you want to do? Sean, things were out of his control for the first time. Don't panic, Dr. Isaac, what I want to do is very simple, your people can attack my base, and my people can attack your base, just don't use heavy firepower, such as missiles, definitely, you can use any biological weapon at will. That's what we've always wanted to do, isn't it? Let's see whose work is more perfect. Isaac's face was sullen, and he didn't say a word. He really couldn't think of what this Sean wanted to do. To be honest, he regretted it. He should have directly grabbed the human evolution potion and held Sean in his hand. What kind of technology could not come out? Now that he bites back, it's really Mama fake. The nuclear bombs in Sean's hands made him very afraid. According to the assumption of the purge plan, these nuclear bombs would only eat ashes in the military base. He didn't expect to be used by Sean, so he didn't dare to gamble. Whether what Sean says is true or not, I dare not bet. Do you want to train? What do you want to do, Sean? Dominate the world? Even if you have a nuclear bomb, our umbrella is not something you can handle. You have me and you have it. The big deal is that we are finished together. Isaac's face was flushed red, and he felt as if he was nuclearly washing the ground. No, Dr. Isaac, I have the confidence to naturally not be afraid of your nuclear bomb. Otherwise, you can do it differently. By the way, you can send a nuclear bomb and try it out. As a tribute, let you shoot first. Isaac took a sip of strong wine and nodded to Weskier. Sean, you will see a firework blooming. Wait and see. It didn't take long. Umbrella originally possessed a nuclear bomb, and soon, an alarm sounded in the Las Vegas base, and the screen in front of everyone was divided into two. One was Isaac's screen, and the other was a nuclear bomb was flying in the air. Alice and others thought Sean was crazy. How could they ask others to bomb themselves with nuclear bombs? Are we going? Alice shook her head. Go? If you can't go, you will only be blown to ashes when you go out. There may be a chance of survival here. Looking at Sean's calm eyes, she suddenly felt that this world was never the world she knew, and the nuclear bombing became a casual remark between the two of them, which was crazy. Look, what is that? An operator pointed to the screen. A blue light appeared from the ground, hit the nuclear bomb in the sky in the blink of an eye, and fell apart. The nuclear bomb did not explode, but was destroyed. What exactly is this? This thought resounded in the minds of countless people. Isaac even stood up. How could such a means appear in Sean's hands? Defense of nuclear bombs, or even destruction of nuclear bombs, can be intercepted at such a speed. This kind of technology is too terrifying. Red Queen, Doctor, after calculation, this energy ray was emitted from the Las Vegas base. Fake, I know, what I want to know is what the hell is this thing? Not to mention them, the people in the Las Vegas base are all stunned for a while. When did our base have this kind of thing? The blue light is a bit like a laser driven by electricity, but there is no research in this area in the base. Moreover, the power near the Las Vegas base has been shut down for a long time. If you want to use this high-power laser, the power required is terrifying. Where does Sean come from? Dr. Isaac, what do you think of our previous proposal? Definitely, you can also choose to let me blow you up directly, I won't mind. As you wish, Sean. Taking a deep look at Sean on the screen, he directly disconnected, wishing to eat him. Haha, that's it, Peace Messenger, really easy to use. What are your plans? Turning to look at Alice and her party, those eyes seemed to have settled for them. Any options? Definitely, I'll give you some jobs, and when I get what I want, everything in this base can be given to you. Jill asked in a deep voice, what kind of work? Isn't it about doing experiments? Definitely not, you have seen it too. There are some friends in the base. What you are responsible for is to take them out to fight or something, isn't it simple? That's it. That's it. The world seems to have returned to peace, and the surviving humans who have a little ability know that another nuclear bomb appeared on the Earth during this period of time, but it did not explode after it was excited. What do you think they are? Alice was silent. No matter what it is, it's not human anyway. They took the S1 group to fight against zombies in the city, honing their skills, growing at a visible rate every day, super strength, and even several times Alice saw these little guys seem to have something very unusual. Ability, teleportation? Eyes like lasers? Maybe these people are clones of Sean Hale, S1 Hale, but why do they look different? This is where she is puzzled. Each of her clones looks the same, even the memory is the same, but the ability is slightly different. The problem of memory can be said to be a technological means, but everyone in the S1 group has different looks, different memories, different behavior habits, and the ability is similar, which is puzzling. Discovering liquors, 5 mutants. S1 let out a loud roar, and jumped on it directly. The superfast speed drove his fist and smashed it on the head of the liquor. With a bang, the liquor was smashed to the ground like a pool of mud. Alice was silent again when she saw this scene. From the beginning, a liquor still needed a team to kill, and now everyone can kill alone, or with fists. This ability and the speed of progress are terrifying. It's like they were born to fight. Jill stood beside Alice and sighed. If they fought against such a person in the future, there might be no way to counter it, right? What do you mean Sean wants to do? I don't know, I can't see through this person anyway. He does experiments on people without hesitation, and he also takes in some survivors. I don't know which side is the real him. Chapter 29. Moose, call up the last study. In the sub-base, the entire base is Sean's own research room. There are some things that cannot be researched by instruments on the Earth alone, and these things are not lacking on the scientific research number. Outside, Alice and the others have fought with Isaac's biochemical army for an unknown number of back and forth, winning and losing each other. Damn, what the hell are those guys? How can they be so powerful? Isaac called out Majafok and smashed the pile of things in front of him. In the picture, it is the battle scene of S1 and others. Every blow is full of power and beauty. It is violent, pure, and inexplicable. The virus cannot infect them, and even guns are useless to them. The clothes you wear can't be broken. Isaac had a feeling that he wasn't living on Earth Mountain. Weskier's eyes hidden under his sunglasses didn't know what he was thinking. Doctor, I have an idea. Tell me. It has now been determined that these people may not be human, they may be genetically modulated items, and we are human. Isaac frowned and interrupted impatiently, what are you trying to say? What if we let Alice and the others cooperate to break through from the inside of the Las Vegas base? That's one way, but, if Sean dies unexpectedly, it's a pity he won't get anything. Are you sure that they will cooperate with us? You must know that she may wish to eat us raw. It's just that there is no common enemy, I'm sure, Doctor. Try it. After there was really no other way, even the tyrants were thrown into the battlefield, which had a good effect in the early stage, but slowly he found that the strength of these people was growing rapidly, and then they could just casually kill the tyrants. You must know that this is Umbrella's strongest biochemical weapon, not a cat or a dog. After Weskier left, Isaac eased his irritability. Queen Red, have you collected any useful information? Doctor, after recent observations, these people seem to have a strong dependence on solar radiation, perhaps this is a method, and the rest have not been found yet. Isaac paused, rely on solar radiation? Their energy source is the sun. Yes, as long as they are exposed to sunlight, the improvement in physical fitness can be observed. Although this improvement is slow, it is still observed. Muttering to himself, Isaac suddenly felt terrified. Really a perfect creature. This is definitely Sean's work, yet, he said he's best at bioengineering, so these guys are his work? From human to superhuman? Or directly construct a new species like human body? I must get this, once I unlock the secrets here, maybe I can live forever. Isaac's face flushed, and even the sound of breathing was a little rough. Think about it. How perfect is a race that only needs to be exposed to the sun to become stronger? Even such a race may be able to survive in space in the later stage. After all, the solar radiation on the Earth is still too little compared to space. A few days later, Weskier returned. Doctor, it's been discussed, Alice and others have decided to cooperate with us. Isaac was a little surprised, how did you convince them? Weskier smiled, actually, it's not difficult, I just said that as long as they cooperate, I will give them the antiviral serum of T-virus, that's all. Did Alice drink fake wine? Believe this? In fact, this is also to blame for Sean himself. He originally said that he could help develop an antiviral wind-borne agent for T-virus, but there was no movement at all. He did it, but he didn't give Alice and the others a wind agent, where would he waste time on it? Isn't research good for him? Isn't it nice to be in the sun? The waiting Alice and others received news of the deaths of surviving humans from all over the world every day. How could they wait? It happened that Weskier appeared at this time and gave them a choice. Even Alice once asked Sean for the wind-borne medicine of the T-virus. Obviously, Sean did not agree. Alice and zombies who lost their ability did not meet Sean's interests and wishes. The most important thing is that Alice and the others really found some problems that S1 Hare and his party didn't seem to be human. Alice, are we really going to do this? Shaking her head, she had no choice, Carlos, we have no choice. People die every day. We can't guarantee how many people will survive in the end. This is a chance. But those people are Umbrella, aren't they even more credible? At least it won't do anything to us here, Jill retorted. Perhaps. But we are all human, aren't we? Where are these people human? Have you ever seen a human who can fly? Have you seen the ability to teleport in a movie? Even me, there is a certain price to usability. They are like instinct, full of violence, their faces are bitter, S1 and others are progressing too fast, and they are increasing at a speed of exponential growth every day. The appearance of such people is never a good thing for a chaotic and dark age. Weskier told her that these people are not human. Alice looked at the two of them. Do you want to be together? Carlos and Jill looked at each other. Do they still have a choice? Once Alice does this, they will definitely be implicated, and it is impossible for the entire base to end well. Waiting for them is either the result of the experimental material, or they are directly killed. Are you sure? Alice's mouth twitched into a smile. Andrei will help us. What? How is that possible? He's not Sean's loyal dogleg. Carlos couldn't believe it. No, he's Weskier's man, always has been. Surprisingly, Andrei turned out to be Weskier's. And Sean at the moment is still in the process of researching, and doesn't pay any attention to the outside world, but Moose has already seen everything in the base, and no one has done anything, just as usual. Don't worry about it, just leave these things to S1 to handle them. This world has come to an end. Humans are indeed a terrible creature. Most of the vegetation on the earth has begun to dry up because of the T-virus. The water in the rivers, lakes, and seas has begun to decrease, and water resources have begun to be tense. If it is not difficult for the T-virus to spread in the water, maybe they don't need to do anything. Just wait for the zombies in the sea to come ashore. That is the number of zombies calculated in trillions. Just wash it in vain, don't struggle. By the way, Moose, storing some T-viruses on the scientific research number, the potential of this thing is still good, maybe a better virus can be prepared in the future. Good sir. Chapter 30. A group of tyrants are being secretly transported to the outside of the Las Vegas base, and there are even special people in the city to attract zombies. Only at the last moment, the attack will start. Are you ready? Sir, everything is ready. As long as the informant closes the base's defense force and opens the base's entrance, all the tyrants will invade at the first time. Weskier smiled smugly, took out a communicator, and entered a series of commands. The gate of Las Vegas base was slowly opening at this moment, and a group of people walked out from it. Weskier waved his hand, and hundreds of tyrants quietly entered the base. Alice, this is the clearest choice you've ever made. Hope. What about what you promised us? Hey, a tube of green medicine was thrown over, the brilliant color, that is the light of hope. This is the wind-borne agent for the T-virus. Yes, but you need to wait until we lay down this base before you can use it, otherwise they will react and you will know what the result is. I know, Alice carefully put away the potion. As for why she is not afraid of Weskier destroying Sean and then turning against her, it's very simple. Isaac said that machines are not trustworthy. As long as she has the wind-borne medicine of the T-virus in her hand, the Red Queen can make her again. Self-destruct the hive base with Alicia's authority. Weskier sneered, covered his headset and asked, "How's the situation?" "Sir, I'm afraid we're in trouble." The operator looked at the screen provided by the tyrant in horror. As soon as each tyrant entered the base, it was directly smashed into pieces by a beam of light, and the light remained unabated, even punching huge amounts of potholes into the walls. Nothing can last a shot, but none of them saw anyone. What the hell is this? Alice knew that something was wrong by looking at Weskier's face. A few people around her looked at each other, and just as she was about to leave quietly, there were waves of neat footsteps coming from the base. In the picture, S1 and others in black battle suits walked out in unison, everyone was holding a weapon they had never seen before, and the smell of blood dissipated in the air. Da-da-da-da-da. The ground began to tremble. This gun, no zombie can resist it. Damn, why is there no information about this thing in the intelligence? Weskier turned his head to look at Alice, looking like he was about to commit a crime. Alice shook her head, indicating that they didn't know what this thing was and had never seen it before. S1, aren't they fighting with fists? What is this weapon? In a few moments, the light was all over, and the gunshots were dull, but not loud. Each shot could kill a bunch of zombies. After a few rounds of shooting, there were still signs of zombies outside the base, only a pile of rotten meat. Da-da-da. A burst of footsteps sounded from behind, and upon hearing this sound, S1 and the others immediately stood at attention with serious expressions. Sean walked out from under the base with Anja in his arms, and slowly came to Alice's side and handed Anja to Carlos. You left in a hurry and left her behind. The voice was calm, and Carlos hugged Anja tightly to comfort him. His panicked eyes eased a little. Damn, he actually left a child alone in the base. There was a hint of guilt in Sean's eyes. To be honest, this person didn't feel sorry for himself, but he did such a thing. Weskier. It's me, Dr. Sean. Suddenly realized, oh, by the way, let me introduce to you, this is our standard firearm. We will definitely not only fight with fists, this thing should be called a gauze rifle in your place. The power is not bad. Sean raised his eyebrows. Weskier twitched the corners of his mouth. What is not bad, even in Umbrella? This thing is just an idea. Okay, you actually have a real thing. It seems that the technology is very mature. Gaussian rifle, the energy comes from the electromagnetic coil. When the coil passes a strong electric current in an instant, it will generate a magnetic force to eject the bullet. The instantaneous variable capacitor system is used, which has low energy requirements and high bullet power. Sean Xianyu tinkered with it in his time. Since he has exploded, he doesn't want his own people to fight with their fists. Even the bullets are specially made, easily penetrate the tank armor, the range is an astonishing 10 kilometers, and the relative recoil will become huge, but this is not a problem for the Kryptonians. Standing in front of Weskier, his eyes looked interestingly. Do you think, even if you can occupy this base today, what will be your fate? He turned his head to look at Alice again. How do you think you have the ability to fight Isaac? To be honest, there are already 10 nuclear bombs on their way here. As long as you blow up lightly, you will all die here, and the wind-borne medicine in your hand is probably useless. Alice's face was pale and not very good looking. You already knew? Why did you still? I knew it when Weskier first contacted you. As for letting you mess around, do you think you've stepped on an ant? Will you care what it thinks? In my opinion, your behavior is actually like a child. Cute. Boom boom boom, a roar sounded, the surrounding ground began to tremble, and the small stones were rolling, even the wind and sand rolled up all over the place. What is this? It feels like something is coming out of the ground. Everyone looked at the back of the base, and the movement came from there. Inside the hive base, Isaac was looking at the picture in front of him. If he remembered correctly, this place should be the place Sean asked the company's construction department to remodel. He originally thought this place was where Sean used to make R1 potion, but now it seems that it is not. Fake, what the hell is this? Whether it was Isaac in front of the screen or Alice and others here, they all opened their mouths and looked up at the sky, and a huge incomparable thing appeared above their heads. The black material was suppressed and domineering. Moose, how are you preparing? Sir, everything is ready. Do you need to destroy the nuclear bomb? Destroy it, and detonate all the nuclear bombs under our control. Everyone opened their mouths to watch this scene. Sean's words were like an autumn wind blowing into their hearts, a biting chill. If this person detonated a nuclear bomb on the Earth. The plasma cannon under the scientific research number was launched several times, directly intercepting all the nuclear bombs that flew over, and none of them could fly here. Boom! In outer space, as if you can hear the roar of a nuclear bomb explosion, a dazzling light appears in the sky, and the nuclear bomb detonates in outer space, and it will not have any effect on the Earth, but if you stare at the explosion point at this time, that's another story. Come on board. Yes, Commander. S1 received the order and began to board the scientific research number with 200 Kryptonians. The world of Resident Evil could not bring them much benefit. In fact, since Sean left the DC universe, he has already prepared the idea of wandering and plundering. It is unavoidable that he can't live in one place for dozens or hundreds of years and then go back. If this is the case, it would be better to be in the DC universe. With such an opportunity, it is natural to grasp it well. God will give it, and don't take the blame. Wait. Seeing Sean leaving, Wesker finally couldn't hold back his mouth. What's the matter with you? Are you human? Chapter 31. Sean smiled. What does it matter? Strictly speaking, I am a human being, but we are not the same kind. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Isaac should have turned into ashes by now. How do you guys go in the future? It's up to you. After taking a deep look, he boarded the scientific research number directly. The Earth has nothing to do with him. Carlos looked at the wind-mediated potion in Alice's hand. The situation turned around and changed again and again. I didn't expect it to become like this. Alice's guess was right. Where are they from? What do you want to do? Unknown. But what does it mean to her now? A person who she thought was an enemy put her hope in her hands, a person who she thought could cooperate, but has been killing human beings. What do you plan to do? Alice touched the wind medium potion, end it all. You know that your power comes from the T-virus, and once you use this thing, it may kill you, Wesker said. Maybe this is what makes us different from you. Why, do we want to be together? Should it be more interesting than what you did before? Wesker glanced at him, and the people around him began to surround him faintly. Is there any choice? Looks like it's a good choice. Alice nodded, you won't regret it. Isaac died, the hive base was nuclear bombed by Sean, and it was basically impossible for anyone to survive, which meant that Umbrella was finished. Alice and the others injected the human evolution potion again. Their personal ability is definitely the best in the world. No matter what, he knows how to choose. Perhaps, after Alice releases the Windborn potion, she can rise again? After all, no one knows whether Alice will be killed by the Windborn potion. From his point of view, this possibility is still relatively large. When he raises his arms, the world is still in his hands. There are still many Umbrella bases in the world. Sean can't destroy them all, he will still have enough power. New world. I didn't expect it to be my new world. As for Isaac? Hey, is Wesker really loyal to him? Not necessarily, they were originally a group of paranoid people. No one knew what would happen once they were freed from their restraints. Sean couldn't say whether destroying Isaac was good or bad for them, but it was a start. In space, scientific research. Commander, everyone has entered the dormant chamber. Well, you can go too. When you wake up, you have arrived in a new world. S1 nodded, turned, and walked to his dormant warehouse. Since they were instilled with knowledge, they realized how much pressure Sean was under. The rise of the entire civilization depends on his efforts alone. Moose, have you brought everything I told you? Yes sir, in addition to the necessary supplies, there are some T-viruses and serums, Alice clones, etc., and 300 precision tactical nuclear bombs. The Marie has been completely eliminated. As for the exterior, when we drive the Marie into space, there will be no T-virus left. I am very satisfied. Although the nuclear bomb is not an ideal weapon, it is not even comparable to the plasma cannon on the scientific research number, but it is better than knowing. Everyone knows its power. Only when you have and I have can there be peace and equal communication. He's not a war madman, but he wouldn't mind dropping a few nukes to see firework if he could. As for zombies, he didn't bring this thing, not even an excellent liquor, or even a tyrant. This thing looks good at first glance, but with the T-virus in hand, it is no longer a problem. Even if the world uses the wind-borne medicine of the T-virus, it still takes a long time to recover before it can be transformed. This is not counting the spread of wind-borne medicines. Vegetation withering on a global scale does not only affect a single area. It may take a long time and effort to restore the Earth to its original level. Humans are not rational creatures. The urgent desire for power is like a poison. Once touched, anyone may be deceived. All in all, humanity still has a long way to go. At the beginning, communicate the mysterious power in the mind, the energy wraps the entire scientific research spacecraft, and disappears in space in the next instant. No one knows how to disappear, just like no one knows how to appear. Even after the existence of Sean after the reconstruction of the Earth in later generations, no trace of the cobweb could be found. Over time, people will no longer care about these things. When civilization begins to build toward prosperity, energy issues and disputes begin to appear, and war is the main theme of human civilization. Before the projection, all the supplies appeared in front of Sean. Number ST001, this thing is T-virus. Number ST002, this is a clone of Alice. The two most interesting things in this world are in his hands. The potential of the T-virus may not be as low as he thinks. As for why it is so unfriendly to Kryptonians, I don't know yet. He has a guess that the T-virus may have different powers in different worlds. If I remember correctly, there are multi-universe zombie worlds in the Marvel world, even in the DC world. Once these guys are infected with the T-virus, it was still the same as the first time, the strange scene around, distorted light and particles, like a mysterious creature whispering in the ear, and like a giant beast roaring. The spacecraft doesn't know how much time it has traveled in such a space, because he has no idea how much time has passed, maybe weeks, maybe months, or even longer. It's not a feeling that acts on the material of the body, but something deeper. He was groggy, and at first he could hold on, but later he was too tired, and the whole person passed out in the main control room, silent, desolate, and mysterious. Drip, drip. Start research number. Match database, civilization, Earth. Principle of action, unknown. Start stealth, start waking up the commander. A stream of gas appeared in the main control room and rushed towards Sean's face. His brows moved, and he slowly began to wake up. Looking at the unfamiliar place in front of him, he was in a trance. Moose, where is this place? Commander, this is still Earth. Chapter 32. Moose, where is this place? Sir, this is still Earth. Earth? Covering his head, he was still in outer space, but he could still see that the blue planet in front of him and a dark satellite beside him were not the moon. Could it be, to another Earth? There are too many Earths, and they can be found everywhere. Is there any naming fee? Did you collect any useful information? Gathered some. Drip, the information that Moose has collected begins to appear on the screen. Basically, there is no big difference in the entire historical trend, which is similar to that of Resident Evil, but after the modern era, it began to be different. I still don't know what kind of world this world is. Forget it, let's be safe as soon as it comes. In the same way, I came to twist the contract and opened a company. The initial capital was gold brought from the world of Resident Evil, and a little operation was enough. Boss, this is this month's report. The secretary handed the profit report to Sean. The company he started is called Krypton Technology, and it is engaged in pharmaceutical research and development. Unfortunately, the company's cancer-targeted drugs this month have made enough profits to make peers jealous. And they didn't just make this one potion. Umbrella has a lot of stock for the research and development of potions. If you match the progress of drug research and development in this world, if you find a few samples, you will make a lot of money. The three most profitable in the world are medicine, arms, and smuggling. The safest and fastest is the pharmaceutical industry. Definitely, it is normal for you to invest hundreds of millions of billions and no output. After all, this is scientific research, not grocery shopping. Yes, keep it up. What's your schedule recently? Boss, you have a banquet tomorrow, held by members of Congress. After being stunned for a while, I knew what it meant. The congressman also needs support. It just so happened that the congressman who had recently contacted him wanted to run for the next presidential election, and he was political capital. Cancer-targeted drugs, AIDS-targeted drugs, etc., made Krypton technology a giant as soon as it appeared in the world. According to other people's understanding, he needs allies. After all, he is not here to dominate, and the end of eating alone is within the rule, and there will always be no good end. All right. Lack of interest, such occasions are not his favorite, but he still has to play a role in the scene, and it is a matter of mutual benefit. The company needs some political protection, and the politician needs his money. Fortunately, there are some minor troubles that will not let him handle it himself. Is not bad. The next day, a party hosted by the MPs. Celebrities from all walks of life, and even Hollywood stars, came here a lot, and various actresses competed for beauty. The media was more like a hyena who smelled the smell, and made the best use of the flash. Look, that's a big arm with 4 assholes. He recently directed the Avanti Human Beast War, which made a very good box office. Is the actress next to him the pig's foot in the next movie? Damn, what a big chassis. Oh, the big shark, he's here too. It's so dark, the flash will reflect on him. Damn, my battery is exhausted, wait until I change the battery before leaving. On the red carpet, except for some people who need to show off, they will stay a little longer, and the rest are just passing through the scene in a hurry to prove that they are here. The protagonist is still a member of parliament. Look, isn't that the boss of the recent medical giant Krypton technology? No doubt, it's him, but I heard that he is very low-key, and I didn't expect to come today. Sean's appearance, Congressman Books blushed. What are political resources? That is, Sean's arrival is a clear political stance for his competitors, and he cannot help but be happy. Sean, just waiting for you. Hell, all the ladies' eyes are drawn to you when you come. At the banquet, everyone consciously found their own small circle, or expanded the social circle and looked for opportunities for cooperation. Those who can come here today will not be any simple roles except those in the entertainment industry. Sorry, you know that twisting traffic is always so annoying. Books nodded. Yeah, I'm asking them to change this constant problem, and with your sponsorship, Sean, that's all going to change. He is very happy. This young man doesn't look young, but he is very good. He has donated a lot of money to his charity, which is a real benefit, not to mention all kinds of support on the surface. Definitely, there's MP Bucks on it, I'm pretty sure of that. Bucks smiled slightly. Okay, let's not tout each other, let me introduce you to a few people. Taking him into the banquet, a middle-aged man in a suit, a decent suit, low-key and luxurious, who can let Books bring him to meet, should also be a celebrity or something. McAllen, let me introduce to you, this is the chairman of Krypton Technology, Sean, this is Mr. McAllen from Mars. Let's call it that. McAllen stretched out his hand with a smile. Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Sean, your Krypton technology has been very dazzling recently. Have you made a lot of money? Laughing, it's all about making a little money, it's not worth mentioning, Mars is the Big Mac in the industry. Businesses are talking about each other, but in fact, McAllen is a bit despised by Sean. In fact, Mars has a technology, nanoworms, which can also be used in cancer, but he is an arms manufacturer. This thing has a bigger impact in war. The use of. Looking forward to our cooperation in the future. Must. Books took him to meet a few more people, either politicians or other colleagues. Basically, if anyone pulls out, it will bring a storm to the world economy. Hi. General Hawk, how are you doing recently? Books asked a man in a military uniform. Sean was quite curious, seeing that the rank was Lieutenant General, even in Bald Eagle, it was rare. Congressman Bucks, it's the same, you rarely come out to play recently, isn't it bad? The two old men started whispering dirty jokes, laughing from time to time. It can also be seen from this that the means of this guy Books are very powerful. Whether it is only in the military, political, or business circles, he has his connections in it. No wonder he wants to run for the next presidential candidate. I don't know if he will tweet, after all, a president who doesn't tweet is not a good president, funny. Oh old man, I forgot to introduce you, this is Mr. Sean from Krypton Technology. Sean, this is General Hawk, to be honest, if you want to play, don't look for him. We'll rely on the ball. Hawk's face turned red. Bucks, you are all. Don't talk nonsense, it's impossible. Hello Mr. Sean, our military has recently purchased a lot of your company's products, but they are very popular. We hope to have more of you with such a businessman, it is much easier for us to serve on the front line. This is the general I should be. If there is a chance, I will definitely play with you guys, but will you really give up the ball, General? Boom, Bucks couldn't help laughing in an instant. General Hawk waved his hand in a helpless look. Let me introduce you to me, the old man just played by himself. What did you say? Sean is young, he is looking for fun by himself. Hey! Aren't you afraid that you will feel ashamed when I am here? Also, after all, I'm still young, you can't do it. After the party ended, he returned to his manor early. Chapter 33. Looking at the starry sky, that is the direction of the scientific research number, which has been invisible in space, and basically most people are receiving solar radiation on it. I didn't expect so many things to appear in this world. Makaran, this should be the arms company in the special forces. If you want to dominate the world, you have to have a hole in your head to have such an idea. Is it not good to hide in the dark and make money? Hawk should be the commander of the special forces. What surprised him most was that a company called WHWH Ventures, Strictly speaking, this company was a relatively small company at this banquet, and it was also engaged in medicine. However, recently due to the rise of Krypton technology, the stock market has fluctuated a lot, and the situation is not good. I am eager to find a new profit point. Blood orchid? Will this thing be useful to me? That's right, WH Company is the company in the wild python disaster. It wants to develop blood orchid, extract a chemical substance in it, and use it to break through the Hayflick limit of human beings, break through the limit of human lifespan, and prolong lifespan. Regardless of this, perhaps this world still hides a lot of things that I don't know about. Definitely, although it can't threaten him, it's still okay to take a look. Moose, let S1 bring a team. Good commander. The company has Moose, and there is no problem with normal operation. What he needs is to see this magical thing. What is the secret? It can grow blood orchids. Does it mean that there will be other magical species? Why do these giant snakes get huge after eating blood orchids? Isn't the giant snake not easy? Commander, the first team is assembled, please instruct. S1 brought 10 people to the manor. Compared with the time when they first came out of Resident Evil, everyone has made a big improvement, at least they are more like Kryptonians. Well, let's go. Borneo, there is no such place as Borneo in the real world. It generally refers to Kalimantan Island, but in this world, Borneo is in a rainforest, a continent. The area is huge, a bit like the Amazon, but it may actually be larger, and many places are places where humans have never set foot, and even uncivilized primitive people live in it. It is extremely dangerous, densely populated by poisonous insects, and the water system is developed. If you are not careful, you will get lost in it. The locals also rely on this rainforest to engage in tourism. In fact, it is not the first time that blood orchids have appeared in modern society. Some people have brought out samples a long time ago, but there are too few samples, and nothing has been researched. I heard that some people have recently entered the rainforest. Find these things. The blood orchid blooms once every 7 years, and the flowering period only takes 3 weeks to fail. If you want to collect it again, you have to wait for the next 7 years. This thing is placed in the martial arts world. How many masters will come out? What news? S1's hand holding the sunglasses paused. Commander, an expedition team entered the jungle recently, and there are people from Weha in there. They should also be heading for the blood orchid. Sean nodded. Since Weha's people were also here, it must be for the blood orchid, and only they knew about this. It seemed to hurry up. Go in. A boat slowly drove into the rainforest water system and plunged straight into the depths of the rainforest. As for why not take a helicopter or something, planes are prone to accidents in the rainforest, especially in the rainy season. A black battle suit, with a dazzling and technologically sounding firearm on his back, a special alloy long knife hanging on his waist, and a pair of sunglasses for each person can be connected to the moose, which can be said to be armed with teeth. Commander, there were fluctuations in the rainforest just now. I took the tablet and looked at the location. The satellite technology of this era is not very good. It seems that I should consider sending some satellites myself. This location, upstream of the river. The Weha people are quite fast, and the fluctuation just now should be something that exploded. Combined with their own memories, it should be that the ship sank under the waterfall after the protagonist and his party encountered a torrent, and the captain contacted another one of his own. The ship's friend came to pick him up, but the giant snake was hungry, so the captain's friend just finished it. Fast forward. Abandoning the boat, the group of people did not touch the ground, and instead of flying high, they walked close to the ground. The feet did not land, and it looked like it was sliding on the ground, and the speed was super fast. What's wrong? Walking on, the S1 in front stopped. Commander, there are some traces here, it should be the giant python mentioned in the intelligence. On the ground, a huge amount of slit marks overwhelmed the surrounding vegetation, and there were some residues such as mud and water. Looking at the traces, this thing was at least as thick as an adult's waist, or even bigger. Keep going. It's getting more and more interesting. It's incredible that these giant pythons can grow so big. They can't be formed in a short time. Even with the help of blood orchids, it will take a long time to grow like this. So why don't they expand their territories? You must know that even if there are sufficient resources in the rainforest, the giant snakes will have a much greater demand for meat. In the long run, there will definitely be insufficient food. Although Borneo is connected to the ocean, this is not the key. Awareness of territory. No, what he believes more is that these giant pythons know the benefits of blood orchids, and even blood orchids can make them addicted, or they will die if they leave blood orchids. Wait, look there. At the edge of the swamp, everyone stopped. 11 people looked at the lake. A huge amount of python was swimming in the lake. The dark-colored scale armor was lurking in the water. If ordinary people were here, they would not be able to see what it was. Thing. This is the python? Is it waiting for us to get into the water? Sean looked at this scene quite interestingly. This thing has wisdom, at least not relying on instinct to act, and even knows to use favorable terrain to attack. It's really big, kill it. The team and his party volleyed directly on the lake. Several pairs of eyes looked at the giant python swimming downstream under their feet. They were not in a hurry to make a move. This thing is really cunning, and it did not even attack. Perfect hunter, maybe already at the top of the food chain in this rainforest. Commander, are you going to die or live? Just ask for some samples. S1 raised the Gaussian rifle in his hand and pointed it at the wandering python. Hey! Huge amounts of water splashed into the air from the bottom of the water, and red blood spread across the bottom of the lake, with turbid silt entrained in it. Bring it up! The corpse of the python was lifted by the mind and floated in the air. His eyes looked into it, and the huge amounts of body were no different from ordinary pythons. So, is it a genetic or blood problem that caused them to become so big? Well, the structure of the snake head is interesting. Take a sample. The eyes can see the inside of the python through the body. It seems that the structure is not much different from that of ordinary pythons, but the structure of the head is a little bigger. This area should be the area that dominates their wisdom. Chapter 34. The samples were received, and they followed the traces of the hired team of WH Weha Company. There was a body in the stomach of this python just now. It seems that the team has been reduced. After half an hour, everyone finally caught up with this group of people near a small village, but their situation is a bit bad. A giant python is holding a person into its mouth, and those eyes are still staring at them like they are looking at their prey. How can snake eyes be so useful? Commander, are we going to take action? Sean shook his head. Wait and see. The team saw that their teammates were swallowed by the giant snake, but they didn't realize that the bamboo raft they worked so hard to make had been rowed away by one of their companions. If they didn't have this bamboo raft, perhaps the final result in this jungle would only be death. Looking at this giant python, it seems that the sense of wisdom is more obvious. Those eyes are clearly the light of wisdom. It is incredible, looking at Wehi and these people's eyes, not looking to prey, but play. Bill, will it still shoot at us? Sam asked Captain Bill in horror. Bill shook his head. I don't know, but I think we'd better get out of here if we don't want to play with it. Magical to play together. Except for Bill's vice-captain, Chuan, who was a little calmer, the other three were still able to stand. They wished they could run now, wishing they had more legs. Shit, run away. Bill raised his hand and threw the torch in, and the thatched hut where the python was circling burned, trying to stop the python, but unfortunately he didn't know that the python didn't care about them now. The remaining two female members of the team, Sam and Gear, and Little Heckler had already run out. Bill scolded and followed behind with a machete. For fear that the giant python would not have enough to eat to find them, if they went back to the beginning, they would definitely not choose to enter this jungle. Where is the money? This is simply a meal for the giant python. Fake. Where's the boat? When he got to the river, he was stunned. Everyone looked at the bamboo raft they stopped here just now, and what about Jack? Nothing is missing. Sheet, this son of ABCH must have run away. He left us here like this and waited for the giant python to eat us. Little Heckler was very excited. He didn't want to die here. So many black pearls waiting for him to develop. Everyone was in a low mood, and they didn't expect Jack to do this. What should we do now? Greg said solemnly. Quiet, said the deputy captain, Chuan, raising his hand. Holding the knife in his hand, he secretly guarded the darkness. Quiet, too quiet. This is not like the night in the jungle. You must know that a giant python appeared here just now. Could it be another giant python coming? Doesn't it mean that they have no desire to attack after they are full? Chuan, what's wrong? Bill came to Quan's side, just as cautiously, as he had rarely seen his lieutenant do. I don't feel good. It's too quiet around. If you have anything to do, you'd better hurry up. Damn, Bill cursed inwardly, if it wasn't for this Jack, they could all go back now. Sam, what do you guys think? I mean, Jack is going to be here, and the blood orchid is in this location, but he's going to go around the river in a big circle. He squatted on the ground and started to draw, looking up at the crowd as he said, and we can get here as long as we pass through here and walk in a straight line. We must be in time. We don't want any blood orchids, we only need bamboo rafts. The hand draws a straight line on the map, so it looks like this, but they forgot one thing, that is the giant python roaming in the jungle. If one is not careful, it will die under the mouth of the giant python, but what is the difference? The left and right are just death, but a trace of unwillingness flashed in the eyes of Gear and Sam. Don't look at their beauty, but if there is a way, who would choose to come to such a place for a mission? Not for the money. Let's do it. We have no other choice, maybe we can get out alive if we give it a try. Sam nodded vigorously, grabbed the backpack and was about to leave. The deputy captain, Chuan, opened his mouth wide, and everyone followed Quan's eyes and looked over. Inema. A dark and bright giant python stared at them with its head held high. Run! Bill shouted. At this time one can run, one is one. How can he control others? He is taking money as a guide, but he hasn't seen the money yet. Just pull your legs and run. Seeing everyone's actions, the giant python immediately ejected, and a big mouth was like staring into an abyss, which was the smell of death. Little Hacker panicked in an instant. His feet didn't seem to be his own. He didn't move. He watched the giant python's head getting closer and closer to him, but he wanted to move and couldn't move. Come on, we can't save him. Bill had just dragged Sam out a few steps when Jer stopped him. Wait, what do you see there? A light flashed. Little Heckler's face was covered in blood, but the python's head was shattered, and his body twitched a few times. Bill pulled behind. Who is there? What's wrong? There are people there, there are definitely people. Bill clenched the machete in his hand. In the jungle, humans are often more terrifying than beast. Can you read it wrong? Before the words were finished, the darkness always sounded the sound of footsteps. Sheet, who is this? A group of people wearing black clothes and carrying strange firearms came out. Bill, who had been a soldier, frowned even more. These guys seem to be soldiers. It's not wrong. Take a little sample. Sam looked at the actions of several people in S1 to take samples, and he had a guess in his heart. You are also here to find blood orchid? Do you still have a boat here? Can you take us out? We will pay for it, said a series of words. Sean shook his head. If we don't go back, even if there is a boat, we won't give it to you. You use it, what do we use? Bill pointed to the guns that the team was equipped with. What is this? I've never seen it, it looks very powerful. If there are these things, maybe you will get what you want. Gear was stunned for a moment. She didn't care about any firearms. She couldn't control them. No, you mean that you are going to continue looking for that damn blood orchid? Don't you know what's in here? Before Sean could speak, her next sentence came, then I'll go with you too, just give me a little bit at that time. I don't think it will affect you, and I can pay you. Sam's eyes flashed. Okay, then let's go together, sir. We don't want much, we just need to go back a little to meet, and I have a deep research on this thing, maybe I can help you. Sam speaks of her worth, and in fact she does have a deep research on the blood orchid. So operation, Bill was stunned. The two of them were panicked just now. They wished they could go straight back to the civilized world. Now that they see something promising, they want to go up and get a piece of the pie. Are you afraid it's not ZZ? Is money really that important? Seeing that these people are covered in weapons, their aura is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. Sean gave her an interesting look, then looked at Bill again. He still had a good impression of the captain, just a bit of a virgin. What about you? Is that the case too? This thing is a huge amount of wealth outside. No sir, we just want to go out now. Commander, the sample has been extracted. Okay, take them on the road. Chapter 35. Oh no, we won't go with you, I think we can go out by ourselves. Where does Bill want to follow? he is not these two girls, he can't walk when he sees money. Little Heckler look in view of the situation, he also slowly stood beside Bill, and it seemed that he also planned not to leave. Sean grinned, I think, it's better for you to follow along, what do you think? Bill spread his hands, looked at the muzzle of the gun aimed at them, and walked helplessly ahead, holding his machete to open the way. A joke, this gun can even smash the head of a giant python, he can't stand it. The jungle at night was still very silent, it didn't look like a jungle, but now Bill couldn't take care of that much, either he made his way forward or was killed by the people behind him. Hey friends, where are you from? Bill paused and pointed to the gauze rifle that S1 was holding, I mean, this thing looks very exciting. S1. He ignored him, and Bill had to walk in front of himself, but the look in his eyes became deeper and deeper. These people were definitely not ordinary soldiers, and none of the elite teams he had ever seen gave him such a strong sense of oppression. Will they kill us? Chuan looked at a little hacker, why do you think so? That's how it's played in movies. Once we're useless, we'll be slapped by the villain. Chuan, what you said makes sense, but, is there any way you can resist? Bill was even more depressed. This time he didn't know if he could go back alive. He raised his hand and was about to chop off a branch. S1 grabbed his hand firmly and turned his head to take a look. What's wrong? S1 put a finger to his mouth, SHH, it's there. What? S1 glanced at Sean, nodded, raised the muzzle and fired a shot into the dark jungle, ugh. A bright light appeared from the muzzle of the gun, and wherever the bullet passed, a path was shot out, with a loud bang, and there was an explosion not far away, or the dull sound of the bullet penetrating the ground. What's going on here? At a distance of 50 meters, when everyone came here, they discovered that a giant python had been beaten into 2 pieces, its head was smashed, and there was a huge amount of potholes on the ground. Bill took a breath. The power is almost the same as that of anti-equipment firearms. The bullet hit the python's head and passed through the center of the body, so it broke into 2 pieces here. How can you see? It's not daytime, it's pitch black. Go on, if you don't want to be eaten. Gear and Sam looked at each other in dismay. They felt a little afraid that their thoughts were about to fail. Can they really get the blood orchid by following these people? In the name of the company? Such forces will never kill them, not to mention that they are still in the hands of others, and they can't resist if they want to do something. Sheet, that BD is really here. Little Heckle excitedly pointed to the bamboo raft by the river, but it wasn't the one they made by themselves. Sean nodded at S1, and the 2 warriors walked into the darkness. So the blood orchid is here. Sam nodded, the intelligence said so, but the specific location needs to be found. How far has your research on blood orchids come? There is a lack of samples, but it is certain that there is a substance in the blood orchid that allows life to exceed the Hayflick limit. Well, Sean is satisfied with such an attitude, not stupid. Cough cough. Bill pretended to cough and said, Sir, you see we've brought you here too, or we'll go by ourselves, and we won't be of much help here. Yes, yes, I really don't want to stay in this damn place for a moment. Little Heckler was even more excited, what blood orchid, what task, go to hell. Commander, caught a rat. Just as he was about to speak, S1 came out of the darkness, dragging a young blonde man, the one who stole Bill and their raft, Jack. It was extremely miserable, visible to the naked eye, the shoulders and feet were broken, and even some white bones were exposed, and the mouth hummed from time to time. Are you looking for him? Bill didn't speak, but the co-captain behind him said, Definitely, we all miss him. Raising his hand, S1 threw the person over, Jack stole the bamboo raft and killed them directly. Chuan is not a good man and a woman. Let's go too. Ignoring these people, he lifted his feet and left, behind him came Jack's tragic cry, and from time to time women's screams, as if they were saying that it was a crime or something. It wasn't long before he heard the dull running sound behind him. Sean stopped, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which was interesting. Bill and Izumi chased after him. I want to be with you, and it would be best if you could offer us a job. Real. Seeing Sean's kind face, Bill couldn't be happy. After the result of Jack, Sam, and Gore were going to take the bamboo raft back. How dare he go back? At this time, he will definitely die on the way back. The people in the team will not let him. They got out alive. Swallowing and swallowing, I felt that my throat was extremely dry, and there was sweat on my forehead, not hot, but nervous, and my expression immediately became serious. Good sir. Sean thought about it for a while. Just right, this place also needs to be taken care of. Okay, follow closely. If you die, I don't care about you. The two immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, they don't have to die. If they can live, whoever wants to die. A silence for Sam and Gear. Some people think they are smart, but the world doesn't revolve around you. In a place they didn't know, Sam, Gear, and little Heckler were paddling a bamboo raft on the river, and the water was surging and tumbling one after another. Ah! A giant python jumped out of the water. In the darkness, a man in a black battle suit rose into the air after watching this scene and disappeared here. After a quarter of an hour, everyone finally arrived in a small valley. Under the cliff, there was a small pool of water below. From time to time, the water rolled up and down, and the reflection of the moonlight could see that it was a living creature. This is a snake ball. Bill glanced at it and immediately retracted his gaze. Yes, this season is the time for snakes to mate, harmonious, and above them, is the blood orchid we are looking for. Across the valley is the blood orchid they are looking for. If this thing grows elsewhere, you will never find any magic. It is ordinary, extremely ordinary. In their eyes, they directly skipped the blood orchid, but under the soil of the blood orchid, on a few boulders. Meteorite? Chapter 36. The blood orchid grows on this meteorite. To be honest, the reason why the blood orchid has these various magical effects is probably the effect of the meteorite. Even when he stands here, he can feel a burst of energy spreading. Although it is slight, it is still sensed by him. Notify usse to transform this place into a research base. These snakes, except for the snake mother, after ensuring harmonious pregnancy, all the rest were killed. The group began to collect the blood orchid, peeled off the soil, and carefully, as long as the research equipment arrived, the secret of the blood orchid would be decrypted by them. Sir, are we not leaving here? Leave? Why leave? Your job is to look at this thing here. What about a ranger's job? Forest keeper? It's here? Wouldn't that kill them? There are countless giant pythons here, sir, if... Sean waved his hand. Don't be nervous, I won't let you die, etc. The two didn't dare to say anything. They set up the tent and went about their business. He didn't understand what these people wanted to do. Isn't it courting death to do research here? Sir, I have arrived. In the sky, several beams of light suddenly appeared in the originally dark sky, and a huge amount of spaceship appeared directly. Attractive force began to release various materials from the spaceship and began to transform the valley. Chuan opened his mouth wide. Bill, is this thing a spaceship? Yeah. I should. Do you want me to hit you? Why are you hitting me? What kind of boss are we with? Do you think it might be an alien? Bill's face darkened. What nonsense, let's do things honestly, this may be an opportunity for us. His eyes are hot, both of them used to be soldiers. What are the soldiers looking for? Strength. How can they fly by themselves without carrying these things with their hands? This is not the first time they have seen weirdness in the squad, and they can't figure out why. Maybe it's the ability of the spaceship above. After all, high tech or something, it's definitely not something we can imagine. A week later, there was a huge amount of python at the bottom of the pool. It was the mother snake. It was surrounded by special alloys. Some of the blood orchids on the top had been taken out, and even the meteorite below had been taken out. In the forest, a simple building complex appeared, with a dark green wall. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to find modern technology products here. Within a 2-kilometer radius, densely packed cameras are installed, which can monitor the entire forest. On the scientific research number, Sean was in a trance for a while. The benefits of this blood orchid really exceeded his expectations. Under normal circumstances, there is a substance in the blood orchid that allows living individuals to surpass Hayflick's limit and develop their own potential, but it will become violent. Sean named this substance, Substance C. Serial number, RXLH003. Take it as the meaning of transcendence, but normal humans cannot use it. Humans use Substance C, which will cause the collapse of the gene chain and direct death, but snakes can perfectly integrate Substance C. For the time being, I can't find out why humans can't integrate substances, but these are not a problem for Kryptonians. Moose, how is the cultivation of blood orchid? Master, the blood orchid has been successfully cultivated, and some seeds are also reserved in the scientific research number. Sean is in a good mood, and has found something that can make Kryptonians stronger and speed up their evolution. What about the meteorite? Did you get anything? Master, according to monitoring, the meteorites only carry gamma rays, and the intensity of gamma rays has begun to weaken. Even if we don't arrive, it may not be long before the meteorites here will become indistinguishable from ordinary stones. Gamma rays? That's what caused the blood orchid to mutate. Yes, sir, the continuous irradiation of gamma rays will make the blood orchid produce C substance, which does not affect the growth of the blood orchid, and at the same time can make its growth cycle gradually shorter, that is to say, as long as there is enough gamma rays to continue to irradiate, the blood orchid's growth cycle will become shorter. Well, that's good news. He doesn't want to wait 7 years for the blood orchid to bloom every time. Outside, S1 came to Bill's place with 2 R1 injections. Sir, what is this? S1 grinned at them. Haven't you been wondering why we have such great power? This is the power you expect. Uneasy to take it over, the two looked at each other. Wouldn't they be experimenting with them? That's how it was played in the movies. Bill gritted his teeth. What else could he do now? Sir, how to use it? Just a direct injection. Pressing the top of the injection, the needle really popped out from the front, and he clenched his teeth and plunged it into himself. 1 minute, 2 minutes, how could there be no response? Turning his head to look at S1, Sir, is it expired? S1's face darkened. What do you think this is? 5 kilometers off-road. Yes, sir. Lu Yan ran out. They have been familiar with this jungle recently. They know everything about it. Basically, there is no danger. Just like when they first came here, it is possible to hide giant pythons everywhere. Now, basically can't see above. Definitely, there are still some scattered giant pythons around. But it is not without other dangers. There are still a lot of large animals such as crocodiles. Just be careful. It is those small poisonous insects that are fatal. This is something that cannot be prevented. Chuan, do you feel something is wrong? The more he ran, the more Bill felt that something wasn't right. He didn't seem tired. How can that be? Chuan was even more surprised than him. Our physique seems to have been transformed. It's incredible. A small needle can do it. Clenching his fists, a force that was not there in the past appeared, and I was secretly surprised. I don't know how these things came about, it's really amazing. After staying here for so long, it's not that they didn't know Sean's origins. It turned out to be the Kryptonian technology that has recently emerged internationally, and they instantly felt that they had hit the big luck. They knew what happened to Sam and the others who left first. They had seen the bamboo raft by the river. Needless to say, they were relieved now that they had used the injection. It seemed that at least they didn't have to die. Sean returned to the city, and the original location where he found blood orchids was converted into a base dedicated to cultivating blood orchids. As long as they were mature, they were harvested and accumulated as much as possible. Who knows if there is such a thing in the next world? It is not clear whether it can be cultivated in other worlds. Early in the morning, while Bill was still asleep, the bedside siren blared piercingly. Drip DK. He turned over quickly. This alarm sound is not a good thing. The last time a huge amount of python broke in, it seems that he wanted to rescue the mother snake or was attracted by the blood orchid, and was killed directly. The ghost knows what is this thing thinking. Chapter 37. Chuan, what's wrong? Walking out of the room, he grabbed Chuan who was running. I don't know, I heard that a team of armed men was found on the perimeter of the security guard. Knowing that something was wrong, the two hurried to the command room. All the teams left in the base had appeared and looked at the armed men on the screen. These people should be from WHWH, right? I didn't expect that they would send people again. 11th Chief, what should we do? S11, the squad leader who stayed at the base. All eliminated, the blood orchid is of great use to us. When the others heard it, they knew what to do. For Krypton. The two of Bill didn't know why they shouted this slogan, and they also shouted, for Krypton. Perhaps what they understand is only for Kryptonian technology, but what they mean by S11 is for Kryptonian civilization. That, I have an idea. Everyone looked at Bill, and S11 nodded, tell me about it. You see, these people must have come here to find someone. After all, their people didn't go back last time, and they may also know some information about the blood orchid, but it won't be too much, otherwise there won't be so many people here. Isn't there a few pets in the base? S11 immediately understood what he meant. No, what if they are interested in this thing? There will be more of them at that time, but we can do this, drive some crocodiles to the way they must pass, and we can do it secretly. It would be better if the python could not move. The huge body would definitely let others know that this thing was abnormal. For these pharmaceutical companies, this was a proper attraction. The crocodiles were quickly driven into the jungle. These crocodiles were also injected with a part of the blood orchid sea substance, and their bodies became huge, but they were still in the normal range. The sudden attack would definitely surprise the team. Hiss! Captain, what are we looking for here? It's been a day since we've gone, and we can't find anything. One of the team members slapped him on the face, and a mosquito appeared on his palm. Bloody hands! Shut up! You think I want to come? It's okay not to talk about it. He was so angry when he said it. He came to the jungle to find a team. A joke. These people in the company are probably not Sheila Z. Do you know how big this jungle is? Nay, he just eats this bowl of rice. They don't even know that now they are already in the observation of S11, and they can't escape every move. Ah, what is this? The water surface around the team began to fluctuate, and they marched in all directions. Just by looking at the water marks, they knew that the big guy was coming. Alert! The captain shouted, opened the safety of his firearm, and his eyes were vigilant, but when he saw what was under the water, he also felt like he wanted to scold his mother. Crocodile! Bang bang bang! Violent gunshots sounded, and the crocodile in front of the captain was killed before it emerged from the water, and his body turned over on the water. Damn, why is there such a thing here? Shut up, there are so many ripples here just now, you'd better keep your eyes open. I hope the death of this crocodile can deter the rest of the crocodiles. But obviously they were wrong. The other crocodiles were actually aroused by the blood flowing in the water, and they were already affected by the blood orchid. At this time, the crocodiles were even more fierce. Unfortunately for the team, this battle was inexplicable. Originally, the crocodile came to the front, and the firearms in their hands seemed to be refusing to listen to their commands for experiments. S11 nodded, this is definitely what they did, just a little bit of psychokinesis. This news also spread to WH Company. The chairman sat in the first place, so, they all died in the crocodile's mouth. According to the information we have, it is such a gentleman. Well, so be it. We've already lost a lot here. Things are set, and no one will want to ask about these things. The people around Borneo are more and more afraid to go into the depths of the jungle. I heard that there are some people eating beasts. Bill listened. Listening and shaking his head, isn't it just a man-eating beast, it's just a man. Lily, what happened recently? Lily is the secretary he recruited, or graduated from some famous school, and her ability is good. Sir, it seems that McCarran's group has recently developed a new type of weapon, which has been purchased by the military, and an archaeological team has excavated some interesting things in Scotland, maybe sir will like it, and the David group has recently developed the artificial intelligence project has made very good progress. Stretching, looking out the window, thinking a little. Oh! This world is really interesting, and now it has developed artificial intelligence, David group? I didn't expect this thing to exist in this world, but now is obviously not a time period, it should be around 2090, and now it's only 2010, a difference of several decades. Send me information about that archaeological team. After Lily left, Sean informed Moose in a deep voice, Mouse, except for some people who are reserved on Earth, the rest must go out together. This time, we may visit a civilization. Good sir. The information in the archaeological team is not great information, and even this discovery will only be a joke to many people. 10,000 years from human civilization, it is impossible for those early humans to find a star map that is far away from the Earth. This is impossible. The biggest possibility is speculation, but this star map actually exists in the starry sky. As a result, there will only be one, that is, the civilization on the star map visited the Earth. It's really a disaster. Krypton technology built a secret base in the Borneo rainforest. The scientific research number stopped here, surrounded by tall trees and dense vegetation. Commander. 180 Kryptonians stood in the base fully armed and looked at Sean expectantly. This was their future and their leader. Ready to go. Everyone boarded the ship, the gate opened above the base, and the huge amounts of cover walls opened to both sides, like flowers blooming in the rainforest. Bill, where do you think they're going so cautiously? Heaven! Chuan looked at the scientific research number and was in a trance. Every time I see this thing, I think they are aliens, if they don't look like us. Don't talk shit, you kid, Bill patted him. Hey, the scientific research number started, and blue flames emerged from the energy jets, pushing the scientific research number to lift off. In fact, it is more convenient to use anti-gravity technology. There is this technology on the scientific research number, but the speed of using this technology will be limited, and it may be monitored by the outside world. It is better to fly directly into space. Commander, the target star field will take 2 weeks to travel, do you want to leave? Moose, let's go. Start the warp engine. 5. 3. Start up. The scientific research number seemed to be distorted, disappearing into outer space in the blink of an eye, and for the next 2 weeks, they would be in this process of travel until they reached their destination. Chapter 38. In the original play Prometheus, whether it is the spaceship set off by humans or the spaceship of the Titans, it seems that this technology is not equipped, which is unreasonable. It takes more than 2 years to travel from the Earth to the destination. For a civilization capable of interstellar navigation, warp speed technology is necessary, otherwise the effect will not be great, and the driving time alone can drag down a civilization, let alone plunder resources. Compared with the technology equipped with Krypton spacecraft, warp speed is actually not the best choice. They have a faster way to open small wormholes, achieve the purpose of bending space, and so on. But since then, if the energy on the scientific research number cannot be replenished, the scientific research number will lose its proper role, so he did not use such technology, and the creation room on the scientific research number is what he should consider first. Choice, no matter what it is, can't affect it. This is also the reason why he did not choose an attack ship when he was on Krypton, but a spaceship for scientific research. Moose, what do you think about the weapons we are equipped with and the technology of the Titans? Commander, based on the data you provided, the technology of the Titans is not our opponent at present, but you know the importance of the scientific research number. I recommend destroying it first and then plundering it. Sean frowned. You mean direct destruction? Yes sir, the importance of scientific research numbers does not allow us to make mistakes. Let's talk when we arrive. According to the star map of the archaeological appearance on the Earth, combined with my own understanding of this event, the destination is just an outpost of the Titans, so there shouldn't be much power here, not to mention that they were basically killed by the biochemical virus developed by themselves, and only one remained in the dormant warehouse. The threat shouldn't be too big. Alien, what a perfect species! It's a pity that when this film came out, it directly denied the world of the previous structures. The origin of the alien should belong to the cultivation of the predator, but it is set to be cultivated by the Titans. Or there is some communication between the predator and the Titan civilization. It is not surprising that there is something in common between the two. After all, both are interstellar civilizations. After some cultivation, it is not impossible. 2 weeks later, the scientific research number arrived at the target star field, and the planet under their feet was where they were going this time. Commander, it's here. Is there any sign? No signs of activity have been detected at present, but a location in the middle of the planet. After testing, there are a lot of spaceships staying there, which should be a military base. Go down. The spacecraft plunged directly into the atmosphere of this planet and slowly moved towards the detected base. How is the environment of this planet, Moose? Sir, the gravity is similar to the Earth, but the oxygen content of the air is very low. This planet should have been a green life planet before, but I don't know why it has become like this. It is dying. The biggest possibility is that it is because of the virus caused by the Titan civilization, or even that civilization is likely to exist on this planet, but it was wiped out by the Titan civilization. Interestingly, the appearance of aliens does not have any effect on plants. Why does this planet become like this? Bang! The scientific research number landed. Outside, a huge amount of prototype building is in front, and there are 2 huge amounts of something similar to a wall in the front open space, but this is not the case. The huge amounts of the prototype buildings are actually formed by the accumulation of sand and gravel accumulated for a long time in the later period, and the 2 huge amounts of buildings are hidden part of the spaceship. Sir, the spaceship is underground here. Sean nodded. I see, tell them to go. The 180 Kryptonians plus himself flew out of the scientific research number and flew directly to the huge amounts of the prototype building, where there was an entrance to enter. Sir, this is the energy vent of the spacecraft, from which you can enter the interior of the spacecraft. Well, keep monitoring. Commander, let's go to the front. S1 waved, and the group walked in. There are black walls all around, a special alloy that has never been seen before. Even if it has been here for so many years, there is still no sign of rust. Tsitsizi, boom! S1's eyes shot a heat ray, which directly blew up a pile of stones in front of him, opened the passage, and walked for half an hour. You can already see the text of the Titans and some household utensils here. Moose, find the main control room of the spacecraft. Drip drip. An image appeared on everyone's glasses. It was a 3D structure diagram of the spacecraft. A red dot was marked on it, which was the main control room. and many more. Sean stepped forward and found a huge amount of corpse lying on the ground. Isn't this thing the body of a titan? But the head is not here, only the body exists. Looking up, the head of the corpse should be caught in the door. Moose, can you decipher Titan's text? Mr. Too Little Data, maybe after we go to the main control room, I can directly connect to the spacecraft, and then I can control the spacecraft. Well, when he thought about it too much, he lifted his feet and walked forward. There were more and more Titan corpses. It seemed that every one of them fell on the road to escape, and some of the Titans seemed to be in the process of mutation. Huge amounts of the body, standing upright at least about 3 meters high, such a body should also have huge amounts of strength. As for super ability, it is unknown. Outside the main control room, it was still blocked by a huge amount of door. Moose, is there any way? No sir, the whole ship is off, I can't connect to it, and the Titan text data is too small to be cracked. It was a bit of a headache for a while. This spaceship on the ground still has a living Titan in it. He doesn't want to kill him. Otherwise, where can I find the research materials? But if you don't crack it violently, you won't be able to get in. Frowning, S1, directly crack. Yes. The group stepped back a little, and dozens of Gauss rifles aimed at the giant gate and activated the firearms in their hands. SHHHHHH. After a series of shootings, the giant gate began to be damaged, and I was a little surprised. This material is okay. No wonder the protagonist and his party in the original play crashed the Titan spaceship with their own spaceship, and there was no damage. You know, this is not bad to be able to persist for so long without turning on the protection. Finally, in the 5th round, the giant gate was finally punched out of a hole. There was no energy protection and no other measures. The strength of the material alone can support such an attack, which is really good. Go in. After opening the pothole, the group finally walked into the main control room of this spaceship. The huge amounts of space and the black layout looked a bit depressing, and there were a few chairs around. This should be where the Titans control the spacecraft. At present, it is necessary to find out how the spacecraft is activated. Go and see those dormant warehouses. S1 waved his hand and started to check here. Sean looked around. The original play seemed to need a flute-shaped thing to start it. It was a bit of a joke, and the voice control was too low. I squatted down in front of a seat like a seat, and with a thought, a pitch-black flute floated in the air. Is that the thing? Pulling a stream of air through the flute, the sound appeared. He didn't want to blow it with his mouth. Who knows if the Titans have any special hobbies? Tsitsizi. The light appeared in the dark, began to distort, and turned into 3D patterns. This is a star map. Sean is a little interested. It seems that this Titan civilization is very powerful. Just looking at these star maps, it is already a great range. Looking at the nervous appearance of S1 and others, he waved his hand. Don't be nervous, it's just some star maps. Moose, start connecting the spacecraft. Okay sir, it may take 20 minutes to fully crack. S1 walked up to him with serious eyes. Commander, we found that one of these dormant bins is still alive, what should we do? Sean's eyes lit up. Go and see. There are only 5 dormant chambers in total here. The Titans in the rest of the dormant chambers have all died and rotted. Only the Titan in front of him is still alive, and he can still vaguely see the ups and downs of his chest. Hello, Titans. You return to the scientific research number. Once Moose unlocks the text of the Titan civilization, you immediately instill it, then search for the entire base and remove all the useful ones. Yes, sir. Sean squatted down and looked at the Titans in the dormant warehouse. Huge amounts of bodies, very similar to humans, except that there was no hair on their heads. It looked a little scary, and under the perspective of eyes, where did the Titans have any secrets to hide? Such a guy should be very suitable for experiments, resting his chin in his hand. The poor Titan, before he woke up, was already missed by Sean. Sean was bored, and the voice of Moose came from the headset, "Sir, it has been cracked." "Then what are you waiting for? Start the spacecraft and see." "Sir, the S1 chief said that it would not start until they arrived. He was afraid that any accident would cause the chief to be injured. After all, this is not our territory." Sean pouted. There was something else that could hurt him, but S1 was also kind, and after waiting for a long time, the group of S1 came back here. "Sir." Sean nodded. "Well, start it. Let's see what the secrets of this Titan civilization are." Tsitsizi. A burst of something similar to an electric current appeared from the wall. "My dear, this spaceship has been here for almost 2000 years, and there is still enough energy, and even the spaceship can still be used normally." The spaceship was shaking, and it slowly lifted off from the ground. A huge amount of hole appeared on the ground, and a huge amount of pothole instantly appeared in the place that originally belonged to the plane. "Moose, what did you find?" "Sir, Titan civilization originated from the Sun star. The nearest base recorded by this spacecraft is 30,000 light-years away from here. It is located at the edge of the Milky Way. It has a sun and stable galaxy operation. Titan civilization is a civilization that belongs to the biotechnology route. There is no record of where the parent star is." Sean suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he didn't see any weapons on the spacecraft along the way. Also, if he saw any civilization, put some of the opposite S*X in, and wait until all the people on the entire planet died before going to recycle the planet, which is clean and pollution-free. Then what do they have to do with human civilization in this world? Chapter 39. According to the plan left in this spaceship, humans on Earth have nothing to do with them, and they don't even understand their generation. Sean sank. Then how did they get involved with Earth humans? Destruction. In fact, it is not the first time that such a thing has happened. As for why the human beings on Earth should be destroyed, the records on the spacecraft are experiments. The record is just a chance. The Titans discovered the civilization of Earth, and then they have been carrying out biochemical research on it. What it is, he doesn't need to care. This spaceship has been here for so many years, and it should have appeared on the Earth to carry out the destruction plan more than 2000 years ago. However, after such a long time, the Earth is still fine. It can be seen that the Titan people are not so keen on the Earth either. Let him out. A few people from S1 surrounded the dormant warehouse, and no one could guarantee whether this Titan had any means. If something happened to Sean here, he would be blamed for his death. "Don't be so nervous, it's okay, Moose, let it go." "Good sir." A burst of air passed through, the top of the dormant chamber opened to both sides, and the Titan lying inside slammed open his eyes, staring at the people in front of him. Shouldn't he be dormant? How can it be awakened, and how these creatures are so similar to the species on the experimental planet? He stretched out his hand and pulled out the cannula fixed on his body. Sean sighed, "My darling, they are Kryptonians who are tall, but in fact they are not much different from normal humans. This Titan is also too tall, a full 3 meters. S1, tell him, surrender or die." The corner of S1's mouth twitched into a smile. Wow, how long? Are the potatoes digging? Sean is a little confused. Is this the language of Titan? "Are you sure you didn't fool me?" Roar. As soon as S1 finished speaking, the Titan roared directly, and slapped S1 down with a slap. It was extremely fast, and his eyes couldn't wait to eat S1. "Damn it, you insult my noble Titan, and you will taste the price." However, what was faster than him was S1's feet. With 2 feet, he directly kicked the Titan to the ground. An alloy knife was hung around his neck, and it was another gibberish. It took a while to stabilize. What did he say? Forget it, let Moose translate it for me. Moose, synchronize it for me. Good sir. Shane squatted in front of the Titans, looking like he was looking at the material in his laboratory. Submit or die, you can choose the same, definitely, you can also choose to live rather than die. When S1 was translated, the face of the Titans trembled, and it seemed that they were very angry. Also, human beings were an experiment in their memory, but now they caught him, and it would not be balanced for anyone else. Automatic translation, after all, you can't read the Titan text either, definitely, I shouldn't either. Who are you? Don't you know this is the Titan's outpost? You don't seem to understand. You are in your current situation. You are too lazy to beep with you. Tell everything you know, maybe you can get a good death. The Titans didn't say a word. Are they planning to keep their mouths shut? Press it down. Don't let him die, it's still useful. Yes, sir. Sean looked at the spaceships around him. All these things would be his. If he brought all these things back, maybe the scientific research would be able to cultivate Kryptonians at full speed. On the scientific research number, the Titan was locked up. Since he came to the scientific research number, this Titan has not dared to move around. The technology on this spacecraft has never been seen before. At least, it is better than the spacecraft in their civilization. Too much. Titan civilization mainly focuses on biotechnology, and is not very keen on other technologies. Although it is said to be in the era of interstellar navigation, there has been no technological breakthrough for many years. Moose, how many spaceships are there in this base, and how many are there? Sir, there are 5 more ships, basically intact, but not equipped with weapon systems. There is no weapon system, that is to say, there is no countermeasure. This is troublesome, but it is not in the way. There is a production line brought from Krypton on the scientific research number. He can make the plasma cannon, and then it can be assembled. Holding a crystal-like thing in his hand, a liquid is stored in it, and there is a black thing in the liquid, which is the fatal thing. The Titans are using this thing for experiments. Once normal organisms are infected with this virus, they will produce aliens and suitable hosts. To be precise, they are incomplete aliens, that is, face-hugging bugs. It's amazing. I don't know if you synthesized it artificially or if it was originally a species. It is simply a perfect killing machine. Whether it is an individual or a whole, it only follows the 3 principles of survival, reproduction, and evolution. It can even sense whether there is a mother in the group, and give birth to a mother by itself. The speed may not even match the T-virus. Any living organism can become the host of the alien, and can extract the excellent genes of the organism to complete the evolution. There are many examples in the alien movies, such as the iron-blooded alien born from the body of the predator, also called the ultimate alien. Another example is the aliens born from the bodies of human females. They are human-shaped, and their intelligence has been raised several levels, which can already be distinguished from most aliens. Aliens don't know pain, don't know fear, don't even have moral values, the only thought that exists is killing, and endless expansion. With a smile on his lips, he brought this thing to the place where the Titans were imprisoned. The Titans were imprisoned in a cage, surrounded by high-intensity laser nets. No matter what object they touched, they would definitely be cut into pieces. Hey, look at what I brought you, shaking the crystal storage in his hand. When the Titans saw where they could remain calm, they murmured in their mouths and called to move them away, desperately moving back. If it wasn't for the laser net on his back being cut by the laser, he hurriedly sat in the middle because of the pain. What do you want? Do you know what this is? Sean nodded. Don't be afraid, I know this is a biochemical weapon. In fact, I really want to know its power. How about you satisfy my curiosity? You are the devil, you go, take this thing away. Cut, that's all? Are you also worthy of colonizing the stars? I want to know something, will you satisfy me? The Titans seem to have seen the oasis, where would they refuse? Okay, as long as you take this thing away, I don't want to die yet, you won't want to know its horror. However, in fact, Sean knew the horror of this thing. However, the virus might not be able to invade his body, maybe even S1 and their bodies. The body of steel is not for fun. The corner of his mouth sneered, don't be afraid, now I ask you to answer, understand? Looking at the panic of the Titans, it was quite boring, where did you get this thing? The Titan pondered for a moment, the panic in his eyes hadn't faded, but he had to speak again, and now his life was in Sean's hands. I don't know, I just know that the elders in our clan got it from a ruin a long time ago, and then we developed it into a biochemical weapon until now. Sean secretly said, sure enough, this thing seems to have a history, relics? In other words, there is a civilization that is older than the Titan's civilization, and perhaps more terrifying. Then you destroy the human civilization on Earth just for the experiment? He didn't believe that the destruction was just for the destruction. What kind of experiment needs so many repetitions? Basically, you can get what you want after one time. The Titans were slightly silent, not only that, the experiment is one purpose, and the other is to obtain high-quality genes. After this virus parasitizes the host, it will produce a human-like creature called xenomorph, some of which will inherit the host's high-quality genes. After we collect it, we will develop it again on this basis. After finishing speaking, he looked at Sean from time to time. After all, he didn't know if Sean knew this news would only attack him, and he was relieved to see Sean pondering. Why isn't your ship equipped with a weapon system? You do not know. It was Sean's turn to be stunned, what should he know? With a glance, the Titans hurriedly said it. There is no civilization in this star field that can threaten Titan. In our civilization records, human civilization seems to appear suddenly, so we will use human civilization for experiments. Therefore, this star field is the pasture of the Titans. There are no enemies, so naturally they are not equipped with weapons, and the most important thing is that the alloy we use to make the spacecraft is very strong, and we don't need weapons. But the external spaceships still have weapons. We have also launched wars against external civilizations. We only need to drop the alien virus and wait for the harvest. Generally, there will be no damage. Standing up, Sean asked before leaving, is this virus exclusive to you? The Titans in the cell seemed to have thought of something, but they were not sure. If you know it, say it, or you will know the consequences. Actually, I'm not sure. There was a record that a civilization visited the civilization's home planet, and it was said that it took away some viruses of the opposite S*X. The stone hammer, the opposite S*X of the jagged civilization was taken from here. These two civilizations are NT, with such experimental bodies, one is for the party as a child's coming-of-age ceremony, and the other is stalking aliens. Wait, you don't want to kill me, do you? Seeing Sean leaving, the Titan hurriedly shouted. Hey! Oh, by the way, do you know where your home planet is? The Titan shook his head, I don't know, we are only within the scope of civilization. In the era of the big explosion of technology, the resources on the mother planet have been mined and abandoned. It is said that few people go to the mother planet now. Sean ignored him and went to the main control room. Moose, how is the spaceship cleaning? Sir, all 5 spacecraft have leaked viruses, and 3 have been cleaned up so far. The virus in the spaceship must be completely removed. He didn't expect that all the aliens in his spaceship would be troublesome. What about the analysis of spacecraft materials? No raw ore has been found so far, and there is no such ore vein under the skin of the entire planet. It's a pity that this material is really good. Let's see, the universe is so big, there is always a chance to discover it. Chapter 40. Accepting Moose's knowledge of the Titan civilization, there is not much knowledge in the spacecraft, mainly for the indoctrination of their language, so as not to be blinded by the Titan text. This virus is indeed unique. In a week, the analysis of the alien virus was finally completed, and all the experimental records left by the Titan civilization were sorted out. For the research on aliens, the Titan civilization has reached a very high level. It always feels that they are going in the wrong direction. Although the progress of biotechnology is also a general direction, the direction of Titan civilization is definitely a wrong direction. As for why Sean thinks so, it's because the Kryptonian civilization is a living example. The Titan civilization, which developed biotechnology into a weapon, was originally a tyrannical practice. If it developed itself like the Krypton civilization, it would have infinite potential and a future. They are still enjoying such benefits to this day. Krypton's genes are already perfect, with 132 pairs of chromosomes, nearly 100 times more than humans, allowing them to have endless potential. Sir, what's the gain? S1 looked at Sean's expression and asked. No, the experiment of heterosexual larvae taken from the spacecraft shows that such organisms are uncontrollable, and without intelligence, they cannot be controlled, and the blood in their bodies is acidic and cannot be controlled by chips. Sean sighed, it's a pity, such a biological weapon is perfect, but it is also deadly. You see, the Titans, a military base, have played with the opposite S*X virus for so many years, and in the end, when it leaks, they are still killed here. He also has no good way. Once the heterosexual virus is used on the living planet, it cannot be controlled, and it will only gradually die out. It is said that these guys deserve it. The alien virus has been in their hands for so many years, and even the means of restraint have not been developed. What if you use a virus? Sean shook his head. The blood of the opposite S*X is too domineering, and they have a strong sense of crisis. Once they perceive what is happening in their body, they will be purified through blood, or even excluded from the body. He turned his head and glanced at S1, by the way, how is the spacecraft handling? Has the location of the Titan's home planet been determined? S1 turned serious. Sir, the cleaning has been completed, the Titan's home planet has not been determined, and there are several living planets in the star field, but Moose's suggestion is not to provoke. After all, no one has been for so long. Know how they have developed. Nod your head, it is so, so be it. It's been lucky to get these. Anyway, the Titan mother star is there, you can go whenever you want, but they should get up now and work hard to develop themselves. Moose, start preparing to go back. Good sir. The 5 ring-shaped Titan spaceships and the scientific research began to take off. Sean looked at the Titan spaceships flying in the sky. As long as these spaceships went back, he could do a lot of things. The subsystem has been implanted by Moose in your spaceship, and you will come back later. The Kryptonian soldiers on the 5 spaceships responded, and the scientific research number directly started the warp engine and disappeared. The engines equipped on the Titan spacecraft were not comparable to the scientific research number, and the speed was a lot worse, so they could not go back at the same time. However, the speed is not slow, and it will take almost 2 months to return to the solar system. 2 weeks later, the research vessel stopped in Borneo. This time, Bill and Izumi were even more confused. What did they see? God, didn't you wash your feet? Bill, isn't that guy human? I have eyes. The tall Titan was taken out of the scientific research number and locked in a cell specially prepared for him, and next to him was the snake mother who was captured here. Interestingly, the snake mother has now laid eggs. The air composition required by the Titans is similar to that of humans, so they don't need to care about others. Sean looked at the 2 sneaking around the corner, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Hey, say you 2, come here. Be careful, don't know what the big guy told them to do. Sir. Well, have you seen this guy? He will be taken care of by you in the future. Bill was stunned for a moment. You are so critique, did you make it? It's not, sir, this guy is not human, right? He also compared the height of him and the Titans. He is normal, and he is not short in human society. He is 1.9 meters tall and does not feel disabled. Just a brother. I know, okay, he'll leave it to you, by the way, be careful, he eats people. Chuan tore off Bill's clothes. Brother, have we been tricked? It shouldn't be, it's strange, the living aliens, but they're ugly. Bill disliked it for a while. Sure enough, he was the only one in the rainforest who had a handsome skin. Who could understand this kind of pain? He has endured too much on his own. Whatever he is, if he doesn't obey, he will be hungry. Good idea, Bill stroked his chin. The innocent Titan never thought that he would be calculated like this. Poor, it is estimated that he will have an unforgettable time in the future. In the room, Sean had just been groomed, and the Kryptonian soldier who kept his hand came to report the latest situation. Commander, that's what happened. Well, keep it up. The cultivation of blood orchid has been put on the right track, and more sea substances have been extracted. These things have been proved to be useful for Kryptonians, and will be cultivated on a large scale in the future. It even has a good influence on the development of new R-series medicines. On this basis, he may be able to develop R3-type medicines. Back to New York. Chairman, this is the latest company statement. The McCarran Company has recently launched a drug, which has had a big impact on our products. Lily looked at Sean with a little fear. The company has been running smoothly since its establishment. I don't know if it will affect anything this time. She doesn't want this job to have an accident. Sean looked at it and put it aside. Well, I see, notify the media and hold a press conference. Lily was taken aback. Chairman, what press conference? It's definitely a new product launch, what do you think it is? Lily turned around and was about to leave. Sean thought about it, let it go, and stopped her. Wait, let it go, don't notify the media, send the invitation letter to the military, Congress, and other countries. The head of state will also send a copy, and I will send it to you with specific requirements. Good chairman. Maybe he needs more resources now, or he needs an attitude, that is, don't mess with me. As long as the Titan spaceships arrive, everything will enter a state of rapid development. Moreover, the arrival of these spaceships cannot be hidden. The Titan spaceships do not have stealth technology. At the same time, the 5 rogue countries, as well as government officials and even consortiums, and powerful companies around the world received invitations from Krypton technology. The introduction above made many people suspicious, but they had to pay attention. R1 medicine can start to spread at this time. A week later, all kinds of people began to come to Krypton Technology headquarters. Chairman, the guests are here. Sean nodded, tidied up his clothes and walked out. In a huge amount of conference room, government officials and private forces abounded, and everyone was eagerly waiting. If Sean couldn't come up with something that would satisfy them today as a result, it may not end well. That's why they came here, because in their understanding, Sean didn't dare to lie to them. Papa patted the headset, and the audience focused on him. Everyone, welcome to this new product launch of Krypton technology. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man followed up. Wait, you called us here for your new product launch? Do you know how much you are going to delay us, Mr. Sean? Everyone around looked at this scene with interest. In the headset, Moose had already told the information about this person. It turned out to be a representative of a new consortium. In fact, there was a country behind him. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Sean nodded at S1. S1 directly took out a pistol, raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Pop! Blood splattered everywhere. No one shouted, no one panicked. It was Sean's actions that made them more interested, whether it was fearless or pretending to be suspicious. Just watch it. Okay everyone, flies will not affect our press conference. As for why this press conference is held, some things have been written in the invitation letter. I think everyone will be interested. Tsitsizi. A light and shadow appeared on a device at the top of the conference room, and a 3D image appeared in an instant. Many people gasped when they saw this scene. Virtual projection technology, no wonder they dared to be so arrogant. The virtual projection technology is not used for civilian use. This thing is even more terrifying in the military. However, Sean's next move surprised everyone. Seeing a few gestures of Sean, the virtual projection began to appear on his screen. Switch operation on hand. Words such as more actionable and interactive sounded in their minds. Hiss. The sound of gasping kept coming. Isn't Krypton Technology a pharmaceutical company? How can such technology exist? And it's smooth, and some of them have that technology, but it's nothing compared to Sean's. Okay everyone, the preparations are complete, let's watch a short video next. Countless people stared at the virtual projection of a man in a rainforest fighting a group of armed men. The difference from what they knew before was that this person was too powerful, and explanations would appear on the screen for every strike and every step, such as punching power, speed, etc. This was simply not a power that normal people could possess. If we usse people are here, they will find out that this group of teams is not theirs. Could it be that this is the new product they are going to release? It's incredible. If such a force is equipped in the army, wouldn't it be overwhelming? The overall strength of the army will change at a double speed. If such an army faces an ordinary army, it will definitely be a one-sided massacre. Drip. After the screen was played, Sean looked at everyone with a smile on his face. What do you think of this thing? I named it R1 potion, that is, human strengthening potion. It can make an ordinary person have powerful strength, speed, physique, more terrifying concentration, recovery speed, endurance, etc., and most importantly, it has no side effects and can be mass-produced. Even, it can also delay the speed of human aging. Hey! When a group of people heard this, they gasped for breath, wishing they could inject themselves now. A man in military uniform raised his hand. Mr. Sean, are you planning to sell this thing? I mean, such a thing should only belong to our bald eagles. Shit, you eat shit. That is, why don't you die? Such a thing should belong to all mankind. Yes, the bald eagles are all ZZ. Well, I just said one thing, do you guys have such a big reaction? Chapter 41. In fact, it is true that countless people scolded the bald eagle officer, not to mention how unpleasant it was. What's the use of you talking so much? You still have to see Mr. Sean, but you seem to have forgotten one point, Krypton technology is in the bald eagle look. Looking at Sean with a pair of eyes, Sean smiled slightly and didn't care. He thought it would be like this, but he didn't expect that these people would have no face at all. Also, whoever gets the R1 that can be mass-produced will have the opportunity to change the world. Face, or something. Can I eat it? Don't worry, everyone, look at this thing. In the picture, a tube of blue potion appeared in it, and there was a bomb around it. I don't know what it was. Someone had already guessed it. Could it be the R1 potion? But isn't the potion green in the screen just played? Mr. Sean, is this also an R1 potion? Sean shook his head. No, this is another medicine called T-virus. Virus? What's the use of this thing, biochemical virus? Some people have already frowned. This thing can't make people like it much, let alone in this era. Once a biochemical weapon is used on the battlefield, not to mention the loss, the impact on the image is too great. What's the use of that, Mr. Sean? They didn't believe Sean was showing them something useless. I believe that when you saw R1 just now, many people were thinking of kidnapping me or even killing me, so as to get Krypton technology, or R1 potion. Looking around, everyone's expressions did not change. Sure enough, they are all old on Myoji. Xiao Xiao didn't care. Don't be shy, I would do the same if I were me. Now, let me introduce you to the T-virus and what it is. The picture appeared again in the projection. This time, not everyone can keep calm. I chose a small town picture in the world of Resident Evil, and there is no place in this world. It didn't take long for the T-virus to infect one person, to spread to the whole town, and then to the bombing of missiles, but they were in a cold sweat. With the introduction on the side, it was simply not too scary. If this thing really existed, something like this viruses shouldn't be in the world at all. General Hawk, what do you think of such a virus? Sean looked at Hawk, who had been silent. With a sullen face, his brows never loosened. It's a perfect weapon. Thank you for your evaluation, General Hawk. In fact, everyone has seen the power of this thing. You now estimate that some people really want to kill me, don't they? Some people looked at it with burning eyes. Obviously, many people have already had such an idea. It is too dangerous. It is not in their interests. For viruses or something, it is enough to develop vaccines and serums at that time. Unfortunately, this is based on the premise that the T-virus serum can be researched, but, in fact, it is impossible for you to research it, so look at this picture. As long as I die, this tube of medicine will disperse in the air. All mankind can wait is death. Remember, this virus cannot be stopped from spreading. A yellow-skinned middle-aged man spoke, and he may be the most calm now. Mr. Sean, this should not be what you want. It may be the same as you said, we may all die when you die, but, I think you're not trying to force us to do something with you. What do you want, Mr. Sean? Or, what do you want, Sean? This is the representative of the East, which is very good. Thanks to this gentleman for mentioning this. He took out a tube of blue potion and tossed it in his hand. How can the people in the entire conference room remain calm, all leaning back? Nima, if it is true that they all have to die here, this is a lunatic. What are you doing? Put it down. If you want to die, don't pull us. Damn, you lunatic. Sean waved his hand and put the T-virus on the table. Don't be afraid, I don't want to destroy the world, and what I want is very simple. Don't provoke me. I can also cooperate with you on R1 medicine. How about, is not it simple? Who knows if your R1 drug is a virus? Yeah, that's exactly what they suspected. Well, I can send each of you back, you can test it yourself. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have a little thing, don't move it. If something happens to me, these things will explode on your turf. In the picture, it is the nuclear bombs displayed in the warehouse, and the representatives of the 5 rogue countries are stunned for a while. Nima, is this a private enterprise? I'm afraid they didn't wake up. However, no matter what, Krypton technology has been in existence that anyone can provoke from now on, not to mention whether the T-virus is real or not. Just say these nuclear bombs, and no one will move, unless it is sure to destroy the entire system in one fell swoop. Krypton technology. Bald Eagle and his party are even more angry. For many years, no one has dared to do this to them. They have always been the only ones who threatened to be threatened. Today, they are threatened, but you still can't do anything about him. Shit. Hawk stood behind and looked at Sean with a deep meaning. What do you want to do, Sean? World war? Or destroy human civilization? No, no, don't think of me as bad. In fact, if you know me, you will find that I am a good person. Really, as for the world war, isn't this what you have been doing all the time? Papa Huo Graham's shoulders. By the way, I heard that you have a special force under your command? Would you like to consider the R1 potion? Very good. Hawk left with an R1, and countless scientists began to be called to the secret base to study whether this R1 medicine was real and whether there was any danger. Sir, doesn't this expose us to the world? S1 was puzzled and didn't understand what was the benefit of doing so. Maybe. But it has also brought us a lot of convenience. After all, we are about to carry out the interstellar plan, but we don't want to be pulled here by these people. We always belong to the interstellar and should not live on Earth. Unlike the Resident Evil world, the Resident Evil world has been destined for the future from the very beginning, and this world does not have the T-virus. The whole world is in a state of forward development, no one in the world knows anything, and now it has appeared. Titan civilization, and even jagged civilization, he believes that there may still be unknown civilizations in the starry sky. These are the targets of his hunting. The most important thing is that it is impossible for all his spaceships to be equipped with stealth technology, especially the Titan spaceships. There is no equipment to carry stealth technology in space. He is not happy to stay outside, so he has to resort to this. Once the fleet arrives in the solar system, it will definitely be observed by humans, which is unavoidable. So he had to take out his trump card first. If possible, he didn't want a war, but if there was no choice, he wouldn't mind breaking a tube of T-virus or throwing an alien virus. President Bald Eagle just finished tweeting, the content is that his puppy has given birth, and he is extremely proud of the series of scolding horses and selling badges. Sir, we need you here. His face changed, and he just wanted to scold Maha Fake, but he was speechless. He quickly followed people to the base, where a bunch of scientists were testing the medicines they brought back from Krypton technology. How about the proof? Is it a virus or a human evolution drug? Sir, I don't know yet. The polar bear, the emperor, was also called up overnight, and just after talking with a female agent about the script, he was pulled into the secret base. On the land of Yanhuang, in an underground research base, some people are already crazy. Oh my god, this thing turned out to be real, it's incredible. It's impossible, how can this exist? This is the key to unlocking human evolution. A man in a suit steadies the scientist, you mean these things are true? Yes, it has been confirmed that these things can change a person's world upside down, and even extend human lifespan, which is incredible. Could it be a virus? Highly contagious. Impossible. Although I don't know how this thing works and how it interferes with life, I can be sure that this is not a virus. Strictly speaking, this thing is a drug that acts on genes. It's too beautiful. Several people immediately took out their phones and dialed their superiors. The verification here needs to be reported immediately. Some are happy, some are worried. President of Twitter, can't we just grab it? Maybe the virus he said is fake. No sir, if this R1 drug is fake, maybe we can assume that, but if the R1 drug is real, then the T-virus is very likely to be real, and no one can guarantee whether there is such a virus or not. So what's your idea? The Great Bald Eagle will not surrender to terrorists. The Minister of Defense said, he is a businessman. What's the difference? It's already there, the Twitter president apparently didn't like. Everyone's head hurts for a while, damn president, you might as well go to your Twitter, know that every decision now affects the future? No matter what the forces are, at least they don't dare to provoke Krypton technology. At the same time, countless orders are flying to Krypton technology, which will bring countless funds. It is not that no one has thought about injecting capital into Krypton technology, but this will not be allowed. Once such a private company is labeled as political, it will be a red flag for the entire human country. Sean sneered, this is just the beginning. By the way, Moose, check the internal staff of the company, and remove those who are rats. Good sir. This is unavoidable. Next, Krypton Technology held another new product launch conference. Definitely, this time the launch conference is for the mass media. BBC, Krypton Technology will enter the aerospace field, why does a pharmaceutical company change? Rich or rich? CNN, Twitter exploded, shocked that someone did this? CCAV, is this a loss of human nature or a distortion of morality? It is reported that a huge amount of cross-border company is about to appear, and the peers would never expect to be beaten by laymen. There are earth-shaking reports. Some people think that Krypton technology is wasting money, and they say that they should give the money to them. Isn't Malatang delicious? Some people also think that this is the right decision. Humans' exploration of the starry sky is very poor. It is time to make changes. Krypton technology has played a leading role. However, in the eyes of governments of various countries, it is too strange to know what Krypton technology wants to do. Chapter 42. 1 month later, in the top office of the East. Elder, this is a letter from Krypton technology. The old man nodded. Why did you send the letter? You don't need to send a letter even if you recently handed over the R1 medicine. Elder, you'd better take a look at this. In the letter, there were some things that were not in their order, 20,000 R1 medicines, and 10,000 R2 medicines as a gift. The letter stated the effectiveness of R2. Is it possible that this letter has been stolen or spoofed? The secretary shook his head. This is secretly given to our staff by the people of Krypton technology, which is unlikely. Convening the Supreme Council. An hour later, more than a dozen old men flew back here from all over the place, holding this letter in their hands. Let's talk about it. Why are they doing this? According to intelligence, there is no R2 medicine in other countries. The old man pressed his temples, not sure what Krypton technology wanted to do. An old man in a military uniform's eyes lit up. Everyone, do you think it's because of us? What's the meaning? The old man pretended to have a deep meaning. After all, the one from Krypton technology is also black-eyed, black-haired, and yellow-skinned. Hiss. It's not that there is no such possibility, but why do you do this? They checked the origin of this person, as if he appeared out of thin air. If it weren't for his human appearance, they once suspected that he was an alien. Okay, since people have given sincerity, let's just keep it. The benefits you get are the benefits. To make a fortune in silence is a knowledge, and Dongfang has always done well in this knowledge. In a good name, what you see is what I want you to see. This may also be an obsession of Shan. After all, he was once a member of that, and everyone who grew up in that land would love that land no less than anyone else, definitely, with the exception of the Banana Man shepherd. Some people say that this is the cultural charm of that piece of land. It is undeniable that thousands of years of cultural heritage have passed down not only cultural knowledge, but also spirit and unyielding spirit. This is definitely a part of human history. Of a bright pearl. There is only so much he can do. As for cooperation, don't make trouble. In the face of national interests, he will only be eaten clean. He doesn't want to make trouble. There are not many good things for him. Another month has passed, and this is an unusual day. Countless scientific research institutions on Earth, as long as they can observe outer space, all point their telescopic equipment at the depths of the solar system, and there is something there that makes them both excited and terrifying. Inside NASA, there was already chaos. What's going on? Sir, I don't know, this is a sudden appearance. It has been determined that it has traces of civilization. This is a spaceship. The middle-aged man in a suit blushed. Fake, I know it's a spaceship, I have eyes, I want to know, is this human or an alien civilization? If it's human, then it belongs to from which side? From the east. Observer, isn't that obvious? Who? Took a long breath. Report to His Excellency the President. We can't make up our minds on this matter. Bald Eagle Capital, President Twitter has been having a bad time. With the advent of Krypton technology, he doesn't even have time to tweet, damn it. So, you told me that a group of alien travelers came from outer space. Yes sir. The Minister of Defense nodded. Then what are you going to do? Are you sure they have a purpose? Spicy Chicken shook his head. Actually, we can't do anything, it depends on what the opposite spaceship wants to do. Sheet, every year I go to drink with people in Congress to get you money, and you give me this answer? Do you know what those people in Congress say about you? Did you use research funds to watch pole dancing? Heck, watching pole dancing, is that your hobby? Tell me you already have a way to deal with it. Spewing fragrance one after another, the Twitter president finally calmed down and took a sip of water. However, his expression is still not good. If the NASA people can't give him a reasonable method, he said that he can fight for another hour and keep repeating the horse sales batch. Sir, we can't do anything. Our rockets will take at least a few months or even years to reach Mars. The most important thing now is to determine whether they are good or bad. Then do it, stay here and want to pole dance. Crackling, the sound of smashing things came from the president's office. The equipment was activated, and a message was sent into space, in an attempt to get in touch with the fleet that suddenly appeared. President Twitter's video conference has been connected to most countries in the world, and everyone's face is not very good. How can it become like this? Don't scientists say that the birth of civilization is extremely difficult? Suddenly one pops up and will scare dead man. Do you have any good opinions? We are already in contact with them here, and we hope to know what their purpose is. The big polar bear stared. Shit, how dare you do this? If they are an evil civilization, you will bring destruction to human beings. Do you want to kill everyone? If you don't have to do this, I just put a few nukes on your head. Really? Shit, why don't you go to Twitter? What meeting? The great elder Dongfang also looked indignant. What qualifications do you have to do this? If we really want to destroy human civilization, we can fight it ourselves. Before the tone was changed, I was scolded by the world's top 3 or 2 superstate heads, and President Twitter was also a little scared, but things have been done, what can I do? I touched the yellow hair on my head. No matter how I wear my hairstyle, I can't mess it up. Humph, you think I think, but what can you do? This way you can at least get a little bit of information, so you can have a response. Everyone, no matter what, get ready for war. Looking at each other in dismay, how can the other heads of state keep their composure? As soon as you wake up from sleep, your eldest brother, second brother, and third child tell me that the world is going to be destroyed? Mama, are you kidding me? The head of the polar bear stood up and pointed at the Twitter president in the video. Go on Twitter, shit, beep beep beep, spit fragrance. The president's face was full of anger, and the blood on his face instantly surged, turning red. Head Yanhuang stared. Rat tail juice, young man. Nima, I can't play anymore. Suddenly, a person appeared beside every head of state, leaning in their ear and talking. Most of the heads of state were stunned. What happened? How come they don't know? It turned out that several countries got news that a spaceship appeared from Krypton technology and went straight to that fleet, and got guesses. Could this fleet be Krypton technology? At the same time, an idea was born. Is Krypton technology an alien civilization? Tsitsizi. Various heads of state went offline and checked the information they got. On the scientific research number, the Titans were detained here and flew directly to Mars. This scene has been known by the whole world and reported on countless news headlines. It turns out that Krypton technology said that the development of aerospace is not bragging, but that people have really achieved this step. Some people have already shouted that Krypton technology is the future of mankind. There are also people who are worried that if Krypton technology is in chaos, the world will be in chaos. It is a pity that such news was erased by invisible force as soon as it appeared, and it is impossible for countries in the world to allow these things to appear. Has it been determined that the spacecraft came out of Kryptonian technology? Yes, sir. General Hawk looked bewildered. He suddenly had a feeling that this world was not the world he was familiar with. This feeling was very FG. He was still worried about whether Krypton technology would use the T-virus to destroy the world, and he planned to rob T-virus. However, the next moment gave him so many surprises. They had a spaceship. It's like playing a game. Novice Village saw that there was a bug in the highest boss. I wanted to slay the dragon, but they hung up and said it was a GM. What do you think? The research on Krypton technology must be done as soon as possible, and we must find out where they came from. It is too unsafe. The existence of a company like him is a bomb. Sir, but our people were kicked out as soon as they got in, it's hard to sneak in. It's hard, do it too, are you going to do pole dancing? The subordinates sighed. The difficulty here is even more difficult than lurking into the government agencies of the enemy country. Krypton technology seems to know the origin of everyone. As long as their people go in, they will be recognized directly. On Mars, piles of supplies were taken out, and they were going to build a base here. The 5 Titan spaceships were moored to one side. This place was specially selected. There are very rich mineral resources around. They only need to develop and refine them. Moose, start building the base. Good sir. On the production line, pieces of equipment are produced. This thing looks very strange, but when it is assembled, you will find that it turns out to be a robot, and the robot changes from 2 to 4. How long do you expect to be able to meet our needs? Moose, sir, the basic needs of the base can be met in 3 hours, and the rest is the development and manufacture of robots on Mars. Well, do a good job of hiding. Although they appeared blatantly, they still had to hide their face, not for human beings, but for alien civilizations. Jagged civilizations would wander around from time to time, and he didn't want to be affected. In a huge amount of basin, there is a mountain next to it. Engineering robots have already begun to excavate and transform this mountain. When the entire mountainside is being hollowed out and the transformation is completed, this is their base. In the plains of the basin, there are already equipment running at full power, and various materials are extracted and shipped everywhere. A huge amount of protective cover covers this area. Looking down from space, you can only see an empty space, but if you descend to the ground and enter it, you will find that the atmosphere is full of technology everywhere. With your technology, it's hard to believe that our Titan civilization has no information about you. The Titans have been numb recently. There are many technologies that he has never seen before, and even their civilization is only at the theoretical stage. Here he actually saw it. It's normal, the universe is huge, and more than 2,000 years have passed since the world you are familiar with, isn't it? The Titan nodded, yes, maybe my civilization has gone the wrong way. Sean didn't argue or agree with this point. Chapter 43. No matter what civilization it is, once the direction is determined, it generally does not change. However, there are not many technologies that can affect or even change the process of civilization. There are only 5 kinds of technologies in human development. The first is computer technology. The improvement of computer computing power is the performance of this technology, and even changes the way of human existence, such as the technology in the Matrix. Human beings live in a virtual world, reaching a certain purpose of immortality. There are also artificial intelligence, labor liberation, mechanical development, etc., which will be integrated into civilization, or robots will be developed, and people will survive as machines. This technology is mainly reflected in the way of life and survival of civilization. The second is quantum technology, the third is anti-gravity technology, the fourth is microscopic particle manipulation, and the fifth is the most representative, biotechnology. Whether it is the Kryptonian civilization, or the Titan civilization in this world, or the Resident Evil civilization, even many civilizations in the Marvel world are biologically taking the route of biotechnology, such as Sovereign's golden-skinned man. There are many civilizations with biotechnology as the main form in the universe, which happens to show that the individual and the whole rely on each other to a certain extent. The Marvel Sovereign, with golden radiance all over his body, perfect genes, and extraordinarily arrogant, appeared in Guardians of Galaxy. Even many races in Marvel were created by big bosses through biological transformation, which shows the influence and importance of this technology. It is beloved by so many civilizations, not without reason. Before he was reborn and traveled in his previous life, the civilizations on Earth had not yet determined their own direction. It is not easy to find the evolutionary direction of civilization, but no matter what kind of technological breakthrough, it will bring about complete changes. Sean looked at the Titans. You know what? You Titans and humans have the same genetic map, do you know what that means? The Titan nodded. We know that our ancestors were also taken aback when they discovered human civilization. Maybe we came from a place, but we are higher level than them. Yes, you are taller than them, stronger in strength, and longer in life, but you have never thought about what created you? It is impossible for life with the same genetic map to exist in the universe. The man who created you and the man who created mankind are the same civilization. Why does he need to create a race weaker than you? This is unreasonable. The Titan spread out his hand. Is this important? Maybe. You locked me up like this. Sean laughed. Definitely not, you are still useful. Experiment. Is there any other use? The Titans have given up. The moment he was caught, he already knew his fate. However, the lives that died under his hands were unknown. In the end, he died in the same way, just karma. The transformation is in full swing on Mars, but it is already a mess on Earth. If Krypton technology is still in operation, maybe someone can't wait to rush in and grab something. Moose, let's start cultivating new compatriots on the scientific research number. Yes, sir. He couldn't wait to see the scene. Thinking about the scene of hundreds of thousands of adult Kryptonians in the interstellar space, no civilization can resist their footsteps. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. On Earth, a special forces base. Sir, don't you think so? We've already injected R1, I don't think anyone will try to provoke us. The general shook his head. It's better to be safe. Are the personnel ready? Sir, just wait for the departure, the Duke nodded. Let's go then. Their team is responsible for the delivery of this nano-warhead, which is the latest research by McCarran Corporation. Originally, this was just a weapon the military wanted to use to deter other countries, but after seeing the T-virus of Krypton technology, they wanted to use this one weapon against Kryptonian technology. As for how to use it, he is not able to know. 5 bulletproof armored vehicles, 2 armed helicopters flying in the sky, and an elite team of escorts can already be considered to have a high level of protection, so they are not very worried about any accidents on the road. This kind of firepower configuration, anyone who comes court death. Hey Duke, do you want a drink when the mission is over? Tsitsizi, Duke looked at the walkie-talkie helplessly. Ripple, you forgot the girl who cut you off last time? You're not afraid to do it again. Kong busy, man, do you know me, do you know that kind of person? I help the girls with the heart of saving the lost girls, do you understand? Shit. Duke didn't speak, but his teammates complained, this guy doesn't look at it now, but the group of cowards who actually operated is said to be still a baby. Wait, how long has it been since the report of the nearest safe distance? There should have been a security team for every distance, but now the time for the report has passed, and there is no response at all. Don't worry about Duke, maybe we're just not here yet. Duke looked suspicious. Sky number 1 and number 2, investigate. Receive. Do-do-do, the sound of the propellers spread far in the dark night. Sky 1 and number 2 immediately began to check within 2 kilometers of the convoy, but they did not find that a black fighter plane was following them, making a little noise. There is no scientific basis at all. A fighter plane is bigger than a gunship, how could it be possible to maintain such a flight without making a little noise? Duke, we have checked the surroundings. There is no trace, no response troops, no security personnel, and it is empty. Duke was even more confused this time. It shouldn't be. If they didn't get feedback, they should have been notified at the base. How could there be no news at all? Everyone, be alert, this is not right. Duke, what's wrong? The ripcord put away the old hippie. I don't know, we should have been targeted, you want? Boom! A white light appeared in the sky, and Sky Number 1, which had been carrying out reconnaissance and alert above their heads, was directly destroyed. The intense fire light illuminated the area, and the missiles on the plane were detonated and exploded again. Enemy attack! Sky Number 1 was killed in action, Sky Number 1 was killed in action, and an enemy plane was found. Sky Number 2 immediately veered off and met the fighter plane behind. Son of ABCH, I finally found you, the pilot in Sky Number 2 gritted his teeth, and the comrade in arms who was chatting and spanking just now died in front of him, and perhaps no ashes could be found. Locked, launch missile. The missile dragged its orange-red tail flame and went straight to the fighter plane in front. Comrade revenge. What? What is this? I saw a visible ripple under the fuselage of the enemy plane, and the missile they launched was destroyed by this ripple before they were halfway there, and exploded halfway. Scatter. Quickly, build a defensive position and contact the base. Damn, my car won't move. Get off. Duke just got out of the armored vehicle, and he wanted Sky 2 to be responsible for the air firepower, but he didn't expect to see Sky 2 also explode the next moment. Damn, what kind of shit is this? Attack! Da-da-da-da-da! The team members hid behind the bulletproof vehicle to shoot, and countless bullets poured out, but other than a little spark on the black fighter plane, it had no effect at all. Dodge! The team member shouted. The unknown weapon that I saw just now reappeared on the enemy plane, and a ripple appeared. The bulletproof car bunker of the team members was instantly destroyed, and even a pothole was blown out on the ground. Anxious, panic. Base, here is the escort team, we meet the enemy, we need support, we need support. There was no response from the headset except for the sound of electric current. Duke's face suddenly sank. He didn't expect that something would happen this time, and the signal had been blocked. Ripple, you go with the warhead. The umbrella was stunned. What? What do you mean? You go, I'll stay. Executing the order to open the umbrella, they dare to ambush us, it must not be easy, and where did they get the information? There must be ghosts in our system. The ripcord grabbed the box containing the warhead, and just wanted to leave. Another ripple appeared on the fighter plane, and the two of them groaned for a while, a tactical roll, and left the position just now. Boom! All around, there was a sharp pain in the head. Damn it, I was fighting the pain, surrounded by the bodies of my teammates, and the explosions of fire everywhere. Looking for cover. With a shout, the surviving teammates quickly approached, each looking for bunkers and organizing an attack. All 5 bulletproof armored vehicles and 2 armed helicopters were destroyed. Now there is no firepower except for the guns in their hands. Damn, what the hell is that? The enemy plane landed on the ground, and a group of people wearing black tactical equipment and metal visors walked out, and finally a woman came out. Seeing this woman, Duke was stunned. He happened to know this woman, or he was his ex-girlfriend. Anna. Sieti, how could it be her? The ripcord was also confused for a while. Duke yelled, shoot! Crackling, the bullets hit these people and they were all bounced off. Not a single bullet could injure these people. He became more and more anxious. He knew what they were transporting. Can Fang spend tens of billions of dollars to create something simple? If it falls into the hands of these men, he will be a sinner. Sieti, you can't kill him at all. The ripcord murmured, and after one clip was fired, another clip was replaced, but those people were fine. Instead, they were beaten to death by themselves, and the number of attrition was increasing. No, we can't go on like this and withdraw into the forest. Duke pulled on the ripcord, grabbed the box and started back. Boom, there was a loud noise, and the enemy wearing black tactical equipment was blown away from the middle in an instant. Duke will be even more stunned, and another group of people? Who are they? It turns out that they can also be killed. The cat watched from behind the tree with the ripcord holding his gun tightly. It seems that this new group of people is even more powerful. A group of them were beaten by those people and could not fight back, but this group of people was also beaten by the new group. The team became Muggle. Chapter 44. The ripcord opened his eyes wide. The equipment of the people who had come to snatch them to escort the warheads was almost impossible to penetrate, but these people who appeared now can be injured. Fortunately, they are not their enemies. Who are they? Duke is also confused. How do I know, but it's not the enemy. I can't wait for this moment, and I want to join in. Let these son of ABCH see how good I am. Bang bang bang, gunshots made 4. Anna's face is a little ugly. The special forces people are coming a little faster? Grab the box. With a coquettish shout, the 2 soldiers injected with nanoworms ran to Duke's place, and a ripple shot out from the strange firearms they were holding. Duke was knocked to the side before he could react. Fortunately, he had something to say. Action, or you will definitely be directly killed here. Ugh! Shaking his head violently, he climbed up with his hands on the ground, and saw in his eyes that the box containing the nano-warheads had already been held by Anna. Damn, wake up! He shook his head again, but this weapon was too powerful, his head was still tingling, and he had no strength. When he woke up, he was in a strange place. You're awake. Duke looked up and didn't recognize the place, but it was definitely a base. Hey bro, you can really sleep. Ripcord? This is where? The ripcord shook his head. You can't imagine where we are. This is a military base, that's the final destination for us to escort that thing this time. In other words, we screwed up and let people save it. The ripcord shrugged, although he didn't want to admit it, but that's the truth, it's just more embarrassing. Well, Duke is also a little speechless. What about that thing? Don't worry, the things haven't been robbed, but, do you know how Anna came to snatch things? Duke's face changed a little when he heard the name. I don't know, we haven't been in touch for 4 years. The umbrella didn't say anything. He knew Duke, and also knew the relationship between Anna and Duke. To be honest, this was exactly what he didn't figure out. Could it be revenge? It's not like Anna's style. Hey guys, how are you? A middle-aged man in a general's costume walked in. General Hawk. Duke obviously knew who was coming. At the beginning, General Hawk recruited him, but he didn't agree later. At that time, he was preparing to marry Anna, so he didn't plan to continue doing this, but I heard that General Hawk had retired. I didn't expect to see him here. Is this base his? Duke, it looks like you still remember me. Hawk raised his eyebrows humorously. Definitely, General, it's just that I have some questions to ask you. He said and looked at the few people around General Hawk, a red-haired female soldier in uniform, a person who still had equipment on his eyes that he didn't know of any use, and a person who even had his head covered in it. Did you fall into a thief's den? Doesn't look like a good person. Hawk nodded and said no, it's okay, you say, they are all trustworthy. Who attacked us? Also, I've never seen the weapons they used, and even yours are a little better. Indescribable loneliness in his eyes. You know, people like me are considered good in the army, but compared with you, they are like children. This. I know you have a lot of doubts now. You don't have to know who attacked you. Your mission has been completed. After a rest, a plane will take you back. Seeing that Hawk was about to leave, the ripcord became anxious, and patted Duke on the shoulder. Duke gritted his teeth. Wait General, you know, my guys basically died in this mission, since you can fight back and forth with those people. I want to join you, my people can't die in vain. Hawk smiled, are you, sure? He just liked Duke, and it was for this reason that he recruited him in the first place. An hour later, in a conference room. General Hawk looked at Duke, you didn't have permission to know this information originally, but since this matter has something to do with you, and joined the special forces, it doesn't matter if you know in advance. To be honest, Hawk likes this very much. Young man has the ability and the sense of responsibility. The most important thing is that Duke is worth socializing. The organization that attacked you can only find out that they are called Cobras. What purpose, who funded it, and how many people are still unclear. The holographic projection is exactly Anna's picture. Duke looked in a trance, as if yesterday's events were right in front of him. Hello, hello? Boy, are you listening? Duke, oh, definitely. General Hawk nodded and continued, as for why our people are so strong, we are special forces specializing in dealing with the world's most vicious organizations. It is not surprising that we are strong. That makes sense, but, who isn't? So, when do we start? The ripcord looked at the crowd. General Hawk smiled and left, and the red-haired girl laughed directly. What? Is there anything strange about that? The red-haired beauty shook her head. No, but you are the opponents of those people? Boy, it is not so easy to join the special forces. Wait, it's not what I think it is it? Are we still to train like new recruits? Duke looked incredulous. Congratulations! The Special Forces base in Egypt, Anti-Harmony, is not only a base, but also equipped with their scientific research sites, training grounds, etc., everything. Duke and the ripcord looked dazzled. Flying shark submarine? Stealth battlesuit? High-strength body armor? Even special bullets? Never seen before. Have you ever seen bullets that automatically track and identify enemies? To be honest, if you are all equipped with such bullets, why do you need a sharpshooter? You are only responsible for pulling the trigger, and the rest is up to the sky, and the bullets will find the enemy on their own. My darling, Duke, I like it here. The ripcord rubbed his hands together with excitement on his face. Duke's face darkened. Dude, don't think I don't know. You look at that red-haired beauty's eyes, can't wait to eat others. Do you like it here? You are greedy, cheap, tooey. The ripcord put an arm around Duke's shoulder. Hey bro, for my happiness, tell me, you will try your best to stay here, right? His hand was already around Duke's neck, and he looked like he would kill you if you didn't agree. Definitely. Duke's eyes were sad, not only to avenge his brothers, but also to Anna. Why did she become like this? It's all about finding the answer. At the beginning, he and Anna's younger brother Rex went to a secret research room of the enemy to carry out a mission. A mistake in the mission resulted in Rex's death. So far, he has no face to see Anna, and the two have never contacted again. I didn't expect that when we meet again, it will be such a scene, such a way. Good luck makes people. Krypton technology. Sean has just returned from the Mars base. Moose, has anything happened recently? Sir, since the last time the fleet came back, all countries have turned their attention to us, but after the Siren activated the shielding device, they have no way to obtain information, so they gradually stopped paying attention, but I think our danger level is still the highest, and many probes on Mars are still aimed at our new base. Zeus Industries recently launched several satellites. According to calculations, they should be space-based weapons with unknown purposes. The nano-warhead developed by the military entrusted by the Makaran Group has been delivered, but it seems that someone wanted to snatch it and was finally taken away by the Special Forces. The Volant Group has discovered some unknown signs of civilization under the Antarctic ice sheet, and is currently exploring and looking for partners. Some unknown species were found in Northern Europe. According to the relevant records of human civilization, they should be vampires and werewolves, but the details are unknown. Sean is a little confused. So many things happened in this short period of time? Zeus Industries? Volant Group? Nordic unknown species? Rubbing the temples, there are really many things. Send me the video to see. Good sir. On the tablet, it was the picture of Duke and his party being attacked. Until the end, he had a strange feeling that the technology here seemed to be a bit high. Moose, if I'm not mistaken about this thing, it should be a beam of sonic pulses, right? Yes sir, the sonic gun. There are also some holographic projections, but depending on the situation, it should only be used superficially, and this sonic gun should not be developed in this era. Yes, indecision, quantum mechanics. Humans can always perform miracles, not to mention that this is the real world that has been given a halo by the editor. No wonder the last time Hawk saw himself using an interactive virtual projection, he was only surprised, not too surprised. Then have you tracked down where their base is? Zizi, on the virtual projection, it is Egypt, anti-harmony, and an area in the desert. From the satellite, there is nothing. Even if you look at the scene, you will only see sand in one place. But under the sand, there are huge amounts of bases hidden, and there are no known how many bases like this in the world. The person who grabbed these nano-warheads should have been sent by Makaran. This guy is restless every day. Sir, are we going to take action? Sean shook his head, it doesn't make any sense. Makaran is destined to fail. This world is not that simple. By the way, it was mentioned in the information just now that Velant discovered an unknown civilization in Antarctica? Do you still want to explore? Send me these materials too. Good sir. Velant Group, also a huge amount of consortium, has a high reputation in the world, but Velant's current head family seems to be in poor health. The tumor is already in the advanced stage, and there are not many days to live. Definitely, these have nothing to do with him. What he cares about is whether this Velant is the Velant he knows. If it is confirmed, it will be interesting. Chapter 45. Charles Velant, a giant in the communications industry, had a European aristocracy in his family in his early years, and later he began to enter the communications industry, and he has never stopped since then. Not long ago, their satellites that were searching for underground mines in the sky suddenly discovered an unknown heat source that suddenly appeared in the Antarctic, and they became interested here. Exploring this area has yielded an astonishing result. There are actually buildings under the Antarctic ice, and it is also a pyramids. Who built it? When was it built? It is unknown. To know that this is the South Pole, there is no one around, and even the stones used to build this unknown pyramids are an impossible job. Seeing this, Sean knew what it was. Isn't this the place where the Predator used to complete the rite of passage? Interesting, if he remembered correctly, in this incident, there should be an alien queen, 3 predators, and a predator. It seems that this is an opportunity for him. Moose, let S1 scan the solar system with the scientific research number to see if there are any signs of alien spacecraft. The scientific research and Titan spacecraft on Mars have been hidden, and the quantum program will not be activated unless they are activated. That is to say, their existence or non-existence does not actually know what is going on in the solar system, which is also energy storage. One way, after all, they're going to breed more Kryptonians. Good sir. Sean sighed and thought to himself, it seems that the priority is to solve the energy problem. Although the energy on the scientific research ship is sufficient, it is not the most ideal, especially now that they are in a critical period of their development. Sean's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have thought of something. If he had this kind of energy, maybe he would never take into account the lack of energy. 3 minutes later, the feedback from the Mars Science rover arrived. ZZ. A projection appeared, and a huge amount of spaceship was hidden over the Earth's south pole, and it seemed that it had been here for a while. Moose, assessing the threat level. Sir, according to the situation scanned by the scientific research number, this spacecraft has violent energy fluctuations. From the perspective of reaction, it belongs to the interstellar standing spacecraft and is generally dangerous. Dangerous in general, that is, not bad. Also, looking at the spaceship on the image, the hull of hundreds of meters should be the flagship, even in the jagged civilization, it should not be a big deal. What about the staff? There are 133 unknown life forms on the spacecraft, which is in line with the image of the iron-blooded civilization life form provided by the superior. He tapped the table with his fingers. How do he deal with these things, and what benefits can he get from it? If he just wants to get the alien queen, even if he goes last, it is okay. After all, according to the plot, the alien queen will only be covered by ice in the end. Just under the ice. However, the predator can't miss it either. This is what he should care about. Perhaps through the spaceship of the predator, they can find their planet. Every race can be born and multiply. Originally, this is a kind of miracle. And miracles are worthy of his collection. Moose contacted Velant directly, and a few hours later, Sean appeared in the Velant Industrial Building. Mr. Sean, nice to meet you, I was supposed to see you. Mr. Velant is very kind. Velant is in a good mood. After learning from some sources that Krypton technology has a potion that can make people stronger, he has always wanted to get this kind of thing. After all, his health is really bad, and he may not have a long time to live. However, he did not have such an opportunity to get something. Velant looked at Sean, knowing that if there was nothing such a person wouldn't come to him, so, Mr. Sean, you came to me today too. Almost forgot, I heard that Mr. Velant recently found something interesting in Antarctica. Velant narrowed his eyes. Mr. Sean's news is really well informed, and he knew about it so quickly. Don't forget, Mr. Velant, it's not just Velant Industries that has satellites over Antarctica. If Mr. Velant doesn't go, maybe more people will go. Velant took a sip from the water glass and didn't speak again. Sean was not surprised. In fact, although this was the case, Velant had prerequisites. If he didn't speak, it meant he was up for sale. Businessmen always want to maximize profits. He smiled. I heard that Mr. Velant is not in good health. Yet. Everyone will have such a day when they are old. You are not old, cancer is cancer, so he will understand, feelings are waiting for him here. The R1 drug can't treat cancer, but with their company's cancer-targeted drugs, it can still make him live longer. We don't have to be beating around the bush, Mr. Velant, I can provide you with a part of the R1 potion, but I need to join you on this expedition. If you don't agree, I can actually go by myself, you know, there is this ability. Velant nodded, although he didn't want to admit it, but the fact is that, not to mention Sean, a large part of the world has such an ability, even better than him. If he doesn't hurry up, maybe this kind of thing no more for him. It's a pleasure to cooperate, Mr. Sean, but we agreed in advance that we have the right to choose what is in it. Velant stared at Sean, and if he didn't agree, everyone would not play. Can. Hearing Sean's straightforward answer, Velant was surprised. If so, what did Sean want to get in? Or, does he know something? In 2 days, Velant fully equipped the team. The team gathered from all over the world and gathered on an icebreaker. Due to the special location of the destination, the plane had no way to land, so it had to drive the icebreaker. In the cabin, a group of people are waiting. A black man walked up to the crowd. Everyone, I'm asking everyone this time. I think everyone knows what's going on. Then, I'll invite Mr. Velant and Mr. Sean. Bah! Bah! The two walked out of the corner, the lights in the cabin dimmed, and a virtual projection appeared. Sean looked a little disliked. Obviously, this technology is not a little bit worse than the technology used by the special forces. It can't be compared to his. Welcome everyone, this time the matter is more urgent, let me tell you about the situation. A few days ago, our prospecting satellite found a huge amount of energy fluctuation somewhere in Antarctica. After testing, we got this pattern. A pattern similar to pyramids appears in the projection, but there are many differences from common pyramids, and it seems that many elements are mixed in it. Vivant pointed to the pyramids and said, "Through the thermal mapping, I found that this is a pyramids. It is very grand and contains hundreds of rooms. Looking at these pyramids, you will find a lot of differences. My experts told me that this pyramids have Aztecs. The characteristics of the Grameen culture and the simple village style, but the site is the style of Egypt, anti-harmony, and they can't reach a consensus, so this is the reason why you are here." Chapter 46. Is this a joke? Are you saying that there is a pyramids under the Antarctic ice? Or a pyramids with a lot of cultural elements? Do you know what that means? Immediately someone asked the question. Indeed, if this is all true, then many studies on pyramids may be overturned. A man with a beard and a still-spirited man pointed at the pyramids with a tablet. "Mr. Vivant, what you said is true. If so, then this pyramids may be the first pyramids, all over the world. The pyramids may have been passed down from here, but who built it?" Vivant shook his head. "I don't know, this is the answer I want to know, and the reason why you are here. Oh my god, it's incredible. I have a question. I am not an archaeologist, nor do I study human history. I don't know why Mr. invited me here." Dr. Miller, the biochemist, invited this time. The black man Stafford glanced at him. "Dr. Miller, it must be of use for you to invite you to come. Please rest assured that the remuneration will not be less than you." Then, Mr. Quinn. Quinn was wearing a red sweater and rough styling, which was clearly not research. "Mr. Vivant, Mr. Stafford, you have the best drilling team in the world in front of you, and we can drill where you want to go within a week." The black Stafford nodded. "This speed is already very good, and this is still in the Antarctic ice. The difficulty is not small, definitely. They hired this group of people to pay a lot of money. Everything is going in a good direction, but Miss Woods, the leader and guide sitting in front, asked a question. Wait, Mr. Vivant, are you planning to go to that place you don't know as soon as you get there? You know this group of people has never worked in such a complex environment, and it takes at least 3 weeks to train them. Verlander's face was a little ugly. Miss Woods, I hope you understand one thing. I invited you to come to solve the problem. Do you have any good suggestions? Training for at least 3 weeks, otherwise it may be dead man. Mr. Vivant, this is not a joke, he said seriously. But, I don't have that much time, and now the arrow is on the line. Okay, that's it. Verlander and Sean went straight away. He didn't care about this writing, that's all. Don't be afraid, this is just an expedition, we have experienced a lot of things like this. Relax, the archaeologist patted Woods on the shoulder. Maybe. However, judging from her experience as a guide on ice for many years, if this goes on like this, some people may really not be able to come back. By the way, do you know who that person is with Vivant? Sean or something? Miller and archaeologist Sidian shook their heads. I don't know, I haven't heard of it, but it shouldn't be easy to stand with him. I also saw that guy brought a bodyguard and didn't know he came to Antarctica. What bodyguards are you going to bring? Miller shook his head. Is this the fun of rich people? Failed to stop Verlander's decision, Woods was a little annoyed. If something happened here, it was often accompanied by death. By the way, the temperature here is really pleasant. Oh, I think if I go home my wife will let me sleep on the sofa, she said. It's too cold, Miller said. Sidian laughed. Are you sure? Yeah. Woods rolled his eyes. The man's humor is really straight, although everyone just met, but they get along pretty well, but people are a little unreliable, like a fool, man. Ah. It's not bad, you will miss the temperature on the ship when you get to the ground. The two of Miller looked at each other. Damn, they knew they should wear more long pants. In the room, everyone was dealing with various things, and just saw Stafford come in and was grabbed by Sidian. Stafford was stunned. I said, why are you holding me? Do you know that there are still many things that I need to schedule? Miller patted him. Man, don't worry, we just have one thing to ask you, don't worry. Do you know what happened to that Sean? Stafford looked at a few people. Why are you asking this? Woods, just curious, if I remember correctly, Velant Industries should be a family business. This Sean doesn't seem to be from Velant. We're going to a place where we don't know what the hell is going on. There's a different people who know it always feel wrong. Are you sure? Stafford was a little disbelieving. Wood's face darkened. Otherwise? Did I like him? Or did Miller and Sidian like him? Sidian immediately waved his hand. Kong is busy, I'm not good at that, and looked at Miller. Miller is stunned. What does it mean? I'm not good at that either. I have a wife. The three of them spread their hands together and looked at Stafford. To be honest, let alone the three of them, even he was very curious. With his knowledge of Velant, he found that such a thing must be eaten alone. Yes, after all, capital is like this, but Sean was easily agreed to join in. Cough cough. I'll just say it, don't say it out. Don't make trouble, I'm called the Little Prince Chrysostom, it's impossible, Miller shook his head. Woods, it doesn't exist, I'm the strictest. Sidian even made a zipper action on his mouth, indicating that you can rest assured. I don't know much. This Sean was found later, but do you know Krypton technology? Krypton technology? Isn't that for medicine? I heard that it is in the field of aviation recently. Miller knew something. Stafford nodded, that's it, their chairman is Sean, with an expression you didn't get. Didn't expect it to be like this. Is this a rich man's hobby? Like to find a place to play when no one is there? Stafford shook his head, who knows, don't tell me, I'll prepare first. The three looked at each other. I always feel that things are not that simple. What does a person with a net worth of tens of billions do here? The capitalist has no good intentions. There must be something he wants here. Woods' face changed a few times. Destroy the earth. Sidian and Woods rolled their eyes all of a sudden. Miller, is your brain too big? However, it was Miller who was joking, and the originally serious scene eased a lot. In Velant's special lounge, Mr. Sean, are you sure you only bring one player in? I don't mean anything else, after all, no one has ever entered here, and I don't know anything. He knew what Velant meant. Don't worry, Mr. Velant, if I have any accident, it has nothing to do with you, please rest assured, the R1 medicine will be handed over to you at that time. Speaking of this, Verlander laughed, Sean's safety? Don't make trouble, what's the matter with him? What he prefers to care about is the R1 potion he promised to get from working with Sean. Sean sneered in his heart, come back? No wonder you can come back. After driving for a day, the icebreaker finally arrived at the island where the unknown energy fluctuations were found. Everyone is wearing special cold-proof clothing. In such an environment, if normal humans do not have the necessary protective equipment, they may not survive for a long time in such an environment. Therefore, everyone looked at Sean and S20 in surprise. They just wore a black suit. Looking at the style, it was a bit like tactical equipment suits. Mr. Sean? Are you sure you're not here to travel? Woods looked annoyed. Miss Woods, don't worry about us, this is a special protective suit made by our group. It may be much better than the protective suit you wear. After all, we won't joke about our own lives. With a smile on his face, he didn't care. Woods' tone. Okay. It's up to you. It took another half an hour to reach the destination after taking a special snowmobile. This is an abandoned whaling station. It has been abandoned for decades. The people here disappeared overnight, and some people came to investigate, but they found no trace, and finally it was gone. However, this place is also called an ominous place by most people, and no one wants to come here, and it is even more desolate. Mr. Quinn, start your work, said Stafford. Quinn nodded and shouted at his team, "Guys, work! Hurry up, get moving, finish early and rest early. You don't want to spend much time in this FG place. Everyone is looking around, searching for possible dangers. The team may stay here for a while, but they don't want to have any problems during this period. Why do you say they stay here with sunglasses at night? It's not during the day. Who knows, maybe cool." Sean and S20 both wear sunglasses on their eyes. Don't underestimate this pair of sunglasses. They can be equipped with a lot of technology, and can even be connected to the moose on the scientific research number. It can also change a person's temperament and make people ignore their own existence. Superman appeared in front of the public with a pair of glasses at the beginning, but no one thought that this was Superman. In Sean's eyes, the direction he was looking at was not empty, but a huge amount of black spaceship parked there, huge amounts of gun muzzle, incomparably domineering hull. Looking at S20 and nodding, he secretly prepared. The spaceship of the Jagged Civilization has arrived here, and the Jagged Warrior is coming soon. Chapter 47. "Sir, you should take a look at this," Captain Quinn called for Verlander and Sean. "What's the situation?" "Sir, I don't know what to say, you just have to take a look." The two got off the snowmobile and rushed over immediately. Could it be that there was a problem in the construction? It shouldn't be. Velant is a little worried, don't make an accident on this matter. Not far away, a group of people were gathered around. When Velant arrived, he was a little confused. "Mr. Quinn, didn't you say it would take a week? Why so fast? There is a huge amount of hole in front of him. It is 30 downwards, circular, and there are circles of lines around it. This is the most reasonable way to go down," but he didn't hear any movement. "How does this work?" "From?" Quinn said with a sullen face, "Mr. Velant, although I want to say it, this is not what we did. This thing existed before we came. What is this made of? The kind of equipment you brought?" Quinn shook his head, "No, our kind of equipment can't be so fast and so perfect. To make such a hole, it needs to be much bigger and more stable than our machine." Velant sighed, a little anxious, "It seems that we have to go down. As long as we go down, no matter what it is, we will know what it is." There was another burst of joy in his heart, perhaps, this time he made the right bet. Woods looked at Velant. He knew that Velant had a physical problem, but it was about 2,000 feet, 61 meters, below the ground. She was afraid that Velant would not be able to hold it. If something happens to Velant down below, the group of them will basically end. "Mr. Velant, why don't you just wait for us up there? We'll let you know as soon as we discover anything, and no one knows what's going to be down there." "No, Miss Woods, I must go down, how can I be absent at such a historic moment?" Verlander shook his head. The frame stretching device is located at the entrance of the hole. It may be possible to use manpower to go down, but it can be difficult to get up. The safety buckle is fastened, and the group begins to go down the hole. The passage is very smooth. If there are no spikes, you may not be able to stand. Pulling the safety rope is a lot of peace of mind. Quinn looked at the distance between the teams. This is not what they can do to help. Although this time the matter does not require them to take action, it is not that there is nothing to do at the top. Velant is very loyal and money. According to Hare. That's it. "Hossie, hurry up and bring the things here, they are waiting below." "I know the boss." People go down first, and the research equipment is put down with a stretching device at the back, otherwise manpower is impossible, mainly because there are too many. "Quick, haven't you recovered since you went to Hi-Pi a few days ago? Why did you flicker?" "How is it possible, you know me, desperately Saburo." "Hey," the wind and snow suddenly became stronger, and a gust of wind blew over. The materials that had been put aside were suddenly blown to the ground by the storm, and the person carrying the materials just stepped on it. With a bang, the box on his body hit the traction rope, and the hook was instantly unhooked. The traction rope on the device begins to lower uncontrollably. What? A shout came from the passage, and Quinn's face instantly turned blue. Damn it! Hope it's all right. Hey, how did you put things in? If something goes wrong, you're responsible, or I'm responsible. The slightly older team members watched their boss get angry, and quickly persuaded him to fight. Boss, don't worry, they may not have an accident inside, this guy is new. Okay, you'd better expect nothing to happen, or I won't be able to keep you. With a curse in his heart, the organizers quickly repaired the equipment. In the passage, Volant, who was originally not very physically strong, suddenly felt that his traction rope suddenly loosened, and the whole person slipped down without focusing. Be careful, someone slipped, shouting one after another. Some people wanted to pull the sliding Volant, but the speed was too fast, either being bumped to the side or not being touched at all. Damn, quick, it's Mr. Volant. Catch it. The man below, stop him. The female leader is at the front of the team, that is, at the bottom. She has already pulled out her ice axe, ready to fix Volant's clothes to prevent him from slipping again, and staring at her can't tolerate her sloppy. As long as you make a mistake, or knock on Volant, or Volant falls, no matter what, Volant's end is death. Bang! A muffled sound. A hand appeared in the direction where Volant slipped, grabbed the hat of his jacket tightly, and fastened it tightly. Volant's clothes were stretched and bounced back, and finally stopped there. Everyone watched. In the past, it is S20. Sean laughed. Mr. Volant, you don't want to be the first to go down, this is Miss Wood's job, and she will lose her job if you do this. Blinking, Volant exhaled, and Stafford quickly slid to his side to help him on the leash again. Hey, thank you, Mr. Sean, and this? Sean said, oh, his name is S20. Well, thank you Mr. S20. If it wasn't for you, I might have robbed Miss Woods of her job. Woods was amused for a while. It seems that Mr. Volant has the spirit of an explorer. Well, everyone, check your equipment, and don't compete with me for a job. While talking, he glanced at Volant, and he made a mistake. Volant knew what Woods meant, so he couldn't say anything. With a dry laugh, the team continued to descend. Woods gave Sean a meaningful look. S20? It's more like a code name. The distance of 60 meters is not too far. The team finally reached the bottom, an open field. It is hard to believe that there is such a large space under the ice. Guys, what is that? In front of the space, it was pitch dark, but the shadows of some buildings could still be vaguely seen. With a flash of lights, the space was bright, and a huge and quaint building appeared in front of him. Wow! What the hell is this? It's incredible! It turned out to be true. God, haven't you showered? Volant took a deep breath. Not only did he have cancer, but he also had lung cancer. When he was emotional, he would have difficulty breathing. Damn, this couldn't suppress his mood at all, it was too exciting. Woods led the team and walked to Verlander. It seems that some people have found what he wants to find. Yes Miss Woods, but you have a share of the credit, thank you. Chapter 48. Yes Miss Woods, but you have a share of the credit, thank you. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more excited. A huge amount of pyramids was erected in the underground space. If it was in the outside world, how big of a news would it be? They are a group of people who have witnessed history. A 3D image appeared in Sean's sunglasses. From the outside, the sunglasses were still dark, but the inside was a different scene. The structure diagram of the pyramids, huge amounts of building structures, hundreds of rooms, and even the alien queen below were all marked. Sean smacked his tongue. A very delicate mechanism, which still uses a weight-sensing device. As long as someone or a creature steps on the brick surface of the pyramids, the mechanism will be activated. If such an organ is placed in the world of tomb raiders, it is estimated that anyone who enters it will have to kneel, let alone that the pyramids move every 10 minutes, which is even more complicated. Once you enter, you will not want to come out. The group began to receive equipment from the whaling base above, but Woods looked at Volant. He was excited just now. Volant has not been well until now, so he was a little worried. Mr. Volant, let's go up first. It has been confirmed that there are pyramids here. Your name can already be recorded in history, there is no need to put yourself in it. Thank you, but it would be a pity not to see it. Woods also wanted to persuade. Stafford came over. Sir, ready. Then go. Hey? Woods sighed and followed. She was the only one in the entire team who had experience in exploring the wild, so she took the money anyway. It's incredible, how was this built? Miller was amazed all the way, the huge amounts of pyramids, it took them nearly 10 minutes to climb these stairs alone, the tall guard sculptures all illustrate the powerful civilization at that time. Sidian patted his shoulder, my biochemist, come in. Maybe you will find more surprises. Makes sense, Miller nodded. Even the security personnel brought by Volant were amazed all the way. Except for what they had been able to understand on TV and books before, they did not expect to witness it with their own eyes today. Do you think there will be anything valuable here? You know, after all, antiques or something. Maybe, but don't think about it. He gestured to Volant on one side. That person doesn't know what it means, the Lord is still here, what's the use of thinking about it, there are antiques and they have no share. In the wide corridor, after entering, I found a space. There were several stone platforms on the space, and there were several skeletons lying on it. It seemed that this should be a tomb. Mr. Stian, it looks like it's time for you to work. Sidian put on a flashlight and looked around. These patterns and hieroglyphs seemed to integrate a lot of things of civilization. Sean pointed his flashlight at the fresco relief on the side, and he could see a huge amount of humanoids fighting with a group of creatures, some with knives, some with spears, and flying rings in their hands. If others see these things, they may just think that this is the worship of the ancestors for something, and it does not really exist. Sean knows that this is the battle scene between the predator and the alien. Looking at the length of the mural, it has lasted for thousands of years. Mr. Sean knows what this is. Woods looked over and walked over. Sean froze for a moment, know what? The meaning of this mural, I think Mr. is very concerned about this thing. Sean asked her back, don't you think it's interesting? Don't make trouble, this is just something that the ancestors were ignorant and portrayed. Maybe these murals of them have no meaning at all. Woods shook her head, she didn't believe it. Maybe, who knows? You'll find out after a while whether it makes any sense, but at that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to laugh anymore. The switch between hunter and prey is so unexpected. Stian, do you see something? As the only archaeologist on the team, he had high hopes, and if even he couldn't figure out what these things represented, they would basically be blinded. This is supposed to be a sacrificial burial chamber. Sidian pointed to the corpses on the platform, look at these corpses, there are no signs of binding on their bodies, they came here voluntarily. Stafford pointed to a hole in the skeleton and asked, don't you say that these holes were also created by sacrifice? It is not surprising that many sacrificial methods have the custom of taking out the internal organs of the sacrificer. Maybe, he didn't believe it anyway, the holes in these bones were more like something bursting out of the chest from inside, forcibly breaking the sternum from the inside. Sir, there are still several passages here, which one shall we take? Stafford asked Volant. Volant raised his flashlight and looked around, he didn't know how to go. After all, he was not a professional, and Woods, this girl had long been shouting to go back, she was also for her own good, and turned her eyes to the side of Sean, before he had time to ask questions, the team members on the other side shouted. "Come and see, there is another floor here, just below us." A hole with a strange shape, a cold firework still descends from the gap. You can see that the space below is very large. Where do you want to go? Or keep exploring? Gritting his teeth, "Let's go." Stafford smiled, "You guys stay here to build the equipment, let's go down and check." Several team members were left here, and a group of people was divided into two groups. Sean glanced at these people before leaving, and wished you good luck. The next time you meet, you may have to change to another identity. After all, you were aliens at that time. It's really strange. You look at these statues. There are many elements of civilization in them. I don't know who built this thing. It must be a long time away from us. Miller held up the camera and took pictures as he walked. "Don't be afraid, man, just take a sample from here when you go, and I can tell you about this problem." "Then what are you waiting for?" The two looked at each other as if Columbus had discovered the new world. Sigh, I have never seen such a positive person in courting death. Woods looked at his watch. "We've been moving down, you want to find something, you better as soon as possible. You just worry too much." As a qualified explorer, the spirit of adventure is a must, man, said a team member with a briefcase. He didn't like Woods a little. After all, they wanted more money. You have to continue to explore. How can you prove the power of their security team if there is no danger? After a round of twists and turns, they finally reached the lower floor. There was a cold firework on the stone platform in front of them, which they had thrown down earlier. Violante looked up with a flashlight. "This should be right below the sacrificial room. Above is the sacrificial room. So what is this place for? My God!" Sidian suddenly ran forward and lay down on the stone platform. "What's wrong?" Woods asked quickly. "Look at this, this is using the Mayan long calendar, this is the Aztec calendar, and this, is this a kind of combination lock?" Sidian paused and looked up at the crowd. "Isn't this a sarcophagus? Why is it a combination lock again? Don't tell me, this thing has been used many years ago, and it is still the calendar of two civilizations to make a combination lock." Sidian nodded, "Yes, this is exactly what I am puzzled about. Possessed to continue to check, each symbol seems to have extraordinary meaning, said several times inconceivable, the calendars of the two civilizations appeared at the same time, but there was an inexplicable difference in distance and time between them. Wait! Everyone looked at Sidian in shock again. Look here, this represents the year, month, and day. God, this combination lock has been moved. It should be 100 years ago from now. Violante pointed to the sarcophagus. You mean someone came here 100 years ago? I know it's hard to believe, sir, but that's what the dates on this sarcophagus show. Violante is a little lost. Aren't they the first to come in? Mr. Sean, I'm afraid there's nothing to gain from this trip, Violante apologized. It doesn't matter, Mr. Violante, although some people have been here, but there is no record from the outside world. This is unlikely. After all, if someone came here and published it outside, it would shock the world, and maybe we can still gain something. Violante nodded, hope. Sidian is calculating one by one, although he knows some things above, but now he has a guess, which may be feasible. Miss Woods, do you know what time it is today? October 10th? Why are you asking this? Stefano made a deep meaning, you will find out later. I set the time above to now, maybe there will be a discovery. Everyone gathered around, and this scene was quite curious. Everyone wanted to know what was in this sarcophagus. There are a lot of sayings about this. I believe many people have heard that men and women in Western countries generally date, either in gyms or museums, at least this phenomenon is very common. In fact, the most fundamental reason is that they care about history. As for why they care, that is because they have no history. Especially bald eagles, anytime you talk about their history in front of a bald eagle person, it will definitely explode. First the year, then the day, kaka. Once the pictogram on the combination lock was fixed, the next second the entire sarcophagus seemed to have triggered some mechanism, a roar sounded, and the sarcophagus suddenly seemed to be opened on both sides. Hey, a group of people scattered around, for fear that there might be something that can eat people in here. Only Sean and S20 stood there, looking at them dumbfounded. Cough cough, it's just a lively atmosphere. Yes, active. Even Violante blushed a little bit. Old Nima, the two young people didn't move a step, their group of people were either doctors or experts, and even more experienced warriors, they were actually scared by a sarcophagus. It's alright, I know you're activating the atmosphere, but you'd better come and take a look inside. What's wrong? Seeing this, everyone lay there motionless, and it took a few minutes for Woods to speak to break the silence. What do you say this thing is? People could make this kind of thing in ancient times. Sidian's face darkened. He thought of the last time he went to a pyramid's archaeological site. He dug it and found a soda bottle cap at the entrance of the passage. Really sarcastic, almost printed a thank you for your patronage on the lid. Not exactly the same as now. Chapter 49. In the sarcophagus, there are 3 unknown things, which have a sense of modern technology. What do you say this is? Don't say that the ancestors put it here. Looking at the material, this thing should not be simple, Stafford said. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, all kinds of guesses came out, and some even said that this was something from an alien civilization. Sean almost gave him a sentence, you really are a genius. This is not the weapon of the Predator. It is clearly a plasma pistol and 2 plasma shoulder cannons. The caliber of the shoulder cannon and the pistol are slightly different, and the power is also different. The last is the pistol, but it is not a human firearm. Compare. Mr. Violante, what are you going to do with this? Verlander glanced at Woods. The girl was about to go crazy, and if she stayed here, it might be possible. Take it away. We have come for nothing. As long as you go outside, you will know what this thing is as soon as you study it. A few people just took out the 2 shoulder cannons, and Sidian called out directly. Wait, don't move. It's a pity that the last iron-blooded pistol has been taken out, and people don't pay attention to his shouting at all. What's wrong? Miller asked. This is a mechanism. Sidian's face darkened. Needless to say, the 3 weapons had just been taken out, and the shelves in the sarcophagus where the weapons were placed were closed. The passageway through which they came in quickly lowered the stone gate, and the group was locked inside. Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? Stafford scolded. I said it, but you didn't listen to me. To be honest, even if the discoveries here are shocking enough, he has already regretted it a little. If he conducts archaeological research with these laymen, he will definitely be killed by them and mess with unknown things, but he is not too impatient. Sir, there is no way to open this door, it is estimated that it weighs about 2 tons. Hearing this, Violante's face was not very good. Mr. Sidian, what can you do? Don't worry, if I'm not wrong, the Mayan long calendar is metric, which means that this place may change every 10 minutes, and then we can go out. Everyone's mood eased a little. As long as they could go out, this time they came in a hurry, and they didn't prepare things like explosives and grenades, otherwise they could give it a try. Time passed by minute, and 10 minutes felt like a long day. Wait, did you hear anything? I seem to have heard something too, it was passed down from above. Up there? Isn't that the cemetery above? Call Greenhead, hear answer. Zzz. There is nothing on the walkie-talkie except the sound of the electric current. Damn, everyone's hearts fell into their stomachs, something must have happened above. Sidian's eyes lit up, and he seemed to think of something. Do you still remember the name of the tomb above? Sacrificial room. That's right, the sacrificial room is for offering sacrifices. I always thought the murals and texts here were strange. It was because of this that we didn't come to investigate, but to send warmth. Stafford was dazed. Keep it simple. From the perspective of this sculpture and text, it records a ritual that has existed since ancient times. At first I thought it was just a custom of the ancestors. Now it seems that it is not, but a ritual. Damn! Everyone, we have become prey. What's the meaning? Sidian shouted, because you took out the contents of the sarcophagus, the ceremony here started, and we became the prey here, which means that we are all going to die here, understand? Wait, you're saying what's on the mural might be real? Woods pointed to the mural. That is to say, the things on this mural are likely to appear, humans have it, and this tall species is likely to come, so what about this strange-shaped thing? Miller adjusted his glasses. This animal looks a lot like an arthropod, but it stands very much like a human being. Volant was also a little flustered in his heart. Looking at the people who were discussing, he looked around. Hey! Sean didn't react at all. He always wondered why someone like Sean would come to Tang's troubled waters. Does he really know something? Mr. Sean, the time has come now, don't you have anything to share with us? Everyone looked over, and the tone was certain that Sean knew something. What did this man hide? Sean put his hand in his trouser pocket. Before you came, didn't you study this place well? That means you really know something. Sean didn't refute, but nodded. Yes, the mural has been reminding you since you came in, but unfortunately the truth is in the mural that you didn't pay attention to, but you turned a blind eye. You mean the murals are real? Woods widened his eyes. Definitely, otherwise who would make the murals so well? This is a ceremonial place, there is no wealth and hope, but some are just killing the dead. Look at this, a huge amount of humanoid pierced a monster with a knife, and this is the protagonist this time, the predator and the alien. Verlander interrupted him, you said this thing was called the predator. Sean's eyes lit up, it seems that Mr. Volant knows something. It is not the first time that the predator has appeared in this world. Those with a little ability will know these things. According to legend, in a certain jungle during World War II, I found a predator once. Miller watched the two play dumb puzzles, and he was already stunned. What else? After you took people's things out of the sarcophagus, this pyramid has been activated. You have heard the sound from above, which means that the sacrifice has begun, and there is something that will parasitize in the bodies of those above. And then burst out of the chest, or how do you think those wounds were caused? Stafford cursed inwardly, damn! Looking at his teammates, they put down their suitcases and took out their firearms. This is their last insurance. Woods didn't say anything. At this time, no matter whether these things are real or not, it's a little bit protective. Still good. You know that people in the sacrificial room will be in danger, why don't you say it? Woods couldn't hold back a little anger in his eyes. Without those things above, hunting is not perfect. Do you want jagged blood to hunt us? Compared with the aliens, you are actually just incidental, that is, the lucky head. It doesn't matter whether you have it or not. This unknown thing still discriminates? Sidian looked at Sean, then Mr. Sean, since you know so much, why are you still here? After all, relatively speaking, you may also die. Yes. Why is this? No, you have to figure it out. You may die, but I won't. I'm just here to see if it's possible to contain some alien races. You also know that I'm engaged in medicine and compare these things. Curious? Oh, by the way, let me tell you something else, the three things you took out are weapons. The smiling, blunt words made everyone feel as if they were in the autumn wind, chilling everywhere. Chapter 50. The smiling, blunt words made everyone feel as if they were in the autumn wind, chilling everywhere. A few people took it out and fiddled with it, but they didn't know how to use it. Originally, if they handed it over to Sean, they could use it directly. Everyone, the hunt is about to start, I hope to see you again. Bang! The stone wall on the other side opened a hole, Sean and S20 went straight in, and everyone looked at each other. For a while, they didn't enter, and it didn't matter if they didn't enter. Everyone, we'd better get out of here, if what Sean just said is true, I'm afraid we're in danger. In the end, they entered the passage that Sean and the others entered. Unfortunately, as soon as they entered, they were blinded. When they entered, there was only one passage, but as soon as they entered, 5 passages appeared again, and it was pitch black. There's no trace at all, the ghost knows where Sean and the others have gone. Damn, what do we do? Stafford gritted his teeth, follow the direction of the exit. This is just a no-brainer. There is always some certainty in the direction of the exit. After these people left, Sean and S20 appeared from the darkness. They had been here just now, but they were just invisible. Commander, jagged blood has entered the pyramids, and the direction should be chasing them, and there are still many aliens in the pyramids. Sean nodded, okay, let's just follow and see if these iron bloods are worth collecting. Also, has the scientific research number arrived yet? Here, Moose is controlling the scientific research number, just on the other side of the jagged civilization spacecraft. In fact, he was thinking, in the end, whether to take care of these jagged boys and directly get the jagged spaceship, or let the alien boarding iron blood get on the spaceship and then pick it up. After all, the jagged alien seems to be very good, but it is a little troublesome. Once the jagged spaceship starts, it will take a while for them to wait for all the jagged warriors in the jagged spaceship to be boarded, which means that it is likely to be out of the solar system. Base, S20's eyes were red, and a heat ray was directly stimulated from his eyes, and a pitch-black thing fell from the end of the passage, which was a face-hugging bug. Sean took a look and walked away. These things really multiply very quickly. As long as they live on the host, they will eat the host's energy immediately after birth and grow rapidly. It may only take 10 years for an alien to grow from parasitism to growth. For a few minutes, it goes against common sense. Commander, the passage has changed. Sean frowned, didn't keep up with Velant and his group, and followed them to deal with a lot of aliens and face-hugging bugs. Nima, he has become a nanny. And many more. Sean turned to look at the dark place, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This was staring at us. S20 looked at Sean's reaction, glanced a few times. A tall humanoid life form stood in the dark corner of the high place. It was Jagged Blood Warrior. I know you can understand the language of the earth, let's fight. One-on-one. Bang, like a heavy object hitting the ground, dust everywhere, several electric currents flashed in the dark, a strange-shaped creature appeared, quietly looking at Sean and S20 on the opposite side. How? Find an open place where you fight with him. The predator tilted his head, as if he was seriously considering, why are these two creatures not afraid of him? It seems that these two people should be more perfect than other prey. Roar! That's it, Sean and S20 walked ahead and found an open place. The predator followed them as if they had settled for them. This is a bit bad, you say that you are an interstellar civilization, and you still retain this ancient and naive tradition, but it is precisely because of their belligerent characteristics that the entire iron-blooded civilization has been able to grow and run rampant in the interstellar space. So, a bright wrist knife appeared on the right arm of the predator, and even in such light, there was a trace of reflection, showing its sharpness. However, this predator is only a minor, equivalent to the teenage years of a human being, but in fact their lifespan may already be dozens of years old. The lifespan of a predator can reach more than 300 years, and it is a matriarchal society. Roar! Under the mask, the predator roared, his eyes scanned the S20 standing in front of him through the mask, like a poisonous snake, and the vicious aura began to spread. Bring it on! Feeling the provocation of the S20, How could he hold back the iron blood of the wrist knife? He strode up and rushed up, raised his hand and waved. A white light suddenly appeared in the air, which was the trace of the wrist knife. Sheila, a burst of fire appeared, and the darkness was faintly broken. The predator froze there, looked up at his wrist knife. How could this person not be afraid of his own wrist knife? S20 patted his chest. Hee, that's it, the fierce body disappeared. The wrist knife Ji Shui just reacted, and his right hand was backhanded behind him, and when he turned back, the person had disappeared again, and his eyes were vigilant. A heavy force kicked on his body, he staggered, and took a few steps to the side. Before he could stand firm, a fist appeared on his forehead, and it was too late to avoid it. Boom! Who is this person? This can't be human, can't humans have such speed and power? Countless thoughts flashed in the mind of wrist knife Tai Shui, and he even thought of asking for help for a while. Although this approach might make him look down upon in the group, he was even more afraid of death. S20 frowned. The wrist knife Ji Shui was about to open his small computer, but one foot had already stepped on his arm. Want to cheat? No way. Zi. A red light hit his head, green blood spread out, and there was a burnt smell. How do you feel? Commander, the equivalent of a human triploid, without the aid of technological items. Shan nodded. After all, this is only a minor body. It is not bad to have such power. If we take advantage of the equipment, an elite team of human warriors may not be their opponents. This iron-blooded wrist knife should be trained as a hunter. Let's move on. This jagged blood is not worthy of his collection. If he remembers correctly, among the 3 jagged bloods who performed the rite of passage, there is a scar that is equipped with a spear. The spear has been given other functions in the predator race, such as the elder iron blood. The spear is the standard weapon of the elder, and the scar may be cultivated to grow old. In fact, the little things on his body are also most frisbees, alloy war knives, shrinking nets, etc. The other 2 predators do not have such things, which is enough to prove that he is different. Every weapon he owns means that the predator has completed one or even multiple hunts. On the other hand, Wieland and others are in a very urgent situation now. There are a group of aliens behind them. There are only 3 left. Wieland, Woods, and the archaeologist Sidian. The rest have been taken away by the aliens. Has become a hotbed for others. Damn, what the hell is this? Sidian said as he ran. I don't know, if I were you, don't talk, hurry up, those aliens just disappeared, there may be something more threatening than us here. Wood's eyes widened. You mean there's the predator Shan mentioned here? Probably so. Diddy. Sidian's watch rang, which means that 10 minutes have come, which means that the pyramids are active again. At least this is a good thing for them, maybe they can avoid the aliens' pursuit. Quick, here's a passage. In front, the wall retracted to both sides, and a space appeared inside. It was too late to see what was there. Anyway, it was some sculpture or something, and it was like this all the way. What? Verlander squatted on the ground and hugged his feet, looking up at Woods and Sidian. You go. Leave me alone. Where will Woods follow him? No, Sidian, come and help. Damn. The 2 of them drove Volant to the door that appeared, and they didn't even have time to pick up the flashlight that fell on the ground. There was a dull sound of running behind them. This kind of sound is not like a human can make. Quick! Damn, the door has already begun to close, and it is impossible for them to enter in time at their current speed. Volant's eyes dimmed. Maybe that's it. Push away Woods and Sidian. Go, you go, leave me alone, Sidian, be sure to take her out. Sidian was stunned, and he pulled Woods up and ran to the door. No, take him with him, Sidian, he will only die if he stays here. Woods struggled, but how could he stand up to Sidian, and even dragged him directly into the stone door. The stone door finally closed, until there was a small opening to see the door, and the dull running sound became louder and closer. Willand? Willander? Villain touched himself, took out an ice axe, and planned to make a last-ditch effort. Clap clap clap! Applause sounded behind them. Woods and Sidian immediately stood against the wall, flashlights on them. Sean. It is Sean and S20, they have the structure diagram here, and it is not difficult to find a route that can catch up with the Verlanders. It's really touching. So, how many of you are left? Woods took a sip in disgust. You make me feel sick. Chapter 51. Woods took a sip in disgust. You make me feel sick. Bang. What? With a muffled sound, a figure appeared, and Woods instantly became squatting on the ground, holding his stomach with his hands and making a pained sound, his expression distorted. Dare to be disrespectful to the commander? Courting death. Watfa, what do you want to do? Sidian quickly grabbed Woods, who was squatting on the ground. He didn't know what to do for a while. Looking at the speed of the S20 just now, he didn't dare to talk. Nima, he was where they were standing in a blink of an eye. It was 7 or 8 meters away from Shaosai, but he didn't even see how he got here. Sean didn't care, enjoy your next time. Maybe you will miss it. Walking forward, the small hole in the wall can see the scene outside. Villain is standing on the steps, holding an ice axe in his hand, waiting for the battle. In fact, he thinks a bit too much, maybe the alien will be interested in him, but jagged warriors are impossible. In particular, it was Scar who came, and he would not kill prey that had no resistance or was terminally ill. In other words, people like Villain are not qualified to be his prey. Hey, Mr. Villain! The voice came out of the small mouth, and Villain was taken aback. Sean? Turning his head and looking, a human face appeared in the small opening, but it was Sean who disappeared. How could they be inside? Sean! After shouting, he couldn't say anything else. He was going to die. What's the point of saying this? I advise you not to act in the face of the next thing. Damn, are you asking him to give up his life? Woods roared again. Obviously, the punch just now didn't let her understand what her situation was. She turned her head and glanced at him. To be honest, he didn't like such people. Why don't you go out to accompany him? Trust me, I have the ability to do it. Angrily, Sidian quickly pulled Woods away, for fear that Sean would kill them directly here. He saw that S20 had a pistol in his hand, which they had picked up on the road. Bang bang bang! The sound of heavy footsteps was like a talisman, and every blow hit their hearts. The thing that came must be very big. Villain only felt that death had never been so close to him. Suddenly, the footsteps disappeared again. Sean's mouth curled up. Come. Coming? What is coming? Wouldn't it be those monsters? Sidian was full of question marks, and he could vaguely see the outside from the small opening, but he saw nothing. Villain's glove gripping the ice axe was already sweating, silently pressing. Tsitsizi. The sound of the electric current, the light can be clearly seen in the dark. A huge amount of figure appeared in their sight after the electric current passed, wearing a punk metal mask on his head, armor all over, still hanging unknown named skull with what resembles dreadlocks on the head. It means that this creature is no fun. Scar, or the iron blood that is about to become Scar. He walked straight past Villain, ignoring Villain. Under the mask, he had already scanned Villain's body, and he had no interest in the scarring of cancer. Just standing in front of Zayaka and looking at the few people inside. Roar! Sean poked out his ears. Does the output depend on roaring, bro? Can you be a little more virtuous? It's perfect, you can be my collection. Do you have any comments? The jagged blood roared again. Their small computers can translate human words, and naturally they know what Sean means. Damn, you pray actually want to collect me? I'll make you one of my favorites, but that's after you lose your life. Baso, the iron-blooded hand standing by the wall raised his hand. A small thing fell from the air, and he swung the knife out with his backhand. In a place above the jagged warrior's head, a black figure stopped there, a part of his body slipped from the top, and then the whole fell to the side of jagged blood. What is he doing? Sidian asked. Warriors get their prey and give themselves a badge to prove it. Hiss. It hurts to look at it, but they have seen how powerful these monsters are. They are extremely fast and powerful. Even their blood is strongly corrosive, and the scars are burned on their foreheads and equipment. 2 scars. Now, he is already an adult jagged blood. What if he doesn't let us go? Woods said. Sidian is going to be stunned. If so, then they probably have to wait to die? No, except for Sean and the others, they can find this place by themselves, which means they are very familiar with this place and may have the opportunity to go out. Keep? No, he has no chance. Why? Sean sneered, arrogant soldiers must be defeated. Originally, this predator should be the most cautious of the 3. Unfortunately, the relationship between hunters and prey is sometimes so fickle. Once you have a little flaw, the aliens will find you, parasitize you, eat you, and complete their life evolution. A face-hugging bug that had already been hiding on the side stared at Scar. If Scar wanted to perform the rite of passage, he had to burn himself with scars. If he wanted to burn scars, he had to take out his mask. Now, the opportunity for the face-hugging bugs to parasitize appears. The crowd at the entrance of the cave watched as the high-spirited Scar was attacked by a face-hugging bug and hugged his head tightly, and the movement could still be seen in his throat. What's wrong? Sidian was puzzled. Shouldn't they kill each other immediately? Parasitic. Sidian, you mean this thing is parasitic on this monster? Then what? Yes, strictly speaking, once the parasitism is completed, they will quickly complete the transformation from juvenile to adult. You should have seen a lot of this along the way. Woods pointed to the situation outside. You mean something will emerge from that monster's body and grow rapidly? Sean shook his head. No, it's more terrifying. This is one of the abilities of aliens. They will absorb the high-quality genes of the host to complete their evolution, and they will be more powerful than ordinary aliens. Fake. Many people have died at the hands of monsters along the way, and they are no longer opponents, but now they tell them that there will be a more powerful monster. Fake. Wood's eyes flickered, and he looked at the pistol on the S-20's waist. If I kill him now, will the monster still appear? Sean turned to look at her. Definitely, killing the host won't affect it, but if you kill the alien embryo, the alien won't appear, but you don't have a firearm, so you can't do it. But don't you have them? Woods pointed to the pistol of the S-20. What does this have to do with you? Woods shivered with anger. If monsters appear, this is not what you want, right? Sean ignored her. She was brain dead, and couldn't see that I was a bad person. Woods wanted to continue to persuade Sean, but was pulled to the other side by Sidian. Sorry, I'm the bad guy. Perfect, so perfect, the alien is a perfect killing machine. After 3 minutes, Scar stood up confused and saw the corpse of the face-hugging bug lying beside him, and his heart was already thumping. Hey, how does it feel to be parasitized by prey? Scar turned to look at Sean in the passage. It was this person who repeatedly challenged himself, picked up the mask on the ground and put it on, and a hoarse voice appeared. You will become my prey. Sean nodded. I like your character, but it seems that you have no chance, and your chest will burst. Bang. Scar turned and walked away. The next time the pyramids changed, there was no channel to come in. If he wanted Sean to become his prey, he needed to go to another channel. Are you looking for death? Now go to Zhao to provoke this thing. Sean grabbed her backpack on her back and pulled out the plasma shoulder cannon inside. This is mine. Woods just wanted to say something. S20 had already pointed a pistol at her, and could only stare at her with hatred. Very good technology, but unfortunately, the brain is not very good. With a click, Woods and Sidian didn't know how Sean did it. This strange thing began to shape-shift in his hand, and it became something similar to a firearm. Shit, is this really a gun? Sidian regretted it, but he couldn't use it. If it was in his hands, once he went outside, wouldn't he have as much money as he wanted? Would he still be short of scientific research funding? Take them away. As soon as the voice fell, a hole appeared on the wall in front, and another channel appeared at the end of the channel. In his induction, there was a place leading to the alien queen's lair, but it may have been rescued by its little brother now. Empty, at first glance, it is either a passage that leads to nowhere, or a movable wall. This place gives them a familiar feeling. How is it a bit like the sacrificial room they saw earlier? You can still vaguely see the blood spilled on the ground, which should be the unlucky ones from before. Sean nodded at S20, tie it up. What do you want to do? You can't do this, let me go. Woods and Sidian began to struggle, trying to break free from the control of S20 in a series of slaps, slapped them directly, and saw Woods being stunned. How could Sidian dare to move? Obediently being hung here by the rope, Sidian was extremely terrified. Is this asking them to be the bait? Sean stood under them. You could have left here, but some people didn't control their mouths, so I had to let you use the waste. I wish you good luck. Hey, he and the S20 just disappeared here. Hey, where are you going? Come back soon. Tang tang tang, struggled a few times. The rope that bound him was very tough, and he couldn't break free at all. Damn, looking at Woods with a fierce light in his eyes, it was all because of her. If it wasn't for her, maybe he had already out. Damn, 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 anyone. Help. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the time passed like this, and Sidian's face became more and more frightened. Sean and S20 hit on the head of the statue on one side, and the naked eye couldn't see it at all. The sight of the predator is a flawed organ, so they developed something like a mask, which can help them use various imaging to complete the prey's arrest. Commander, the aliens have begun to drive this way, and the alien queen has escaped. Sean nodded. Okay, then let's go up and wait. Next is not what he should care about. As for whether these two are life or death, they are very clear about the spirit of adventurers. On the ground, 2 people appeared invisible and stood to one side. In the dark, through the glasses, you could see the invisible jagged battleship and some jagged warriors. One of them is an elder of the jagged civilization. You must know that the elders are directly responsible to the queen in the jagged civilization. They can even have their own army. This spaceship must have what he wants. More than 20 minutes later, the ground began to vibrate, and a figure was thrown straight out of the passageway. Sean was surprised. He didn't expect Woods to be alive, with a spear made of an alien tail in his hand. This Sidian looked like he was dead. There were also 2 scars on the face. Nima, I didn't expect that it would develop like this with his intervention. Brain pain. Oh. Deng 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 deng. Behind the 2, a row of lights came on, and Scar roared, as if to tell his clan that he had completed the ceremony. The predator standing at the front did not wear a mask, and even had no weapons on his body, only a scar on his body, proving the record of this predator. Without saying anything to Scar, he pushed him and Woods behind him and roared into the darkness. He has long felt that there is something here. Judging from his experience, there must be something here, but after the battleship scan, there is nothing there, but he believes in his own intuition. This intuition has saved him I don't know how much second rate. Sean was a little amused, but he didn't expect this guy to have some strength. Hey, without hiding his figure anymore, he walked out of the darkness directly. Beata beata, stepping on the snow and making a creaking sound, Scar saw that Sean couldn't hold back, and directly roared a few times. If there was no jagged elder, maybe he would have come up to talk to Sean. I heard that the people of the jagged civilization are keen on hunting and advocating force. Why don't we compare? They can understand the language of the earth, and they can even simulate the language through high-tech masks. However, the elders are a little strange. How could this person know about their iron-blooded civilization? As sincerity, this, I can regard it as my sincerity. He threw the shoulder cannon they got, and the Scar grabbed it and placed it on his shoulder, and 2 red dots appeared on Sean and S20's forehead. But unfortunately, he was stopped by the elder standing in front. How is it? Is this sincerity okay? Or do you dare not fight? Chi Kuokuo's fierce general, Chi Kuokuo sarcastically. The elder was annoyed, roar. Sean was stunned for a moment, until he forgot about this. The original language of the predator was communicated through the biological field, that is, through the dreadlocks on their heads, which can be regarded as the medium of electronic information flow. Just like Groot in the Marvel world, a word has countless meanings. Soon, Moose's translation appeared, and Sean understood. You don't care how I know about you, just ask if you dare to fight. As if he had decided on them, he was extremely arrogant and elegant at the same time. Scar roared at the elder, and the picture of the two roaring at each other was still more joyful, especially when he thought of them and the female predators showing their affection. Female jagged blood, roar. Male jagged blood, roar. Forehead. It seems that the Scar is still unable to convince. The elder waved his hand, and a predator came out behind him. It can be seen that his mask is different from the general Iron Blood mask. He has shoulder cannons on his body, and various weapons are hung around his waist. There are countless the Scar. This is the elite in the predator, codenamed Lone Wolf. If I remember correctly, the second part, that is, after the Scar was on the battleship, the iron-blooded alien appeared, the entire ship was invaded, and finally only a few landed on the Earth, and it was this Lone Wolf who was responsible for the aftermath. S20 stepped forward and saw that S20 had no weapons. The elder even threw a spear. S20 held it in his hand, and it stretched and lengthened, glowing with a cool luster. He waved it a few times and looked at the Lone Wolf. The Lone Wolf is holding a whip-like thing, but if you think it is just a whip, then you are wrong. If you are bound by this whip, just pull it a little, and the whole person will change into 2 sections. Lone Wolf is a little disdainful. The S20 can't compare with him in terms of height and physique. Naturally, his strength will not be as great as his, but this should be a good prey and worth keeping by himself. S20 tugged his fingers provocatively, signaling the Lone Wolf to attack. Where has he been provoked like this? In his opinion, this is no longer a provocation, but an insult to him. Roar! Shake the whip on your hand, pop! The tearing air sounds sounded, and after a black shadow changed direction in the air, it wrapped around the S20 at a weird angle. Seeing that the whip was about to be wrapped around, the spear in the S20's hand pierced directly. Bang! Drink, hee hee. In the blink of an eye, the Lone Wolf was killed by such an inconspicuous blow, and was directly nailed to the ground by a spear. The green blood was a mockery of Chi Kuokuo in the eyes of these predator warriors. S20 twitched the spear inserted into the Lone Wolf, raised his eyebrows, bells and whistles, where there are so many ways in the battle, stab at random. Even if the Lone Wolf has all kinds of skills, he has not died at his feet. He tilted his head. How about you two together? As soon as the elder waved his hand, 3 predator rushed up, and the result was the same. No one was beaten to the ground if they could touch the S20. Every blow is extremely random, simple, but violent and efficient. Sean smiled slightly. These guys are stupid. They are already interstellar civilization. You are smart. You can't see such an obvious situation clearly, since the S20 can so easily kill the Lone Wolf and the 3 experienced predator. Have they seen it in humans? This is impossible. Chapter 52. Gradually, the elder could no longer calm down, and he found that things were a bit beyond his imagination. Tsitsizi, the battleship behind him lights up. It seems that he is planning to use a weapon? Scar even erected his shoulder cannon, and the red aiming light was already aimed at Shan and S20, just waiting for the elder's order. Roar! The elder let out a loud roar, and countless shoulder cannons appeared on the shoulders of these predator warriors, all aimed at Shan and S20. Humph! I don't know what to do. Bang bang bang, a few muffled sounds. The place where Shan and S20 stood just now was a mess, and a huge amount of pothole was formed under the explosion, and the snow water was melted in it. What about people? It can't be all blown up, can it? Hey, are you looking for us? A voice rang behind the elder, and the elder immediately turned to see that Scar was already lying on the ground, and the S20 that had just dispatched in the distance was slaughtering his soldiers one by one. Roar! The elder roared and kicked Shan heavily. Roar! The iron-blooded elder opened his mouth and roared, looking at the clansmen who had been slaughtered with one knife at a time. Before the front foot hit the ground, another spear appeared in his hand, and it was slashing at Shan's chest. The next moment, the whole person stopped there. The spear touched Shan's chest, which was the position of the heart. It's just that, blocked by Shan's clothes, there is only a little spark at most. Those eyes are very surprised. How is this possible? Shan glanced down and said, "Don't be afraid, it will be over soon," with a very gentle tone. Slap! A high whip kicked the elder to the other side and fell to the ground. Moose, control the spaceship and clean it up. Good sir. In Wood's eyes, another weird spaceship appeared on the other side, and more people flew down from above, and went directly into the Predator's spaceship. Yes, it was flying. God, what the hell has she been through today? They have been prepared for a long time, these people, no, or what exactly does Shan want to do? Did Shan know all along that these aliens were coming? Do you think it's incredible, as if this world is not the world you know? Pat, what Woods was holding fell to the ground. She didn't think she had a chance to resist. Even a guy like Jagged Blood was no match for these people, and she couldn't. Have you seen aliens? Or have you ever seen someone fly? Don't look at me with hatred. If it's not me who wins, you know what will happen. They can easily subvert human civilization. Looking at it this way, do you think there is any problem with me winning? Is there a difference? Shan looked at Wood's expression 02, this guy has the potential to be a ball RT. Female individuals are often controlled not by reason, but by emotion. To put it bluntly, it is what I think, but the world is not what you think and becomes what you think, which is insignificant. Commander, it's all under control. Shan walked in front, and there were people behind him pressing the elders and Woods, and there was also the alien queen who was hiding from the side and wanted to sneak attack, but the alien queen was now in a frozen state. These guys are not even as good as the alien queen, and they will even attack. On the Predator spaceship, more than a dozen Predator were already tied to the ground, roaring from time to time, and it was not bad if there were a dozen or so left. Has the shelter on Mars been built? Has been completed. Let's go then. The two spaceships set off directly from the South Pole, and the traces just now were quickly buried by the wind and snow. Even if someone came to investigate again, it would be impossible to find out. The pyramids were blown up, the underground space collapsed, and the sea water poured back, making it impossible to dig any more. Out. Woods looked at this scene incredulously. Predator, spaceship, Mars, everything was extremely unfamiliar. This group of people actually had a base on Mars. Moose, comprehensively analyze the technology and knowledge on the Jagged spaceship, and find their home planet. Shan will not miss such an opportunity. As long as he finds the home planet of the Predator, there are prerequisites. He can attack whenever he wants. The birth of every interstellar civilization is a wealth. He just put this wealth on his table. Sir, the parasitic scar is about to hatch, S20 informed. Oh. Then go have a look. He was still very interested. On the scientific research number, Scar was detained alone on one side, and next door was the place where the rest of the predators were detained. The two could see each other. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything, they could only see with a scar. It was broken out of the body by the alien parasitic in the body. Originally, Scar thought that after completing the ceremony, he would go to the spaceship to take out the alien parasitic in his body. Unfortunately, he didn't expect Sean to appear suddenly. Roar! Scar roared in pain, his chest swelled again and again with a visible range. It was probably painful, and there seemed to be something growing out of his chest. Slap! Green blood sprayed out, and a small flesh-colored thing drilled out from Scar's chest. Scar did not die immediately, tenacious vitality, and was fixed. He could only watch the alien back and forth walking around, looking at him from time to time. Death is not the most terrible. Terrible, waiting time to die. This thing actually knows about the dangers of the outside world. S20 said in surprise. Yes, the newly born larvae have such a high level of intelligence. The jagged alien is not bad. Sean looked at this scene with interest. Maybe it was because it was separated by something, and it couldn't help the people outside, or maybe it was because of Original's needs. It turned around and walked over to the predator, opening its mouth and slamming down. At the speed visible to the naked eye, this alien larvae was growing at an abnormal rate. After 10 minutes, it had grown to a height of more than 2 meters and a length of nearly 3 meters. Before Sean walked into the shield, he observed carefully that the jagged alien's mouth was constantly dripping bodily fluids on the ground, and they needed to store a lot of water, which meant that their shells needed a lot of energy to maintain this normal state. Whether it's the iron-blooded head on the top of the head, the humanoid, or the tail, all of them are prepared for killing. Containment. A large amount of freezing gas and a potion that can make it stunned were sprayed out of the protective cover. The jagged alien began to roar, smashing the protective cover in front of him, and even actively destroyed his body, trying to use corrosive blood to corrode the protection cover. Unfortunately, this shield uses energy. As long as the energy of this spaceship is not exhausted, it is impossible to break it. Even if there is a problem with the energy, the materials here are anti-corrosion and specially made for aliens. Mars Base. The spaceship was docked in the base, and the entire base was covered by a huge amount of protective cover, and several huge amounts of spaceship could be seen in the distance. This time, the Predator became excited as soon as he was taken down, especially the Predator. He knew that if he remembered correctly, those spaceships should be the spaceships of another civilization, Titan. Be honest. The eyes of the soldiers who escorted them emitted heat ray, and several dishonest guys were burned several times, and they were finally escorted away with a hum. Inside the mountain, an underground base has been established. I think you will like it here. Forgot to tell you that you may know the person next door. Next door? It's not the Titans next door, with the same huge amounts of body, but also looking at the jagged warrior who was imprisoned in disbelief, and the alien queen and jagged alien on the side. Where did this guy get these things? The Titan looked to his right. This should be a human on Earth, but how could a human being deserve to be imprisoned here? In the main control room, Sean looked at the latest situation. How about the completion of the new spaceship, Moose? Sir, 70% has been completed, but the material is not ideal. We may need to disassemble all the Titan's spaceships. It should be about a month before our new spaceship can be used. Then do it. What about the analysis of the jagged spaceship? It has been completed, all received their technology, and the star map has been obtained. Sean's eyes lit up. Unlike Titan's spaceship, due to the age-old problem, in addition to the alien virus, there are only some technologies and spaceships, and even the star map may no longer be applicable. But the jagged spaceship is different. This is the flagship of the Elders, with a complete star map and even most of their technology, which is a convenience for Sean. But we have a problem right now, which is the highest priority. What is it? Energy. The energy we use now cannot support vigorous development, and new energy must be found. Frowning, this is indeed an imminent problem. If he leaves this world in the future, the supplies he will take with him will definitely be huge. The scientific research number can no longer meet his needs, so he wants to build a new spaceship. The alloys used by the Titan spacecraft are very good. They are all dismantled and remelted, and a new scientific research number is built with special alloys mined on Mars to meet their future energy and other needs. Then put fixed star capture on the agenda. Fixed star capture and utilization technology. Moose was slightly stunned. As an artificial intelligence, he usually does not have such a situation. It can be seen that this technology that Sean said gave him a shock. Even in the peak period of Krypton, this technology is not used whenever you want, it is mainly inhumane, and even not in line with the development interests of an interstellar civilization. Thor's weapon Mjolnir in the Marvel world is made of a neutron star that has entered the final stage of fixed star, and it is also a pulsar, so it can apply magic or technology on it. The volume becomes smaller, the density becomes larger, and it emits energy, and it is definitely a wise choice to develop it into a weapon. The fixed star capture and utilization technology in Krypton technology is a bit like the Dyson sphere idea proposed by human scientists. The Dyson sphere theory is a theory developed by Free, building an artificial celestial body with a diameter ranging from 200 million km, wrapping fixed star and mining fixed star energy. To put it bluntly, it is a natural nuclear fusion reactor that uses the fixed star sun as a power source. They can replace the fixed star at any time as long as there is enough material. This is why so many scientists and countries are so keen on nuclear fusion research. Once completed, it represents endless energy. However, Krypton's fixed star capture and utilization technology is even more shocking. This technology represents one of the standard technologies that the entire civilization has entered into a god-level civilization. Think about it, a fixed star in one's hand is like a face. Directly using technological means to capture a normal fixed star and shrink it is not physically shrinking. There are two ways to achieve this goal. One is to reduce it at the dimensional level, and fixed star is essentially unchanged, so that the energy of fixed star can be directly and fully utilized. Second, the space where the fixed star is located is directly distorted, bent, and folded to achieve the purpose of folding. The original space where the fixed star is located remains unchanged, but it becomes smaller in the real world. Does it look a bit like a two-way foil? The result is also obvious. Once the fixed star of a certain galaxy is removed, the life forms in the galaxy will have a high possibility of extinction, so even Krypton rarely uses this technology. Moose, don't worry, there are more than 300 billion fixed stars in the Milky Way alone. We just need to find galaxies without life. No, sir, according to the Kryptonian code, we do not have such authority. If you use such technology, sir, you may commit a Class A crime. At the beginning, Joel's stealing the code of life was only a B-type crime. A-type can already be imprisoned in the Phantom Zone, and even the sentence may be hundreds of thousands of years. Sean raised his eyebrows. Moose, if I remember correctly, I have the authority of the Kayla card of the Presbyterian Church, right? Now it can be said that I have the highest authority, so execute the order. As you wish, sir. As for the fact that they captured a fixed star in a certain galaxy, what would happen to the life in the galaxy, it was none of his business, and there was no mercy for the future between races. The conditions for the birth of life, organic matter, water, and atmosphere, are three crucial conditions. Surprisingly, there is no light, or the light and heat generated by fixed star. In fact, creatures in the deep sea do not need the light and heat of fixed star, they will use their own chemical energy to generate heat. Humans, in fact, the organ that needs light the most is the eyes, other than that, it is not irreplaceable. Definitely, not to mention silicon-based life, such as the existence of shape-shifting King Kong. Why do you want light? Imaging? A month later, the Mars base has changed a lot. All the Titan spaceships have disappeared. Except for the spaceship of the Predator, a huge battleship with a height of nearly 400 meters appeared in the protective cover. This spacecraft is their new scientific research number, also called the future number. Their future of Krypton will be born here. The original scientific research number has been used for the purpose of cultivating new Kryptonians. Sir, the Miko has already been equipped with my system, the quantum computer has been constructed, the energy source is currently using old energy, equipped with hyperspace engines, and wormhole technology, and the weapons and equipment have been equipped, but the current energy source cannot be used for a long time, can only fully boot after fixed star capture. Sean is already very satisfied, this spaceship can already smash many civilizations, and even this spaceship can still smash many high-level civilizations even in the Marvel world. It's a pity that the weapons can't be used, but it's normal. The weapons used by this spacecraft are different from those of the scientific research number. After all, they are weapons developed based on fixed star energy, laser energy weapons, and pulse cannons. These are the two types of weapons that are always available. They are all pure energy weapons, clean and pollution-free. Once equipped with the fixed star energy, this spaceship can be regarded as a Death Star, which can destroy a planet with one shot, as well as the tow cannon, which can pull the planet, and even destroy the fixed star to destroy a galaxy. The purpose of, under normal circumstances, is only used to transform the galaxy environment. It's a bit of a pity, only the hyperdrive can be used. The hyperspace engine, to put it bluntly, means that the spacecraft enters the sublight speed, 90% light speed, and accelerates to open the subspace, and then leaves when it reaches the destination. Wormhole, open a twisted wormhole, and then open a target wormhole after the spacecraft enters, but this technology requires one thing as a premise, that is, coordinates. If there are no accurate and safe coordinates, you are likely to go astray, or appear other accidents, such as suddenly entering a sun. Looking at the people behind him, the 200 Kryptonians in the early stage were all here except for the 10 guarding the Blood Orchid base and 10 processing Krypton technology companies. This was his full strength. Set off. Without saying much, without mobilizing, he couldn't think of any civilization that could defeat them. Even if they couldn't beat them, they could still run. On Earth, Velant's industrial boss disappeared, and his life and death were unknown, causing the stock to drop 10%, and the group began to scramble for positions. No one cares about what Krypton technology is doing, and in fact there is nothing they can do. Sir, we have reached the Kuiper belt, Moose reminded him. Outside the spacecraft, an invisible energy belt is huge. But in the eyes of the Kryptonians, it is extremely bright. This is called the Kuiper belt, and it wraps the entire solar system in it. It is not the first time he has seen this scene. The first time I saw it, I felt so beautiful. Let's go. Mirai launches sublight flight. Turning on. 50%. 90%. Enter sublight speed, open subspace. ZI. The spaceship seems to have disappeared into the starry sky, and the people in the spaceship begin to be confused, and a trance-like feeling acts on the senses. This is the Kryptonian. If you want to change it to another species, you may need to enter the dormant warehouse to be able to hold it. Otherwise, it is common for life forms to explode. Definitely, it's also that they are not strong enough now. After all, the Kryptonians are either hanging or on the way. 2 hours later, the spacecraft suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar galaxy. Outside the spacecraft, it was like a dark starry sky. There were few visible planets, but they were very special. The 2 fixed stars have reached a stable state. There are no other planets around the Sun. There are several planets in the residential area, as if they were deliberately placed here. Is it here? Yes sir, according to the remarks left on the Jagged Civilization spacecraft, this is one of their hunting bases, and there are always 3 Jagged larvae trials, but their tribes will not be the same, and there will be competition. Sean nodded. This seems to be the planet in the new Predator plot. Predator has been catching humans or various life forms for hunting. Stop incognito, I'll go exercise. Sir, he doesn't want Sean to go out alone if I'm with you. Don't make trouble, if you go with me, what are you going to do? You stay here to assist Moose, and measure the data of these 2 fixed stars. This will be our motivation. Yes. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, he didn't say anything anymore. Since it was a hunting planet, the people who came were just iron warriors, and they didn't have the ability to hurt Sean. By the way, Moose, prepare me a knife, I should be a knifeman, Sean sullenly posed. Sir, are you really okay with this? Sean chuckled, Kong is busy with Moose, I can't fly up and tell them, hey, you Baba are here, right? It's not funny at all, Moose, you should have a sense of humor. Sir, my core told me not to do this. He waved his hand and ignored Moose. After he got out of the battleship, the iron-blooded spaceship in the sky had already started to throw his head down, and one person seemed to be kicked off. However, some people may not have good luck. Bang! There was a muffled sound in the woods. There was a man in front of him smashed into flesh. It's miserable. This guy's parachute has not been opened, and many people are still thrown down in the sky. To be able to open the parachute at such a height, one must have a super high combat awareness, and secondly, some luck. Real people eat chicken, I haven't played for a long time, so is this P-City. Chapter 53. Tall trees, sultry rainforest, it should be the hottest time of the day, the jungle is very hot, and there are some mosquitoes from time to time, which feels very bad. Normal people may not be able to last in such an environment for a long time, and they will slowly become dehydrated, heatstroke, and even fainting unconsciously. People begin to become weak, and gradually hallucinations, or colds, etc., will not persist for too long, and eventually they will either become fertilizer in the rainforest, or become fodder. Rainforests are no better than deserts or glaciers, it will make you lose the ability to resist without knowing it, and the rest is left to luck. Do not move. A Russian sentence came from behind Sean, He guessed it meant to stay still, and turned around, an obvious Siberian-style man with a huge amount of guy in his hand, and it would be blue fire. You also, came down from the sky. Sean compared the free fall motion. Nikolai raised his gun, tell me, where is this place? Sean waved his hand, if I knew I wouldn't be here like you. You. Didn't you find it? You look up. When I look up, I can see 1 or 2 parachutes open at low altitudes from time to time. Obviously, they are not alone. Hell, what the hell is going on? Nikolai was stunned. He was still fighting in the Middle East last second, and he woke up here. If he hadn't found this person in front of him, maybe he would have thought this place was hell. He couldn't remember where in the Middle East there would be such a large forest. What do you know? Nikolai looked at Sean. Hey, guess what? I rolled my eyes, why did I feel not so smart? Also, if he was smart, he would not have been tricked to death by a doctor in the original play. Although he himself wanted to redeem himself, to be tricked to death was to be tricked to death. What's your plan? I mean, it's best to act in groups. Nikolai took a deep look, how do I know if you will shoot at me? After all, trust is a very expensive thing. Do you think people like me will have trust? That's your business. Said, Sean walked out on his own, holding a knife in his hand. The style is very similar to the ring head knife, slightly shorter, made of special alloy, wearing tactical protective clothing, black style. Niklay took a look, and eventually followed. After walking for a few minutes, Sean raised his left hand into a fist and signaled to stop. Niklay had already put his hand on the trigger. 50 meters in front of them, two people were facing each other with guns. A drug dealer and mercenary. Sean was a little surprised. You know them? Niklay shook his head. No, people in our industry are more sensitive. Whoever has a taste will know as soon as they see it. The taller one is obviously the one who does this all year round. The richest person is the uncle. The other one should be Moxic people. Many of these people are engaged in washing powder. Good. Don't tell me, people who are on the edge of life and death all year round have two hands. When the two people on the opposite side saw them squatting here, they turned their heads and pointed their guns at them. The identity of the enemy changed so quickly. I said you can put it down, if we were your enemies, you would have already lied down, he said, patting Gatling on Niklay's hand. Royce raised the automatic rifle in his hand. He knew that if Niklay had done it just now, they would not have a chance. There are huge amounts of ammo chains, and the bullets fired every minute would not have any energy in the entire fan. Survive. Who are you? The drug dealer obviously didn't believe it, the two pistols in his hands were still holding up. No one answered his words, and even more frightening things were still happening. Obviously, the parachute in the sky was still going on, and another random lucky person was smashed into flesh in front of them. Damn, what the hell is it? I was in Moxie a second ago. Royce, I was at sea, after a light, I woke up and arrived here. Niklay, I'm a light on the battlefield, so we've all been kidnapped? What's the use of kidnapping us? They should kidnap the rich, not us. Royce shook his head. No, it's us they're going to tie up. What's the meaning? Sean pointed to the grass and trees on one side. Haven't you found it yet? Although the plants and trees here are very similar to the things on the earth, look at this, obviously there is no such thing on the earth. Royce squinted. I'm curious about your identity. We are either soldiers or mercenaries or people with guns. You don't seem to be such a person, and people with knives are rarely seen now. Having said that, the other two took a step back in an instant, the firearms in their hands were faintly raised, and their eyes were full of alertness. He smiled and said, you can think of me as a scientist, Sean Hire. Siete, are you the chairman of Krypton Technology? Mozage called the drug dealer. Niklay and Royce looked at him, the drug dealer looked incredulous. No, you don't know him? In just a few months, my net worth has skyrocketed by tens of billions of dollars, and I was thinking of tying him up for ransom. Unfortunately, it appeared here before it could be implemented. Scientists? Rich people? Still holding knives? To be honest, it doesn't matter how much money you have for people like them who live with guns. Sean shrugged, it's just a hobby, but what I said just now is not wrong. Here, it's probably not Earth anymore. Royce still didn't believe it. You can conclude that this is not the Earth just with some grass and trees. No, do you have water? Doubtful, Royce handed over his water bottle and placed it in a small pit on the ground. Looking at them, he raised his hand and put a leaf on it. The next moment, Royce was silent. I saw that the leaves kept spinning on the water surface, indicating that this leaf was being affected by different gravitational forces, which could not happen on Earth at all. What do you mean? Why do you all have this expression? It's not really Earth anymore, right? Niklay swallowed nervously. I'm afraid there are worse. The drug dealer was stunned. What do you mean? What could be worse than this? Royce pointed out, who brought us here? In a word, the other two people were stunned here in an instant. If this is not the Earth, what did the people who brought them here want to do? If there is danger, are they sure? Siete. Wait, maybe she knows. As soon as Nikolay looked up, behind them stood a woman with a high-precision sniper, the muzzle of which was pointed at them. Sieti, the drug dealer scolded secretly, but he didn't find it when he was pointed at the gun. Hey, can you put the gun down? The woman shook her head. This is not the rainforest I am familiar with. I found a lot of parachutes and corpses. I think you should know something. The woman's name is Isabel, a special sniper in the Israeli country. She is decisive, but such a place makes her panic. Whatever the reason, it's clearly not a good choice to stay here. The wet jungle is extremely difficult to walk. Sean is a little disgusted. Damn, his shoes are new, and this is considered a waste. Our scientists don't seem to be suitable for such a place. Royce looked at and said. Scientist? Isabel looked at Sean in surprise. Yeah, it's estimated that we won't be richer than him for a few lifetimes. The drug dealer complained, wondering if it was because he didn't have time to tie Sean for ransom, and some crazy eyes flashed in his eyes. Little money, it's all little money. Nima, pretend to be a perpetrator. Oh, looks like we have a partner. In the direction of the team's advance, two people were fighting each other. One of them was obviously wearing a prison uniform, and the other had an AK on his body. He was also a tough guy. Cough cough. The man in the prison uniform was sitting on top of another person, holding a stone in his hand, about to drop it, when he heard Isabel coughing and looked up. Are his rescuers? Isabel shook her head, and the man in the prison uniform said good and smashed it directly. Unfortunately, he broke free before hitting the man's head, and the two separated. Another black man grabbed the collar of the man in the prison uniform and pulled it in front of him. Listen, boy, we'll settle our accounts when the time comes. Okay, who is afraid of who? Man in prison uniform, my name is Stan Tier, who are you? What the hell is this place? You know, I was in the car, and I got to this place in a blink of an eye. My name is Mombasa, said the man who fought with the man in the prison uniform. Unfortunately, no one answered them, and they walked straight ahead. The two looked at each other with a cold snort and followed up. Obviously, in an unfamiliar place, the consciousness of conformity will occupy people's subjective consciousness. Wait, did you hear anything? Royce, who was walking in front, asked. As soon as the team was quiet, the voice in front became more obvious, especially in such an environment. Someone was calling for help, and the pace became faster, but the scene was a bit confusing when it reached the place. An Asian man stood by a water pool and watched. There was a person hanging there. The parachute was stuck on the branch, and the whole person was suspended in the air. Sean was dumbfounded. This is the comparison. Lao Yin forced the doctor. With his weak and harmless appearance, he hid the darkness in his heart and smothered several people in one fell swoop. Help me! Damn, I'm hanging here and dying. Why didn't you save him? Isabel looked at Hanzo standing aside, a little contemptuous. Looking up at the doctor hanging on the branch, do you have a knife or something? Something that can cut through a parachute. What? No, please help me. It seems that it has been hanging here for a while. The doctor's face has turned blue and purple, and Royce's face is a little bad. Damn, doesn't this mean that this person has been calling for help here for a long time? It's no longer safe here. Bang, shoot the branch directly, and the doctor falls off. Hurry up like this, explained Isabel's puzzled eyes. Wow wow, help, help, The doctor stood up. It turned out that the pool was only as deep as his waist. Obviously, he was nervous. Who are you? Can anyone tell me where this place is? I'm a doctor, and I appeared here on my way to work, the doctor said innocently about his situation. In fact, it is not, he is talking about his usefulness. After all, the value of a doctor must sometimes be higher than that of a warrior, especially in such an environment. It's interesting, one doctor, one scientist, and the rest are warriors. What do you mean? Royce shook his head. No, but I think we'd better get out of here. Why? The doctor just came down and wanted to slow down. He was definitely not happy to leave. Because someone has been calling here for a long time. With that said, how can everyone not know what it means? Damn, it's like a pair of eyes staring at them in the forest, and even the eyes looking at the doctor are not very good. Royce patted Sean on the shoulder and walked out. Everyone is helpless, can't they go by themselves? It is always good to have one more person in an unfamiliar environment, so I have to keep up. This guy Royce is not simple. It is not without reason that he can live to the end in the original play. It seems that he has already decided on the next plan. A pat on Sean's shoulder, motioning for him to follow, to protect him. That said, Sean's status as a scientist is useful to him. After all, they must have transportation here, and Sean's appearance just satisfies his next plan to snatch the transportation of the people who brought them here. Crazy and clever. It takes half a day to walk, and the sun here doesn't seem to set. Since they woke up, the sun has been full, and everyone has sweated a lot. If they continue, they may become dehydrated. Fortunately, it is not difficult to replenish water in the rainforest. Rest now. Royce, Isabel called out. Royce turned his head and looked at everyone. When he said rest, all of them were lying on the ground. Obviously, they couldn't hold it up a bit. It was not easy to follow the scientist by his side. I didn't see much sweat. After walking through so many jungles, my body was still clean. It seems that this outfit is not simple, but I was relieved when I turned my head and thought about it. After all, I am a rich man, and it is normal to have some good things. You can rest if you want, tell me what to do, you come with me, pointing at Sean. Sean shrugged without refuting. Isabel shook her head. You know, we should act as a team, if... Listen, if you want to be the boss, you can be the boss yourself. I have no interest. If you want to be the nanny, you can be the nanny. I have no interest in taking care of this. Now, don't stop me. He gestured for his gun. Mouth. Isabel glanced, look at something interesting. Royce thought for a while, followed behind her. On a small pool, Isabel put a leaf on it, and chattered about her discovery. When he looked up, he saw that Royce was looking at Sean. What's wrong? Isn't it right? No, just this discovery has already been told to me. Glancing at Sean, scientist? Laughing. Ah. LOL? To be able to spot this subtle difference in the first place, and even know why, is not just a laugh. No wonder this Royce will take this person with him. If you want to say who is the most useless in the team, it may be a scientist. Doctors can still help some things, scientists? What are you doing, can you eat it? But now she has changed this idea, this scientist, it is not simple. After a good rest, the team continued to move forward and set off to the commanding heights. Royce walked ahead to open the road, huge amounts of machete cutting off some branches blocking the road from time to time. This practice was physically exhausting, but compared to survival, it was not worth mentioning. What's wrong? Royce motioned for everyone to be quiet, and everyone immediately got up. There was an iron cage in the shape of a container, covered with a parachute, and it was not clear what was inside. He pulled Sean behind him, gestured to the people with guns behind him, approached quietly, and surrounded the exit. Taking a deep breath, Royce watched everyone get ready and quickly opened the parachute. Huge amounts of iron cages appeared in front of the big, Diak Wang Hao, house, boom. Swish, swish, the muzzles of several people immediately aimed inside. As long as there was something, they would definitely face the bullets they poured out. It's just that there's nothing in there except for something similar to a cockroach. What is this for? Royce shook his head. I don't know, but it must be bigger than us, And, you look at these cockroaches, they are obviously not cockroaches on Earth. Guys, look there. Hiss. Damn. Countless iron cages, some hanging on trees, some smashed to the ground, but there is no corpse. Very strange scenes. What are these things? Looks like we won't be alone anymore. How much does that have to be? Mombasa sighed. What kind of things can be packed in iron cages? Certainly not people, they all just put parachutes. Let's go. No matter what the iron cage is in here, the appearance of the iron cage is not a good message, either the enemy or the same identity as them. That said, enemies can be scary. Do you know something? What do you mean? Sean looked at Royce. I don't think you're surprised to see these things, it's not like an ordinary person's reaction. I've seen a lot of things. What's so strange about it? If you know where this place is, would you still find it strange if something strange appears? I hope so. Royce clearly did not believe his words. Suddenly discovering these things, the team travels a lot faster. No one wants to stay in such an environment. The ghost knows what is hidden in the dark. Clap! Ah! Mombasa, who was walking in front, fell down, apparently tripping over something. You're good at it, brother. Stan, the man in prison uniform, let out a laugh. Seeing Mombasa, who was against him, made a fool of himself, he was happy to taunt him twice. Shit! After scolding, just as he was about to get up, a rope suddenly popped out of Mombasa's side. What the hell is this? Chapter 54. You're good at it, brother. Stan, the man in prison uniform, laughed and saw Mombasa, who was against him, making a fool of himself, and he was happy to ridicule him. Shit! After scolding, just as he was about to get up, a rope suddenly popped out of Mombasa's side. What the hell is this? Swish, tearing air sounds like rain. Looking up, everyone just felt cold sweat. Nima, this is a trap. Countless sharp wooden thorns had already been placed in the sky. The rope that Mombasa stumbled upon was the thing that opened the mechanism, and the thorns rushed to the ground like rain. In a panic, I wish I could grow a few more legs. The scope of this trap is very large, and everyone can only take care of themselves for a while. No matter how much they want to get others, Royce dragged Sean and followed behind, for fear of getting lost. Damn, run away! What? A huge amount of crossbar in front swept down from the air, and it seemed to weigh at least a few tons. The wooden thorns in the air still kept going, and it was another embarrassing run. Hanzo is the most slippery. Don't look at this person and basically keep silent, but his eyesight is definitely not shallow. Looking at the range of the wood thorn, there is a shallow ditch next to him, and he turned it in. Before he had time to rejoice, a shelf full of sharp wooden thorns closed towards him. Sieti rolled fiercely, turned over to the side, and looked at it again. The wooden frame was only at most 5 centimeters away from him, and he was almost stabbed by these wood and ended up here. Ah, help, it was Isabel. At the woman's cry for help, Roy stopped in front of him at once. I don't know what he was thinking. After scolding him, he immediately turned around and ran to Isabel's place. Sean was a little surprised. According to Royce's behavior, he didn't seem to be someone who would save people, and more likely he valued Isabel's value. Isabel can be said to be the only person in this group who has not collapsed and can still deal with the current situation normally and rationally. It should be because of this. It was a trap. Isabel fell into a hole, and the bottom was full of wooden thorns, which were half a meter high, and the hole was 3 meters deep. If a person fell, he might not die immediately, but he would definitely be seriously injured. But being seriously injured in the jungle is actually no different from death. Bang! Royce jumped, fell directly on the edge of the hole, and grabbed his hand. Phew, catch you, hurry up. How dare Isabel waste time? If Royce had not appeared suddenly, she would have fallen, climbed up along Royce's arm, immediately grabbed her gun and looked around vigilantly. Hey? What are you doing? Squat down. Seeing Sean standing motionless, he scolded him and pulled it to his side. Forward. When Royce heard her voice, he immediately turned the gun, but unfortunately, he was not a precision shooter. What are you waiting for? Shoot. No, no, he's dead. What's the meaning? Already dead? Hey, don't run away, come here quickly. With a cry, the others came back here again and walked towards the place Isabel found. A dead body was lying on a hill with a huge amount of wound on its chest, and the wound was a little black. Nicolay frowned. Did we break into a trap set by this man? Stan kicked the corpse, and everyone glanced at it. It's not surprising that a person in a prison uniform would do such a thing. What are you doing? There might be some information we want here. Hanzo pushed him. Looking at everyone's eyes, Stan didn't dare to say anything, and sat on the side without any interest. Scientist, what did you see? Royce had been eyeing Sean for a long time, and he felt more and more that this person might not only be a scientist or a rich man. It is impossible to be so calm, whether it is in an unfamiliar environment, or discovering unknown things, even if there is danger now, Sean is too calm. Sean squatted down and pointed to the dead body on the ground. Look here, there are bullet casings around this person, which are irregular, indicating that he is shooting in all directions. What do you think? Unless he can't detect the enemy, or can't detect the enemy with the naked eye, it is impossible for an elite warrior to do this, and the traps he arranges should not be used to kill the enemy, but to limit its movement. At least it should be. We are taller and will use the trap just now. Also, look at this wound. What kind of firearm would cause such a wound? Everyone shook their heads. Bullets or guns would not be such wounds, either pierced or smashed, but this wound was scorched and unreasonable. Sean glanced at it. No one had any idea, and said to himself, if a laser weapon is used, this can be done, so we have a few pieces of information to use. The first is that the enemy is taller and stronger than us, and the second is that the enemy is taller than us and stronger than us. The second is that the enemy may be invisible, at least invisible to the naked eye, and the third is that the enemy uses energy weapons. How can you be sure? Like you know, Mombasa wondered. Sean shook his head. Although I have some doubts, I still need more things to prove, but no matter what it is, the enemy is stronger than us. Everyone was surprised, and looked at Royce with a profound meaning. No wonder why this guy had to take the weakest person with him. Sure enough, there were 2 brushes, but that's all. If something goes wrong, the weakest absolutely will only be cumbersome. Let's go, continue to the commanding heights. Royce raised his foot and left, and Sean watched as everyone grabbed his own knife and followed. As long as these people were not fools, it was impossible for them to act alone or by themselves. At least now Royce is calmer and more purposeful than them. After a series of twists and turns, no one thought about what happened. It was so weird in this place, and the tension started to spread like a virus. Half an hour later, at the top of the mountain, everyone was stunned, and even kept rubbing their eyes and looking at the picture in front of them repeatedly, and some stared at it and didn't let it go. 5 huge amounts of planets, visible to the naked eye. This is daytime. They don't remember such a scene on Earth. They were a little lucky. Now it's all right. This is definitely not Earth anymore. Damn, I'm going crazy. It's not the Earth. Even if they defeat the enemy, they can't go back. But it is more likely that they all die here, because at this moment, what scientists have deduced before will become possible and fact. Are they going to use these guns to fight aliens? What a joke! We won the lottery this time, the grand prize. What the hell are we doing here? Mr. Scientist, you said you still have any speculations, say it and see. Everyone looked over again, and not a bit of information could be the key to a comeback for them. It doesn't matter. I'm not good at fighting and fighting arrangements. My speculation is just to prove to you that this is not the Earth, our enemy aliens. Now, you don't know it. What do you plan to do? They looked at each other, no one said a word. Damn, what advice can you give? If the opponent is just like them, maybe they can be reckless, but they are aliens, ghosts know what weapons, maybe they don't have any. He was killed when he got close. Don't you want to determine how many enemies there are? Otherwise, how can you determine the plan? When Sean's words came out, everyone reacted differently. Royce's eyes lit up. That's what he planned to do. Definitely, if you want to know the enemy's information, you must find the enemy's location. There must be danger. Looking at Sean, it was quite surprising that it coincided with his own thoughts. Shudder, are you asking us to find those damn things? Do you know what the result is? The prisoner man started cursing. Damn, if you want to kill yourself, don't take me with you. Do you think you're impatient? We should find a place to hide, they can't know all the places. I think so too, at least let's find out the enemy's information first, otherwise rushing up will kill you. Moxico's drug dealer nodded in approval. Mombasa grinned. Yo, are you afraid? Afraid? Is this afraid? This is called a wise man, but the guy on the opposite side will be invisible, you heard it, even if they are standing here now you can see. As soon as these words were said, everyone began to be nervous, and it was not impossible, or even very likely. Hey, while everyone was still stunned, a dark shadow passed by in the sky, and the voice was low. Damn, what is this? I don't know, like what kind of bird? Wouldn't it be those things that came? Come on, let's get out of here first. Sean looked at the sky. This thing should be the mechanical eagle. The three predators in the trial this time are the stalker iron-blooded elephant face, the falcon iron-blooded eagle face, and the last ancient iron-blooded, tied to a regular in the camp iron-blood. Tracker and falcon are the easiest to distinguish, they can be seen from the head, especially their pets. Tracker has the ability to domesticate animals and is a hunter. Falcon has a falcon machine, which can chase and observe enemies from a distance. They are all predators. Reconnaissance Unit. Ancient Jagged Blood is one of the elite powers in the Jagged Blood civilization. Ability and equipment are different from regular Jagged Blood in all aspects, and they have already reached max. And many more. Isabel signaled that there was a situation, and everyone stopped immediately. You listen. There was a swishing sound in the distance in the jungle, as if something was running towards them from the front, and the grass moved from time to time. Damn, watch out! Click, countless gun bolt sounds, the muzzle is pointed forward. The knife in Sean's hand has already been pulled out of its scabbard, and the next one should be the stalker's hyena. This thing is not easy to deal with. From the dense grass, a group of beasts that have never been seen jumped out from all directions. They have fierce looks, stubby forelegs, and a lot of bone fangs on their heads. Through death. That mouth, taking a bite, may also be cold. Nikolai couldn't help it at first, the Gatling in his hand began to turn like he was dying, and the sound of psitsizi could not stop. Puff puff puff. The bullet hit the ground with a dull sound of penetrating. Beast was very vigorous, and not many could hit at all, and the rest of the people saw how they could stand up and fired one after another. Damn, hit the head, you won't die anywhere else, Mombasa yelled. This beast was hit by bullets on his body as if he didn't feel any pain, so he didn't care at all, only hitting him in the head could stop them. Bang bang bang, the firing frequency of bullets began to decrease. Except for Nikolai, the firearms in the hands of the others needed to be replaced, not to mention that their bullets did not know where to go in a hurry. Ah, help, help me! The doctor and the man in prison uniform, Stan, took one look and turned to run. They didn't have guns in their hands. They saw that beast had broken through their defense range, and they couldn't stand. Damn, don't run, Isabel called out. The more you run in a situation like this, the more chance you have of giving the enemy individual knockouts. Raise the high-precision sniper in his hand and aim at a beast that is chasing the doctor. The object under the high-speed movement is still in the woods, and it is not that difficult to hit. Boom! With a loud bang, the doctor's beast was almost penetrated by the kinetic energy brought by the bullet and flew to the side. A huge amount of hole appeared in his head, and blood was spilled on the ground. Hey, Isabel sighed, luck, if these things were faster, she might not be sure to hit. Change clips. Royce shouted and began to change his magazines. Hanzo, who was standing next to him, held up a pistol. Unfortunately, the pistol bullets didn't seem to be able to kill these things, and they failed to kill them after several shots. Seeing that beast was about to rush up, Royce had nothing to do with it. He took out his machete and stood by. Swish! A white light appeared, and beast's head fell. Sean standing in front of Royce, no thanks. Hanzo glanced at Royce. Royce shook his head. He knew what Hanzo meant. How did he know that this scientist still has such skills? Nima, he never noticed when he stood up. Dodging into the grass with the knife, on the other side, Isabel had just pushed the doctor up a tree, and a beast had already caught up behind him. Snapped? The high-precision sniper ran out of bullets. Damn it, he quickly took out his pistol. What effect was there? A few bullets were fired, except for breaking a fang on beast's head, nothing happened. Under the resentment, the muzzle of the gun was aimed at his head, which was to die at his own hands. Don't want! The doctor yelled. This girl had just helped him, and she was about to commit suicide in front of her in a blink of an eye. Even he couldn't accept it. Hucky, hucky, as if I could hear beasts panting. Isabel closed her eyes, her fingers on the trigger tightened, but a voice sounded beside her. Is it good to sit on the ground? Didn't you die? Opening his eyes, Sean in black stood in front of him with a knife in his hand and beast's head under his feet. Did he save himself? You killed this. An unbelievable look. Sean shrugged, if there was no one else. Reaching out his hand and pulling her up from the ground, Isabel was even more surprised. This hand was very powerful. Drip, drip. Whistle? Why is there a whistle here? As soon as the whistle sounded, Beast, who was still chasing everyone, turned around and ran away, not even wanting the prey at the end. What's the situation? Let's go. Let's meet with everyone first. Isabel nodded, the doctor followed behind, and Nikolai dragged a beast's body in his hands. Everyone intuitively observed what attacked them. Did you hear anything just now? Isabel asked as soon as she arrived. Nikolai nodded, a whistle, this thing ran away. This thing must have been kept in captivity, damn, they are treating us as prey, Royce scolded. How do you know? Royce said fiercely while loading the ammunition, because that's what I did, they let the dogs bite us first, chase us, and once we panic and run, they'll kill us one by one, like we hunt wild boar as well as quail. The cold tone made everyone silent. They're not good people, but they don't do it either, hunting humans? Just kidding, that's what lunatics do, this Royce is very dangerous. Are you surprised? Once a person opens a certain taboo, he can't take it back. At that time, it's actually no different from beast. What should we do? The doctor looked terrified. Find them, make a plan, and kill them, Royce pointed to the direction beast had just run in. Mombasa couldn't help hearing this moment. You mean going to someone else's territory? You saw this thing just now, and we can't even deal with their dog. Going to someone else is not courting death. Isabel shook her head, no, that's right, normal people's thoughts are definitely not to provoke them, it's better to find a place to hide, but it happens to be the same, they don't think we will go to them, this is an opportunity. Looking at everyone with burning eyes, it was obvious that Royce's idea had made her interested. With a click, Nikolay lifted his Gatling. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Let them see how good we are. He was already furious. Sean didn't say anything after looking at it. Just now, an iron-blooded stealth came to the crowd, killed Moxico's drug dealer with one blow, and took him away quietly. To be honest, this stealth equipment really cheated. Hanzo, wait, we're less of us. Everyone looked around, and there was indeed no one. Help, help. The sound of calling for help came, shoo, and all the guns rushed up in the direction. 30 meters away, the disappeared Moxie drug dealer sat in an open space surrounded by grass. Heap, heap. The frequency was accelerating. The Moscow drug dealer turned his back to the crowd and couldn't see what was going on. A trace of unbearable flashed in Isabel's eyes, and he raised his foot to go inside, trying to save him. Wait, this is a trap, Roy stopped her. Chapter 55. Wait, this is a trap. What? Royce motioned to step back, squatted down slightly, picked up a stone on the ground, and threw it into the grass in front of him. With a bang, the stone was directly broken into pieces. The ground was actually set up with organs, and if anyone stepped on it, it would definitely result in a broken leg. Damn, hurt one first, set up traps, and lure his accomplices to come to the rescue. Everyone who comes will be killed. I have used this method. There was sweat on Mombasa's forehead. Why are the means they used appearing here? At this moment, this idea appeared in everyone's heart. A fear of being spied on, of being known about their dark side by others, pervades everything, and they have been observed long ago? Then we can't save him. As soon as he spoke, when he saw everyone looking at him, the prison uniform man Stantier quickly explained, I mean we have nothing to do, right? We don't have the ability to save him. At this time, the impression caused by abandoning a companion is not good, and the ghost knows whether it will appear on himself, and Stan rips quickly to explain. No, I can't do it, Isabel shook her head, with tears in her eyes. She has nothing to do with this person, but, this scene is very similar to a scene she once experienced, but the object is just replaced by her observer. We can't save him, so let's do it. Royce took a look and turned away. Immediately after Stantier, Mombasa, the doctor, Nikolay, and Hanzo also left. Sean glanced, but not at the Moxico drug dealer on the grass, but at the trees above, the corners of his mouth cocked up, good guy, staring openly them. Come on, you know what happens to a single prey. He patted her on the shoulder and turned to leave. The venue was quiet, and a cry for help was heard from time to time. Isabel was struggling in her heart. If she didn't take action, this person might be tortured to death just like her assistant back then. The team hadn't gone very far when, bang, gunshots rang out. After pausing for a while and continuing to walk, Isabel still shot, and in the end that person was also helpful. Isabel raised her foot to leave, and a sound broke the silence of the moment. Heap, help, help, help. Hiss, take a breath of cold air, you clearly hit that person's heart, how can you still make such a rapid sound? The cold air rushed straight to the forehead, and immediately raised his feet and ran to the crowd, regardless of the cry for help behind him. It was too weird, absolutely wrong. I followed all the way to the team, and when I got to the middle, Isabel felt relieved. Hey! Looks like you've found something. Sean stood beside her, looking at the lost Isabel. Maybe. This girl seems to be frightened. Yes, a dead man speaks, if he is also afraid, he secretly observes, the iron blood does not seem to catch up, and is still processing his spoils there just now, and there will be a good show look. It should be not far from here. Roy squatted on the ground and grabbed a rub of soil. The footprints of beast on it were very fresh, and there were even many traces left by walking around for a long time. Get ready. Click, load, watch. After walking through a small forest, an open area emerges. All kinds of words such as blood, madness, perversion, etc. appear in my mind. This place is like hell. There are skeletons everywhere, corpses and bones of various creatures, and even some can be seen as being specially processed. Unknown corpses were hung aside, strange buildings, fireworks burning on the ground, accompanied by a strong smell, which was disgusting. Damn, where the hell have we come? There are hundreds of corpses here, let alone the things that are hung here. Do you think these are the things that were placed in the iron cage? Every discovery stimulated their senses, so cruel. Look here, Nikolai, who was walking in front, shouted loudly. A strange building with creatures they have never seen before, huge amounts of bodies, crazy heads, this is a new species, can be tied to things that have not been killed here, it is definitely not easy, can be tied the creatures that come here will be even more terrifying. God, what the hell is this? Nikolai swallowed his saliva and stepped forward to look at the thing's head. Royce frowned, pulled Sean in a subtle way, and quietly retreated back. No one noticed this move. They have now been arrested. The creature in front caught all eyes. Sean was a little speechless, this Royce was really poisonous. Roar! Nikolai just touched the bound iron blood, and a roar appeared immediately, and Isabel paused for a while. This thing, seems to have seen it somewhere. Oh! Sieti, startle me, this thing jumps like this even when it's tied up. Mombasa raised the AK in his hand to help jagged proof of society's beatings. Base. Looking down at his chest with difficulty, a transparent blade appeared. If it hadn't been stained with his blood, maybe he didn't know what it was. Damn, enemy attack. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots fired from all directions. At this moment, Royce pulled Sean out of the hiding place. He had already seen what was hidden around everyone. At this moment, his muzzle poured out. Bullet. Run. Quick. Zi, bang. The ground flew over, and a blue laser flew from a distance and blew directly into Mombasa, and the whole person was blown to pieces. Southwest. Nikolai turned his head, eat the bullets, you hideous things. Puff puff puff, the bullet hit the tree and hit the ground. Zzz, bang. The blue light group was rapidly appearing, and the firepower of everyone was suppressed. Where did Sean care about them? Ran out directly behind Royce, and stayed here. Joke, not funny at all. Run, run. There was a crisp sound, and the Gatling in Nikolai's hand was directly smashed. He quickly put down his weight and rushed to catch up with everyone. Behind him, there were dense blue light clusters. Like a small missile, the ghost knows what it is. What? Suddenly, Royce, who was in a panic, fell down. There was a steep slope in front of him. He rolled down and couldn't stop. Sean was in trouble. Should he follow or go? While everyone is rolling down, there is a pool below anyway, so you can just wait for them there. In the water pool, fortunately, this water pool is deep enough, otherwise, if there is a reef or something when it falls from such a high height, the whole play will end directly. Embarrassedly, he climbed to the shore, finally taking a breath. Looking at Sean, who was sitting on the side holding the knife, Royce got angry, raised the muzzle and walked over. It was not surprising for everyone to see this scene. Sean felt too mysterious along the way. As if he knew everything. Tell me, what do you know? If you don't tell me, trust me, everyone will be happy to help you, the threat is obvious. Cough, here? Aren't you afraid of those things catching up? The hearts that everyone had just put down were lifted up again, but this place was too close to the base of those things. Start to move, but looking at the posture, Sean is surrounded by the middle, and I don't want him to run away. Hey, as for? On a hill, you can see all directions here, as long as you keep the only high ground, you can basically resist many enemies. Can you speak now? Sean nodded. Well, how do you say it? Do you know the Jagged Civilization? It is the Jagged Warrior. Seeing everyone shaking their heads in confusion, well, isn't it said in the original play that Isabel knew something? Well, you can think of them as an alien civilization, a fairly powerful civilization, but they have a hobby, that is, when they are young adults, they will prove that they are strong enough by hunting. Wait, you said that those things were still a baby. Stan teared at his hair in disbelief. Don't be surprised, they have a lifespan of more than 300 years, and the highest can reach about 500 years. Is a few dozen years old equivalent to our human teenage years? Royce glared at him and motioned not to interrupt. Go ahead, I'm very interested. There are many races in the Predator civilization. You may look at the same thing, but in fact there are differences. The one who was tied up in the camp just now was just a regular Iron Blood, that is, ordinary people. The one who hit us with the ion cannon was the ancient Iron Blood. You can be seen as a special soldier. As for the hyenas here, it means that at least one is a Stalker Jagged Blood, and there is also a Falcon Jagged Blood, which can be regarded as their scouts. How, is this information useful to you? Sean looked harmless. Looked at them as if to say surprise. How do you know so much? Sean shrugged. I have dissected this thing on Earth and caught it. Do you think I am familiar with it? Isabel rolled her eyes. Sean said that she finally knew why she felt like she had seen this thing somewhere. It was a mission briefing, someone had seen it decades ago, and after an elite team encounter, only it is evident that he lives alone. There are actually 3 now. Nima, do you want them to go to heaven? You know that too. Royce looked at her. Forget it, it was mentioned in a mission briefing, it's terrifying, but there seems to be a problem with their sight. They use the mask equipment to scan several infrared images. Once they leave the equipment, their eyesight is not very good. Maybe it's a solution for us. Stan tore his hands apart. Do you mean we're going to steal his mask, or do we go out and say hey buddy, you took off your mask and we'll go head to head? A few people twitched the corners of their mouths fiercely. Nima's one-on-one challenge was someone who picked them all alone, right? Get out of here first. There are dense jungles everywhere. When night falls, the light begins to dim. It looks like an open mouth, biting at them at any time. Interestingly, there is no bird chirping in the whole jungle. Haven't heard anything. Sean has guessed that this place must have been destroyed by the Predator with aliens once, and only this trench race will destroy all these creatures. How is it, everything is set up? Almost, but can we really defend against this thing? It's better to hope it works, otherwise. Hanzo didn't say what he said next, but everyone knew what the result was. If it doesn't work, they may be killed. Time slipped away moment by moment, and no one dared to rest at this time, for fear that something would appear in the dark and kill them. SHHH, Isabel blew her mouth twice and gestured to Royce to the other side. Everyone's eyes widened at this moment, and there was movement there. There was always something moving in the darkness, just outside their trap. Is that what it is? I don't know, but I hope it is. Scientist, what do you think? Sean shook his head directly. No, this thing should be the thing in the cage we saw earlier. Jagged Blood won't be so stupid, but it looks like this guy is staring at us. 0 flowers 0. Hey, Royce breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. I don't know why, I breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, why didn't it come in? Nikolay was a little anxious, his hand on the trigger was starting to turn red, it was too hard. Hey doctor, I know what you're doing. Doctor? What's the meaning? The next moment, he knew what it meant. Fake. Damn, you guys should shoot. Ah. The doctor was running aimlessly outside the trap. Before he could be happy, there was a heavy running sound behind him. He didn't believe that this thing was vegetarian. Quick! Who, heavy gasping, if they don't shoot, the doctor will be run away by himself and killed by something behind him. Damn, I don't want to die like this. Bang, the gun in Isabel's hand went off. The monster flew directly to the other side, and a hole was punched in its chest. Is that the thing? Royce looked at Sean. No, this is not a predator. Hey, my heart has become heavy, not all predator warriors already have such strength, if the Lord comes, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? Wait, I missed it. A bunch of question marks, if Isabel didn't hit, who hit this monster? Look at each other. Alert! Royce shouted, raised the muzzle and aimed it all around. As long as he found something a little wrong, he would not be stingy with his bullets. I am here. The voice suddenly sounded all around. I'm here, ding ding ding. It's here. Sieti, Royce put down the gun in his hand, and something cold had held him behind him. After years of wandering between life and death, he understood that it was a gun. Tsitsizi, an electric current flashed by, and a strangely dressed person appeared out of thin air in front of him. What the hell are you? Everyone gasped, this thing appeared in front of them so grandly. What am I? I am a living being, a living being. He took off the mask directly, and a black man appeared, his eyes randomly glanced at the crowd, as if he was looking at Joker. You guys are too loud, if I can hear your voice, those things are fine, you act like you're telling that thing, the prey is here, ridiculous, like a child, are you looking for a mother? Who are you? The black man looked up and said, me? My name is Nolan, and I used to be a ranger, a kind of bald eagle unit, similar to a commando. Come on, if you don't want to die. Sean looked at the corpse on the ground with interest. This thing is also a humanoid, but from the appearance of Lingzi not very smart, it should be a species on a certain life planet, which has not yet developed a civilization. Otherwise, Jagat should also equip them with parachutes, instead of putting them in a cage. Interesting, similar to arthropods, but also humanoid, much like Xenos, with greater strength and speed than normal adults. Hey, go! The doctor patted him on the shoulder, and everyone had already started to follow Nolan away. It was a happy event that someone suddenly appeared in such a ghost place. They were walking all the time, walking through the jungle, going around and around, it was obvious that Nolan was taking them in circles. Finally, it stopped at a place where a huge machine was parked. Is this a mining ship? Nolan turned back, hey! He was surprised, this person knows this thing? You must know that he also visited the entire mining ship before he knew what it was used for. This is a scientist. Oh, turn your head away, scientist? In a place like this it's not as good as a can of beef. This is indeed a mining ship. The machine is broken, but there is still electricity. Generally, if there is nothing, I will be here, at least not to worry about those things. Drilled through the trail, drilled through the wiring pipe, and finally stopped in a small space, where all kinds of things were placed, including clothes and even weapons. How long have you been here? Nolan looked at the other side, what? 8 seasons? No, 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 it should be 10 seasons. He stared at everyone again, you know, that kind of thing will catch a group of humans to hunt every time, and sometimes other things will appear. I just survived here, what to eat and what to take. Do you know how to leave? Isabel's eyes were eager. Leave. Nolan laughed and looked at the set of clothes by the wall, did you hear what she said? She said it was too smart to leave here. Maybe it's like jumping rope, people can go back to Earth with one jump. Hey, disrespectful, you still have such a skill. Royce asked again, do you know that thing? They should have a spaceship or something like this when they came here. Spaceship? Definitely, that's definitely there, right in that camp, you see, I said they couldn't see, ha ha, ha. Neurotic, This person is a little abnormal, looking at a pile of objects and talking. Since there are spaceships, have you ever thought about grabbing their spaceship? Maybe you can go back. Nolan nodded, good idea, I didn't even think of it. I didn't expect that the people who came this time are very smart. One wants to skip the rope and leave, and the other wants to snatch the alien spaceship, Maybe he can drive the spaceship. Chapter 56. Nolan nodded, good idea, I didn't even think of it. I didn't expect that the people who came this time are very smart. One wants to skip the rope and leave, and the other wants to snatch the alien spaceship, Maybe he can drive the spaceship. That look, let alone ironic. All in all, there are some things to eat here, I need to sleep now, you can feel free, but, it's better not to be too loud, some things will be very exciting at night. Nolan turned to the side to lie down, it seemed that he was really ready to rest, and everyone ran for a day. Even if they were soldiers, they were almost sleepy and hungry now. Royce ate some Nolan's food, which was a bit gooey, with some meat particles in it, which was rich. Eat some. Isabel took it. Sean looked at this thing, the meat was clearly, put it down, disgusting. Nolan is a scavenger, to put it bluntly, he is robbing the same kind of materials to nourish himself, the entire planet has no living things, where does his meat come from? Suck yo-yo, a few people ate fast, Sean watched his mouth twitching. Not to mention that there is also a sleeping drug in this thing. If you eat it, these people may have to sleep for a while. Why don't you eat? Royce and Isabel looked over, and they didn't know what would happen next. It was especially important to replenish their physical strength, and their brows frowned slightly. I don't really want to eat. After Royce heard it, he took care of his own food, thinking to himself, as long as he was sure that this guy was useless, there was no need for him to protect him. I advise you to eat a little bit. If you don't have enough physical strength, you just don't have the strength to run, Isabel advised. Sean shrugged, ignoring it, but he wanted to go out now. This ship mining ore was huge, maybe bigger than a flagship, and there might be something good on it. I want to go out. The eyes of the two suddenly stared at them, go out. Yes, I'm very interested in this ship that mines ore. If I can find out, maybe I can help you drive the spaceship. Looking at each other, in fact, Royce kept Sean by his side for this purpose, but this is for ore mining, what does it have to do with the spaceship? I still don't know what the hell is staring at it. According to Sean's vision, no matter how long Nolan has lived here, there must be many places he can't get in. Is it true that all the equipment has no protection measures and no permission level? Impossible. For example, where they are now, it was probably where ore was piled up in the past, not a place for biological activities. There was a struggle between the eyebrows, but Royce got up and prepared to call someone together, and grabbed his arm with one hand. Sean put his finger to his mouth, made a gesture not to disturb others, then pointed to Nolan and pointed to the outside. Although Royce didn't know why he did it, at least there was no danger. It's okay to take a look. He walked out after everyone started to fall asleep. He just held a steel plate to block it from the inside. It was easy to get out. As for Nolan, he would definitely not sleep, but with Sean around, it wasn't easy. Ba, da, the sound of footsteps spread far away in the passage. What happened to you just now? Royce and Isabel are one behind the other, and Sean is walking in the middle. Unlike them, Sean is like hanging out, not nervous. Didn't you find out? Found what? What do you eat? Although I didn't eat it, I know that there is an ingredient in it that can make people sleepy, and those meats don't look familiar to you. Isabel's face turned pale instantly, and she retched a few times, but unfortunately, where can she spit it out? Royce didn't look good either. Damn, I didn't expect Nolan to do this. I really feel more and more that you are not an ordinary person, Sean. Royce gave him a deep look. Definitely, I'm still a fighter, you see. Holding the knife and playing with it, the two of them rolled their eyes for a while. Are you a warrior? I'm afraid it's not juggling. Hurry up. But do you know the way? Sean smiled, took out a pair of sunglasses from his clothes, and put them on aggressively. Royce. Isabel, what hair? Don't underestimate these sunglasses, this is high-tech, and there is an artificial intelligence in it. I would like to thank Nolan. He activated the energy device here, so that I can connect to the smart device through the sunglasses. With the system here, it's not easy to find anything. Well, okay, friends, welcome to the Alien Day trip, please follow the team guide. Isabel held her forehead. Why do I feel like traveling with a group? The passages are intricate and complicated, and a wrong passage may lead to different places. It can be seen how huge the machine for mining ore is, and it has to be several tens of meters high, which is still exposed. Hey? There's no way here, did you go wrong? There was still some way ahead, blocked by a wall. Don't worry, look at me. Sean stepped forward, reached out, and touched it, and a dial similar to a password popped up with a bang. Look, it's easy. Royce nodded, it's easy, but do you know what it means? This is an alien script, how do I know it? Drop drop. The display on the dial automatically popped up a bunch of symbols, the door in front of them opened on their own, and Sean smiled at the two of them. The charm of technology, you will like it. Walking in, there is a huge amount of warehouse with everything, barrels, shelves, and piles on the ground. It should be a place to store supplies. I found something. Sean walked quickly to a row of shelves, picked up a small box and threw it to Isabel. Try it, this thing can be eaten, it should be some kind of carbon-based live meat, which is what we know as canned food. Looking at the eyes of the two, he knew what he was thinking, don't worry, this is not human flesh. She rolled her eyes, not to mention the fact that human flesh was fine, she felt her stomach roll when she mentioned this. No matter what, gobble it up, Sean ate a bit of it himself, and Moose got the result that this thing is the reserve canned food that this spaceship is equipped with, it's okay to try it. How about it? Royce nodded, his mouth kept saying, very good, it seems to be a kind of fish, hey, it's comfortable. Would you like to hear what I know so far? The two paused and looked at him. You look at the cans and the layout here, these shelves, it is obvious that the owner of this thing is not too high, at least not as high as the Iron Blood, this is another civilization thing, it should be killed. Isabel suddenly said, the civilizations that can mine ore and aliens have all been wiped out by Jagged Blood. How terrifying is Jagged Blood? Sean shook his head, no, you may have guessed wrong. Here, it may be the home planet of these creatures, and Jagged Blood is the foreign one. You mean the Jagged civilization discovered this place, occupied it, and transformed it into a planet dedicated to hunting? That's pretty much what it means. Hey, take a breath, how high-tech it is to do this. Let's go, maybe you need to change a piece of equipment. Sean smiled, Moose found a place to store weapons here, which is reasonable, such a big thing can't be equipped with defensive power. After going through several doors, up or down, they finally stopped in a dark place. Moose, open here. Good sir. A few seconds later, the door in front of him opened with a bang, and the scene inside appeared in front of the three of them, densely packed with weapons that had never been seen before. Maybe it was a weapon. Sieti, isn't this the weapon Nolan is holding? On a row of shelves that appeared in front of the three of them, the weapons in Nolan's hands were not the same, but there were more and newer ones, and it was obvious that they had not been used. Sean. Hey? What's wrong? Royce pointed to these in front of him, can you use it? Ha! I'm a scientist, don't worry, I will teach you, take a handful, even if you use this thing all the time, it can support you for a long time. After taking the weapon, I finally came to a place similar to the main control room. It was very large and had various dial instruments. Even here, I could see various parts of the spacecraft from the monitor. It was not comparable to Nolan's place. What did you find? Sean nodded. This is indeed not the spaceship of the jagged civilization. It should be said that it is a local spaceship. You should have seen the scene in the sky when you were on the mountain. Shattered planet. That's right, the jagged civilization discovered this place, shot it down directly, and transformed it into their hunting planet. Isabel was stunned. This planet is obviously not damaged, and what method was used? I see that the few planets in the sky are about to be shattered, and they can be seen here. When everyone was on the mountain before, they saw a scene that shocked them, and it was this scene that made them determine that they were not on Earth. It's just a few broken planets. I didn't care much at first. Now I look at it and it's too terrifying. What kind of war will this happen? Virus. Virus. Yes, there is a virus called alien in jagged civilization. It can parasitize in organisms and multiply rapidly. Basically, many civilizations can't resist it, unless the nuclear bomb is cleared after the first discovery. The civilization we have discovered now is obviously much higher than the level of technology on Earth, but they may have been wiped out by the aliens before they even had time to react. Royce interrupted Sean's words. As you say, what about those aliens? If so, the number of aliens should be huge. They didn't find any life forms along the way. Self-death, aliens want to maintain their own energy, they must keep eating, and the demand is very large. Once the life forms of the entire planet are parasitized and eaten by them, they have no food source, and they will start self-war, and then die, just to give their Queen Mother enough energy to survive. Sean looked at the two of them. Is it a perfect weapon? The person who drops the alien can just wait until the alien dies, and directly receive everything from the enemy. Hiss! A cold breath appeared from the back of the head. It was too terrifying. Is this the war of alien civilizations? It would be unimaginable if it appeared on Earth. Are you glad? Glad that this trick was not used on Earth? No way. Isabel looked at Sean in disbelief. It was too terrifying. Compared to such a war, what they experienced was like a child fighting. Yes, they have also used this thing on Earth, otherwise why do you think many Earth civilizations suddenly disappeared? Royce shook his head. It was all terrifying, but it wasn't what he wanted. I just want to know, is there any way for you to get out of here? Even if it is to die, I will die on the Earth, but there is a possibility that there is still an alien queen here. Yes, but you need a spaceship, maybe you can grab one. Sean paused. I forgot to tell you that there is a boat 50 meters away from the jagged camp. If you can grab it, maybe I can take you back. Now, I just want to stay here. If you go back, if you want to find those people, you'd better as soon as possible. 0. What's the meaning? With a wave of Sean's hand, Nolan's actions appeared on the screen in the control room, and a fire was lit outside their resting place, blowing the thick smoke that appeared into their resting place. This is to suffocate all the people inside. Damn! Quick! He ran out quickly. He still needed these people, and it was too small for the two of them to deal with jagged blood. Sean smiled and ignored it. The alien queen may have been transferred away by the jagged civilization. This thing is still very useful to them. Looking at the control room in front of me, it's so interesting. There is another civilization here. It's not a jagged civilization, nor a Titan civilization. Moose, have you found any useful information? Sir, this is just a mining ship, and there is no valuable information. How about the fixed star data collection? 70% complete. Very good, soon he can have his own top-level spaceship. Destroying a galaxy is extremely easy. Fixed star energy. This is not the most ideal way for Kryptonians to use it. As a spaceship's energy source, it may seem very powerful, but for Kryptonians, the biggest role of fixed star is itself. If you bring a fixed star with you, is it possible to receive fixed star radiant energy at any time? The benefits brought are not a star and a half. If you can't beat it, release fixed star and everyone will die together. This is also why the Kryptonian civilization is called one of the technologies of the god-level civilization. It can be called the big brother of the open world. It is called a fixed star when you fight. Who dares to provoke it? The true son of the universe. Sir, I found something interesting. Sean was stunned. What? Is it from this civilization? Yes, sir. Tsitsizi, a pattern is projected on the sunglasses. This is a small galaxy, a stable structure illuminated by a fixed star. Such an environment is likely to give birth to life forms. Sir, this planet is located at the second south gate of the Centaur Alpha star group. According to the information left by this civilization, the planet at this moment is called Pandora. It has rich mineral resources and indigenous civilizations. It is about 3 light-years away. It is about the same size as the Earth, and its gravity is twice that of the Earth. It is a satellite of a gaseous planet. My darling, at first glance, he may not know what is here, but when it comes to Pandora, he knows where it is. This thing is actually in this universe, so he wants to ask what else is there in this universe? Pandora, or the world of Avatar. As for why it is also called Pandora, don't ask me. I have a question for Moose. Actually, this civilization discovered Pandora, did they mine it? There is no boss yet. They just discovered this planet, but before they could mine it, the alien virus was released, and life on the entire planet died out, but this planet is just one of their mining planets, and the mother planet is not here. Jagged civilization is really his gospel. As long as you follow them, you will always find something, good people. No matter what civilization it is, superconducting ore will be an undeniable wealth. This thing, he must get it and put it in the hands of a group of indigenous people. It is simply a waste. Maybe another plan is coming online. How's it going outside? Iron and blood chase, it depends on the situation. In the picture, it is the picture of Royce and others being chased. I didn't expect this to happen without his intervention. Sir, I don't understand what it's good for us to help them. No, Moose, I just want to have fun. As for help, it doesn't matter. Pay attention to this ancient iron blood, he is worth collecting. Good sir. By the way, speed up fixed star data collection calculations. On the other side, a few people are being chased by an iron-blooded civilization behind their buttocks, so embarrassed. Damn, should have brought Sean, he must have a way to deal with this thing. Although they have new weapons, people will be invisible, and they can't see, they are really blind. We need them to show up, otherwise they will only be killed one by one. Royce was a little anxious. Run, go to their camp, and set the whole forest on fire, so maybe we have a chance. Isabel didn't know how this thing saw them and how it was invisible, but as long as the fire was lit, they would definitely have a chance to find the iron blood hidden in it. Shit, look there, Isabel pointed to the front. There was a person standing there, not who is Sean. When did he get here? Hey Sean, how did you get here? I thought you'd be there waiting for us. It's so boring. I came here after watching you guys being chased. I'm also very interested in this thing. Damn, interested? Afraid that it is not courting death, are scientists so crazy? You'd better stay with us, I don't want to go back without a driver. The two were back to back, the guns in their hands were raised, and their eyes gloomy glanced around. They had a feeling that the things that were chasing them were hidden here. Are you looking for jagged blood? Isabel replied angrily, are we playing? Actually, you don't have to do this. They like to be singled out very much. You only need to call them and they will come out. One-on-one? I'm afraid it's not crazy, we are being chased by a group of people. Sean didn't care, but looked at a tree on the other side. Hey, big guy, come down and fight. Chapter 57. Hey, big guy, come down and fight. The two of them raised the muzzle of the gun in unison, but, there is nothing there? Did you read it wrong? No, it's normal that you can't see it with the naked eye, but he's there. Along the way, the other two predators were killed in various ways, and in the end he was the only one left. It can be said that this group of people has opened his eyes to a lot, and no group has ever made them so embarrassed. Bang! The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Isabel and Royce frowned. There really was something, tzitzizzy. The blue electric current flashed, and the iron blood appeared in front of them. The tall body and the pair of eyes on the head that passed through the mask were very similar to Snake Eye. Cold, vicious, and full of tyranny. Okay, put down your guns. I want to collect this guy, and he is rare in the jagged civilization. It's rare. Roar. Hearing Sean's words, Jagged Blood roared. Damn, he actually wanted to keep him. You sure? Sean nodded, it's okay, just listen to me. He walked a little further, but the muzzle was still raised, obviously not very relieved. Although he didn't know where Sean came from, the mysterious he still made them choose to believe. Base, the knife is unsheathed. Ancient Jagged Blood roared, took out a short stick, turned it into a spear with a flick, and the sharp front end could be seen even by Royce who was on the side. Do you think he can beat it? Royce shook his head, you still think he's a scientist? He sighed, this Sean knows too much, since he appeared here, he has always been so calm, as if everything is under his control. If he dares to do this, he must have his backing. Come on. Let me see how powerful the jagged civilization is. The fingers hooked, how could Jagged Blood endure it, grabbed the spear in his hand, jumped into the air with his backhand, and stabbed it fiercely. It's sizzling. A spark appeared on Sean's chest, and the green eyes of wisdom looked at Sean in horror. How is this possible? Sean tilted his head and smiled, ignoring it. Jagged Blood withdrew in an instant, his eyes no longer had the same look he used to look at his prey. This person is different. Carefully staring at Sean standing on the spot, looking for a flaw, but I don't know where to start. Are you afraid? How can you? You are an ancient Iron Blood, how can you be afraid of such a prey? Not allowed. Roar. He took out a disc in his left hand and swung it into something similar to a frisbee, but the 02 was full of sharp blades, and swung it directly at Sean. In a hurry, before the frisbee can make a contribution, people have followed closely behind. There was a smile on the corner of Sean's mouth. Brother Kuo, he knew how to do this. Unexpectedly, in Royce's eyes, Sean stood still, letting the frisbee thrown by Jagged Blood hit his forehead. Shudder. Even if Sean was able to avoid the frisbee, Jagged Blood had already followed, and basically he would be stabbed by the spear behind him, and he would shoot when he raised his hand. The next moment, the two were stunned there. Sean grinned and looked at the iron-blooded man in front of him. Are you suspicious? Ji Shui tilted his head, definitely not tilting his head to kill, but, why can't his spear pierce this person's body? If you had suspected that Sean was wearing strange clothes just now, but what he hit just now was this man's forehead, flesh, and blood. Their spears are made of high-tech alloys from the tribe. Bang! He kicked it out and smashed it to the side. How is this possible? Royce, tell me, is it a mistake? Royce opened his mouth. This can no longer be described as incredible, but it is panic. Nima, they beat a few people to death before they pulled the backs of the two pads, and Sean even stood up and beat Jagged Blood without any problem. This person has always only pretended to be a pig and eaten a tiger? Whatever it is, maybe we can really go back. In the blink of an eye, Sean frowned, and came to Jiang Shui's side, stepped on his arm, and turned on the small computer above. If it was a few seconds later, he might choose to die together. I said, you are my collection. Pulling out the computer on his arm, this thing can be similar to a small nuclear bomb, but he can't press it. What's this? Isabel looked at Sean's actions. Self-destruction device. Okay, you have succeeded. Are you going back to Earth or where are you going? Royce nodded. Earth, where can you go if you don't go back? That's not necessarily the case. The universe is very big and there are many interesting things. Oh, by the way, you can help me watch him. If you dare to move, you will directly break your limbs. Isabel rejoiced with her gun. I'd love to help. I don't think he could have imagined that he would lose so badly. There is another one tied up here. Sean, didn't you say their spaceship is here? How are we going to find it? If they don't give it to us, I'm afraid we won't be able to find it. Sean looked at the sky. No, it's just a spaceship, I have it too. Moose, come pick me up. 2 minutes later, under the dazed eyes of everyone, a huge amount of spaceship appeared outside the venue, and the bright lights illuminated the entire camp. Is this your spaceship? Seeing Sean nodding, Royce swallowed. Don't tell me, you're not human either. Don't be afraid, I'm a human, I'm a scientist. Isn't it reasonable to have a spaceship of your own? Reasonable? Fair enough, UBD. Several people appeared on the spacecraft, flew to Sean, and saluted respectfully. Commander, the data collection is complete, you can capture Fixed Star at any time. Well, take this up. By the way, there was a jagged spaceship outside the camp, which blew up directly. Clear. Royce and Isabel looked at each other. A group of grass and mud horses were galloping. This guy has been pretending. They could see clearly this group of people just now. It was flying, not walking. This is the wolf's den again? In the face of jagged blood, you can still struggle a bit, but in the face of Sean, don't make trouble, you can't cut it with a knife. I guess the gun won't work, right? Hey? What are you still standing here for? Let's go. Huge amounts of spaceships are like living in a dream. They have never seen everything they see, especially the people on the spaceship. Every one of them is not easy to see. You have seen a person grab a bunch of them. Did the steel go? Have you ever seen people who swish and swish? 2. Welcome to the future. Originally, you could go back to Earth directly, but I found something, and it may take some time before you can go back. It's okay, you can do your own thing, we can all do it. It's a joke, dare to say no, their fate is probably similar to those of the two jagged bloods, they are directly locked up, and they don't know what their future destiny is. He heard Sean tell him that he has dissected jagged blood. Hallelujah. In the main control room, I didn't care about them. Anyway, there were only 2 of them. The protagonist should always have some preferential treatment. How's the spaceship outside? Sir, it has been dealt with, but the jagged spaceship is still coming, and they seem to be starting the next ceremony. Don't worry about it, we'll leave when we're done. Are the materials ready? It's ready, just wait for the commander to start. Looking at the 2 suns in the starry sky, he felt a little dazed. As long as he collected this sun, he no longer had to worry about energy issues. It was a newborn sun, very beautiful. Then start catching the Sunday. In the main control room, the personnel were already in their respective positions, and a blue light began to emerge from the top of the spacecraft. It was transparent and flashed some arcs from time to time, slowly approaching the hot sun. You said just now that you were going to capture this sun? How is this possible? Isabel was full of question marks. That's the sun, not a pebble. She admits that Sean is awesome, but it's the sun. You don't dare to act like this in a movie, do you? Don't be surprised, this is actually just a technological means. While the 2 were talking, Moose had already sent a message that in the starry sky, the blue light had wrapped the entire sun in the middle, like a huge amount of net. Commander, everything is ready. Capture. Yes. In the picture, the giant net begins to shrink, and there are ripples in the starry sky, like water waves, but they are actually energy waves that are materialized. After the giant net shrinks to a certain distance, it disappears. Instead, the fluctuations around the sun become more and more obvious. Up and down like ocean waves. Shrinking stabilizes, begins to collapse space. Tsitsizi. The spaceship began to shake and was slowly advancing towards the sun. Sean frowned. Start engines, reverse thrust. This spaceship is still a little short, otherwise it will not be pulled by this energy, but it is not a precaution, it only consumes a little energy. Start thrust. The collapse of the space is completed, and the folding begins. The blue giant net wrapping the sun appeared again, slowly rotating, and then gradually speeding up. The appearance of the sun began to blur, and the light in the starry sky seemed to become darker. Why am I feeling a little cold? Isabelle murmured. No, it's true, the sun's energy is being blocked, so you feel it's normal. Doesn't that mean that if you succeed, life here will die because of the drop in temperature? Sean shook his head. We have calculated, no, at most it is cold all year round, and there is still a sun here, enough for their needs for sunlight and temperature. Definitely, there are some things he didn't say. Once they captured the sun at this moment, the whole small planet galaxy will be chaotic due to the gravitational relationship, and start to gradually build a new orbit. After it stabilizes, this planet will still be back on a proper livable track. However, it is also possible that the planets will collide, with a bang, and nothing will disappear. Damn, this is really shrinking, how is this done? Royce opened his mouth wide, and what he saw in the past 2 days was so subversive. Aliens, spaceships, and another Earthling popped up and said that he also had a spaceship, and even wanted to grab a ball to play by himself. The sun is being wrapped in huge amounts of blue net in the middle, gradually getting smaller. A beam of light shoots out from the spaceship, shines on the smaller sun, and slowly pulls. The spaceship trembled even more. If it wasn't for watching Sean's group standing motionless, to be honest, he wanted to run, and he would rather be on the planet just now. It was too terrifying here. Commander, capture completed. Well, start loading. Executing. The light is pulling the sun closer, and each time it gets closer, the shape becomes smaller, and the blue net-like thing wrapped on it becomes tighter and rotates faster. This thing is unique to Krypton, and he brought it with him. If it fails this time, this technology will have nothing to do with him. Something on the spaceship vibrated. Sean looked happy. Moose, check it out. Checking. Energy stable. No radiation. Energy output is stable. The fixed star engine is stable. Commander, we made it. Oh. I knew it. It's finally time to relax. Countless Kryptonian soldiers also stood up and shouted excitedly at this moment. It was rare for Sean to not mention them. The loading of this technology represented that they had once again entered the threshold of God-level civilization. Isabelle looked at the crowd a little incomprehensible. Although this thing looked shocking, Sean and the others were already so powerful. She hadn't heard of anyone on Earth who had the technology to build spaceships. You seem excited. Sean turned to look at the two of them. You may not know, with this thing, I can hit whoever I want in the entire universe. It's like I have a nuclear bomb on Earth, but others don't, do you understand? Congratulations! I'm very happy, don't worry, I'll send you back to Earth. Looking at the expressions of the two of them, they knew what they were worried about. But before that, we need to go to a place to pick up an item, soon. Shrugging, they don't have a choice anyway, they just stay in space for a while longer. I'm afraid not everyone has the opportunity to enjoy this experience, although they don't want to have such an opportunity. How to say it, if you can't resist, then enjoy it. Mouse, go to the Centaur galaxy. As commander, start positioning B. What is this data? The target is determined, start the wormhole. Wormhole opens. The spaceship seemed to be sucked into another space, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. People standing in the spaceship didn't feel anything, but the outside scene made them feel fake, bizarre, and dazzling pictures, and occasionally a scene appeared. A hole. What is this? Wormholes, each hole is connected to another place, you can understand it as a shortcut. Royce pointed out, where are we going? If it takes a long time, I'm afraid we won't be able to bear it. Relax, soon. Sean smiled, this is the advantage of their technology, endless energy, just be reckless, especially now, a wave of energy is dissipated in the spaceship, absorbed by them, and develops their own ability. As long as the Kryptonians are on the ship, they are not getting stronger all the time. Base, in an unfamiliar star field, a white spot appeared in the dark starry sky, gradually becoming larger, and a huge amount of spaceship suddenly appeared. Sean turned to look at the Royce too. Look, it's here, isn't it soon? Where is this place? The Centaurus constellation is about 4 light-years away from the solar system. The two opened their mouths again. Are you saying that in just a few minutes, we walked a few light-years away? Sean shook his head. No, it's only about 3 light-years. The place we were just now is below. It's only 3 light-years here. Do you think you can go back soon? Commander, we have already arrived, what should we do? Sean stared at the starry sky outside the main control room. There was a huge amount of red and blue planets, at least twice the size of Jupiter, and there was a satellite next to it, but it was huge, similar to the Earth. This is their destination this time, the planet Pandora. So beautiful, Isabel murmured. However, at this moment, the planet is very beautiful. In fact, as long as you look at the planet in the starry sky, you will find that it is very beautiful. The vastness of the universe and the weakness of human beings are agitated in my heart. This should be a gaseous planet? I think it is similar to Jupiter, Royce said. That's right, I didn't expect you, a soldier, to know this. This is indeed a gaseous planet, and the one next to it is our destination. People call it Pandora. Pandora? It's earthy, but it doesn't sound like a good place. Sean waved his hand. What can he do? It's not my name. Moose, scan it. A few seconds later, the projection in the main control room showed the planet. Commander, at this moment, there are creatures on the planet, humanoids, in the period of ethnic tribes. The temperature is suitable, but the air composition is not suitable for human survival, and the native creatures are very ferocious, you need to pay attention. A human-like image appeared, with blue skin and a tall body, but with braids, and something like broken hair could be seen at the end. So what are we looking for? The projected picture of the planet turned and became larger, an area was marked. Huge amounts of trees, strange forests, and peaks floating in the air all explained the magic here. It's amazing, this mountain actually floats in the air. Are you here just for the stuff here? Sean nodded. Have you heard of superconductors? Royce, you mean there are superconductors here? I know it's used in many fields, such as computers, nuclear power plants, etc. Yes, but the superconductor needs to reach a certain temperature to form this condition, but the superconductor on this planet is a normal temperature superconductor, and there is no temperature limit. After speaking, he paused. If this thing is discovered by the countries on Earth, they will be happy to launch a massacre on this planet.